wrote about it, said it would take 3 rockets the height of the Empire State Building.
Oh, Warner Ron said it would take 3 rockets the height of the
You wrote a book
Empire
about
State
it.
Building to get to the moon?
To get to the moon, that's right. You would need to transfer from one rocket to the other. But this is before they had rocket stages. So I've heard that used as an excuse. But there's all sorts of people that have made some widget for the Apollo program. There were 300,000 companies that made some little thing, right? Oh, we're going to make the sticker for we're going to make the little logo that goes on their suit. We're going to make the zipper. We're going to make, you know what I mean? The money was spread all over America. Now you have to remember, simultaneous to this, the Vietnam War was going on.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little anecdote. I know a guy. He's passed away now. He passed away like a year and a half ago. He was in Vietnam during the Apollo mission. So when they went to the moon, he was in Vietnam fighting. Okay. He said he was a radio operator. He said he used to make a phone call home, okay, to Boston, and the two-way delay was 18 seconds. And now this is called the Mars Auxiliary Radio System. Okay, so these are radio bounces. This isn't a wire. This is radio bounces, and it took that long because of all the switching. If you look at the Nixon's moon phone call, have you ever seen it?
No.
It's a landline phone call. So supposedly they picked up the signal in Australia, ran it through undersea cables across America to Richard Nixon's phone in the Oval Office where he had a conversation. There's literally no time delay in talking. None. Zero. Nothing. The moon landing is phonier than a $3 fucking bill, bro. Did you know they lost everything? All the tapes, all the evidence is all gone.
For the moon landing?
Yeah, the Apollo tapes. They actually had an investigation into it. They allegedly lost, probably never existed in the first place, 2,600 bankers' boxes of tapes of telemetry data. Now, the telemetry data would have proven where the rocket went, but they don't have it. And you know how much 2,600 bankers' boxes is the equivalent of 33 pallets? You couldn't even fit it in a semi-truck. You would need to get a second one to fit the last freaking 5. That's a lot of freaking tapes to lose in the couch. The greatest achievement of mankind, they lost the actual evidence for it. I mean, it beggars belief. I mean, there's other issues. The easiest thing to prove is fake is the fucking Apollo mission. But that's way off topic. Whatever they did, so what? The fact of the matter is, nothing NASA says we can confirm. Right? We would just have to trust them. And then that goes, why should we trust them? Remember what earlier I said? We're not into trusting. We're into evidence. We're not into the trusting thing. You know, we could trust them, but they've given me no reason to just trust them at face value, especially when they say crazy shit like I went to the moon. It would be less ridiculous to say you saw Bigfoot riding a fucking unicorn. Okay, yeah. That's more plausible than going to the moon. When you think about it, how crazy that is.
Yeah, it's the greatest. They burn
you at the stake 1,000 years ago. I'm going to the moon. Fucking tie him up, right? They fucking. In fact, Kepler wrote. Johannes Kepler wrote about. What do you call it? It was a work of fiction in which a witch rode a broom to the moon. In the first science fiction was written. It's called a True Story. It's the first work of science fiction is written by Tacitus during the Roman Empire. It's a story about how the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Now they thought the sun was included as a planet back then, right? They just thought the sun was a planet, it was just a bright planet or something. So they didn't make a distinction between the moon and the sun as far as what it was. So the whole story is about people on the moon fighting people on the sun. You know what I mean? They had a war. So I alluded to this earlier, like these ideas of space and all, they way predate the evidence. People have been fantasizing about this shit for a long time. I mean, every culture has had some story about the stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
What they
why do you
are.
think we're the ones that are right?
Yeah, I
Everybody else was
mean,
wrong, and now we're right. Even though whatever we say, whatever anybody says about them, can never be actually verified. Too far away, right? Stars made of
yeah.
helium. Okay, fine. How can you check that? You can't. You can make inferences about what the light does, but they claim that this is what they claim to know by looking at the light, by looking at the rainbow, right? So they look at the rainbow and know how far away it is, how fast it's moving, what it's made of, how old it is, how big it is, how fast it's spinning, all this shit. They say that they know this from a little pinpoint and looking at a spectrograph. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, that is, dude. Like, I mean, imagine just looking at, like, and analyzing the light and saying you know all this stuff about something. I mean, that's like a magician's trick, right? The Amazing Kreskin, he goes in the crowd and he's like, your birth date's, 1927, 6 o'clock. Your mother's name is frickin' Rita. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's guessing all these facts about people psychically. It's on par with that as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, when it all comes down to brass tacks, whatever that is, we can't verify it. What they depict, the images they depict, we can check that if that exists in reality. That's all we can do. The same way that if you like went somewhere, like say you went to 10 miles north of frickin' Houston, Texas, you took a picture and said, "Hey, go get a picture of this building," and then someone goes there and there's no building there. They know your photo's fake. They don't need to know how you faked it or anything. The building's not there. What's depicted in the photo, your photo's fake. Assuming they didn't rip the building down in the time period, say it's the freaking 2 hours later. Obviously, they didn't rip the building down. So they they take images and they say, "Hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space." Well, it has certain things in the image, like curving oceans and things like that. Can we check that? Can we check the features in that photograph before the photograph to see if they exist on Earth where we are, right? Because we should be somewhere in that photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the resolution to pick us up, but I can wave to the freaking camera, right? We should be somewhere in there, right? And since we're somewhere in there, we can check the Earth to what they took a picture of and see if that picture matches reality. And I hate to tell you, it don't. It's just a faith-based. That's why that's the way a lot of us think about the globe idea, is that it's just a religion. It's just a religion without a deity. It's promulgated the same way. It's got a creation story. It's got a creation of man story. It's like it's given to you by these quote unquote scientists, which they're the equivalent of priests. And what they say, nobody can check, and they know better than everybody else. And like only a special group of people gets to commune with God, as in go to his space. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing that the structure is like a religion.
Yeah,
In
there's
every
several
aspect.
structures like that in
I mean, maybe that's just a human thing where we make structures like that. But like creation
yeah.
story, Big Bang. Creation of man story, evolution. The fundamental claims, can you check them? No, you're not a scientist. Just like when people couldn't read the Bible, right? They did.
Mm-hmm.
The priest interprets the Bible for you. What does God say? I don't know. You got to ask the priest. The Pope will tell you what the God says. He communes directly with God. Oh, what's the Earth look like from space? Oh, you can't go there. These special fucking astronauts got to have the right stuff. They go there. You got to just lift
Shout
off.
out to Sunny in Philadelphia, right? I love that clip.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, it's almost
Make
7 o'clock where I'm at. So I'm gonna get off and go to bed, but I'm gonna hop back in here tomorrow probably.
All right.
Yeah,
All
thanks
right,
for
man.
you.
What's your name? Indio? Gotcha. I'm
Indio,
gonna
yeah.
talk to y'all again soon.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, man.
around.
Thanks for
I'm always
checking
around.
in.
For
Yeah,
sure.
man. Thanks for showing up, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool beans. Thanks for
Yeah,
not
you guys
melting
too.
down, getting triggered, and having a psychological episode.
No, I've known Crip for years. We used to talk back in the day all the time. I saw him in here chilling, so I wanted to catch up with him. Yeah, I've known plenty of Flat Earth folks and had some good conversations.
Yeah, well, you're welcome back. So
yeah, I'll join back in. All right, I'll see y'all. Good night.
Later, man.
Take care.
All right, man.
It's good to have a chat like that every now and again to cleanse the filth of the nasty glovers that come through here.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, man. They must be sleeping because nobody ran interference.
I wanted to know who that Crit. You know that professor is that he was referring to?
Yeah, I think he's talking about if you guys if you remember, you might not. He used to go by Purple Elephant or Big Purple Elephant, like hold on a second, see if I can find him.
If he's a man of his word and what he teaches, then yeah, I would like to have a conversation with him, but also to kind of test the middle as well, because if it's like one of those things is rules for thee but not for me kind of thing. I don't know.
Yep,
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the guy I'm thinking of. He came to 24/7 to the check-in, and we checked him in, but he didn't want to go on the live stream. And then we went to like a chill chat or something like that. I can't remember which one, but one of the non-screen chats. And Cyclone talked to him for about an hour, and at some point, evolution came up, and then kind of like people were skeptical. I'm skeptical of evolution too. So he's like, nope, fuck it, I'm out.
Oh, he's evolutionist?
Yeah. So they're like, why? I thought that everything was cool. Like your everything's going good. And he's like, yeah, but I mean, everyone's got their sort of sacred cows, and I can't be on a server that's going to deny evolution. And everyone's like,
crazy.
Yeah, I was like, wait. So everything else you're good with. Let's talk about it. Let's do. He's like, yep. Nope. Fuck you. Bye.
Oh, and he did come in here, the purple.
No, this is the 24/7 main server.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we had interaction with him.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Like, if Cyclone comes by, if it's the guy I'm thinking of, it might be someone different though, because there was a lot of characters, on that server, who were all kinds of things. But if I think that's the guy I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his. It might not be. It might have been Pachyderm or something like that. Or I'm trying to find his name on 24/7 to see, because it would still show up, even though after he left the server, unless he didn't type at all. But then the bot would show when you join, or a separate account.
I've taken no like actual collegiate courses in like any of this epistemology, understanding. But to me, I think when logic is sound, it's very coherent. It transcends like having to sit there and listen to a lecture and just be like, "Oh, that guy's full of shit." Like you could actually hear the logic in what they're saying. It's coherent, right? So it would make sense to somebody listening, and it's not just something you're accepting because there's somebody that's intellectual speaking of the thing. But it would just be true, like that's the way I view it anyway. That's how I hear information. Like when somebody says something, and it does make sense in the realm of like physics or some way that you can have it manifest in our physical world. Like something that just rings true would be true no matter what. Like it can't be moved. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I mean, do you feel like when it comes to epistemology that you have to be like,
I think you're lucky your brain ain't tainted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
just like a normal person, right? So it's like normal people don't doubt how they know things, but epistemology is like the philosophy of how you can know anything. What is knowledge?
yeah,
What even is it, right? And while it's it's a freaking entertaining intellectual fucking exercise, that's all it is, right?
yeah. It
In
doesn't have
practical
you
terms, like, how are you even having a conversation with me if you don't know anything or know how
exactly.
you know something, dude? Like, what are you
There's
talking about?
there's foundations of order that everything is built upon, and if you don't have that, then there's no coherence. And that's also in the physical world. It's the same way. We see what is order manifest in, like, the ecosystems that we see. So that to me, it's just like, if there wasn't any, if it was just all random, there would be no coherence whatsoever. Communication would be difficult. Like, you know what I mean? You couldn't relay information.
Well, why
So
don't we
to
talk
me,
to amoebas? Why don't we talk to
yeah,
amoebas? Because they don't know
yeah,
anything. Okay?
yeah.
When you don't know anything, you can't communicate.
Yeah, and it's weird too because it's almost like I think about that, Indio, like just looking at like organisms and the way they operate and the function of them. Like they might not have eyes and a brain like we do, but they operate in some sort of like realm where things they eat other organisms, and you know what I mean, like the microorganisms. Like um they're doing things as if it were like some sort of societal structure. Like they don't attack certain ones. They choose to mate with certain, like it it seems like there's a whole other world that's happening there that we don't understand. But I mean, we do understand it to an extent, but we don't know why. Like what makes the organism do what it does? Why did it choose to eat this other one? And then it turns it into some other, like a protein, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like, how do ducks, like, know how to swim? Like, all of these, how do birds know how to fly? Like,
yeah,
with these instincts that animals have, we call them instincts because they just do them, and we don't have, like, another word. But there's
yeah,
nothing that human beings just do, right? That makes us
yeah.
different. We don't actually, I mean, we do have like impulses. I wouldn't call them instincts. I would call them impulses. But we
Impulses,
don't
yeah.
have no instincts like, I'm going to frickin' drag my ass on the ground like a dog. We don't do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. We have logic and reason, and that it motivates us and guides us. But like, um, I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there's a lot of the world that we seem to want to just say how it is, and we don't fucking have a clue, bro. Like, they just like, I mean, I'm just saying what's fascinating to me about the realm that we exist in is I see organisms like, I'll point one out, like a jellyfish, something that's you could see clear straight through. Where the fuck is a brain in that? Like, how does it know what
The
direction to
whole
go?
thing
Or
is a
like,
brain, according to science. The whole thing is a brain.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, but
The
like,
disembodied brain, man, floating around in the water. They say that that is basically just like its cells are very close to like neurons
yeah.
in structure. Yeah.
That what I'm saying is like it's so fascinating to me that something like that can choose to go someplace and decide that, and decide is a wrong word, but like it's motivated to do something and not another thing. Like, and it chooses to mate with a certain, it's like,
Yeah.
how do
Yeah.
what's guiding that thing, man? Like, what's the hand behind the puppet?
Be fruitful and multiply. Oh.
Well, I
Well,
mean, they're
even the
almost like
Bible
computers, right?
describes.
Like each animal is kind of like a pre-programmed, almost like a computer, right? It executes
Yeah,
its program,
Yeah.
right? Dog
uh,
executes its dog
exactly.
program, and
But it's not only
Even
executing
the
the
Bible
program.
describes ants as being a curious people.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, I'm
curious people.
honestly
They
like
are pretty
like
curious.
if we remove all the like studies that people have done, and they put like this label on things, and if you could just examine everything outside of what we like us, like who we are, dude, we're like a giant multi-organism. Like we're put together by like an enormous amount of different other small organisms. Like we're a compound like of all that, and each and everything is working in unison to make the other thing work. Otherwise, things would break down, and you know what I mean.
Like an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, we're a walking entire ecosystem. The mitochondria that's in our stomach that breaks food down to turn it into energy, and like the process by which that happens, and how we can optimize ourselves. Like, dude, it's so like my mind when I start thinking about it all, it's like there's no way that you can tell me that all of this from an evolutionary standpoint that came from an incoherent thing of like non-living matter. Like it's just no way possible, bro. There's no way you can convince me that all of this complex, organisms that seem to be moving with some sort of motivation without like some sort of thing that's moving.
The ironic thing, right?
Like, I don't know how to put it. How do you put that into words? Like, what's
Isn't that so funny? That like that's an ironic thing. What you just laid out, and you're like, that's impossible, right? Random chance can't make this complex freaking systems. Like it's not just one complex system; it's a complex system of systems that are all interlinked.
Exactly.
The people that advocate it is possible are the same ones that say they can't fucking know anything.
Exactly.
Which is the craziest shit to me. Like, bro.
That's the brain screw up. Like to me, it's like, and then the guy left because he, like the way Crit was outlining, he left because people started talking about evolution. It's like, dude, that's what tipped you off? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't you see that you're just a walking
cowboy?
No, not him. The other guy, the professor who were trying to figure out if what his name was, and it was like pachyderm or purple elephant or whatever it was,
something like that.
Yeah, that guy. Like, why he left because of evolution? If he was like logical and everything about like not being a brain in a jar made sense to him, like, and then he turned around and he was like, well, evolution, man, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, I gotta go. It's like, bro, what? Like, you mean to tell me that the coherence of life itself doesn't give you the inclination that there is a greater process and a greater entity that's behind all of this? Like, to me, that, I don't know, man. I fall out with people like that.
He thinks he's a complicated rock.
Well, yeah, but how did the complicated structure of the rock even exist? Like, there had to be some transmission of information to input. I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting far into weeds, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Man, if a guy would let me get 5 sentences out, I'd say this. How is it evolution created something that created something called a theory of evolution? So evolution made some self-referent organism. How did that happen? Right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's retarded. On its face, it's a snake eating its tail, as it always is with these guys. And like,
exactly,
I am perfectly fine with snake eating its tail. Seems normal to me.
Yeah, and that's where they draw the line. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're drawing the line in the sand where you want there to be some sort of like no cause for all the cause that we see. Like it just non-living matter just automatically sprang from living matter sprang from non-living matter. It's like, wow, bro. Like that to me seems more like a fairy tale. And then how all that incohesiveness, just randomness, like kept together, like in these ecosystems that are so perfectly designed to keep together. Like, even if we say like the body, it's people are deformed and they were not born, like, but still life persists, right? It still continues. And then we see that you're a walking, organism factory, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. And it's like that thing, however it's put together and working, it's still held together throughout a lifespan. Like, it doesn't just come apart or come undone. Like, the organisms don't decide like, well, I'm taking leave of this thing. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I sometimes it does my head in, man, because it's like how does somebody like have a hard stance on that whole, evolution side? I don't. It's just beyond me, man.
Yeah, me too. I don't. To me, it always comes
I
to the
don't know.
problem of sentience, self-awareness. Where does that fucking shoehorn into evolution? And
Yeah.
how would that even be possible? Like, it doesn't make sense on its face.
That's the one thing that when I asked Perplexity AI, I asked it, what's a question that you don't know the answer to? And it said, the origin of consciousness. It was the greatest mystery.
Yeah, it was a freaking muddy pool, man, and bolt of lightning freaking hit it, and then rocks became people. Fuck.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, those rocks that became people were able to reason, like, I'm hungry. I want to go eat that thing over there. Like, dude, what the? Like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. You wouldn't be able to. The organism would.
How is that different than the fucking any creation mythos, right? Zeus molded fucking mortals out of clay, right? And fucking God created Adam out of the dust of the earth, right? From the dirt of the earth. Like, how is that any different? There's no difference in the story. It's the same story. They just go, well, this is science. No, it ain't. There's fucking no science in there at all.
Einstein said. Go ahead, Tito. No, you're good, Tito. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna build on that because it's the same thing. They say there was no Noah's Ark flood, right? But then they'll say, well, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered in water, right? And then they'll say, there's no such thing as flying dragons. Next minute, they're showing you a pterodactyl. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Einstein said that George Lemaitre's physics was abominable because he didn't like the idea of creation.
Yeah, well, you think about it too. It's like even the creation story and what it was like, where like India was saying, if the creator made people out of the dust of the earth, they're like, that's fictitious nonsense. Don't believe in that. But we're made from rocks and the stardust, and like, well, isn't that the same shit? Like, you're talking about the same thing, bro. Like, what? You're not saying anything different. If we're made of the same compounds as dirt is, then you're basically saying exactly what they're saying in the the narrative of creation. You're not saying anything different.
You're saying that the periodic table
it made itself.
primordial.
That's the difference. There's no outside agent. It made itself.
Yeah, they want to claim that the table had its primordial soup orgy, and all of a sudden life just happened.
No, actually, dude, I've heard this, and I don't know if you guys like when you talk about like the origin of life. They were saying that it rained and rained on the rocks, and then lightning struck, and all of a sudden that was the first that ignited the first organism to become.
There was a lightning bolt.
Yeah, there was a there was a point at which there was a crossover from like non-living matter to matter that's animated. So it's people are trying to always come up with a reason to explain, the origin story. But either way, it was a complex process that it's like telling that complex process to a child. How could you relay that? There's no way. You couldn't tell them like the intricate way that the body was woven together, because we know anatomy the way it looks. Like, it's still complex to us. We don't understand it. Like, can somebody tell you the mysteries of the brain? They don't know that. Why it houses what it does in language and certain areas of the brain. If you affect it in a certain way, it like turns somebody, it changes a person. Yeah, it's a giant mystery, but at the same time, I don't know. It just evolution is never the key. It's never the answer.
I think the key takeaway is that academia won't allow a conversation like this to even happen.
But that's another thing, India. Why? If they're all about like furthering knowledge and trying to have they say that don't they say that they're all about these types of discussions? They want them to happen. Like, oh, we live off of like people disagreeing with each other. Well, that's not what I don't see that, bro. Like, and now you come from a more collegiate standpoint, and some other people do, but you could also be like, because you've experienced, yeah, but I'm saying, haven't you experienced the same type of environment? Like the individuals were saying about the same thing. They're like, oh, we thrive on diverse conversations, and that's how we come up with new things. Like, but it seems like that's an illusion. Like, I don't see that like being the case when you talk to people that are from, the academic, backgrounds. They sound like they have a worldview that's all there is. Oh, the cosmos is this particular thing, and it's fine if you disagree in the like minute details within it, but the overarching, understanding is still the same. It's the cosmos are the cosmos. We all agree on that. Like,
I mean, when I went to university, it was okay to bring up like metaphysical topics and religion as long as you didn't go cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't. I remember my philosophy class, the guy started it by bringing a fucking Buddhist prayer bowl, like dong, and like that's how we'd start the class. So it wasn't like it wasn't like it is now. It's totally different right now, from my understanding. That there is no metaphysics. That there's only the material world, and that's how like the vast majority of it. I think part of it's political, in the sense that they want to promote the materialist atheist worldview, because then everything becomes like a pragmatic freaking nightmare where there is no objective morality, right?
Yeah.
You can just like, stick your dick anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. That's a good way to put it. There's no repercussions, there's no accountability, and then the only way you ascribe accountability is based on what a certain group of people feel like ascribing accountability to. Well, these guys over here made up some laws, and we live in the area, so we abide by those laws because the body of those people, the majority of those guys, would agree that that's wrong. But if you move to this other place over here, now this group of people over here, they agree that you can do the thing that these guys disagree with. So you can do the thing that they don't agree with, and that's okay once you move to that area. So you're fine. But if you don't want to if you want to live in a place where you can do the thing that you say you want to do, then just move to that other area where the body of people over there agree that it's okay to do. Like, that's how they reason with themselves. Like, everywhere, there's no standard. Anywhere you go, so long as the group of people agree with your behavior, it's okay. That's fine where you live. They don't agree with it. Yeah, that's okay. They don't agree with it, and don't do it. Then it's against the law. But when you move to that other area, that those guys are doing the thing that you want to do, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong. You're not held to account. You're not. No one's holding you. There's no sky magic up there. There's no one like, no deities looking at you. Don't worry about it. You can do that thing because that's where those guys say it's okay to do. That's how they do. It's a hot mess, bro.
I know. That's why I say the globe and flat Earth they're an existential question. So like it's like it's one of the bottom bricks of the house, and then if it's a globe at the bottom of the bricks, they can build one type of house, and it's a flat Earth at the bottom of the bricks, another house is built. But the globe house can't support the flat Earth house, and the flat Earth house can support either one, right? So, I mean, you could take a materialist atheist worldview with a flat Earth if you wanted to, with no problem. But the goal, like, it's like to get you to the point where you're in this subjective morality thing, they have to build from like fundamental principles. The only thing that exists is the material world. We're just the consciousness and like an emergent property. There's no objective morality. Freaking religion and metaphysics, they're just mythos. They don't actually matter. All that matters is what works, right? We make models and we call it science, and they work. Therefore, they're true. and like that's all we care about is whether they're useful, and you know all these pragmatic arguments, like which are really just selfish arguments, right? Does this make me feel
Yep.
better, or does it make me feel worse? Okay, makes me feel better. It must be true. Like that's really what it boils down to. But they have to build, right? They have to build up the the identity, right? The identity is built from the first rung, and it's just stacked on top of it, like it's a big layer cake.
And they defend that position as if it's some sort of thing that if you take that away from them, it's like, dude, well, then if you're saying that this isn't the case, then what do I got? I mean, what am I left with? If you're saying that things have to be coherent and it be in a way that order is about the rule of the day, then all the disorder that I see happening doesn't, like, how can I make sense of that if I can't ascribe to, like, if there not being some sort of hand behind the glove, you know? So they're trying their hardest to like try to make it seem like there isn't a hand behind the glove because they don't want to live in a world where there's something else that's motivating them to do the thing. Right? They don't want to be just. I think that's all it is. It boils down to they don't want to be held accountable to the shit that they talk about, bro. It's like no standards whatsoever. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, why do you think that? I don't know. I get too far
Yeah,
into
I
weeds
mean,
with it. You know what I'm saying? Like
but
it's
that's a common thing. If you look at scripture, dude, it's a common thing. The scripture, man's always trying to avoid accountability. That's what we do. That is really the fall of man. We didn't want to be accountable. Think of what Adam said. That bitch gave it to me.
yeah,
Wasn't me.
yeah.
Yeah, I love
I was
using
saying,
that. A weasel. He weaseled instead of like he should have stood up there and said, "What happened, Adam? Well, I know you told me not to do it, but I was a little pussy whipped, and I did it anyway. But it's on me because I should have been in charge of Eve and told her not to do it. And then after she did it, I should have punished her myself. But now that I'm a weasel and a wimp, and I tried to blame her and not take responsibility, looks like both of us are gonna get kicked out." He's like, "Damn right, you know."
yeah, I don't know. It's like, but today, like, what does that look like, you know, as an individual that comes in here? Isn't it the same thing? When you tell them about the worldview that they can't explain is what they think that it is, you know, like what are you, Earth's not a globe. Like, what are you guys nuts? You know, are you crazy? And we're like, well, show me the way that you know that information is true. What can I hold you accountable to that you say in anything that you're saying? Well, I'm not a scientist. You know, easy escape, easy way out. I'm not a scientist. You know, they're not held accountable there, so there's their escape card. And if you question them on anything else, it's like they don't want to be held accountable to anything. Not the new word of the day is being agnostic to the shape of the earth. Have you guys have heard it? That's a new trend. I'm agnostic. I
I
don't.
don't believe.
I'm not either one, or I'm not for or against. I'm just, I'm just here to ask questions. Yeah, but why? What the fuck is motivating you to ask anything if you don't even think of the reason to know it have any meaning? Like, it doesn't have meaning to tell you anything because you don't give a shit. You're not taking a position one way or the other. It's not going to matter.
Well, there's the other thing too. There is. I think that they have some of these guys have a perception of accountability, and that's to the scientism cult, right? Because they always appeal to the cult. You go, oh, all the scientists, all the people, the 9.5 billion people in the world think the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? They appeal to some social structure, right? That approves the way they think. And they don't approve of the way we think because we're not agreeing with all those other people, right? And disagreement in a socialist society is that's the worst sin, right? You got to go with the herd. Don't run the other way, cow. Like run with the herd, stampede if you have to, and that's really that. I think there is an accountability, but it's a different type of it's accountability to their freaking herd mentality. That's why they come in here and lie, and they go, well, "I saw a curve from an airplane." That's a blatant lie. It's like a weird, like how many people come in the other server and they just come in just like Earth is round and then leave the server. It's like a fucking weird virtual signal, psychotic thing, dude. I don't even understand that.
Yeah,
Imagine going in a server just typing Earth is flat and leaving.
That's dude, that's so fucking fascinating to me. That's why, like, more than just like AI, we bring the facts to them. You know, we're showing them things that they didn't know. When we show them that, how do you know what you know? They're like, oh, you know, that's what I've been told. You know, that's the way it is. And you're like, yeah, prove it. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not a scientist. You know, so it always falls back to the no accountability thing. But at the same time, there's this like reaction in their brain that they can't get over. It's like, fuck, I can't be stumped. A flat earther, a guy who rejects what I've always known to be true. Like they keep coming back. It's just like a cycle, it's just like I'm examining these individuals coming. It's like some type of psychosis, like breakdown, dude. It's something's happening to these guys, bro. And either we've caused it, like in their conversation, or I don't know, like.
You mean like Scott Mackey, who's in here saying it's fascinating when flat earthers tell each other how smart they are. I don't remember us telling each other how smart they are. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
He hallucinated.
Do you feel
that.
intimidated or something?
No, he's suffering from hallucinations.
No, because nobody else can be smarter than Scott Mackey. He's.
Well, I mean, no one was even talking about that. Like, what? Like, where did that come? Because you're doing it right now. No shit, I'm addressing your fucking stupid comment.
Yeah, you think about like Crit, what he always says to like these guys love to punch down because it makes them feel special.
Yeah,
they know that Crit nailed it, bro. Like when he said it, I was like, dude, I've seen this type of behavior, but I see it more prevalent with those who feel like they're in some sort of academic hierarchy. They've come from a collegiate standpoint. They're just like, well, I have a bachelor's in science, and you guys are simple-minded flat earthers, and they're coming in here, right? And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He's like coming from some sort of psychology background or whatever he says he does, you know, and then he's coming in here like looking at us like with a microscope. Oh, well, look at these guys. They say they are acting like they're all smart, but look at me. I'm even more intelligent than that. So he's punching down. And it makes him, it kind of puts him in a state of mind where he feels good about himself. He can go about his day, you know?
Yeah, Twitch.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'll say when I was on Chimpanzees one time, and they're fucking around with the roles, and they gave me a role that I could see some of their back chats and what they're up to. They're always kind of plotting shit, which is what the guy who originally owned the server was Mr. Memer, and it was really meant to kind of organize raids against other servers. But when Discord changed QoS, you can't do that anymore. They just kind of set the space for them to kind of sit in their own shit. So what you generally see is about 49% of them want flat earthers to either shut up. Your two choices. Like if they've got power, if they have control over anything, because they really only have control over themselves. Because you see how they just react to stuff. Like there's a conversation between people, and he's in the side chat hallucinating and triggering. So he wants you to either shut up or die. Go away. As a flat earther, you don't get a voice in society. You've lost that. And many times you've even lost your humanity. Like you are dehumanized for wrong think. And there's another 49% who think that they're here to teach you or help you. They're all they need is
to save you, to convert you back to the globe. You.
But they also are in a contradiction because they'll tell you that flat earthers can't learn also. So they're in this like back and forth ping pong where they're trying to teach somebody, but they know the person.
Great. Here's another one, man. The one where they go, you don't understand physics, and then they call you a liar afterwards. Well, what am I? If I don't understand it, then I can't be lying. I should just be like,
yeah, that massive cognitive dissonance where they're like, your answer is a wrong answer. It's also a lie answer, and it's no answer whatsoever. Like no answer was given. You're like, really, dude? How? Like, show me the mental gymnastics you did to adjudicate an answer you think's not an answer. Then the person was just wrong, but they also lied. So is it now back to like a right answer?
Dude.
Yeah, you're wrong and lying somehow. I don't know how that works.
And you didn't answer at all. Yeah, and no answer was given.
In a third one, no answer. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so I didn't answer, but my answer was a lie, and it was wrong at the same time. And they're like, yeah. And in their worldview, that makes sense. Like they really think that's possible. Like in the grand scope of things, that's how it works out for them. That they can use different like targets, like say that like call them balls or strikes, like an empire. Say that fits this sort of Venn diagram, but you try to ask them to explain it, and they can't. They can't explain their worldview. And then the last, like say 2% of these like sort of anti-flat earthers, they're just tribalistic assholes. They just picked it. They saw a debate, like kind of like a Rob Noxious. They saw a debate, they saw a topic, and they just wanted to be on the winning team for some reason.
I converted a flat earther in real life, and it was good
You
for
could
both
write
of
a
us.
book, bro.
And now we talk about actual conspiracies, and he doesn't think the whole world is lying to him. He's better at discerning what's a lie and what's the truth.
Neither do I. I don't think the whole world's lying to me.
Well, there's a lot of positive reason, There's it felt good. He thanked me.
If you don't know, then like you tell somebody something and you actually don't know what it is. You just believe it. You're not lying. Like you'll tell me the Earth is a globe, but you're not lying. You believe that. You're wrong.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to say there's maybe some people that are arguing because they want better.
You got to ask your question. Lars, you got to ask a question though. What did you convert him into? If he's converted, what was he before, and now what is he now?
He thought the Earth was flat. He got the TikTok algorithm. He didn't have a why. He had a lot of questions and
he had
incredulous.
There was no why.
He had incredulity.
Lars, I'm gonna ban you for lying unless you start substantiating shit, bro.
What's the question?
Yeah, if you don't start substantiating shit, I'm gonna ban you for lying.
You want me to substantiate? You want me to bring the guy in that now thinks the Earth is a globe?
I do. I'm gonna interrogate him. Yeah, I do. Bring him in.
I'd like to know what he's got to say. Yeah, bring him in there.
The point is,
yeah, it looks like you might want to
you're a liar.
He thanked me. I said, "You're welcome." Hey, let's talk about actual fun conspiracies.
You're a fucking liar, dude. What? This is so funny.
No, it's just true, buddy.
The person you say doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think you should rephrase it. You didn't convert someone. There's somebody who was sort of bi-curious.
Yep.
And then you brainwashed them, or you.
You'd be assuming assumption.
Why do you thank you? Why do you thank you, Lars? What do you thank you for?
He said thanks. I mean, most of the conversation was details about. I don't know. I don't think he detailed. I think he just said thank you. I didn't say why. I said you're welcome.
Yeah. In what context did he thank you?
Because you gave him a cup of coffee or something?
You have a reach around? Lars, you're the very person you just said doesn't exist. You came in here, you just told us a cock and bull story. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
He's only doing that so that he can make it sound to the audience that's listening. Oh, somebody got converted back to the globe?
Are you to be so sure that?
What did you say to him that converted him?
I am sure.
What did you say to him?
I got $100. You're lying, dude.
Yeah, Lars. What did you? Lars, hold on.
$100 on the table, Lars, to bring that dude in here. $100 on the table.
Let me
right now.
For you to assume that I'm.
Go get him.
All right. What did you say to him that converted him? That's what I want to know. What was it said to him? Let's hear your little conversion speech, Lars. Tell me what you said to him.
Okay, so for you to assume I'm lying, you'd be assuming way too much that you can't know. So don't call someone a liar.
I'm not assuming anything. You haven't substantiated anything.
All right, I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully you heard me this time. What did you say to the guy that converted him? Tell us the same thing, and let's see what you said.
I told him Google Maps works. And he's good at math. He's good at math, and he figured out that if it works on a circle, it cannot work on a flat. And for you guys to assume that not one person has ever changed their mind from flat to globe and to call me a liar shows your character, because it happens all the time. It's a big world. You can't know that I'm lying. Makes you look stupid to call me a liar. Thank you, dude.
Cool story, bro.
Happens all the time. It happens all the time. It's a big world. Billions of people. You can't know someone's lying.
Oh, no doubt there's people out there.
Google Maps converted him. Google Earth, Google Maps.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he's always been good at math. He understands geometry. If point to point works on a sphere,
Yeah.
convert that flat. It can never
What
work.
mathematics did you show him? Tell us. What mathematics?
I didn't go over any mathematics. He figured out the mathematics on his own. I didn't.
Really?
I asked him the questions that led him to Globe. I didn't.
What?
I guess I didn't convert him.
The guy that's good at mathematics heard from somebody who doesn't know mathematics and got converted just as easy.
I mean, maybe he wasn't as deep into it as you guys, but
well,
he was bothering me for a while about it.
You think it could have been like what Crit said?
What'd he say?
That he was just curious about flat Earth, but he didn't really commit.
He was more than curious. I brought up stars and shit, and he was like, "You really believe that?" It was many weeks, probably months of us arguing till I got through to him. At a certain point, you get deep in enough. He wasn't deep enough into it
to
not change his mind. You know, if you're years into something, you may as well die with that mindset. But
you're
not saying anything substantial, man. This is getting annoying. No specifics.
I wasn't gonna say anything except, "Hey, I converted a guy." All I was saying is it can be positive. I converted someone. There's other reasons.
Bullshit.
There's some positivity, and you're the one asking for all this. There is no.
Yeah, we're asking for the evidence you converted somebody.
Yeah, okay.
Same way we ask for evidence for any claim anybody makes. Every time they make it, we ask for the evidence. So we're asking you for the evidence.
All right, I'll have him make a Discord. I'll text him.
You'll have him make a Discord.
Yeah. You want to hear?
I'm going to interrogate your friend. I'm going to interrogate your friend, dude. I suppose you as a liar.
Yeah, he'll follow me around like a little puppy now. I can get him to make Discords and cook my dinner.
He said, look at Google Maps, and it works. And that's what convinced him the Earth is a globe. It's the biggest horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
That should be enough to convince everyone in here.
Why?
Because if point-to-point distances work on a sphere, they cannot work when converted to a flat object.
Google Maps isn't a sphere. Google Maps isn't a sphere.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is, and that guy whooped your ass.
No, it isn't.
Night. You just kept interrupting him like you're interrupting me.
It's a cylinder. The Mercator map is a cylinder.
It's a sphere. It's a sphere.
No, you could say that all you want. Google says it's not a sphere.
You can look at the North Pole and the South Pole.
That's cool. You can look at, but listen. The calculations done in it are done on a cylinder. It's a Mercator map. That's what Google says. Do you think Google doesn't know what its Google Maps is?
Could you substantiate that?
You could have substantiated it yourself before you thought it was a sphere.
It is
what
a sphere.
What gave you the idea it was a sphere? Nobody told you that.
It is a sphere.
Did it? Okay, then now apologize. Now apologize, dude. Say you're wrong. Concede. Here's the question, though. Why didn't you check? Now, think about it. If the person did believe you because you said Google Maps was a sphere and it works, now he believes you because you were wrong. Right? So now he believed you on a false pretense. Yeah, Lars. Congratulations. You brainwashed someone with erroneous information. What do you got to say about that?
Yeah. Okay.
Follow me.
Yeah, I guess you weren't listening, right?
Yeah, conveniently had background issues.
Yeah.
Hey,
Lars. Side chat.
It looks like you're right, and the Google.
You're goddamn right, I'm right. Why didn't you check beforehand before you brainwashed your friend? Why'd you brainwash him with wrong information?
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you did.
Go back and tell him that I'm sorry, I was wrong. Go back to being a flat earther. Fucking clown.
You just hoodwinked the guy, man. I would have go apologize to him if I were you or Lars. I would. That's the honest thing to do right now. So go tell him
say we're
you're
trading
sorry.
places. Tell him you're going flat earth and you're leaving him on the globe.
I talked to him a lot. I'm going to tell him about the cylinder thing. Look more into it, but
yeah, and admit
that is pretty shocking that it's a cylinder.
Yeah, but you also have to admit to him too that you were wrong. That's also going to be something that you got to do, man. If you're an honest Joe, you should do that.
Yeah, I just did to you guys. I didn't know it was a cylinder.
So, Lars, what you should admit to yourself is that the idea that they use a sphere, you literally just made it up in your head. That's where it came from. You made it up in your head. Nobody told you that. You didn't read it in a book. You didn't read it on the internet. Nobody told you that. You just assumed that to be the case. And you know what assume means? It means make an ass out of you and me.
But if you zoom out, it's a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, really, I didn't want any negativity. I just wanted to tell you that I told someone that the Earth is round, and he believed me, and it was a positive thing. I do talk to him often.
What the bollocks is this?
I'll let him know that the one biggest thing that converted him was untrue.
Was a lie.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Well, this is a good reason.
No, we're not unaware of people saying, like having previously said that the Earth is flat, and then turning around and saying, I was wrong. It's a globe. Just happened recently. Jaron, Antarctica, then some of his peers. Rob Davison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to convince someone about a lie. I want him to believe it for 3 reasons. Another thing, you guys didn't get into it. I was listening for like 30 minutes. The evolution thing. Something interesting is I agree. You guys have good questions, and I think you mischaracterize academia or scientists, because I think a lot of them will say, like, they believe in the fossil record, but they think maybe it was God. There's a lot of agnostic or theist scientists that believe in evolution, but evolution doesn't violate entropy, which intuitively I always thought it would, but it doesn't. That's about all I got for you guys. I'm just gonna go back to listening for a while.
The idea of it doesn't, or the actual process of it?
Because organisms create a lot of disarray in their consumption and waste, and it's enough to offset their.
I said, does the idea
That's entropy.
conflict with entropy, or does the actual process, which has been demonstrated to be true, not actually violate entropy?
I always just thought, when I learned about evolution first, then entropy much later. So I thought.
So the idea of it. So the idea of evolution doesn't violate entropy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the difference is between the idea and the practice of it is.
Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that?
It's basically the spreading out, the trend towards dissipation and disarray.
Cool. Well done. Okay. And that, does this violate whatever you said? Evolution?
Yeah, it doesn't violate evolution. They don't violate each other.
Okay.
That's all. I always thought it would. Goodbye. Going back to mute.
Bye.
Yeah. So, what was your thoughts on what was said earlier? And the laser experiment that we've just shared. We can prove that the Earth's not curving at 18 miles.
I haven't watched the laser experiment yet, but I mean, the claim about no one taking curvature into account in every industry, just I mean, I've seen pilots who make videos about how they took curvature into account, so you'd have to say all the pilots are lying as well.
So how did they say they take curvature into account?
They say that the flight planning applications they use are based on a globe, I guess.
So you're talking about internal navigation systems?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean if you were flying a plane that didn't have an internal navigation system, you would clearly have to fly the plane differently to if you did have an internal navigation system. Would you agree?
Yeah, I guess.
And why do you think you'd have to fly the plane differently if the plane didn't have an internal navigation system?
I mean, it would just be more manual input. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be a different path.
But like, what manual input? Like, if the internal navigation system is taking into account curvature and rotation, how would you fly a plane if it didn't have an internal navigation system? Now you have to take into account curvature and rotation of the Earth.
I don't know.
Like, I'm not expecting you to know, but I'm just hoping logically you could see that you would need to have to take into account curvature and rotation if you didn't have an internal navigation system. Yet there are, thousands of planes in commission right now that don't have internal navigation systems, commercial planes, fairly large, medium-sized planes, small planes, they don't have internal navigation systems. They never had an internal navigation system until modern, recent, times, not when. So how are we taking into account curvature and rotation in planes that don't have an internal navigation system?
It's just the example I gave earlier where if you're plotting flight paths, I think the angles are based on like a globe or a spherical surface. But I mean, I'm not a pilot, so it's just like, if you say, oh, no pilots ever take curvature into account, it's equally as believable to me as if a pilot on YouTube says I take curvature into account. It's not like I'm not a pilot.
Right, I get that. I mean, I can show you a video with probably 30 pilots, maybe more, all cut together from flat earthers, basically asking them, do they take the curvature or motion into account? And a lot of them are saying, yeah, I fly the plane as if the Earth's flat. So it doesn't really matter whether, if half of the pilots are saying, yeah, it's a globe because of the INS system, and half of the pilots are saying, well, that we just fly the plane as flat and level, and there are plenty of flat Earth pilots. Like, isn't that interesting? And doesn't it highlight that they don't fly the plane any differently without an INS system?
No, yeah, it is interesting they exist, but yeah. I mean, it's just like, I wouldn't believe the claim of someone just telling me no one ever takes this stuff into account. And also, like...
Well, it's not like you're trained in pilot school with and without INS systems, right?
Yeah.
That's not, you're not trained differently. You just fly a plane. You either know how to fly a plane or you don't. You don't need to know whether the INS, whether it...
Like, surveyor's manuals seem to talk about that curve and taking it into account as well.
There seems to only be one surveyor manual and one page that says that. Very interesting.
Sorry, what's interesting?
In the surveyor's manuals, how there seems to be only one page in, book 17, that mentions anything about how to calculate for curvature. But in reality, that doesn't get done. It's like as if that page had to be slipped in for some reason. I don't know why.
They don't necessarily, like, if you're talking about geodetic surveying, they take plane measurements. Okay, they take, like, it's called planar surveying. That's what they do, and then later on they use math to fit the results to like a particular model, like a geoid. Right. So it's kind of done after the fact, but the differences are tiny as well over these distances that they're doing these jobs. There's not a large amount, regardless, either way.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's
fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to
not
take
a great
off.
globe proof. You seem like an honest guy, though. I appreciate your line of questioning. Look, I don't know that much about INS systems, but I looked it up on like 3 different AIs just for fun. And this is what it told me. So I basically just prompted it, like, does the INS like take Earth curvature and that kind of thing into account? It says an inertial navigation system does not know the shape of Earth. It does not look outside. It does not measure curvature. It does not measure motion through space. It's a dead reckoning device, nothing more. An INS starts with a known position that's manually entered in by humans. From that moment on, it only does one thing. It integrates accelerations and angular rate changes over time to estimate relative movement from that starting point. That's it. No globe assumption is required for that process.
Right.
Take that with a grain of salt because it's from AI, but 3 of them said a similar thing. So
Yeah, I mean, the answer's a little bit more nuanced, and Yoda knows quite a lot about this if he was here. It'd be nice to hear from him on this, but there is a part of some of the more modern INS systems that's called Schuler tuning, and apparently, if you Google that, check AI for that Schuler tuning, they allege that some of these INS systems do take into account, the curvature and the rotation. So, but Schuler tuning, I've got limited knowledge on, but Yoda knows a lot about it if he's around. But like I say, it's a very modern claim, and also it's not something you can verify. They send off the data. It's almost like a black box situation where you send off, this little part of software or whatever to a undisclosed location, 1 or 2 companies, and then they handle the data pretty much. So it's not something you can really verify. It's just a claim that seems to have popped up. Schuler tuning. But you're right, in general, that the very basic navigation systems, especially before more modern times, they didn't have Schuler tuning. You're correct that a basic INS system wouldn't have Schuler tuning, yeah. But either way, you don't fly a plane any differently with or without this Schuler tuning, which is part of some of the more modern planes navigation systems. So no Coriolis, no spin, no curvature to be detected or to be taken into account in any industry. Mortarmen are not calculating for the Coriolis. Artillerymen are not calculating for the 8-inch per mile squared curvature rate. Railguns are shooting 100 miles line of sight, and that means straight line, point A to point B, unobstructed.
What's also interesting is the aerospace engineers, when they're designing the aircrafts, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary as well. It's in all of the manuals, specifically says exactly that. And even in NASA documents, funny enough. And we actually had an aerospace engineer come in here, and he said the same thing. He says, look, guys, I believe that the Earth's a globe, but I will admit that in all of our calculations, when we're designing our aircraft, we do treat the Earth as flat and stationary. They say it's for simplification purposes, but isn't that interesting that they have to do that?
I mean, Andorus, do you know much about the Coriolis effect? In respect to the claim, it's on the Earth compared to the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get. I know it's like if you start at the equator, for example, and you're moving north, because you start at you're basically starting at a location that has like a faster spin speed, and you're gradually moving as you move north, you're moving into an area that has slower and slower spin speeds. You if you kept traveling at the same speed, you deviate relative to the surface underneath you.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's really good explanation. But yeah, that's something that should be clearly measurable. But in nature, there's nothing. There's nothing in the natural world. There's no phenomenon we can observe to say, you know what, this is actually real in respect to the Earth. Of course, the Coriolis effect, and even with the the atmosphere and the change, in the gradual change as you go north, that's not evidenceable. We're talking about two reference frames here and an object going between a moving and a non-moving reference frame. That would be a real world effect that we would have to see in nature. But we don't see it. We don't experience it. Nobody takes it into account. Yeah, they claim it in a few high technology things that we've got now, but traditionally we've never had to take this into account or worry about it in any industry.
If I could make a very simple clarification, the Coriolis effect as defined is only an apparent deviation due to the two reference frames, right? So one object is going straight and the other reference frame is the one that you're on, and it is moving. And so the object that is going straight would appear to deviate because you are on the spinning reference frame. That is the effect that you would see. Now, accounting for it would be the plane having to land on a moving platform. That's the thing that would have to be accounted for. But none of this is witnessed on Earth. The apparent deviation does not occur, and no one is attempting to land an aircraft on anything that is moving. Everything is stationary as far as the Earth is concerned. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks for that. Laid it up a bit.
Yep.
But ultimately, we're talking about two reference frames, and that apparent deviation is not seen, it's not experienced, it's not and like we said, the ground is not being taken into account for. Planes don't have trolley wheels. We don't have to take into account what direction the runway is facing. So these are just, I'm just being general, these are just some of the observations that should be apparent in nature. No curvature, no motion observations whatsoever.
I remember
time ago,
there's some video on this channel called Veritasium where they did an experiment where they had these big pools of water, I think, and they let them rest, and then they pricked a hole in the center and they added a bunch of dye, and they tested which way it would swell, and they got it the right, the expected direction, counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south.
You do know the way that things are built, the way the water hits the pan. There's so many things that influence the way water spins. It's a myth. It's a myth that water rotates down a plug hole in one direction in one hemisphere, and then south in another hemisphere. It's like an old wives' tale. That's definitely not confirmable. We don't see that at all.
And it seems like they tried to account for that. I mean, they let the water rest for a while, and then they just had a tiny little pinprick hole at the center. So it wasn't just using a tap in a pan.
No, in terms of people's claims that the toilet bowl spins in one direction in one hemisphere and the other direction in another hemisphere. No, that's provably false. Depends on the angles at which they're built. You know what I mean, and the way the water hits different designs of and different. It's not verifiable that the water is going down a plug hole in different directions.
It's mostly a scam that people do at equatorial locations to trick tourists into donating money. It's well known. Even the mainstream doesn't say that that's like a globe proof anymore. You can look it up on YouTube. Just like type in like debunking of that. You'll find tons. Not even made by flat earthers. Just explaining how it's bullshit.
I'm sorry, guys, for interruption, but can I know what are you talking about?
Well, it's also we're talking about myths. We're talking about myths and wives' tales that have been told that make people believe the Earth's a ball. For example, water spinning in different directions in the northern and southern hemisphere isn't true. Just also like boats over the horizon. You know, we all watched videos when we were kids. Oh yeah, one way we know the Earth's a globe is that when boats go over the horizon, it goes behind the curve. Well, now we can observe long distance. Civilians can buy high-powered zoomed cameras. We can debunk that myth. Yet that's the core reason why most people, I would say, believe the Earth's a ball.
I feel like there's a lot of videos.
First question, by the way.
I feel like there's a lot of videos where, like, the camera is really zoomed in, and you know, no matter how much it zooms, it doesn't bring it back into view.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about geometric Earth curve actually blocking out things in the distance.
If a boat goes over a curve, you will no longer be able to bring any of that boat back over the curve once it's fully gone over the curve.
That's not possible, Roots. You know it's too biggy, it's flatty.
There's like you know, there's like videos of like a big container ship, and you can see only half of it.
Okay, but that's easy to explain. Okay, so quite often when you see those cherry-picked videos, we have specific conditions present on that day. Most often there's large ocean swells. You'll see it's extremely choppy in the footage. The majority of them are cherry-picked when you have those conditions. So obviously if the camera's low to the ground and you're looking out at a container ship and you've got giant ocean swells out in the ocean, it's going to block the bottom of the ship, because as the ship moves away further, its angular size decreases, but you've still got those big waves in the foreground that are going to block the bottom of the ship. And then the rest of the ones that I've seen, we can see an obvious sinking effect taking place, which is a weather, like an effect that takes place due to atmospheric conditions. Okay, and it's more rare, but it does happen, and quite often with those images, you'll see a mirroring effect, right, where you see the horizon, right, where you see the water meet the sky. Quite often you'll see a mirroring effect right at the horizon. Now people have taken footage of those, okay, and it warps over time. Like 3 hours later, you'll be able to see the whole ship again, where it looks like it was sinking behind the horizon. So even if you looked up right now on Google, what is sinking refraction, it will say that exact same thing. It'll say something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, even though it's physically and geometrically unobstructed. And we can recreate this on a small scale on a flat surface as well, or like a little pond with a toy boat.
How big would an ocean swell have to be for like half of a ship? Big container ship.
Yeah, not that big, and it would depend on how low the camera is to the ground. That's why it's very important to know the observer height. So you know that you could just block a mountain just with your hand, right? But even though your hand's tiny, mountain's giant, just because of the way perspective works. Okay, you could put your hand out in front of you and block a truck or a mountain or a plane or anything like that easily. So if you put the camera down low to the ground, okay, and you've got even just a 1 foot wave, okay, that's just a little bit out in the ocean, as that ship moves away, it's going to look like it's disappearing bottom up because its angular size is reducing as it moves away. Right? Kind of like if you're standing at a fence and you've got a semi-trailer right on the other side of the fence. Okay, you can see most of the top of the truck or whatever, and as it goes away, it will disappear bottom up, and then you won't be able to see it anymore as it drives away down the road. It's just a perspective effect. And then the other time, it can be the sinking effect. That can happen in combination as well. So I've never seen a single observation where they've taken those things into account. And what happens when we have extremely clear conditions is the boats just go away and they get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see them anymore. You can't resolve them anymore because they get too small to see. Once they get below 0.02 degrees, that is the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So once something gets a certain size, you can't see it anymore. But we can zoom back in and see the entire boat again when that happens.
I just searched ship over horizon, and I think this is a pretty solid example. And it seems like they're standing on like a car park, like some amount above the beach. But they're not like sitting at water level. They're filming from like above cars in some kind of car park level that's already a few meters above the beach. So it's not
okay. And Doris, just so you know, that video that you've put up for us there is from a fella called Dazza. He's a known anti-FE.
I mean, I'll be honest. It's like I didn't specifically look that one up, but when you look up ship over horizon, a lot of the results kind of
because it's one of the most common ones. It's just the way the algorithm works. It tends to lean towards anti-FE stuff quite often.
All right. I mean, anti-FE or not, it is a video of a ship that seems to be like 70% hidden. So.
All right, so let's try this a different way. Since we don't want to, commit a genetic fallacy by saying the guy that posted this video is a well-known troll, let's do it this way. Would you agree that the Earth size is set? It's not going to get any bigger, any smaller?
Yeah,
Okay. So the claimed radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. Do you have any argument with that?
Nope. I could Google it, but
Okay, so if we have a set geometry, a size of the sphere that it's supposed to be, then geometrically it would ipso facto have to begin to block things out at a certain distance based on the observer's height and the target height. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, I do think other factors can come into play. Like, just now when I mentioned the ships, I think someone said the conditions, there can be ocean swells, and I think
ocean swells.
I think in a similar fashion, like, when blue buzzers say refraction, there should be, I don't know how to put it. I feel like there's a knee-jerk reaction to say it's an excuse, but I think there's similar, like factors or excuses that are taken into account.
Okay, well, let's take we can take that into account if you want us to. We would just have to make sure that we know the data behind the thing that we need to take in account, all right? So you agree that the Earth is a set size, and based on that geometry, physical Earth curve would have to block things out. That would be the horizon, would it not?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the horizon is the sagitta or the hump or the tangent point of the sphere that is going to begin to block things out in the distance, that would also have to be at a set place based on the observer height and the target, or the horizon itself, right? Because the horizon, even in the Earth curve calculators, is supposed to be at a certain distance based on the observer's height. So I don't think there's going to be any argument about that. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon must be no more than, right? It's a set size, no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That was the thing that we were talking about, observer's height and horizon distance. Are we clear so far?
I mean, I don't know the formula to work out.
Okay, well, you're more than welcome to check it. It's going to be in the Earth curve calculators. It's going to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But we can make this really simple. So we're going to go and take a camera, put it right at sea level, right there at the ocean where the waves are crashing up, and we're going to put the camera at 1 foot, and it makes it really simple. That dictates the horizon itself must be at 1.22 miles, okay?
Right.
So, in the side chat, I posted an image. These are known distances to these two particular oil rigs. The observer's height is 1 feet. There's a video that goes along with this. This is a well-known location. These are surveyed, and the distances to these particular oil rigs are correct. 6.21 miles, the one on the right, and then 9.41's the oil rig on the left. Can you tell me where the horizon is in relation to these oil rigs? Is it before them, in the middle of them, or behind them?
Mm. I mean, it looks kind of like you can see behind them, horizon behind them.
Yeah, so the horizon itself, the thing that's supposed to be the Earth curve, the sagitta, the tangent point, the thing blocking out the boats in the distance, is well beyond, right? At least 9 miles further than it ought to be. So this entirely debunks the claim that the Earth is a sphere.
I mean, is it fair to say that it looks a little bit distorted, at least?
Okay, it's distorted. Where's the horizon? Great, it's distorted. We agree. Where's the horizon?
I mean, just based on looking at it, it looks like it's behind them, I guess.
Right. So the thing that's supposed to be blocking them out, distortion or not, is behind physical objects. So distortion or not is not going to move that horizon around. The horizon is supposed to be physical Earth curve, just like those oil platforms are physical. The physical Earth curve has to be at 1.22 miles. It is beyond them. The globe is debunked. That's all it takes.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that.
Why do you guys always bring up the same gotchas? Like it's always this or like the water. It's always
that's
the
all we
same
need.
thing.
Well, we're just going by what the globe claim is, and we are testing the globe claim. So that's all we need to do. We can end the entire argument with one photograph. Isn't that great? We like to keep it simple.
Yeah, I just want to say it's not a gotcha. Yeah, it's definitely not a gotcha. Yeah, no, go ahead. Was that correct? Go ahead, mate. I'm heard you all night.
Yeah, it's not so much a gotcha. It was a claim that was made, and the claim was tested. That's it. It's not like, oh, gotcha, like like they tripped up on their words. There was a claim was made, a physical leading edge of a spinning Baltard blocks things bottom up. It turned out that's not the case. It's an optical effect that changes dramatically, sometimes within the same 24-hour observation.
Okay, thank you.
And that's an excellent point, because I'm going to show you another image, right? Different day, different conditions, and now we're going to look at where the horizon is, okay? Because some people think that this is a gotcha for the flat earthers, but it actually ruins the globe a little bit more. Here's another one. Now, has the position of the horizon changed from one day to another?
I mean, if the horizon is just like how far you can see, I guess it could change. Yeah.
Well, the definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea. So it just looks that way. That's just a dividing line that can arbitrarily be at different positions depending on the day, the weather conditions. So it's not geometric. It's optical. It's an effect. Essentially, the horizon is an optical effect. So it is not physical, and so it is not Earth curve. So whatever you see out on the ocean, depending on the day, is going to be based on the available light, the weather, your observer height, all kinds of different things. Yep. So this is the only thing that we need to end the debate, because if the horizon's not Earth curve and it's not blocking out boats and buildings in the distance, and it exceeds oftentimes the geometric claim, which means we are seeing flat Earth up to the point of the horizon, wherever it may be, then as you experience, the Earth is indeed flat and stationary.
What was the point of the second image you posted?
To show you that the horizon will change positions based on the day, the conditions, whatever, right?
Right.
So it's not Earth curve. Why would the Earth start changing size from day to day?
I didn't say it was to change size. I just think
Okay. Is it normal? Yeah, it happens every day. The horizon's constantly. In fact, even within the same day, the horizon can change apparent locations.
You know something interesting, Seisu? It never changes to the location where it should be if it were a globe.
Correct.
It's always
I
The only
have a question.
Okay.
Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't know what gravity is. It's not really very well defined. It seems to be a mathematic concept, but there's no
Yeah, it's
evidence
just a
for it,
theory.
especially scientifically. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I were to shoot a bird out the sky while it's flying and then it just drops, what is that?
It's a bird
That's a
falling
good
out of the
shot.
sky.
Yeah, so what
Yeah.
causes that? I just want to hear your opinion. It's not like an
Well,
argument.
it was flying. You killed it. Now it's not. I guess you would be the cause.
So what metaphysical force caused it to drop down?
not
Something, you know, how, like,
metaphysical.
Metaphysical? What are you talking about?
something you can't perceive. Like, can you perceive
Okay, so
oxygen?
the bird had to use its own energy to get up there into the sky in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, the bird's more dense than the surrounding air, so when it falls, it's going to sink through the air that can't support it back to where it came from, which was the ground.
My
Yeah, it
second
had-
question is, like, you ever play
No,
like Black
just-
Ops 2 Zombies?
No, bro.
No, you never played it. So like on the select map screen, there's like a globe, and you know that game is very notorious for like conspiracies and stuff. So I was wondering if the Earth was flat, like what you know how the elites they put like a lot of symbolism in our media.
You know what's interesting? All of those games are mapped, like the actual game maps are all on flat surfaces. You have to use a flat surface for all of these games. Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, Red Dead Redemption, all the games use a flat baseline.
If Earth was a simulation, that'd be pretty cool.
Minecraft.
Sweet. So what were you going to say, DJ, about the horizon?
Oh, I was just going to say it's never where it should be on a globe.
Correct.
Like sometimes it's further, sometimes it's closer, and everything in between, but it's never at that distance where it should be on a globe. Like if we do a 1 foot observation, it's never anywhere close to 1.225 miles.
Right.
That's something interesting.
Would you not expect how far you can see to change based on conditions, though?
You would.
No, we're expecting the Earth to block out things at a very predictable rate because it's solid and it's geometric and it will always be at that place. That's what we expect.
If I go on a like Earth curve calc that takes refraction into account and I mess with the refraction amount, then the distance to the horizon seems to change.
Terrific. So let's talk about that. So the refraction that they're claiming, right? Where did they get the values for that refraction? How did they test it?
Well, I didn't say that was big, but I mean, if like I mess with the refraction value, like it's.
Yes, I know that. I'm asking you. They're claiming a refractive effect is going to change apparently the position of the horizon, even compared to other objects, right? So the only thing that moves is the horizon, but not the other objects that you're looking at. But the question I'm asking you is, where did they get the data for that refraction? And number two, if they don't have data to support what refraction is supposed to do, then they're giving you an arbitrary value or an arbitrary sliding scale to ad hoc and match the observations that you see without any evidence. So they're basically taking the optical effects that you're experiencing, the horizon moving around, and let you match it for that day arbitrarily.
That's true, but
So I just got
engineering.
muted. I got muted in the chat because Yoder didn't like what I was saying about I saw the Earth's curve.
You sound like kind of an asshole. Hey, I'm just going to tell you right now. You sound like an asshole already since
Well,
you continue to
can't
barge
project
in
that
here.
on me. I've been very
No, I
respectful.
can. It's not. It's not
Well, I mean, you can't
projecting. Somebody was talking in here a second ago, and you interrupted them, kind of like you did just now. So you already sound like an asshole. So I support whatever Yoder did. Let's put it that way. Anyways, continue about the refraction slider. What were you going to say?
I was going to ask for the second image you posted. Obviously, like there's different conditions. The second oil rig seems to be a lot lower. Like, what would your explanation be, or why?
Dude, I already told you. Are you not listening to me?
I'm listening. I don't know. Maybe I missed it.
Well, then why would you ask me that question?
Okay,
so different day, different conditions. The horizon is apparent. It moves depending on those circumstances. That's the explanation. This is an optical effect. I already told you.
Yeah, so in the second, I can't see what he posted because my internet sucks at the moment. But did you post the one that looks like the second platform's like slightly obstructed, Seisu?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So that's the thing with these. Like Seisu said, the horizon's just in an apparent location, but where that horizon is like 500% further than it should be on a globe. It's at 6.4 miles. It's kind of like around where the first oil platform is. Okay, it should be at 1.225 miles, but we're seeing at 500% further away than it should be at. That's what I mean. It's like it still destroys the globe, and things can become obstructed bottom up on a flat surface due to certain atmospheric conditions, even according to the mainstream.
Or the acuteness of the angle.
Like
Yeah.
there's lots when they say atmospheric conditions, dude, there's lots of atmospheric conditions that can combine together to give the appearance of something large, chopped in half on the horizon. They're very, they're not everyday observations, but when you do get a combination of these, you can get atmospheric lensing, combined with a little bit of turbulence and a bit of sinking refraction going on where the object's, drops down lower than it should be. And then just the fact that we just see, when we see into the distance, everything decreases in angular size, but at that vanishing line, the horizon line is a vanishing line, things do naturally just curve into the vanishing point anyway. So you can get a whole combination of things that make it look like, oh gosh, yeah, that's definitely, the horizon, a physical obstruction of the Earth. But, it just, to back up what Seisu says, it just proves to you that depending on the day, you can get very vastly different observations, whether it's the sun, whether it's an object on the horizon. So yeah, when they say atmospheric conditions, dude, there's a lot of different effects that can combine together and give you the appearance we live on a globe. Right. But there's nothing curving in front of us in any direction. And like we said, those oil rigs, 10 miles, you should have 66 feet of curve at that point, and the horizon is way beyond that second oil rig. There's no physical curve of the Earth to be detected.
Yeah, bro, I posted up a video in the side chat as well. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if you had any more questions on atmospheric conditions and things disappearing bottom up or appearing to.
I don't really have a question. It's just like it just feels a little bit like, if a globe Earth posted the second image and said, here's, this thing's blocked, you can't see it, how would this make sense on a flat Earth? And, a flat Earth explained it with atmospheric conditions, that would be fine. But then if a globe Earther tries to explain the first image with the same excuse, like atmospheric conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where you have to learn about atmospheric conditions and what their limitations are, because the first one is a very well-known condition that can happen. Okay, and it can be demonstrated, like Lat's just posted in the side chat, on a small scale. You can easily replicate it and make that happen over and over again. What you're never going to be able to replicate on a smaller scale is the first image that says who posted. You're not going to be able to all of a sudden be able to see 1,000% further and have all of the water look flat. That isn't a type of atmospheric condition that's possible, and the meteorological conditions aren't possible for that kind of thing to occur either. So that's where you have to dig into how these things work on a more technical level, and you'll realize that it's not able to be explained. And also, we're not making hyper-specific claims. Okay, if a globe Earth is specifically saying that is hidden behind Earth curvature, that's a specific claim. So they're going to have to take the conditions into account and measure things very specifically to make that claim. We're saying the horizon shifts around. It's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. Right. And it doesn't match up with the globe ever.
I have an example of curvature.
Yep.
I wish I would be able to visually show it, but I posted the archive in the chat.
Well, just quickly
trying to-
before we get into that, I just want to explain the one that Lat's posted before it gets lost in the chat. So at 27 minutes after the hour, what this person does is they have a flat floor in their house, and they show the same thing happening. They show things disappearing behind the horizon of the flat floor, and all they did was manipulate the weather conditions. You can see everything that they lined up, and including a light in the distance. They lined blocks up across the floor that are all the same height, so you can see everything normally. Then they manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and then all of a sudden it looks like the blocks start to curve over the horizon, and the light in the distance completely disappears behind the horizon, even though it's just a flat floor. Just showing you that this can easily be replicated on a flat surface.
Yeah, that's a great video, Lat. Appreciate you posting that.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean,
someone tried to say that's fish lens, but that was using like a VHS camera. They don't have
then
fish lens.
we're talking about a different photo, Mr. Han.
Oh, my apologies.
Different video. But yeah, that bottom up disappearance caused by heat distortion, that's another one. That's a great one. I'm glad DJ brought that up and Lat's posted it. I mean, you do understand what you're looking at, right? With that bottom up disappearance, Andorus.
So did you post this other video, the E-Team video, to try to demonstrate curvature? Mr. Han, was it you?
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something else. What were you saying?
You posted a video. It's meant to demonstrate curvature of the horizon.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah. Let me just cover that quickly. You said it's not because it's not a fisheye lens, because they were using like a camcorder like back in the early 2000s or something like that. It's about the focal length of the lens. It's about whether you're using a wide angle lens. You don't need to be using a fisheye lens. That's just an extreme version of lens distortion. You could be using any lens and you're still going to get lens distortion. So generally, the lower the focal length, like if it's like 18 millimeter lens or something like that. So basically, like when you're zoomed out on most camcorders, you're going to have the same wide angle effect, which is going to distort straight lines. And what you'll notice is that the only time you'll see the apparent curvature, which you shouldn't be able to see from that height on a globe anyway, is when the horizon goes above the center of the frame. Okay, and if it goes below the center of the frame, then you'll see it start to look like it's curving the other way. It's just a lens distortion thing. Camcorders will do it. Phone cameras will do it. Even like DSLR
like
cameras.
Camcorders from the 90s can do that.
Yeah, it's just about the focal length of the lens. It's not about whether it's a fisheye lens. It's just about the focal length. So usually when you're zoomed out, it'll be like 18 millimeter or something like that. It's like a wide angle shot. You can look it up. You can ask that question to like any AI. It will give you the same answer as what I just gave you. I just know this because last thing. I know this because I spent like about 10 years doing product photography, even using any lenses.
Oh my
right?
fucking
They distort
god, you
straight
are
lines.
so fucking stupid. Let me get the fuck.
Wow.
Wow.
Damn,
No, you
DJ.
left before I
Very
could
foul language.
kick him.
I feel I feel like I feel jealous a little there. DJ, well,
Yeah, I brought out the demons inside.
yeah, I know that invoked like golly, like calm, cool, and collected, just talking about the facts, and dude just broke.
And he spelled pagan wrong.
You're a pagan?
How's that possible?
I mean, if you were a pagan, it would make a lot of sense.
No, bro, I'm not anything like that. But I'm just talking about lens facts. That's all. It's got nothing to do with a globe or a flat Earth. It's just how lenses work. I used to have problems even using like 35 millimeter lenses. When I would do product photography on picture frames, I would notice that like the picture frame looks bent and it makes the product look damaged, which is not good for the seller to be able to selling a product that looks like it's got a bent frame. It would take a lot of effort to try to get back far enough and use high enough focal length lens that the frame didn't look distorted. So all lenses are going to have a bit of barrel distortion and cause lines to distort.
So I do have. Here's one thing that I love. I love exposing deception in the world, but you know what gets me is if there is no flat Earth model, how do you demonstrate how the world works and how the sunrise works if there's no model?
Why do we need a model?
Why do we got to
there's no
demonstrate that?
You have to
the
demonstrate
buzzword.
because you're providing something
Well,
very
Why?
big.
Why? Why? I don't have
Okay,
to
so
demonstrate how the sun works. I'm worried
Mr.
about the
Professor, do
ground,
you have
not
any
the sky.
credentials to verify your
Yeah.
profession?
Yes.
Hey, Mr.
Okay,
Hand,
look,
do you have any globe Earth models? Hold on a second. Do you hold on. Hand, do you have a globe Earth model that you could show us?
yeah, sure. So would you want me to explain like a model that shows us how the sunrise, how
No,
days?
I want you to present the
how does
globe Earth
season
model
work
that
in a
does
flat
this for
Earth?
you. Friend, I'm asking you to present your model. So
Yeah, I got you. Globe Earth model presenting seasons
No, all
and
things, everything
no,
on it.
we're gonna
Seasons,
talk about the
seas-
seasons
no,
because this is a
seasons.
big
I
one.
want
You
earthquakes
can't
too.
just be like nope
I
and
want
then
earthquakes
deny it.
and seasons. Seasons,
okay,
earthquakes,
good.
and lightning.
So you have no model of showing how the Earth works. You have
Actually,
no
Mr.
model of
Hand,
showing how these things work.
what you will
I
probably
don't think you
find.
presented
This
one
is a
either.
government disinformation
Yeah,
campaign
Mr.
that
Hand,
you're
that's
involved
great.
in.
What you'll probably find is you'll have different models to represent different things. So on your ball-tart Earth, you're going to have one model to show the sun. You're going to have another model to show the seasons.
You have no model. It's flat tard. It's basically.
I don't need a model.
No model. You can't demonstrate, and you ask.
He's already.
He doesn't want to
Hand,
listen.
you're spiraling. Okay, Hand. So you're spiraling. You figured out that you don't have a model that explains anything either, which is really upsetting for you. I get that. That's why the spiral and the swearing and the incessant. You don't have a model chant that you have. So if you could just provide the model that you have, and we'll even just do one, just show us the seasons. But I'm going to ask you questions about your model. The first thing I'm going to ask is, if the Earth is a sphere in this model, where did that value come from? Where was the measurement taken? So I'm going to take you off mute, and you tell me all about your model, okay? Present it.
Hold on.
Just
one
quickly
second.
wanted to,
I'll say an
point
example.
out one thing quickly. You can just go back on mute for just a second because I just wanted to debunk your footage that you thought was like because it's a camcorder it can't be a fisheye lens. Okay, so I just took a screenshot, posted it in the side chat showing that even the side of the door when he's looking out the window is completely curved.
Well, doesn't that video or image also debunk the globe? Because now he lives on a toilet paper roll. Isn't that about right?
Yeah, or a little teeny tiny globe. Must be teeny tiny to have that much curvature. Just looking out the window.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta take
Little
a phone call.
asteroid.
Teeny globe.
Little teeny tiny globe. Love it when they're trying to be nice, they're trying to be polite.
No,
But
I'm very
their
nice.
True colors come out.
Of course.
Life isn't black and white. There's lots of colors.
Why do you got to lie?
What did I lie about?
Anything.
You lied about being a professor, but you had no credentials, nothing.
Yeah, I profess triangles to people.
You believe gravity is fake, but how do you explain a bird falling after you
Go and
shoot
get
it?
your phone call.
He's shown us his credentials. If you have some personal incredulity about it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
Are you mad at me?
All right, that clown's gone. Do we unmute the other clown,
can
or
we
what?
go back
Or
to?
do we have anyone that wants to ask legitimate questions about the topic?
Yeah, can we go back to Andorras? You showed him bottom-up disappearance due to heat obstruction. So I just felt like we were on a good combo with him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You there,
I just
Andorras?
kind of moved on to eating dinner, so
I was hoping for your, did you get what DJ told you about sort of that image, that bottom-up disappearance due to heat distortion? You saw that, right?
yeah, I did get it. It's just, I mean, I feel like the horizon would just move based on refraction, so
Okay, so let's attack that really quick. So you think that refraction moves things that are relative to your position to make the Earth look flatter? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so wouldn't you agree then that it should move everything according to its relationship with the other thing in the distance? If the horizon is supposed to be before the oil rigs, then shouldn't it always be before the oil rigs, except everything looks a lot farther away and a little bit flatter? Or is refraction all of a sudden selecting the thing that it's going to move the position of, like the horizon? So the oil rigs stay in the same place, but the horizon moves around. You think that refraction is sentient and chooses what it's going to make look farther away or flatter?
Well, it seems like the oil rig went upwards as well.
No, there's a relationship between the oil rigs and the horizon. It didn't move up. That's the only thing that changed.
I don't know. Maybe if I like modeled it, I guess.
Well, okay, tell me how you would get the data for the model, because this is the thing I was asking before. Where did the data come from for this arbitrary sliding scale on some of the Earth curve calculators, where the only thing that moves is the horizon, but everything stays the same? How come the refraction is just moving the horizon?
Well, it's not just moving the horizon. I mean, it seems to also be moving the rigs. Like the rigs are going up and down, or they're being less.
Do you know how that slider works? Do you know what it like? Do you know how it works? Do you know what it's about?
No. If I scroll down
this
and
is
read
what
all
it
of the
does.
documentation.
Okay, so it's got a scale between 0 and 1. Okay, and when it's set to 0, that means there's no refraction and the radius value is correct. And that means that the horizon would be the exact distance that it should be on a globe, say 1.225 miles from a 1-foot observer height.
Right.
Then what it does, it just increases the radius of the globe. Okay, so firstly, it pre-assumes a globe Earth, which is just begging the question. And then what it does after that, it just increases the size of the globe to make the observation work on a globe. When you get it up to 1, that means that the globe is so big, there's so much refraction that the Earth would just look completely flat anyway. Now, when we punch in the numbers for most of the observations that we have to slide it all the way up to maximum to where there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat anyway. And all it is a reverse engineering calculator slider. So it's like, oh, okay, we want to make this observation that doesn't match the globe work on a globe. So they slide it up to this point and they say, oh, there was a refractive index, a K factor of a refraction coefficient of 0.6 on that day, with absolutely no data at all to support the claim. Surely you can see the flaw in logic behind that.
Yeah, but I'd have to look into what it's actually doing, I guess.
Yeah, so it says you can read up all about it on his webpage. Okay, and read about the refraction coefficient. It literally says on his webpage that when you slide it to 1, it means there's so much refraction that the Earth would look flat.
And you can see your own asshole, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
something for you to look into. That's all.
I think maybe the point is like if you. I mean, I'm not saying that in all cases the refractive index is 1, but like hypothetically, if the light was bending enough to literally bend around the surface of the Earth, then it would be functionally identical to just looking across a flat surface.
Yeah. So the meteorological conditions that would have to be present for that to happen are literally impossible.
I mean, even in this case, I don't think you need that much. Like if I slide it to 0.99, like it doesn't even let you go to 1. If you go to like 0.9999 whatever, max, the horizon at like 1 foot goes to 122 miles, and does the horizon have to be at 122 miles for that image?
What? What image are you talking about?
The one with the 2 oil rigs.
That horizon there, we have actually, because it's not physical. Remember, we've already debunked the physicality of the horizon. there's no way to know the distance of it. That's the beauty of your little slider. It's an ad hoc rescuing device where they just say, we will give you an opportunity, since the Earth is indeed flat, but you want to believe it's a globe, to arbitrarily change the size of the globe so it matches your observation. There is no data supporting the value for the refraction. There's no one that has ever determined this. So it is only arbitrary, unless you can provide the data and the experiments and the testing to get the data to put into that value.
Right. I just mean, like, I was just told that you usually have to push it to 1 to make it match reality, and I was just saying
You
that
have
in
to
this
max
case,
it out. You
1
have to
seems
push
be
it up over like 98, over 98, 0.98 fraction coefficient. And then look, if you could go onto any AI or anything like that and ask it like what type of conditions would be present if we had a refraction coefficient of 0.98 or 0.99, and it will tell you that. That's crazy. Like, that would be so rare. It's never been measured for that to even happen in reality. And you would see crazy distortion. You would see flipped images. You would see extreme Fata Morgana miraging. Like, it would be absolute chaos, right? Standard refraction, according to that calculator, is 0.13 to 0.17. Okay, that's like a 16% increase in the distance to the horizon, a 16% increase in the radius value of the Earth. Okay, you can't get conditions where it's like we're seeing over 1,000%. That Black Swan picture that Seizu posted, the first one, that's over 1,000% further.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not possible. And try to find us one observation that matches up with the globe where they actually accounted for refraction. It's not even possible to do that. It's not possible to measure exactly what's going on with the refractive index.
This is a little bit of lore to this too. As this photo was used by people on the globe side originally. A character called tip they have here says who, that he came out with this and said this is a demonstration, an observation demonstration of a new type of refraction called super looming, that where you could see the curve of the Earth loomed up, over, and around the physical curve of the Earth. Like you could see behind walls, around walls. And then they asked him, they're like, okay, Rumpus, what's the absolute limit? What's the absolutely, what is the absolute limit you could see on a Baltard? He said, on a Baltard, with enough super looming, you could see the back of your head. There's no limit. And they said, this makes your globe unfalsifiable. He's like, yeah, the globe is unfalsifiable. So that would make it what? Is it something's unfalsifiable? Is that science? Or is that just dogma?
I want to ask you one question. Why is that flat and the sun is a globe, also the moon is a globe, and all the planets? Why that?
Yeah,
did you direct that at somebody or just the room in general?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if someone muted that guy.
No, he's Volman.
Oh, that's Volmir?
Yeah, Volmir.
Yeah. Hold on, just a second, Volmir. We'll get to that question in just a second. So, and Doris, I want you to just have a look at this picture in the side chat that I'm about to post. 1 second. Would you say that this is less refraction or more refraction on this particular day at the same location?
Let me see.
I mean, yeah, based on the cutting and stuff, I guess it'd be more refraction.
Right.
Well, not, compared to the normal condition, I wouldn't say it's more refraction than the original one you posted, though.
You wouldn't say it's more refraction than the original one we posted. Are you sure about that?
I mean, if you look at I think the original one had more, like, way more bent. The cranes look like way more bent in that one.
All right, so let's just post it side by side again. Okay, we have footage of this, without any bendy cranes as well. By the way, on different days, there's just a bit of a band of pressure happening at that height. It seems to happen quite often at this location. You have like a band of like of cool air or something like that. But we've got other days where there's none at all. So look, so here's the video from the other one. So it's just uploading now. So you think that these have equal amount of distortion?
Could I just grab the other image you posted so I can like? Let me see.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it here. I'll just post it.
Yeah, like if I look at how squashed the crane looks in that one, it's a lot more squashed than bent than the new one you posted. So
well, this is from a slightly different angle on the beach, and you can see the crane's not even attached to the thing, right? It's actually extends right up into the air, and you can see another crane above it. Like this, obviously, this is called like a Fata Morgana that's happening here. This is crazy, extreme superior miraging that's taking place. You can see a little bit of distortion in the original one there. So just a second, I just want to post a nice clear one. Like this is a different day where he went there first thing in the morning. And look how clear it is, and look how far we can see. So when it's clearer, usually we can see further. I don't know how people could disagree with that. All right, check this one out. Right, it's extremely clear. We can even see the lights reflecting off the water at the bottom of the platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the horizon should be at 3.4 miles, but we can see it way beyond the 10-mile mark.
I mean, do I know what the observer's height is in that?
Yeah, it's 8 foot.
And they like standing on a little paved road section. That seems.
He's standing on the beach. There's like a little railing thing that's actually on the beach. I have a GIF here of that, and it shows exactly where he's standing. And in the video, he shows his altimeter reading on his phone as well.
And it would be nice to see it for myself, I guess.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. The horizon.
It's 100% an ad hoc explanation, but I mean, like, it's not like I could just say, oh, he was probably a little bit higher, you know, and I don't really have any way of proving or disproving that right now.
Yeah, that's why I'll post you a video of the entire process, and then if you want to, you can go to that location and do it yourself. You can get a ticket, you can take your girlfriend, you can spend a day at the beach, and you can take these measurements or observations, and you can do it yourself.
Definitely.
Yes, so you know how high you would have to be to have a horizon at that distance? You would have to be, well, the horizon's way beyond the 10-mile platform. So just to have a horizon at 10 miles, you would have to be just under 70 feet high. Okay, this guy's standing, and he pans the camera around while he's standing on the little railing at the beach. It's just 8 foot. Even if you said it was 10 foot or 12 foot, 15 foot or 20 foot or 50 foot, still doesn't work on a globe, even though it's clearly around 8 foot. And he shows his phone that shows the elevation. And that's the case for every single observation that we go out and make. Even that one that Alminator posted, we could just use that one to argue against the globe. Right? That one's 500% further. And
I'll look at the video in a sec.
yeah.
Hello, guys. Anyone talking?
Hello. Yes. So did the other guy? Apologies. Did you want to re-ask your question again?
Yes. Why is only Earth that's flat, and all the planets, and including the sun, is a sphere?
Okay. Well, the Earth is not like those things. They're something other than what the Earth is. The Earth has no characteristics of what those things are. We're not claiming the Earth is a flat disk planet in space.
So what is it is? What exactly?
Well, let me ask you a question. Why is the floor not like the chandelier?
Not like what? I just don't.
Okay, why is the floor not like a light bulb?
So because it's flat, right? I mean,
No, well,
usually,
they're two different things, right?
yes, yes.
Yeah, so floors serve their purpose as being flat and a place to hold us, or a place for us to walk on and walk around in our home. The light bulb is supposed to give the light. They're two different things. They have two different designs and shapes.
But and about the moon and the other planets.
Well, see, you're operating from a position where you think that Earth is another planet like the planets that you see, but that word other is the big problem. The Earth is not a planet. Planet means wandering stars. So all of the things in the sky are designed or shaped or whatever the way that they are for a purpose, I suppose. The Earth is the Earth. It's completely different. You are confused. So you believe in a globe Earth and an outer space and a sun and the stars being millions of light years away and so on and so forth. And so you're kind of not aware that cognitively you are still in that paradigm, and now you're trying to ask, why is the Earth not like it's supposed to be in that paradigm or in that idea? Well, that entire idea has been falsified if the Earth is flat. I know I
Okay,
used
but
a lot of words
how
that maybe you don't know, but
yes, I understand everything you said, but I mean,
okay.
you just say that Earth is not a planet; it's another thing. That's it, right?
Yes.
So
And the sky is the sky, and it's not outer space. And all of these lights in the sky are not millions and billions of light years away.
oh, but why, if you point a laser at the sky, if you mean that, why we cannot point like, I mean, that geo that is around the Earth? You said that the stars are not a mile away, right? So why we can't just put a laser on the stars like that if they are too close?
Okay. If anybody else picked up what he said, you can reply. I didn't quite understand you, sir. A laser
Like
into
you said,
the
why
sky?
can't you put a laser onto the moon if it's so close and see the laser beam on the moon or something like that?
Yes.
Oh, I make no claims. None of us can make any claim or have knowledge as to the construction or the distance or anything about the moon. I mean, we see a light in the sky. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is the physical thing that you see. I know that's hard to understand at this point, but if you could reflect a laser off the moon and you could see it with the naked eye or even some kind of telescope, that would be fascinating. But we don't, I mean, even if 250,000 miles away, you're not going to get any laser that we have to make it that far. So even if it was what they claim it to be, a sphere that is orbiting another sphere at about 250,000 miles away, you're not going to touch it with a laser.
Yes, but you said that all the other stars, right, are not too far, are not too far from the planet.
All I can tell you is that
they are probably.
So the distances that we were given for the luminaries, for the stars and the sun and the moon and all of that stuff, number one, all of that is predicated. It means it's based on the Earth being a sphere. Well, since the sphere has been debunked, in fact, it was never proven in the first place, it was only a concept, only an idea, then all of those distances are now up for debate. What the stars are, how far away they are, the moon, the sun, all of that stuff is unknown.
Unverifiable.
Unverifiable, yeah.
Understood. That's okay, all good.
Did you know that the word planet, the original meaning for the word planet just meant wandering star? We've
No, I
changed
didn't
the
know.
Yeah, we've changed the definition of what a planet is. A planet is just simply a wandering star, a light in the sky. That's the original meaning for it.
Okay.
The idea that planets are balls of rock in a vacuum, you know, it's not only fantasy, it's impossible. It's not. You couldn't have a vacuum in the sky. And the lights in the sky, they're unverifiable. That's all they are, lights in the sky, and that's all we can verify. Now, when it comes to the ground, it's not curving and it's not rotating. So it would be logical to use your senses and be able to see through the deception that is the globe. The globe is a deception. It's a mind virus. You have to believe it's a belief system. It's a cult, but there's no evidence for any of it. No direct evidence.
So is the topic over, guys? I have a
Yeah.
question.
No, it's not over, bro. There's no debate though, because we've already confirmed the Earth's not a globe. It's just a matter
Yeah,
of getting the information to people now.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, we can talk about there's no globe if that's what you meant. Yeah, that's part's over.
No, I mean someone was talking before that, so I didn't want to interrupt their kind of what they were talking about. It's actually good that there are so many of you here now, like active. I wanted to ask about like satellites. Like, do you see them? Like, do you see the moving kind of parts in the sky?
You sometimes you could see a little light in the sky. That's about it. You're not going to be able to confirm what you're looking at, what height it's at, or anything like that. I mean, if you go to Google and you type in photograph of a satellite in space, you just get pages and pages and pages of cartoons of satellites in space. The only footage that we really have of an actual satellite at high altitude is always attached to a balloon.
No, just a visual, like seeing. You don't see it with your eyes. You see the dot. It's kind of very bright. I would say it's brighter than maybe 90% of the stars.
Yeah, you see a little dot moving across the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, how are you going to confirm what you're looking at, really, at the end of the day?
Well, you can say it's not a plane. It's like it's not flickering like a plane. It's not like
How do you know what planets are supposed to flicker like?
Not plane.
Plane. How do you know what they're supposed to flicker like?
They flicker with.
No, is that about an airplane?
Airplane. With the red.
Yeah, people were reporting these little lights going across the sky before satellites were even invented. They're called transients. That's something that people legitimately used to report happening. Transients in the sky, but that's just some random information I'm telling you. The thing is, we're not denying that satellites exist at all. We're just saying that there's no satellites orbiting around a globe because there's no globe for that to happen with. So when you see a little light in the sky, yeah, you can't validate it. If I said pick a satellite right now and validate any satellite, like you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to validate that it's in the vacuum of space orbiting around a globe. You're just going to have to trust them. You're going to have to trust some app that says it's tracking some particular satellite or something like that. It's all faith-based.
But did you ever see like ISS? It's like very bright when it flies right above you.
Yeah. So what height is it at? And how fast is it going?
400 kilometers, I think.
How do you know that?
Well, I just googled it, so
yeah, you just have to believe the story that goes behind that light that you can see in the sky that they told you. Is you know, and a space station. I mean, there's so much footage where they've been caught faking footage on the space station, using green screens and harnesses and getting tangled in their harnesses and dropping things when it's not supposed to drop to the ground, and using hairspray and using CGI and augmented reality. Like there's 6-hour compilations of ISS fuck ups, basically.
Yeah, ISS, NASA have got more blooper reels than a Jim Carrey movie, dude. There is so much
Wait, so
footage
there is
of
no
them messing up.
IS test. Is it there or not? You think?
Not what we're being told about it.
No. I'll just say straight up, no. How's that? Some people like to give you guys the benefit of doubt and say it's floating up there on a balloon and all this other crap. There ain't nothing up there with people in it floating around for years at a time.
Have you seen pictures of like photographers catching a moment when ISS passes?
No, just
like
one.
in front of
Only seen one picture.
in front of the
Yeah,
moon.
there's like one or two out
Only
there.
one. Only one. Yeah, I've only seen one.
I've seen dozens. Like when
Oh, you have? Because I've only seen one.
in front of the moon, so you like see the like not the
Oh,
shadow,
yeah.
because it's technically not a shadow. It's like how you call it. So it's like when you have a sunset, so trees
Silhouette.
become like a silhouette. Yeah.
Yeah. So look, it still doesn't really match up with what they're telling us about the distance of it, because we also have footage of planes being silhouetted when they go past the sun or the moon, and they look roughly the same size, tiny little bit bigger than what the ISS looks like when it does it. Now the ISS is only around the same size as a giant jumbo jet, tiny little bit bigger than a giant jumbo jet. Now a giant jumbo jet only flies at about 6 miles height. Okay, and it's so small that you can barely see a jumbo jet when it's at 6 miles height.
Let me.
But there are definitely no balloons there, no silhouettes of balloons.
Well, if you have I'm not claiming it's a balloon or anything like that. We don't know what height it's at. It could be much, much closer than what we're being told. We have no idea what we're looking at. We can't confirm it. Okay, what we can do is we can continuously measure that there's no curvature. So whatever the light is, it's doing it above a flat surface. But you're going to have to choose whether you want to believe the story or not. That's it. Okay, and if there was a balloon, last thing, sorry, Roots. They have these balloons that are almost impossible to see, and the angular size of the balloon would be so small you're not going to be able to see it anyway at that height. Okay, all you're seeing is a light. You're not seeing the actual thing. You're just seeing a light.
Yeah, bang on. And just for the record, we're not telling you that all satellites are balloons. There could be lots of different technology, high altitude platforms, airships. There's all sorts of technology that can be up in the sky for a long time. So just because there's a system, a satellite system, which isn't used for very much, but that's irrelevant. Just because there's a satellite system doesn't mean that space exists and that anything we're seeing in the sky is in a vacuum in the sky. Like, just because there's a satellite system doesn't mean that the globe is real.
But you guys,
they could.
For satellites, you're making so many different assumptions, like about balloons, about light, about everything. And I remember yesterday.
No, you're making an assumption that they fly around a ball in a vacuum, and we've already debunked that.
So yesterday, I think the DJ, you said that spherical round Earth takes more assumptions about stars, sun, rotation, and that kind of stuff. But in terms of satellites, there is only like one thing, and it explains everything if Earth is round. But for flat Earth, it's like you need
Yeah,
to
so
make.
you don't have any
under-
evidence of the one thing that you're claiming, but you don't realize that we're not making assumptions about satellite balloons. Okay, we have tons of footage of satellite balloons. I can show you satellite balloons orbiting, being silhouetted by the moon as well. We can show you them being launched, right? The stratospheric balloons. Have a look in the side chat. Here's all sorts of
But
things
is
that.
there like a fast-moving balloon? Because
Well, how fast? How fast is the ISS going?
I mean, if you measure the like angular momentum, not angular momentum.
You can't measure shit. You don't know how high it is. You don't know how big that light is. Thing could be 2 miles above your head for all you know.
Right.
Yeah, we're not making any assumptions. Satellite balloons exist. The only satellites that crash to Earth always have balloons attached to them. Okay, we can show you footage right now of satellites being launched. Satellites right up in the sky. NASA's first satellites were literally balloons, Echo 1, Echo 2. They were up there for many, many, many years.
About the height, you can measure that with like parallax if you observe it from two different object points, and if it's close, like you claiming, you like assuming it's close, but if it's close, it's
No.
You can't do that.
What?
You can't measure it with parallax.
You can't make up stories and say parallax. Now we know something. You're
Okay.
making that up. You can't do it that way. You understand,
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
You can't
I
use that
understand.
now. Okay, now you can't use that. Okay, good.
You say it's close, but
No, we're saying we
go
can't
back.
tell the distance. We're saying we can't tell. We just see a little light go across the sky. We can't even tell what it is
Okay,
specifically.
so what we can possibly do maybe is at the same time from different locations, which we know like distance between them, and we look at the moving, for example, ISS, yeah, and we measure the angle comparing, for example, to the direction of your compass to the north, for example, and so you have two different angles, and then you can maybe work out it from there.
No, you maybe can't. If you look into it, you want to do that. If you want to dig
Especially
into
for
that,
cloud.
you definitely can't do that. Okay, you
All
don't
right, so
know the
let's
height
try
of it.
something.
You don't know the size of it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Let's
you don't
try
know the height.
something.
You don't know the size. That's the end. You can't do shit with it.
No, why do you need to know size? You only need so what we're trying to find is distance to it, not
Yeah, how are you going to
Okay.
know the distance if you don't know the size of it or how fast it's moving or anything about it?
that,
Or how
that's
far
what
away it
I
is?
asked. Parallax, like relative to, for example, its background.
No. Stop just saying that. You sound ill-equipped for this conversation.
So let's try something, right? You're talking about angles and size and parallax and all that stuff. Let's start with a very simple thing called angular size. So is my image in the side chat there at 12 minutes after the hour?
Wait, hold on a second. Your microphone is too loud. I'll make it a little bit quieter.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Image in the. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so you see the ISS, and it's relatively close to the size of a commercial airline jet, right? Hello?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
That's
So
okay.
So the commercial airline jet in that image is roughly 6 to 7 miles away. Let's even say 8. It's 8 miles away and it has a certain angular. Most of us can see commercial jets at altitude between 35 and 44,000 miles away from us, feet, which is 7 miles. The ISS is supposed to be 250 miles away. Can you give me the angular size that the ISS would have to be at 250 miles?
No, I guess no. Wait, no.
Well, you could, but it would be extremely tiny. Not something that you're going to get a silhouette of, right, with the moon behind it. Very small, probably close to the limit of any optic to necessarily, resolve. But not with a regular camera, not with that focal length. We're talking about tenths of degrees, if not hundredths of degrees in angular size.
What if it's not an ISS picture? I mean silhouette, because
Dude, that's what that is an ISS photograph that someone has purported to take.
But
okay, I mean,
if you
what else do you
remember
think that might be? What is that then?
Every picture that is compilated on the internet, like there are so many like fakes and
Okay,
Photoshop.
right. So we're not going to use any photographs of anything to verify anything. Is that right? Now you're throwing out all photographs because that ruins all of your photographs as well.
I would at least try to find, like, to make sure it is actually ISS, because ISS is actually big. That's what they say. But comparing to small satellites,
There's
like
no blueprints for it, though. How come I can't find blueprints for it?
there are pictures of like
Prints, assembly, engineering prints. Why can't I find
yeah.
prints for it? What if I want to build a craft that attaches to it? How do I get the prints?
Just Google the prints if they're available online. They
Oh my God!
They're not.
That's how you do things. You just Google it. Is that how your life works, dude?
No, I'm saying you can Google
No, I
pictures
can't.
of
We tried.
ready
Oh, a
assembled.
picture. Oh, a picture is going to give me the dimensions.
Yeah, I'm
Is that
sorry.
what you're telling me?
I haven't finished. I'm saying that if you Google a picture of a already built satellite, it's on the ground. It's built by NASA. Okay, but it's like a it's kind of prototype, and it's like size of it.
Marian, you're being disrespectful, man. I don't want to hear about your hypotheticals about where it could be or what it looks like or all that stuff. Okay, you're giving us excuses that you don't even know if the excuse that you're looking for exists. We're telling you that there are no blueprints for this machine. We're also telling you that we have no footage of this being assembled in outer space. Do you have any idea how hard it is to put things together in a vacuum as they're moving at 17,500 miles per hour?
That's why I asked. I didn't claim. I didn't debate about it. I came here to what you're saying.
Let's not use hypothetical excuses for the things that you think could be the case. Okay, I want evidence, or you can just go, yeah, that's a bummer. The angular size of the ISS should be pretty freaking small. I really shouldn't be able to see it, although even at night, I shouldn't be able to see it at all. Why? Because the Earth is blocking out any light that it's going to hit the ISS, ricochet off of it, and end up in my eyeball. So you wouldn't be seeing any satellites at night unless they're illuminated with a very, very, very large light. So anything that you think you're seeing at night, as far as satellites are concerned, are not satellites.
Yeah, that really is a killer point. And look, we have Don Pettit, Don Pettit doing an interview in a mock-up ISS in the side chat there. Interesting.
Wait, I just really thought about it.
But if it's a mock-up ISS, why does it need the footholds? Because you're not going to be able to float in there if it's on the ground.
Wait, guys, it's not loading for me. Oh yeah, one of them loaded.
The one I posted at 18 minutes after the hour.
Can one of you Globers explain that to me? Why the blue things on the floor that hold your feet in place are in this mock-up place where you couldn't stand on those in there because you're not floating around? Why would you need that? That's a trip hazard. You don't want a trip hazard.
Great point.
It's like NASA forgot about safety when they put all this shit together. You know, our nut wires have to be so perfect on every job that our guys go around and inspect them, make sure they're absolutely in place, not anything hanging, because you got a wire that's wiggling around a little bit, it's going to break eventually. But in the ISS, it looks like some bad network room.
Okay. Do you believe, in the other
Nope.
land? What?
No.
You didn't let me
Belief
finish.
requires right, but you said a key word right there, right at the very beginning. Do you believe? No, there is really no reason to believe anything unless
You
you
don't believe
know
in
it.
anything?
No, I believe in I believe in like I told you, I have a theology that I kind of follow.
Okay,
But as
so I'm
far as
asking if you believe.
okay, very good. Sorry about that. I very much cut you off, and that was rude of me.
Okay. Do you believe, do you believe in the possibility that on those land masses that wouldn't be documented, that there would be people living on them?
Man, it's a big old question, and the answer to that question would be honestly. I'm not trying to be a douche or nothing. Yes, there could be, but I cannot prove it. So I would think that it'd be a Hollywood production. If they showed it to me, it'd be like Jurassic Park or something. I'd be like, whoa, that made a lot of sense. Maybe I should believe that. There's no proof
Do you
for it.
believe? Do you believe that Australia exists?
Oh, of course. I know
Wow,
people.
here we go. Here we go. It's
I know
almost
people.
time for you to take a triangle test if you don't think Australia believes, Glober.
Is Timbo down there? I think I see him. Timbo, are you from Australia? No, I know people from Australia. I know it
Why do
exists.
Globers all
Timbo
of a
is from
sudden think
Australia.
Australia doesn't exist?
Hold
What happened to
hold
these
the fuck
Globers?
up. Hold on a minute.
technically isn't
Yesterday, the
from Australia.
Globers
Sorry.
understood Australia was real. When they come in here, they think it's fake now.
I'm asking what you believe. I'm having a conversation. I don't know what you're implying, buddy, but can you relax?
Do you believe
Jeez.
Finland exists?
Australia isn't
Well,
a
I mean,
belief
yeah, no,
system, goofy. Australia is not a belief system. You don't go to church.
right. It's not about believing if Australia is
It's
there. I
not.
know people from Australia.
Why are you arguing about belief? I'm asking if you believe Australia exists as a flat earther, right? Like, what is your
Because
little
one
doctrine say
definition of the
about
word
it?
belief is acceptance
No,
without
wait.
evidence.
No, you keep
That's
on
not
saying
what.
believe,
That's not what flat
believe.
Earth is
Believe
about.
requires. Yeah, no, believe
Right.
is not
So,
what
do
we
you
do.
believe the Earth is flat?
No.
No.
No, it's measured that way.
There's no requirement for
Why are
belief.
you so defensive? My goodness.
Just
No,
understand the
that's what
words,
we're
dude.
saying.
I'm asking you polite questions, and I'm getting yelled at
Just
and called
understand the
slurs.
words.
No, that's
There's
what we're saying.
no.
We don't believe
What
it.
is he
We don't
talking?
believe that the Earth is flat. We don't believe the Earth is flat. I mean, that
No one's
requires
yelling, by the way.
religion.
No.
That
There's no
requires.
People did come in
requirement
and
for
raise their
belief.
voice, and they did yell. That's not, I
Steve,
don't have to
there's-
I
believe that
mean,
because
that's
that
what we're trying to
happened.
tell you. That's what we're trying to tell you. We don't believe it. We know that the Earth is flat. We know it is. We've done the measurements. We've done all the stuff that you guys, most of the globe earthers, haven't done.
So, okay,
Yeah.
you just have an aversion to the word belief. I see that, right? You know that the Earth is flat. You don't
I
believe
mean,
it.
no, we can
It's not
prove
an
it.
aversion. It's just using it correctly.
There's actual evidence that shows that the Earth is flat and that your globe has died.
I'm sure there is.
Maybe he only believes he has parents. Maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe it's just a belief system for him. He goes in the closet and prays for parents.
See, that's the guy I'm talking about. That's being defensive.
No, it's
No, that's
pointing
the
out the
same thing,
difference
like-
between knowledge and belief. So I
No,
pointed out
see, the
earlier
way he's
some
wording it,
definitions
he's
of the
talking down
word
to me,
belief.
right?
My God. Some definitions of the word belief is acceptance without evidence. We're talking about things that you can know, which requires no belief. Like was pointed out the analogy of your parents.
Right, or
Okay.
your birthday. Or your birthday.
Right. So you're throwing the word belief, like, because requirement, like you have a problem with the word belief. So you know the world, the Earth is flat, right? I'm sure not all flat Earthers agree on every single thing, right? Because there are flat Earthers that are out there that believe
I mean, you'll
Australia
get
doesn't
people
exist, right?
speculating. Yeah, you'll get
Right.
flat earthers
Yeah,
who
but you
know
get
that
people
the Earth is
speculating that,
measured
right?
flat, and you get them speculating about ice walls and other lands.
Right.
Right. So that's what I'm asking about.
Right,
So when I ask if
things
you
which
believe,
things which
you believe it.
determination of the Earth's. Hey, one sec, bro. Things that such as that are not related to us determining whether the Earth is flat or not.
Right.
Right. I just want to make that clear.
Right, which we believe that we've proven. No, we don't believe stuff. We see it, we measure it, we tell you that, man, that didn't make sense. We come back and say, hey, we measured the Earth and it didn't equate. That's not a belief. We actually did that. So we aren't believing nothing. But the thing about it is, do you believe that there's an ice wall? Do you believe that there's a firmament or a dome over us? Or do you believe that there's containment here? Of course, yes,
Outer
we do
lands.
believe that
If
there's
I'm going
containment.
to ask a question and
No other
inquire
than
about,
no, we talking
if I'm going
like
to
a
ask
lot
you a
of other.
question and inquire about what you think or know, right?
It's not as a flat earther, bro. Listen, some of the things that flat earthers might speculate about are not exclusive to the Earth being a sphere or flat, right? So they're they're just ideas, right? So, because I could easily just as easily say all globers don't believe in the moon landing because some globers don't believe in it. So
Right,
don't
but that doesn't make
stereotype,
them flat
please.
earthers.
It's not
I'm not
like
stereotyping.
you're not asking flat earthers what they believe about this and that. You're asking them how they know that the Earth is flat. That's what you should be asking flat earthers, because it's nothing else to do with anything.
Right, T-Dub, you nailed it there because there
That
are
doesn't make sense to me.
globers.
So, it doesn't make sense for me to word it when I'm asking you a question about something that I don't know, to ask whether or not you know that it is this or this.
I'm
Right?
just letting you know.
When,
Okay,
just
go
like
ahead
you
and
just
ask
said,
another
to
question, and I'll
speculate.
tell you whether that is related to our reasoning for the Earth being flat or not. And then we can just move
Right.
away from that if it's not.
Well, okay,
He
I
described
understand.
it
I
perfectly.
understand.
He described it
Okay.
perfectly. So a lot of globe earthers that think that we're living on a spinning ball shooting through outer space or a globe, they don't believe that we landed on the moon. That doesn't make them a flat earther. That just thinks that we didn't land on the moon, right? Because
Yeah,
of
and
all
I'm
the
asking what you specifically, as a flat earther, believe, because some flat earthers would believe that, right? But you're saying it has nothing to do with flat Earth?
well, I mean,
Should we
I
ask
have
each other
my
what we had
beliefs.
for dinner as well?
Right.
What's that?
I have my beliefs. I mean, everybody has different beliefs. Like if I asked somebody in India what they believed and is it different from what I believe, I'm sure I'll get a different answer. I mean, I have my beliefs. However, I have some knowledge too, some wisdom, some actual evidence that the earth is not a spinning ball shooting through outer space. I have evidence that says that. So that's what I know. If you want to know what I know, I can tell you what I know. But if you want to know my beliefs, we can go into a different channel and I can
Okay,
tell you.
what
Oh, I
would
can
you
tell you
say?
all my beliefs.
What would you say about the flat earthers that say that they know that Australia
We
doesn't
don't give a shit about flat earthers.
There
Right,
aren't
no,
anyone. There aren't any. There
This
aren't
guy's
any.
yelling.
There aren't any,
no.
bro. I'm letting you know there aren't any.
He's trying to make a point by
Okay,
raising his voice, but yeah, there aren't any. That's
okay, first of
true.
all, the guy that's raising his voice, why are you raising your
No,
voice? Why are you so defensive?
he's a
Because
buddy.
you don't
He's just
understand English.
No,
he
I do understand
knows.
English.
Oh my
What?
god, bro. What if you got conscripted? Jeez
What if I
Christ.
got conscripted? I've come here to ask. I asked a simple question, and you're all yelling at
All right.
me.
So we
So
just go
so
for
do
the
you
quick fire.
no, what we
Ask
want
Why
to
are
know
you tone policing?
the thing
You
that
don't
we
need
want
to
to know
tone
Because
here is
Oh, he's talking
because
again.
because I'm not going to engage with people that are going to yell when I ask a simple, respectful question. If I'm going to ask you a respectful question, treat
I
me
already
with
told you
mutual
about
respect.
Australia 5
You're
minutes
just
ago. I
trolling.
told you about Australia
I'm not
already, and then you
trolling.
brought
I'm
it
not
up again.
trolling. I wasn't in the call then. I joined now. This is my first interaction with flat earthers ever, by the way. So
Really?
thank you for your
Really?
rude introduction.
No,
Right, I don't know
really.
why
This
you're
is the first
defensive and
time you've
yelling.
ever this is the first time you've ever encountered any true flat earthers?
Yes,
I mean,
yes, ever, actually. So me coming
Then
and
where'd you
asking
get all the
stupid questions
stories from?
and being berated for it is rude because I showed you mutual respect. Do you know what mutual respect is?
It won't work
yeah,
in
I
here.
don't
We want to know. We want to
Your
know. And
gaslighting's not going to work here.
I'm not gaslighting anybody.
The only
So
thing that
you've
we
come
want
across,
to know
I'll type friends. So you've come across a lot of information on the internet about flat earthers, but this is your first time actually speaking to flat earthers, right?
Yes, 100%.
Get you. So you're coming in with a lot of misconceptions, and the guys are jumping up and down because they want to solve these misconceptions for you. But ultimately, mate, welcome to the channel. It's good to have you. Please do feel free to ask your questions. We'll try to ask them as best as we can.
Right.
However,
that's all I've come to do is ask questions to find out what you know, man. If you
No
don't like the
problem.
word
So
belief.
what's your question, mate?
So for the most part,
the question, the first one, the Australia one, right? Like that was my
Australia
first
is,
question.
Kay, please, for a moment, let the guy speak. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
So
Yep.
the
Sorry,
Australia
buddy.
one. Right. So as far as I know, this was some weird claim that started coming along in around 2015 and 16, kind of attached to the flat earth, saying that Australia was some kind of psyop or something. I don't know, sounded bloody ridiculous. But yeah, no real flat earther says that Australia doesn't exist. There are flat earthers in this call at the moment that are actually from Australia, and they'll definitely tell you in the background of didgeridoos and fucking kangaroos fighting that Australia definitely does exist. So there's a lot of shit on the internet, dude. You might have come to the right place.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. That's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to understand what yous as this group of flat earthers believe. Oh no, right? Okay. That's a simple question. I don't know why everyone had to call me a glober and like call me a troll.
you're a globe earther.
And yell. I'd say I am. Yeah, 100%. But like you're using it in
I
a.
was trying to help you out. I was trying to let you know, like, what we're about. That it's not what you've seen on TikTok or anywhere else. Like, it's not all about ice walls and outer lands and domes and stuff like that. Right? Like,
we all started. We all started as a glober.
and Special K was trying to point that out to you as well. Like that, we're just here to talk about what we can actually go out into reality and verify for ourselves regarding what is claimed and presented to us from birth about our reality. That we live on a big spinning ball inside a solar system, inside a never-expanding void, right, of a vacuum of space, right? While we don't experience any of that, we don't. We just don't. You go outside, you don't experience that. It's quite contrary to your natural experience of everyday reality. Right. So then we go out and we look at the surface of water, large bodies of water, and we realize that it's not curving at any particular rate, which means it's just flat, which means it can't be what they're trying to tell us. They, as in academia, media, right? Just all this idea that you're on a big spinning ball in outer space, it can't be true. And that's what we're all about. We're not about presenting you an alternative cosmology where we explain how the sun and the moon work and why the stars doing what they do, or seasons necessarily, or any of the other things that the globe claims to have knowledge of, right? And is reliant upon the Earth being a big spinning ball in outer space. We're not here to replace you. We're just here to share the information that we have that tells us that empirically and objectively that it's not a spinning ball.
Okay, understandable. I respect that answer.
Right.
I'd say I have a lot of misconceptions, and like I'm coming into talking. I want to talk to people that believe these things, right? Oh, know these things. The word like I'm going to struggle with that. Sorry, but
that's all right.
Obviously, I have a lot of misconceptions, and I want to talk to the people that know these things, right? So, and like understand why it's like that, and like what you think and what you attribute as scientific evidence and so on, right? So like, why? So is the basis of like flat Earth being the fact that you can't see curvature and like how it's measured, right?
Kind of,
so,
yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're on the right track. But yeah, no, we've all been there before. And here's the deal: like, you want to say that you want to understand it or whatever.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard. You have a globe, and they tell you how big it is and how wide it should be, and we went out there and tested it, and it's not that. So then everything else, whether it's the size of the sun or how far away the sun is or the moon and the landing on the moon or anything else, any of the pictures they show you from NASA or anything else, we went out and measured your claim and said that it wasn't real. Your claim sucked. I mean,
It's not
by
his
a little
claim,
bit.
dude.
Not by a little bit. The claim of the globe sucked. And so here we
Okay.
are. We have no claims about anything else. We have claims that your globe sucked.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions, mate?
Do you what's your thoughts when it comes to well, he was talking about photos from space and so on, right? That kind of show the globe as a round object. Do you think that is all faked or something? Do you think it's doctored or what?
Okay. So we can go into the individual pieces of evidence that show the Earth to be a sphere in some kind of image, and we can look how the image was constructed. It's never really a photograph. Someone's taken a click image. But ultimately, it comes down to this. We've got to verify that image to be true, right? They showed that the surface of the Earth is curved. That means that we should measure that curvature over distance, especially over a distance of water, right? Where, according to the story, gravity pulls everything in towards the center of mass, so the water will be curved upon its surface. When we go to measure that, we don't measure that claim in the picture that, say, NASA give us. So to verify that image, we should have to measure the Earth to test the claim to see if it is curving or not. Being as we don't measure any curvature, that picture that we've got from whoever can't be true.
I get what you're saying. Okay. Right. I understand that. I understand the logic. Okay.
The logic's pretty simple, dude. If we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and water is observed, measured, and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth is horizontal. Horizontal is contradictory to curved. So the Earth can't be a curved surface like a sphere.
Okay.
Right. So if you can grasp that or accept that without any religious or anything else, you can say that yep, no, they've proved it to me that that's true, then everything else falls apart. Like the solar system, everything, because the globe has to be this certain size in order for everything to work that they've ever taught you about the globe. So if we've proven that your globe has flaws to a 999th percentile, you have no proof of a spinning ball Earth, then everything else falls apart as well. So talking about anything else other than these measurements that can be made by you and me together, we could go out and do it. Measure this stuff and say, oh, where's the curve? And so I would straight up welcome anybody after they've done that to the flat Earth. I mean, it's flat. It's measured flat and everything else. So every other question that you have after this one, after we've figured out that it's not spinning, that it's not curving, that anything else is irrelevant. You could say, well, what about space or the sun or the moon or the stars? No, we want to come back to this measurement. We've measured it and it's flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Are the sun flat as well? The moon flat as well?
Is the sun and the moon flat? Now, we can't tell you that because we can't go to the moon and measure it. We can
did.
stand on the Earth and we can
did
measure
go to the
between
moon.
point A and point B. You know, you want to talk for me? That's fine.
Who's crying in here?
We did go to the moon.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Belief. That's a
Belief's
belief.
broken again.
All right, I got him. Never mind.
Thank you.
Wait,
Yes, mate.
This flat Earth, like what are your thoughts on the moon landing?
Quite a lot of us will suggest that the moon landings didn't take place in the way that we're told, right? Because the moon is supposed to be in orbit around the Earth, being a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere, so already that story starts falling apart. We'd say that the moon landings kind of took place as to say, maybe add credence to the story of, look how far away we can go from the Earth, and when we turn around and look at it, it looks like a sphere. Back to that claim again of an image being a sphere, and we should be able to measure curvature, which we don't. So it looks like some kind of, on one hand, propaganda piece to add credence to the whole heliocentric solar system model, and two, some kind of technological flex by America, you know, to scare the rest of the world, because all look at the Americans are going to the moon now.
Right, yeah, understandable.
Hey man,
this might be a
he
weird
nailed
one.
it right there. He
Might be a
nailed
weird
it.
question. This I personally believe. Do you remember that Katy Perry thing where when they went to space? I think that's fake. I think that's fake as fuck.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if that has. Do you think people going into space like that is like fake, or do you think it's like let's say like the space station? Or
Right. Okay. So I don't think Katy Perry and was it Blue Origin or whatever it is went high enough to mathematically see the curvature of the Earth. And you got to be at least or beyond the International Space Station, and it didn't go that high. We just seem to think. I say we. The public just seem to think that because the Earth's a sphere, you go high up, you're going to start to see the curvature of the Earth at 100,000 feet just in the stratosphere. That's not mathematically true. It's just I don't know, mate. I don't think this happened in the way that we're told, right? It's not a curved surface that we're going above.
Right.
Could the Earth be could it be round, but it be way too big to be able to measure it being?
No,
we're too small.
No, because that's a contradiction. You would measure over distance a rate of change of slope, no matter how big the slope is, right?
Right.
Now, it's fortunate, right, because we're told the radius value of the Earth, 3,959 miles, diameter twice that, and circumference 24,000 miles. This also gives us a rate of change of slope, right, of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. It also gives us a geometric horizon for an observer at altitude at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Just to keep that relative to, that's when you go to the beach and you see the horizon and you're 6 foot. The distance to the horizon, if you're on a sphere, is just under 3 miles away. So the consequences of the claim of the radius give us an Earth we should definitely observe curvature on, and we should definitely measure a rate of change of slope. Because over 10 miles at 66 foot of descent from horizontal, that's crazy.
Okay.
And that's what you always come back to. That right there. Whether you think Katy Perry went into space or nothing, you should always come back to what Jedi just said. The Earth is not a spinning ball according to what they told us it was, based on the measurements that we've taken. So go on with whatever else you want to think.
Okay. Well, I've never questioned it to be honest. It's not really.
Neither did we, dude.
Yeah.
That's like me 10, 11 years ago back in 2015. I'm nearly 50 years old, dude, and I'd never questioned it up until it got shown to me on the internet or somebody was talking about it. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that you didn't even need to question, right? So yeah, welcome to that club.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So, what about people sailing, circumnavigating the globe? Oh,
what about it?
How can you sail from one place, right, and make it all the way around?
How do you end up where you started from?
Right.
Yeah.
Go in a circle. It's built into the word circumnavigation. If you're going to navigate east or west, you're going to do that around a pole. east and west as circles of direction around a center point. So for you to circumnavigate the Earth, you just went round in a circle around a pole. Call that pole north.
Okay. Hmm.
Yeah. It's like walking to the mailbox. Walk down to the mail about less than a mile away. I walk down there and then
Hold
come
on.
back around.
Someone's got
Go
some
to
crazy feedback going on. So somebody got that microphone open.
I think it might be like, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now, buddy. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I know. If I walked to my mailbox and then I took the long way home, take the long way home, whatever, I just walked in a circle back to my house. I went down to the mailbox, walked in a circle. Kind of a small scale example, but that's what they do. You start off and you go around and you come back to where you're from. It doesn't mean it's a globe. Doesn't mean it's a globe.
Or you could take your dog for a walk around the block in so many
Yeah, I
ways.
was
Yeah, something short like that.
right?
Okay.
So yeah, it's not about going to the mailbox. It's about just walking in a circle. Walk in a circle. You can do it. I can do it in my living room. Start at the ceiling fan, walk around until you get back to the other side of the ceiling fan. Pretty easy.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
That's
Okay.
how
A lot of this stuff is pretty easy when you think about it. You just don't really think about it, like you said.
No, you
But
don't.
when you
Yeah,
do,
you don't.
it's quite simple.
Well, it's just like, why would they say it's a globe? Like, why would we have that conclusion be told to
First,
us
we're
if it's
going to have
not,
to
right?
figure out who they are, and then we're going to have to go ask them, and then we're going to have the problem of asking a liar why they've lied, if indeed that's what they've done. The best we can offer you, mate, is some kind of reasonable speculation. The word that gets brought up an awful lot is control. Now, it might seem weird, right? But if you control someone's perception of reality, what reality is, how it got here, how you got here, your purpose within that, then you've got a lot of control over people's perceptions, right? So that is one of the reasons I would suggest that they'd lied to you. It's control of your perception of reality. It might even go as far deep as your perception of God, even. I don't know, dude. It gets well deep after a while.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I genuinely just want to understand like why you,
Yeah, I genuinely agree too.
like how all this stuff works. All right.
Yeah,
I don't want to like take up all the time in the chat too if other people want to ask stuff.
No,
Wow,
you're
you're
teaching
so
you're
cool,
teaching others
bro.
as well. They're
Okay.
listening. They're listening and they're hearing what the questions that you have are the same questions that they have. They're listening. If they want to pipe in, they can, but usually they come in and say, "Earth's a ball. Earth's the globe," or "Flat earthers are stupid." But no, with your questions, you're doing a very good job. I think that it's a good conversation. I don't think that
Okay.
you're off track in any way. You're very respectable. And
Okay,
Jedi,
for
by
sure.
the way, you're a freaking champion. You should change your name to Jedi Champion.
Armor as it is, mate. You're fine. Any other questions,
Right.
Steve?
Yeah, just,
Well,
just go ahead.
if the Earth is flat, right? Where's like what about like the edge? Like how? Like what's the explanation?
Don't know.
Like have we never been? Don't know.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, mate. No, I definitely don't know. Right?
Yeah.
No flat earther that I've known has experienced what is commonly called the edge, the limit to our environment, whatever that is. This is one of the reasons why no flat earther can actually make a claim to a shape of the Earth, because to figure out the limit, to figure out the shape, you're going to have to go to the edge, right, and then map that edge. Yeah, we can't do that. If someone has, they haven't turned around to us and told us, being as these people are possibly trying to tell us the Earth's a sphere, and this would be counteractive to that claim. So I don't know, dude, but I haven't experienced it, whatever that would be.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna talk in like a hypothetical, right? Like hypothetically, Earth is flat, right?
Mhm.
And there is an edge, right? Do you think that there would be do you think it would it obviously? Do you think it would have been found by like governments? And like that's would be like, for example, like why you can't freely go somewhere like that, or like
Maybe,
what do you
maybe
think
Potentially.
it would? Maybe,
I
maybe
mean,
not.
potentially. There's a lot of areas on the world that you can't freely traverse anyway. Right, you need
Yeah,
special permissions to go. Even things like passport, but harbour masters, plan of route. Even if you're going to dangerous locations, you're going to need people to rescue you. Right, these places include north of the 60th parallel, north, and below the southern 60th parallel, the Arctic regions. All right, so again, areas to question, but it's kind of hard to freely traverse across the Earth. And for me to do it, I'm going to need an awful lot of finances and resources to do so. Even if I did have the plane, I'm going to need food and fuel to go on, which could be in potential of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. So like
it may
you
be,
said
right? It may be, right? It may be that certain individuals have been assigned to explore as far as they can and reported back that if they were to attempt to go any further, they'd die. And, there could be ongoing investigation into exploring that, right? Rather than those extents, rather than to find an end, right? Like, who knows, bro? I'm speculating here, like just to be courteous with you for a moment, right? But in your hypothetical, right, I could envision like authorities that don't necessarily want the majority of the population to know their secrets, right? To know what they've discovered, conducting an ongoing investigation into, exploring just how far it does go, right? And that Antarctica, whatever that is, could be a hub, right? A base from which to continue to do that, right? Because even Globers will tell you and ask questions. Why is Antarctica so secretive? And what is out there? And they describe its environment as being very deadly and harsh and inhospitable, right? But look, I don't know. Like if I was younger and I'd come across this and I was I would be so curious. I would be out there. I would be attempting to explore all I possibly could, but I'm not. So it's going to be left to other generations if they intend to try it.
It's kind of
Find
hard
out.
to go to your tourist agency and get a flight to somewhere that we haven't been before, please. That's really hard to do. Always go to some known airport or something.
Understandable. Yeah. Okay.
All exploration now is really highly regulated. I mean, there's regions, like whether it be on the ocean or on land, that are just so difficult. Like your access to it is none to very limited. And even some countries, in their areas that you go to, you have to be supervised. I mean, it's crazy, but that's true. So who knows, bro? You said earlier, about is it possible that there's other lands that are unknown, upon which are populations which are to us unknown, and I'll tell you right now, even with our known land, there's people that nobody knows exist and isn't really held accountable for anything.
Yeah. I just think it's a cool that's a thought experiment that I thought was interesting. That's why I asked the question, right? Because if there is, and let's say the world is flat, and let's say it's super real big, right? And there's more stuff on the outside. There could be civilizations similar to ours, right? They could be asking the same thing, right? You know what I mean? It's interesting to think about. Yeah. What's the thoughts then on global climate change, right? Because isn't that whole thing doesn't that hinge entirely on the world being a globe? or no?
Is it?
I'd say so, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
Like climate change, right? Like CO2 in the atmosphere getting trapped around the Earth, right? And like melting the polar ice caps and so on. Wouldn't global warming hinge on the fact that the world is a globe, or no? Am I wrong?
No, not necessarily, because this is just a system that we're living in, right? So, like, in terms of physics, a closed system, and we know it has to be a closed system because there's a certain amount of volume of gas that we can experience, right? And by laws of thermodynamics, is dictated that that must be a closed area, right? Like a volume, a defined volume, right, within which such a system could exist, right? Dynamic as it may be, and so that the only way that you could even have like problems with a climate would be by having that closed system, which is perfectly fine and in line with what we're talking about.
Okay.
All you need for a climate change problem, right, is the energy and the system, energy into the system, or that energy being increased or decreased would cause climate problems, and does, as we experience seasons, right? That's climate change. Right there. It's funny how they take these terms that we should just be naturally accepting as being true because we experience them every day, right? And every year, and turning it into something that we should be fearful of. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
So could there be another explanation instead of the one that they told you? Always.
Well, understandable. Well, you brought up seasons, like
the sun.
I mean, I'm not like the sun. It would just be the sun.
Yeah, the sun does that. You notice in the
but
summer it's higher in the sky and you see it for longer. In the winter it's lower in the sky and you see when it's summer for us in the north, it's winter for them in the south. That's for when it's high in the sky for us and we see it longer, it's lower in the sky for them and they see it. So really, it's the sun. We know the sun rises and sets on different locations on the horizon every day throughout the year. It's the sun that does that.
Okay.
It's observable.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, right? Because we didn't say that the Earth was a shape, just because you've come in with some misconceptions and stuff. We definitely don't say that the Earth is a disk. We don't say that the disk is rising upwards at 9.87 meters per second squared to cause the vectoral downwards for gravity. We don't say that shit. We're also not the third disk from the sun, as in all of the planets, they are now disks because the Earth is a disk, everything's flat. No, we don't make that claim. It might be easier to understand that our claim is as simple as this. The Earth is flat and stationary under the sun, moon, and stars. That's pretty much what we observe. So the sun, moon, and stars, those are the things that are in motion. The Earth is flat and stationary underneath those things that are in motion. The size of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, we haven't got a clue.
Okay. Well, I was always under the assumption that flat Earth meant like the Earth would be a disk then. All right. Okay. Interesting.
No, we're not saying it's a disk. We're saying that it's measured flat. That's it.
The internet says it's a disc.
Wow, yeah,
TV says it's a disc. Memes say it's a disc. That's because they're all made by global.
If I think of any more questions, I'll come and ask them. Thank you for your time.
More than welcome, buddy. Join us anytime. Like I says, 24/7.
Thanks for coming. Very respectable. Loved it.
If they never showed you that, right, and they showed you some other picture and said that was the Earth, and they showed you this and said, this is a fucking exoplanet a light year away. You think that was an exoplanet a light year away. Whatever they fucking captioned that fucking image, you would just buy it, whatever they said.
So no one else has ever, no one else has ever captured something like that. Just them, right?
Want to look in the chat?
Has this ever been?
Look in the chat for a second.
So if I can
it's very convenient that I made this. I just happened to make this today.
I can find other people validating
look in the
this.
Chat.
So if I can find
find the
sources, hold on. If I can find other sources going up to space or going upwards, take the picture downwards,
and it don't look like that,
and it gives more Earth-looking balls.
What do you mean Earth-looking? How do you know it's Earth-looking?
If green and blue balls,
all they can do, they can do is be consistent amongst each other.
If you go upwards, okay. What is the color of?
You don't actually listen, do you?
What is the observed color of the water and the sky?
Well, it depends.
What is the average color observed of the water and the sky?
Well, if I go to the Atlantic Ocean, it looks
what
green.
Is the average color?
Green, dude, green.
Okay, green. So what is the average color of trees?
It depends on the time of year.
What is the average color of
Depends on the time of year.
Average.
Are you deaf?
You know what the word average means? What is the most likely color of a tree?
Well, I guess green.
There you go. So what's the most likely color of sand and desert?
But the water's green, dude. Didn't you hear me?
Okay, so we're getting some colors here. We've got green. We've got maybe some blue. Maybe we'll get some arid for desert. Maybe get some white for snow. But if you're not going to see that, like obviously those colors are colors we see on Earth of things. So if you see a round shape
we see the
of
rainbow.
a lake or of an ocean or some body of water, and you go up and you take a picture. If you look at a city or a shape of a landmass that looks
okay, less fucking words, dude. Less words. You're filibustering.
Well,
you know you are.
Yeah, but you're also sea lining.
So when I talk, you're gonna interrupt me 50 fucking times, not listen and say a bunch of bullshit, right? Or you're gonna sit there and listen, and I'm gonna fucking drone on and on and on. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna listen to me.
Well, I listen
because you're just droning on and on.
I droned. I apologize. I listened to what you said. The point was just that we know if you go upwards and you take a photo downwards, unless there's something in the way, it's of the ground, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So if I can produce another image from another source, so it's not just them, to validate them.
It's another person making another claim.
Will that sway you?
No.
So no matter how many different validations we get or different sources,
there's lots of photos of Santa
and taking a picture downwards. No matter
you don't know that they did that though, Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to. Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to prove, that they went up and took a picture downwards.
No, but here's it. No,
you're just assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true.
So okay, so then more people are like, here's the issue.
Now you're going on mute. Okay, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true in the premise. You understand? They went up and took a picture downwards, and we're just going to compare the claims to each other. Right?
Well,
are you assuming?
Here's the issue. Either they're lying, right? Either one, they're lying. Either one, they're lying.
They?
Either one, they're lying. Two,
who is
they don't know how to aim a camera, and we somehow found something else that looks like.
Dude? Who is they?
What?
Who is they?
European Space Agency, NASA.
That's not a they, dude.
I'm listing them.
They. Okay, so the guy that sweeps at the European Space Agency, he's lying.
Are you okay? Can you just listen for 1 second?
No, dude. No, we're gonna sift through your fucking bullshit propaganda.
Hard time with this.
We're gonna sift through your bullshit propaganda tactics, Ice J.
You're having a very hard time understanding my point.
I know what your point is. I've heard this point for fucking 10 years, dude.
No,
for 10
you
years.
Have not.
Oh, you come up with something original. Hey, no, I'm new, Ice J. You come up with something original. Oh, let's hear your original point. Let's hear your original point, Ice J. It's one.
Why lie?
because we were
How can they
talking
all be
about
lying? That's
observed
so original.
Observations of the
You don't know
world.
their
And
observations.
so hold on. Unless it's a lie or fake, it's an observation.
No.
Or
You're
manipulated
wrong.
or somehow. Okay.
Okay,
If
there's
you
a
have-
whole book on this, Ice J.
Let
And
me
there's
just
lots of listen,
from a
Ice J.
guy.
You're
saying-
just too incredulous.
From a guy resting his entire, not you, but the other dude, resting his entire basis of flat eartherism on his subjective observations. It's rich to say, oh yeah, these observations could just be bunk by the more.
You can
if
repeat our observations.
are bunk, I don't give a shit about your flat
Okay.
Earth observation if you can't accept any.
Okay, your word count is getting irritating, dude. You're saying like 30 words for every one word I say. You're not gonna filibuster anymore. Okay? You're gonna listen. You said a lot of bullshit. You stacked a real high pile of shit. Okay? You can replicate our claims. You can go test them yourself. You have no reference, as in, you can't say whether these images look real or not because you have no reference from which to evaluate them from. All you can compare them to is the claims of other people. So this is a self-referential circle jerk.
You can go up. No, nothing's stopping you from going up.
And you can go up and take this picture.
You can go up. Yeah, why not?
You can, how do you know that?
Nothing's stopping me. What's stopping you?
How do you know that,
What's
Ice J?
stopping you? What's stopping you?
How do you know that?
What's stopping you?
How? That's why are you asking me a question? I asked you a question.
apparently
How
stopping
do you know that?
Because other people do it. There's nothing. No,
How
no
do
reason
you
I
know
can't do it.
that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
All you're doing is appealing to somebody else saying they did that. I
No,
said,
there's
how
no
do you
reason
know
I can't
that?
do it. What reason
I didn't
can I
ask
not
you.
do it?
I
What
didn't
reason
ask you
stopping
what you
What's
believed other
stopping
people
me?
did.
What's
I
stopping
didn't.
me?
I didn't. Well, obviously I can't jump that high, but
So okay. So jumping is your limit. I got rocket science on my side. What's
no, you
stopping me
don't.
from going up?
You're not part of them. What are you talking about?
No. What's stopping me? What
You don't have
physically stopping me from building a rocket and going up?
because there's nowhere to go up to. There's no vacuum of space to go into to take this
Hold
picture.
on. So I can't go into the sky?
You can go into the sky, but not high enough to take a picture of the entire Earth.
How far can I go up?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Maybe 300
So
miles.
I keep going up. So I can go up though. We're not
Let's go into so now we're back in imagination land.
No, we're not.
Some people
Because
told me they
people
went
go up.
higher than
No,
that.
you said
yeah.
no,
Some
it's
some
not
people said
imagination,
they went to
because
La
we can
La
go up.
Land, so they did. They
You can go
really
up,
pinky
and you
promised that
have.
they went really high and
You
took a picture
have.
of the Earth. And
You
I
can
believe
say-
them,
you can-
and you don't. And there's something wrong with you because you don't
We
believe
can go up.
liars.
Yes, we can.
You just believe that, dude. And you only believe that because someone told you that.
Bro,
You're a
we literally have
sycophant.
live
You're a
stream
sycophantic suck up, dude.
actual fucking rocket, bro.
I
you
don't
can go
have.
up. It's true.
There's
We
no
don't
reason to
We have
believe
balloons.
them.
I go
There's
in planes
no.
all the time.
Yeah,
can
that's
go
right. You can't
upwards.
see the curve of the Earth
You
from
can
there,
go
can you?
upwards. And if you shoot a rocket upwards, straight up,
You just believe that.
You keep going upwards.
So
you
can
take a
you're
photo
just chanting
downwards.
your belief.
You can take a photo downwards. The higher you go up.
Okay, you're just chanting your belief over and over again, and you have never substantiated how you actually know that, other than people saying they did it. I want to know how you actually know that to be true, not how you believe it to be true, or how you believe the claims of other third parties to be true. I want to know how you know it's true.
Because the laws of physics entail it to be true.
Because the laws of nature, physics,
nature, observations, data. How do you know you can go to view a oil rig?
Are you really making that type of false equivalence?
Yeah. No. How do you know? How do you know?
Because there's oil rigs out in the ocean.
Oh. Because there's oil rigs. But how do you know you can go out and make that observation?
Because there's an airport and they sell plane tickets.
No, but how do you know that you can make the observation?
And I know people that have been there. Well, I can just go to my ocean. I don't need to rely on the
But
oil
your
rigs.
ocean, so
dude.
not the oil rigs. But
I don't need to rely on that.
You have. You don't know.
I don't rely on that. You're trying to create this crazy straw man. You're trying to create a crazy false equivalence,
no,
dude.
it's not. Which is
It
like
is a false
you're saying,
equivalence.
Oh wait, how do you know that if you go up, you can go up and then take a photo down? It's like, are you serious?
No, take a photo down of a fucking ball from a vacuum. You're leaving out the You're leaving out key details intentionally.
No, it must be a joke.
Which make it a fantastic claim. You're leaving out the key details. Everybody knows there's an ocean. Anyone that's been to water knows, hey, it's not very freaking absurd to have something in the water out there and a human being put it there. That's not that absurd. When you start claiming, I went very high, hundreds of miles above the surface of the earth, and I captured the entire earth inside my camera's field of view. And
Yeah,
not
put a
only
GoPro
did
on a
I did
rocket.
that, it was from a place
Put
that
a
was a near.
GoPro on a
Shut up!
rocket.
Why are you
It's not
interrupting
that
me?
hard.
No, shut up! Why are you interrupting me? I told you this is exactly what you would do. Okay. Now I'm on my fucking soapbox, and you're interrupting me. Okay, so it's really simple. I'm showing that the claim is not these are false equivalences. They're claiming they go into a near fucking perfect vacuum and take a picture of it, the entire Earth, from a place where things don't fucking fall, where they're going 17,000 fucking miles per hour. Okay, this is not an equivalent claim, dude. They're not even close. This is like saying you went really high and saw fucking Santa's village on the North Pole. You guys always do this. You try to drag flat Earth down into your shit. I don't have to imagine. I don't have to appeal to a third party to tell me fucking what the Earth is. I can just walk out my door.
Are you done?
I can
So
just
if I
walk out my
video.
I'd like you to address something I said.
I'm posting a video in the chat. Look at it. Is this also fake? Is this fake? They put a camera on a rocket.
Uh-huh.
You're saying so
You
this
think
must
that
be
that's
impossible,
you
right?
think that that's the curve of the Earth?
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying this is impossible.
How high did the rocket go?
You're saying this is impossible, right?
No, that rocket
then
only goes
what
like
stops it
that.
from
Dude,
going
listen
further?
closely.
So, hold on.
Shut up,
What is
IK.
stopping it from?
That rocket only goes less than 100 kilometers. Okay? Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers? Can you see the whole Earth from
What
100
is
kilometers?
stopping it from going further?
Fuel? Size of the rocket?
So if
What do you mean?
add more fuel to it, it can go further, right?
Hypothetically, but then you need something to push off of.
Great. So don't
You
you
need
think
something to
that
push off
requires
of,
that?
though. You need something to push off of. And if the air gets thinner, you're going to reach a point where you can't create thrust.
Air gets thinner. It's
Yeah,
almost
that's right.
as
It
if
gets
we're
thinner.
approaching this thing called space, where it keeps. Think about it. There keeps getting less and less air the higher you
Forever?
go up. So eventually,
Does it go to
there's
zero?
no more air at some point.
Oh, yeah, so it goes to zero. It goes to absolute vacuum?
Yes, there you go.
That's what he just said absolute vacuum.
That is our observed reality.
Observed reality. Okay, how did they measure the pressure in this absolute vacuum you say exists? This should be funny. How'd they measure the pressure? How'd they even measure the pressure at 100 kilometers?
I'm sure the same way you measure
I'm
anything,
sure. We've actually had
barometer or anything else. I mean, you're asking questions that if you really actually cared, you would know the answer to.
I do know the answer.
So what's the
I want to know
answer?
if you know
What's
the answer.
What's the answer?
They haven't.
Oh, they don't? Ever?
No, they
No
can't.
one has ever
We had a
taken
meteor.
measurements.
Look, bro. We had a meteorologist in here.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Professional
if I can find
meteorologists
measurements of pressure from
tell us
space,
that they
you're
can't.
gonna eat your words and hopefully never speak on this again.
No, you're going to find a model, but you'll never find measurements.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, Ice J. You'll find a model, but you won't find measurements. Your entire worldview is based upon a fantasy land created in somebody's head.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
you're helping create it in your head because you see this.
right,
You
yeah.
see this 2D image, and you see a circle, and you go,
2D
"Yep, that's the
image,
Earth. That's
right.
obviously the Earth." The only reason, if you were shown that, and you were never told it's the Earth, you never would have thought it was the Earth for 1 fucking second.
You can literally see it coming from the ground and then going up.
Yeah, not high enough to see the Earth.
So at what point, like if you're in a plane, at what point does what below you not become the Earth? Like how
Dude,
retarded?
you know you're committing the most
what you're
atrocious
looking at
logical fallacy.
suddenly
That
stops becoming the Earth.
you're
Like,
committing a
that's insane.
uniformitarianism that you can do something that you can do it forever. That's stupid.
No, it's basic logic that if you're looking at the
It's not
Earth,
basic logic.
you're
It's a
going,
logical
no, not-
fallacy.
if you're looking at the Earth and you
It's
keep
a
going
logical
upwards,
fallacy.
and you keep
You're gonna
going
continue
upwards
with
and you're
it?
looking at the Earth, you're going to keep looking at the Earth.
Yeah, people thought they got microscopes and they kept looking smaller and smaller shit, they would continue to see smaller and smaller shit. But that wasn't the case. And they thought if they took a telescope and looked in the sky and they'd see shit further and further away, but that's also not the case.
I
So
feel
what
like
are you talking about?
I don't understand how
You don't understand this. This is called
reality
like
works. But if you're looking at
no.
something,
You're not talking
you're
about
looking at
reality. You're talking
something-
about mental constructs, dude. You don't know you don't even know what reality is. You literally don't anymore. You're fucking
I don't know
lost
what reality
in
is,
the sauce.
right? Says the guy
You don't.
denying what we are seeing.
What you're seeing? I'm telling you what you're seeing. You're seeing an image on a fucking screen.
Of
You
what?
can't accept that.
Of what? What is the black stuff when it goes up high enough? What is that blackness?
What do you mean? What is that black? What does that even
Did you
mean?
watch the video that I sent in the chat?
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, the Elon Musk's freaking returning rocket. Yeah. What about it?
So when it goes up,
So the space is black shit. Is that what you're defining space as now?
no.
Black
When
shit?
when you see the blackness, all that
Yeah.
black space, all that black
Uh-huh.
space,
Uh-huh.
and then below it, you see
It's
the
blue.
blue, the
Yeah.
sleepy ground and all the sky.
Yeah. You're too
So the
verbose,
sky,
dude.
So the clouds.
Dude, are
and
you a
stuff,
communications major?
Blue and the black, the blue in the sky and the white is under the black.
Yeah, great. You don't even
So that
believe in
black
under.
stuff, that black stuff, what you're seeing, that is not. You think that's a billboard or like a paper?
No.
You think that's a CGI?
No.
Then you understand that is space.
Oh, so black shit space.
Well, why do you think it's black?
Because there's no light reflecting off of its contents.
Off of its contents, it's empty
Yeah, so
space.
the contents of the earth, right? The
empty
solids, the liquids, the gases, the light reflects
Hold on,
off of it.
whoa. We're
It is
talking about
absorbed and
empty
re-emitted,
space.
and
We're
then we
talking about-
see it. But
Hold on.
But the light
Hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
reflect off. Well, no, but there isn't enough contents to see it.
Wait, so you're okay? You're admitting
We already
that there
covered
is
that.
literally nothing
I
for
didn't say
light
nothing.
to reflect off of or refract off of.
That's not what he said.
That's not
Start
what I
listening,
said,
boy.
man.
He said there's nothing for it to reflect off of.
There's not
refract off
enough. I said there's not enough.
of. Enough? There's literally
Yeah, enough. This isn't a dichotomy, dude. This isn't yet all or nothing. You think there's an absolute vacuum. I don't. Nobody thinks that. In fact, all of physics says that that's not true.
There are spare particles, maybe, but there's clearly no blue.
Maybe.
Like, do you know what causes?
Yeah, so there's not enough air to re-emit the light. So what?
I mean, there's functionally no air.
You can't breathe. There's not enough air for you to breathe.
I mean, you're seeing it's pitch black, and there's a hard barrier, which means that you have a clump of air, piled
Clump of
at the
air.
surface of Earth.
Why don't you see through the air, man? Can't you
Why
see
is it
forever?
the case that you can see
Why
the
don't,
blue
hold on,
Earth?
dude. I just
You
thought
can
of
see the
something.
blue on
Why
Earth.
can't you see through the air?
You can see the blue on Earth.
Yeah,
You
but
see the
shouldn't I see the
clouds,
Eiffel Tower from
you
Washington,
can't-
D.C.?
But for some reason, there's a
You're just
limit.
in monologue mode.
I mean, we're looking
it's
at
funny,
space
bro.
right now.
Listen
I'm
to you
kind of
just
in awe.
monologue. Are you even participating?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this video. This is an awe.
When you said the bit about physics, India, he didn't hear that.
Yeah. He doesn't know any physics. Ice J, you're the biggest poser. Hey, there's lots of photos of Santa. Are they all fake? Is that a giant fucking conspiracy? I just want to know. I'm asking for a friend. Because they're looking forward to Christmas, and I just want to know if they're all fake. Showing the absurdity of your logic. There's no referent. You can't even evaluate that image. The only way to evaluate the image is to test to see if what's in that image actually exists in the world. And that means doing things like measuring the surface of the earth. But you hate that. You'd rather look at a screen and have other people tell you what to think of reality is. I know it's safer. I know it makes you feel all squishy inside. And if you want to live like that, That's fine. While you're in here fighting with us, are you protecting your own belief system? I'm sorry that we're realists and we're relying on how reality presents itself and just say, hey, dude, that must be what it is. And we're not going any further and saying, well, maybe it's not that way. Let me ask these other people. Oh, look, he showed me an image. I'm a fucking baboon. I'm going to fucking believe his image and whatever he says about it. And I'm going to conduct my life based on what this fucking stranger said about this image. That's you. Sorry, we're not like that.
Oh, Josh has joined the chat. Josh is back.
Josh is going to go as an astronaut for Halloween, right?
Yeah, Josh.
I'm a zookeeper this year.
Did you dress up as Dom
You're
Petty?
a zookeeper. That's what your Goba archetype is, zookeeper.
Zookeeper.
Yeah. He thinks he's outside the zoo and we're the animals, and he's looking at us going, look at this. Look at their mating habits.
That's more like the NASA pen when they're watching their rocket launches, isn't it? Or high-fiving each other like a bunch of chimpanzees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Woo, woohoo! Hooping and hollering. Because
Over the graphic?
The
Over the
graphic
computer
just changed. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, in their paradigm, that happened like 15 minutes before that on Mars. Like, they're high-fiving a computer graphic of some event that happened 15 minutes before.
Yeah.
That's closer to 8, but yeah.
Fucking nerd.
It's amazing as well when we make fun of the shitty computer PS2 level graphics that they show us for this kind of stuff. The Globers try and strawman it and go online and say, the flat earthers are saying that this animation proves that it's fake, but NASA admit that it's an animation. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, they ain't the flex. They think it is.
Like they're trying to make out like we're thinking that animation is supposed to be some real representation of it, when we're just pointing out that it's laughably cartoonish.
Is there any particular reason the animations need to be so atrociously shit?
Because they really like trolling the diehard Globers.
Yeah, I know, but
it's just for trolling
like
purposes.
You could grab like a stock fucking pro mod, like 3D model off of a website for
Because
like
there's no way to
$5.
tell.
It's better than theirs.
Nah, it's still got to be bespoke.
It's because there's no way to tell, dude. They have nothing to refer it against. There's no way to tell. They could show them anything, literally anything. Earth looks like a unicorn. How are they gonna know? They've never seen the Earth from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's probably like all their, oh well, if the Earth is a globe, it would do this. If the Earth is flat, it would do this. Like you've got no idea what a globe Earth would do. What a
All they
globe
can
Earth
compare it to is like a Mercator map, or maybe a globe in the corner of the classroom, or something like that. That's the only comparison, or some other fake video.
But the fact that they're like so convinced that they're like, well, if we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, it would feel like there's nothing at all. It's like, what are you even talking about? You'd even know what that would feel like. And we give them the benefit of the doubt on that. We're like, well, yeah, no, they can't be detected, so it could be like that. Like, no, I'm not giving them that. I'm not giving them that they would know what living on any kind of ball would be like, because they never have.
That's a good point, dude. Like, AB was bringing this up too with the Black Swan. Like, why are we taking a position like why are we going, hey man, it looks flat, hey, it's not a globe? Like, they never proved the globe in the first place. Like, what? Like, we like taking on the burden of proof is showing that the globe doesn't exist.
Yeah, they've got no right even uttering a globe. They can't even come into the picture.
Yeah, they really can't wrap their head around that level of much the
I know.
burden's on them.
I really just was like, nah.
Yeah, because it'd just be like we sit around and be silent. People come in and like, right, prove your globe. Oh no, show me a picture of the flyer. Prove your flyer. No,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I
that
love
would be the
you,
conversations, you know.
but we are generous to them by even entertaining any argument from them, really, where they say, "Oh well, if Earth was a ball, this would happen." Like they've got any idea what would happen if the Earth was a crazy ball, which they've got no reference for it.
The funnier thing is they go, if the Earth was flat, this would happen, and then they say something absolutely stupid.
Yeah, something different. If the Earth were flat like I observed, then the Earth wouldn't be like I observed.
I think Josh has realized he's in an echo chamber circle jerk yet.
I hope so, Josh. You picking it up?
I'm really glad that you said it and I didn't.
Well, at least it's
Guys, we should be cooking globers
the
ourselves,
echo
not
chamber,
listening
Josh.
to a
Because surely you've been
recording
in
of
the other
other
echo
people
chamber for,
cook globers.
I don't know how old you are. Let's say 38. 38 years?
Oh damn, no, I'm 29.
29. Damn, they're just hiring kids, eh?
29, dude, you're a young buck. I won't hold that against you.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I'll quote Reagan. I won't hold against my opponent for political purposes his youth and inexperience.
Be honest though, Josh, it must be refreshing to hear a challenge to the heliocentric globe dogma, right?
Refreshing? Yeah, I've been around this conversation for a long time. It's more stimulating.
Stimulating.
Would you like your colleagues that kind of rib you for dealing with us?
Yeah, they can do it
You
like
think they'd be
smelling gas or
horrified if
huffing
they
paint.
came in here? What do you think what would happen to them?
Oh,
What do you think? How do you think
what
they'd
the
react
normal
if
Glober
they came?
do stuff too? They did Dunning Kruger and
Really?
freak out. Yeah, it's just something we never have to talk about or think about.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So you are in fact not in on it then, Josh.
Not in on it? What do you mean?
You're not behind the green curtain pulling levers. What he's asking you.
No, I mean it's just clock in, do what you got to do, clock out, paycheck. That's what it's all about for you guys.
No. I mean, I
No,
do a
he's
ton
an
of stuff
evangelist.
outside of. Yeah, I was gonna say I do a ton of stuff outside of work for free. It's not just about the money.
But you're certainly not going into work with any kind of intentions of unveiling a worldwide cosmological deception, right?
I definitely, poke around and put my head where I probably shouldn't. Ask to get photos of things and all sorts of stuff with like that.
From a place of skepticism.
Yeah, oh yeah, like I said. Well, from a not place of skepticism as much as a place of curiosity. Like, you guys ask me like, how do you know that's true? I'm like, oh wow. Well, I mean, I should probably go get firsthand experience with that data. And so I poke around internally and go learn and go hunt down the data because I'm in a place of privilege to go do that.
I endorse that approach 100%. So, two things. I'll just bring up this one instead. Why do you think that somehow? I assume you believe in evolution and all that shit, right? So why do you think now, after 250,000 years of human beings that have been telling stories about what the stars are, how come you think now that we have the answers and all the other people were wrong? Why do you think that somehow we're special compared to all those other people?
I think. What do you mean, other people? What is the other
All
opinion?
all the other human beings that have existed that told stories about the stars and what they are and the whole cosmology, right? Planets, stars, all what they're made of, what created them, and all those stories that they used to tell, cosmogony, right? How come you think the modern cosmogony is actually the correct one?
I don't
How
think
come they're
it's
all
the
wrong and we're right?
correct.
Isn't that a little arrogant?
No, I don't think it's the correct one. It's not like a religion. It's just we're
You kidding
building
me?
off of. Oh,
You
okay.
have,
I'm
you have a,
sorry.
Josh, you have a creation story, right? You have
Are
a
you talking
creation.
about the Big Bang, or are we talking? Well,
Yeah,
I'm
that's a creation
confused.
story, right? Is the Big
Oh,
Bang a creation?
I don't give a shit about the Big Bang.
Well,
I don't
there's a
think it's.
creation of man
I don't.
story too, right?
Okay. I
Okay,
don't put a ton of
so
eggs in that
now you got
basket.
one
I care
creation
about the here and
story,
now. I
creation
care
of
about the
man.
here and
So
now.
yeah, I understand, but it is like a religion. Okay, the whole thing is a religion. It doesn't have a deity with a personality. That's the only difference. But all the other parts answering the big questions, they even say this. You know they say this. Science is answering the big questions. Those big
Okay.
questions used to be answered by religion, but now we say that we have a superb method of figuring out the actual answers to the big questions. We're going to use inductive reasoning, which can't prove anything. Duh.
Okay.
I mean, is anything I said factually incorrect?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, no, not sorry. Yeah, nothing you said is incorrect there. I'm not gonna like die tooth and nail on the Big
Yeah.
Bang. Like, you know, we're
It's the whole thing. They have
I mean
the
the
answer to
whole
the universe.
thing.
Role
I
models
mean,
fucked up.
no.
I mean, like you must be aware of the science propaganda that exists out there.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I'm also aware of the religious propaganda. I still go to church on Christmas to see my family, right? So you can engage with dogmatic organizations without like, you know, wrapping your entire self worth and identity in their beliefs.
I wasn't trying to personalize it to you. I'm just
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like if you're gonna, you know, liken it to a religion, I'll carry out the analogy.
Well,
you want to say
heliocentrism.
something, Tygon? But
Heliocentrism. I mean, it kind of is a bit like a religion. You know,
Yeah,
I mean, the dogmatic worldview given to the layman by the elite,
realistically,
let's say.
Josh, let's grant you everything you believe to be true, every freaking possible thing, rockets, spaceships, all that shit.
Okay.
Is there any? Do you think there's ever going to be time where human beings can confirm what a star is physically?
We already know what it's. You can just look at it. What do you?
Just look at that. That would be an inductive inference that you would need
What?
to
No.
confirm.
Do you not believe in nuclear fusion?
No. Have
Like,
people been
just
inside of a star to observe nuclear fusion, Josh?
No, but you observe the heat and you get the spectra. You get the spectra off of it.
There's actually
You see,
problems
it's
with all
like
that.
Okay. I'd be happy to look at
There's
those
actual.
problems, but
No, there.
but I just disagree with you that there's any time in the future that we would know what a star is. I would argue that in the past we already know what a star is.
Yeah, well, you know, you don't know. You think you know. So we look at the spectrum of a star. We look at the I can't remember the name of it. Need more sleep. We look at the emission curves and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And we
It's
look at all
helium and
that,
hydrogen.
and then we make. Well, you're just claiming that.
Okay.
That's what it is in the lab, but you don't know if that's what it is out there. Okay, because you've never actually confirmed it.
Well, no, we've also flown through the outer layers and the coronal mass ejections and collected, physically collected the emissions from our sun using the Parker Solar Probe.
Those would be unbound protons and electrons. They wouldn't be helium. They'd be just protons.
It's a little bit of column A, a little column B. You can dive in. I mean, I'm happy to pull up the payload design for the Parker Solar Probe if you're interested. But we have stuff that's skimming the sun currently.
The chromosphere.
Yeah, it gets down to I'm trying to remember what the exact altitude is, but it gets pretty damn
See,
close.
1,000,000 degrees, dude.
Oh yeah, it's real hot. It's got a big shield on it.
Oh, but made of what? Unobtainium?
I don't know. Let's you want to go on a deep dive on Parker Solar Probe? I mean, I'm more than happy to.
No, I want to stick with what I'm saying. Thing I feel you're trying to wriggle out of. Okay, regardless.
Out of?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're making indirect measurements of something, right? These aren't direct measurements, meaning we don't have access directly to the thing we're concerned about, as in the composition of the sun, its actual
disagree
matter
with
and
that.
molecules, and we're reaching inductive inferences from observation of the light that reaches some device that we possess, right? There's no doubt that this is inductive inference. There's no doubt that this is
disagree with
affirming the
that.
consequent. You can
I
disagree.
disagree
It's a
with
matter
that.
of logic.
No, I'm just saying we have sensors. Like we have the ability to send technology out to directly observe these things.
Yeah, cool. Observe. What are you observing?
Like I said, capture coronal mass ejections and orbit around other heavenly bodies to take direct spectroscopy images and hyperspectral images and optical
Those are images, right? And conclusions are inductive inferences.
Everything's
it's a matter of logic.
Everything's a conductive inference. Then, how do you
No,
define a
not
direct
really.
observation?
No,
Does it have to be a human? Does it have to be a human? Sense that is the one capturing the data for it to be a direct observation.
Even human senses use inductive inferences. That's not
Exactly.
it. Meaning, we don't have a sample of the sun in the lab to measure its composition, right? We don't have a sample, right? So we have devices like gas chromatograph spectroscopy or something like that where we can tell
Everything
for
can go in the
certain
lab,
what hold on, we can tell for certain what something's composition is. Okay. This is they claim precision greater. I'm dead serious. They claim precision greater than what we can do physically in a lab with direct access to the samples. Are you aware of that?
What are you referring to?
Gas chromatograph spectroscopy can detect elements to 9 parts in 1,000,000. They claim that they can look at shit and see 3 parts per 1,000,000.
I'm not familiar with that.
16 million miles away, they can see 3 parts per million.
I was going to say I'm not familiar.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to compare.
I can't make a claim to confirm or disagree with you on that.
So often, Josh, what I do is I'll compare what we know we can do on Earth to what they claim they do with stuff in space. And oftentimes, the terrestrial devices that we use are significantly worse than the ones they claim to use in space. Meaning they'll claim they can do things. So Uranus. Uranus smells like farts. They detected hydrogen sulfide at 3 parts per million. Okay, let's hook up gas chromatograph spectroscopy. We actually have the sample. We stick it in the fucking device, and it fucking measures the mass spectrum, right? Boom. 9 parts per million. Precision. 3 parts per million. 16 million miles away, right in the fucking device. 9 parts per million. That shit don't jive with me, man. This sounds like bullshit. I'm sorry. Because they use this technology to convict people of crimes and shit.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I'm sure
if you
now.
have a primary source for me to look at, I'm happy to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the precision is probably better now. So this is like 10 years ago when they said Uranus smelled like farts.
Okay.
But if you looked up the precision then, what they said is like I said, gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
There still should be a primary source from back then, right? Like, I'm happy to look at where you're getting
that
this data
Uranus
from.
smells like farts? Like, which one do you want?
Yeah. The paper that claim was made off of, right? And that you're seeing the discrepancy between the parts per million of the state of the art of terrestrial tech versus what's being claimed in the paper. Like I'm more than happy to go look at these things.
Now, hold on, I'll get to you. So, but I just want to say this one thing. Now we know when we have the physical sample, what it is. Because we have direct access to the material.
Yeah, but how do you, even if you have it in the lab, you're doing the same types of tests. Like how does having the sample in the lab change than just going out and taking a picture or an image or observing it
No,
in
they
its
can actually they
normal
can actually
environment?
weigh the elements, right? They can measure their mass because
So
they
you
have
can do the
actual
same
access to it.
thing. Yeah, I was gonna
No,
say
of course you
you
do
can
that
do
with
the
the
same
sun.
thing and what? Yeah, because
Oh, yeah, do that with the sun.
you can. So you're doing the same thing in the lab that you would be doing out there.
That's not what they're. That's not how they measure mass in the lab. They're using the resistance to acceleration mass, not gravitational mass.
Resistance to excel. That's you're talking about the same thing.
Well, allegedly. I don't know if that's ever been proven.
Okay, but I'm
The
just
mass
saying
energy,
like, it's
the inertial
you're
mass,
measuring the
gravitational mass equivalent. There's actually someone that's been working on this that has the data that shows they're actually not equivalent. That's why I say that this isn't just based upon me
So
making it up.
I would assert that both. It doesn't matter if they're equivalent in the nature of like what's causing the force, right? I'm saying that you're taking the resistance to an acceleration and inferring the mass from that point. You're doing the same thing both out, imaging the sun or seeing how bodies move relative to the sun as you would be doing in a sample in the lab. Therefore, I don't find having something in a lab to be more viable than going out and doing science in the field.
How are they measuring the mass of the elements within the sun?
I'm not sure.
They would need samples.
I disagree with that, but
I mean, yes, you can make inductive inferences, but all this stuff is theory laden, Josh. You do realize that, right? All this stuff is
Yeah.
theory laden. Okay.
Exactly. In the lab, you have a theory that it's gonna, the resistance to acceleration is going to be universal. Like, why isn't like you're doing the same thing here on Earth?
But there's things that are known empirically from of testing, and then there's things that are known
Yeah,
from
exactly. That's what we do. We go look at how objects move relative to other objects, and we backed out how these trajectories work, and we have empirical data about observing, hey, this thing moved from point A to point B, and therefore here's the ratio between the mass and its period. So it's also empirical data. Like I disagree with your differentiation here.
Wait, what are you talking about the sun specifically? What?
Oh no, and objects just in general. The moon moving around the Earth, and the planets moving around the sun, and
You drinking, dude?
no,
Look,
no.
I'm just trying to say on the sun, the composition of the sun, dude. It's like you're freaking going way off. Just the composition of the sun. No way to directly know that. But I was talking about stars, not even the sun. Stars, and the reason I said stars is because they're so far away, right? Do you think that we're ever going to be able to confirm what a star is? Light years away, nearest one. This thing on?
Good. I'm taking care of some stuff.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Cycle, whatever. You just say what you're going to say, since he's taking
I
care
was
of
just going to say, Josh, I think would you say it's fair to say that although you said you know what the sun is it more fair to say you think you know what the sun is? Since you're not really confirming what you think it is in order to say that's correct.
No, it's a large enough amount of mass to create the conditions for nuclear fusion, which has been, demonstrated in short bursts here on Earth. We have performed nuclear fusion here in labs on Earth that lines
not
up
with
with
a
theory.
giant mass. Not using a giant mass, though.
And even if that was the case, we've got no way of
but we found
confirming that that's what the sun is.
Because it releases energy in the same mass fractions that we observe coming from the sun. You take the mass plus the spectra to understand the chemical ratios of what it is, as well as the solar flux, the energy that gets to Earth. The actual the actual energy that we're feeling at X distance away, and all of these observations of how big it is, how bright it
What
is, the
test was
spectrum coming off of
performed?
it.
I mean, what test was performed that can be validated that shows that?
I mean, I don't have a primary paper. We can go on a rabbit hole if you want. Like,
Well,
go
this
figure out how we figured this out.
sounds like a cool, convenient story, but unless you could actually
Okay.
show someone doing something like that, not really much of an argument.
Oh no, I don't argue in these rooms. I'm not
Well,
making
no,
an
but
argument.
you're trying to justify your statement that you know what the sun is when
I'm
everything
just
you're
answering a
saying.
question.
Yeah, because you're asked, do you think you know what a star is? And you said no. Well, you said yes, I do. I know, and I know what the sun is, but you don't know what any of these things are. You maybe think you do. Like India was saying, you can't go to it. You can't test its composition, its makeup, or the mechanisms that you believe power them, drive them. You can't do any of that.
Yeah, even within your own paradigm, Voyager is going to take 150,000 years to reach the closest star.
Oh yeah, 100%. 4 light years away.
So you have to concede that you don't know what they are.
Oh, you can take pictures of. Oh Lord. Okay.
You can take a picture of them. You can observe them.
Yeah.
Draw a
You
smiley
can
face
observe
up.
what they are. But you can't say this is what it's made of. This is how it
You
works.
can. You can say what
Well,
it's
you
made
can.
of.
Well, no, you can't.
Or do
You can
spectrographs
claim
just
what you think it's
not
made of.
work outside of Earth? I don't understand that. Why do you think that matter emits certain frequencies of light when we're in a lab, but if you observe the same exact frequencies of light not in a lab, that you can't make the conclusion that it's made up of the same elements? Why do you think
Well,
that doesn't
why
work?
do you think you would be able to know what an element was from
Because
what distance are we talking?
spectrography is consistent, because we actually
Yeah,
have
but that's accurately done within a machine, within a contained environment, not pointing something at the sky for how many millions of miles, billions of miles.
Yeah, it's just a frequency of light. Like, I don't understand why you're contending it makes it any different. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's just pseudoscience. It's just you making
So
claims
just
that you're seeing
reach for the buzzword just
similarities.
because. Like, why does the light
Similarities between something on Earth, and then you're saying it must be the same thing when you've got no idea, and you've got
So
no way of
why?
verifying that it is the same thing.
Yes, so you send things there and then you take direct samples, right?
Yeah,
If India is making the claim, India is making the claim that we have to like physically touch the things and like manipulate them to understand their composition, right?
No one's sending
know.
anything to these things.
We have sent them. We have probes on Venus. We have probes on the moon. We have probes on Mars. Like we have
those are
sent.
stories. We've got
Those are
no
not
evidence for
stories.
any of that. You've got no evidence for
We
any of
do
it.
have evidence. Yes, we have. If you point a radio, if you point a radio antenna, like receiver at Mars, tuned to the specific VHF frequency that the Mars Perseverance rover moves its data down to Earth, and we pick it up with the Deep Space Network, you can hear the data coming back down. It's actually unencrypted. JPL does not encrypt the data coming back from the Mars rovers. So if you literally just point
possible means to like falsify this signal.
Well, again, that's just cool stories because who's got
what?
who's
No,
doing
I've
that?
done this
Who's
stuff.
got
I
access
haven't
to
done
that?
it specifically with the Mars rover myself, but I've built my own antenna,
no
my
one
own
has.
ground station. Why
No
are
one
you
has.
making this claim? That's not. You have nothing to
Well,
back that
it's
claim
your
up.
claim.
I
It's your
apologize.
claim that they're sending little vehicles
No,
to the light.
your claim is that no one has been able to do that. My claim is
Yeah,
that there's antennas all over the
no
world
one
that are
sent
tuned to do that.
little robots to the lights in the sky.
Sorry, cycle.
No, I was just gonna. Well, I mean, like these are cool stories and everything, but I mean, what data or evidence could you actually show us that there's a little vehicle running around on that light in the sky that we call Mars?
Like I said, you can point an antenna at Mars, tuned to the VHF frequency that the Mars rover uses, and you
Well, that's
can
just a
get
cool
the data.
story at this point. You said you haven't even done this, so Have you got something that can
not
actually be
specifically
seen?
for that, but you can
Like,
just go to the deep
like
space. Do you,
how
I mean,
how would
what
you?
country do you live in? Are you in Australia or Spain or the U.S.? Any of those three countries?
I'm in the UK.
You're in the UK. Okay, so the closest antenna to you is in Spain for the Deep Space Network. You can file to go visit there.
I'm sure I could submit an application to come and hear the
Oh,
robot
you're
on
serious?
Mars.
Yeah.
Is there any
Wait. Let's
actual
do this. No.
accessible
Let's
evidence
do this right
for
now.
the
Hey,
public?
let's do it. Sure, let's do it right now. Deep Space Network, Spain. Visitor.
A
Like
member
this
of the
is
public wanted to know if this story was true. This is what they'd have to do.
no, because you
What
want
can we do?
data. You want to
Reasonable.
ask your own questions. Yeah,
Well, I
visitor
want
center,
evidence
Deep
of
Space
this.
Communications Complex, the TVC.
Well, yeah, but what evidence can be accessed by the billions of people who are being told this story? How can we know that's true? We can see this little light in the sky. What evidence do we have that they're going and sending little robots to it, driving around?
Because that's how radio frequency propagations work.
No, I mean, you just claiming that some people are pointing an antenna at the light in the sky and they're speaking to the robot. I mean, that's just a cool story, bro. What could you actually put in the side chat that we could look at that would be evidence for this claim? Like, if you were to put it in a link, what link would you send to evidence this claim you're making?
I don't debate in these channels. I'm happy to provide you opportunities for you to go
It's
learn.
not a question of
But I'm not
debate.
here to change your mind. No, I'm not
No,
here to
no.
change your mind.
Of course you can't. You're not going to change my mind. You're not even offering
I'm not here
evidence.
to attempt to do that. That's
Well,
not my purpose.
And that's fine. But if you're going to make a claim, you're going to be
I was
asked
answering a
for
question.
the substantiation of this claim. I mean, this whole thing
Okay,
is
I do
coming
not want to
from.
make a claim. Then I apologize for if you. I just
Well,
wanted to
that's
answer
it.
your
I mean,
question. I'm sorry.
Indio's whole thing was like, you can't verify what these lights in the sky are, and your thing was we're sending little robots to them. And I'm asking, well, what's the actual evidence for this? That's reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me grab I'll grab the frequency if you wanna know what you need to tune your radio to get the
No, I
get the
want
data.
evidence that there's a little robot on that light in the sky called Mars. Not that you can point an antenna somewhere and hear something. If I have to go to Spain for.
You don't have to. Okay, Lord.
Anyway.
You might have to trust somebody.
know,
You might have
I
to
know
trust
there's no
somebody
actual
besides
evidence.
your own direct observations at some point.
This is it. Well, this is it. At a certain point, you want to believe in the gold. You just have to believe these stories. It can never be validated. But
Well, it can be validated. I just told you to go to the DSN
do you
in
not find
Spain.
it odd? Do you not find it odd that they can apparently send these little robots millions of miles away and go and do all this sci-fi Star Wars level stuff, but they can't measure curvature of the Earth in all human history?
Okay.
That's odd. That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction, right?
I think you're setting up your own walls and saying they can't because we have tons of things.
Anyway.
I'm not going to make that assertion. I don't deal with this.
But that's a good point then. If someone has measured the curvature, I would love to be shown that evidence. But anyway, I'm going to drop off. So good chats, everyone. And yeah, look forward to seeing these globe measurements. Finally.
Have a good night, Cyclone.
Bye-bye. Yeah, we get it, Josh, that you're used to being the voice of authority and you don't like it when people challenge you and ask for evidence and then you try to claim that you're not making a claim when you clearly are because you're countering both the assertions. You're countering both the assertions of Indio and Cyclone. For example, when Indio asks you why you could have this claimed level of precision that's greater than what we experience on Earth when you're talking about the sun. You did not produce any data to back up your claim that it was possible to measure these things. Same thing with the curvature of the Earth that Cyclone mentioned, and same thing with the other evidence that Cyclone asked for. And then you kind of used a derisive tone and said maybe one day Cyclone would believe in something beyond what he actually saw, as if he was a child and you were the great voice in the Amazon sky. So we get it that you like being the unquestioned voice of authority and that it annoys you when you come in here and you're not. But I don't like you making the disingenuous claim that you're not here to make or bring an argument when clearly today you just demonstrated 2 times that your purpose was to be derisive toward the flat earthers and to act like they were being ridiculous by denying your non-substantiated claim. Indio put 2 citations at least last time I checked in the text. I haven't seen your citations for any of your claims. Yeah, you're not trying to argue. I got you, Josh. You're so peaceful in your
I
derisiveness.
really don't appreciate your tone. I'm sorry if I came off as
Yeah,
derisive.
and I don't
but
appreciate your tone. Glad you got it. We got it straight then. We don't like each other's
okay.
tones. Noted.
Oh, okay. Can we start over here? I have no intention of being derogatory or having
Oh, well,
any
then
ill
you'd
will
have to
towards anybody else in here.
rewind the last half hour where you clearly tried to frame the argument within your voice of authority, NASA zombie mindset. Yeah. Okay. So can you erase that from everybody's mind with your little? You got one of those blinky things like Men in Black?
I don't want to argue. Can we not do this, please?
I have no interest in talking to you either. Just wanted to point out the obvious that everyone saw in the last half hour. Thanks.
Well, okay.
He does have one of them blinky things, Dandelion. That's how they do their NPC resets daily.
If the powers that be know that it is a lie, then why spread that lie? That's sort of what I'm interested
I mean, we'd have to be mind readers to know that. And say we do,
Well-
maybe we'd want to participate in it.
We can speculate, like,
Yeah, it would be speculation
NASA
regardless.
takes millions of dollars of taxpayer money every year, and that
Yeah, that ain't it though. That's a bad reason. That's a bad
Yeah, I
argument
know.
because the government prints money. They don't fucking need money. It's the last thing they need.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. A good point. Well, so then I like to speculate. Like, so why pull the wool over everyone's eyes at the same time for something as simple as the basis foundation for our existence on this planet?
Good question.
Well, I mean, what is the fundamental? What? You have to think about what is the claim and its nature. Claim is you're here. That you're in a particular environment. This is your environment. This is where you are. They're telling you like where you are. And if you believe that, it restricts what you like what you think your capabilities are just automatically by believing it.
Yeah. I know. I feel like it is a
Now, why would they want to do like if they're lying? Why would they want to do that? It could be for a reason that we can't even imagine what it would be. Because, like, if we knew the reason, then we would just say it. Like, maybe we can't conceive of the reason, and that's the point of the lie, so that no one can actually peek into what the truth of it is.
Well, I feel like globe-centric theory is very demoralizing in nature because it's like this whole, huge infinite universe. We are like a random speck of dust, and there's nothing special about us. And it just sort of it promotes atheism, right? And
Worse, solipsism, like that nothing matters, nihilism, that nothing
yeah, exactly,
matters.
exactly.
I mean, because you can be an atheist and care, but if you're a nihilist, nothing matters. You don't care about anything.
Well, I feel that atheism and nihilism are like kind of the same ilk, not exactly the same, but they go hand in hand. And so I feel like I'm not
They're
saying like
fraternal twins,
religion is
certainly.
the way either, because religion's got its issues as well. But I feel like it's
Human
demoralizing.
beings have issues, Ruddy. Like, in case you haven't figured it out, human beings have issues. Like, it doesn't matter what we're doing. There's gonna be some problem somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. But it does feel like it's demoralization. It's there to make people miserable, and when people are miserable, but like nihilistically miserable, they are not threats, generally speaking, to governments. They're just threats to themselves more than anything. And that's an easy to control population. So I think that's sort of, but that's a long way from where we just started with the So you could say
Well, there's another reason. I mean, we could speculate. It is almost speculation Sunday. It is almost
Yeah, go ahead.
speculation Sunday. So on Sunday we speculate openly. So, well, my one reason to me is to replace God with man, right? It's just an absolute. Yeah, there was a Big Bang evolution. We're just animals. It's a materialist universe. The highest moral authority is obviously the government because there is no God to give you a moral authority. So the moral authority is the government. Do what we say. We're the high. We know everything, right? Man can solve. I mean, think of the pandemic, right? People relied on those people and thought, hey, it's man that's going to perform the miracle and save everybody from dying. A group of men in white freaking coats with pocket protectors, working hard in a lab somewhere, crunching the numbers. They're gonna save everybody because they were telling us everybody's gonna die. Oh my God, right? And you're like, oh, who's gonna save us? Oh, the fucking technocrats, the fucking people in the lab coats. They're gonna save us. Right? That you can't tell me that isn't what was actually the ideology of a lot of people. That they thought man was going to save them. Now, what actually saved them was man created the problem in the first place, and that like due to hype, they were never actually in danger, but they created the perception of danger, and within that framework of perception, they thought that man was going to save them. But it's more like a psychological test of like, hey, if we're actually in a situation where it's critical to human existence, of like humanity's existence, who are they going to turn to? Are they going to turn to the divine, or are they going to turn to some fucking dude in a lab coat? Well, obviously they're going to turn to some dude in a lab coat because we figured out the Earth's the globe, right? Because the Earth's a globe, we're freaking highfalutin, super intellectual. They use science to figure out the secrets of the universe.
Yeah.
If the Earth's not a globe, then those people aren't that fucking smart, right? Right? And fucking maybe they don't have the answers. Think about it. It was demonstrated, to the masses that the Earth is not a globe, and the so-called scientists have been wrong for 400 fucking years. That would destroy the Western world, at least.
Well, so
I
I
mean,
wanted to
Africa
then speculate about if that were to happen. Like, let's say in, I don't know, like, this is very optimistic, in 10 years' time, like, at least half of the population is, like, convinced that globe theory is bullshit. Then, how would that affect the world? And would people just carry on for the sake of it? Or would there be, well, I mean, there's already a lot of political strife across the entire world at the moment, it seems. That
I
might
mean, to be a
die
return to
off.
nature, I think people will return to like away from the abstract mental gymnastics that people play on every day, and probably return, stop playing video games and play actual games with human beings.
Well, I don't know if you can thwart video games so easily because it's like they're just so
I just
good.
think that people would go
That way.
go back to the natural world more. Like they would
Yeah, well,
because the way the natural world is portrayed in the common I guess you'd call it zeitgeist is that it's some super complicated, mysterious thing that only special people with special instruments can figure out what the truth is. And I can't learn an equation full of esoteric symbols, also called mathematical equations. So I'll just retreat into my fantasy land because nature is some mysterious thing to me. Right? I can never know the truth of nature because it's too mysterious. Because you always can run away to quantum mechanics. Things are in two places at once, and nature does. What did Neil deGrasse Tyson say? The universe has no obligation to make sense. Shit like that. Well, if it ain't gonna make sense to me, then I'm not gonna pay attention to it, right?
Well,
What if nature can be made sense of it to a normie, to a layman? then maybe they're going to pay more attention to it.
I feel if the world, like if majority of people on the world say started, oh sorry, my mic's cutting out. If the majority of people in the world started believing, then I think you'd get a lot more impromptu investigations of Antarctica, which would be quite fun.
What I don't even know what the majority of the world thinks now.
Yeah,
I
that's
know what
true.
the West. I know what the West thinks, right? So the Western world, I know what they think. Probably Russia, they think the same thing. Chinese, I don't think Chinese is ubiquitous as people think about things like that. Chinese were
I
flat
don't even
earthers
know.
pretty much into the
Yeah.
20th century, and they do have a tradition of that. Indian, there's kind of a little backwards. I wouldn't say backwards. I guess we would call them backwards because they don't believe all the. There's a significant segment of the population doesn't buy the so-called scientific rhetoric. So it's hard to say. Like Africa, I'm sure there'll be like hit or miss. You know what I mean? Some places they all think the Earth is a globe. Other places they think it's all flat. You know, who knows? Like, I know what they think in the West. I don't know what they would think worldwide. Brazilian, I've
Yeah.
heard, has a large flat Earth population. I mean, they did some sort of survey like maybe half a decade ago that showed like 11% of the population were flat Earthers or something.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I mean, it's hard to say what the world thinks. I think the closer you are into like the modern media narrative, the more likely you are to probably believe that versus if you're freaking growing up in freaking the Congo, right, with no contact with the freaking outside world, you probably just, if asked, you'd probably just think the Earth is flat.
Well,
'Cause
it
that's
would be interesting to
well, let me
see
just say
if
one
in the
more thing,
Congo.
just
Oh yeah, go on.
just to give you the context of why I'm saying that is because they've surveyed children, and children between 4 and 6 that they surveyed think the Earth is flat until told different by an adult. So I think it's the normal, natural inclination until told otherwise.
Yeah, no, I think it is also. I think that's also why that was our first. It was the first big take. It wasn't the first big take, but it was before the globe theory that it was flat for quite a while. I don't know. Is it a bit off topic to ask you like simulation theory? I think it probably is. Like, could that be true? Connected?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Sorry?
He wants to know if anybody thinks simulation theory could be true. That is the question Plex has asked.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't think it's true. I mean, actually there's just a paper published about it that it can't possibly be true.
Oh, I mean, I was just saying, like, is that too off topic for this chat? I guess it might be.
Well, if it is a simulation, it's a flat Earth simulation. That's
Yeah, maybe.
it's a simulation of a flat Earth. It's not a simulation of a globe. So I just posted a link. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah. So as long as you agree to read the rules, I can give you the VC verified role, so you can come back in the chat. Otherwise, if you come back, you'll be auto muted. If you don't have a role, you're auto muted when you come in this chat. You gotta have.
So are there other chats that aren't live stream that are just like more casual?
Oh, someone gave me VC verified. Yeah, the chill chat. Yeah, no one's in there right now, but occasionally, like Loggy has 10, 20 people in there sometimes.
Yeah, that's nice. I might pop in there at some point.
We're also
Yeah,
not always in
people
here.
used to be in there. I don't know. They haven't been in there so much. You should get it going there again, Plex. What were you saying, Indio?
Yeah, I was gonna just tell them that we're also in. We also like we have we go in other servers. We have guest channels in other servers. In the politics server, you don't see anybody in here. We might be in the politics server. We have a guest room, 24/7 Flat Earth guest room. We have a 24/7 Flat Earth guest room in what's called the English Hub. So it's people that are learning English right?
Yeah.
With English learners, there's about
Yeah,
three
that's
hundred
where I
thousand.
saw all of this. I was really quite
Oh,
impressed.
okay, cool. Cool.
I was just going on there to just chat random people, and I saw it was flat Earth. Like, that sounds like fun. So
Yeah, we have our fans and we have our detractors. Obviously, when we go in places like that. But so
I'm
if you look
surprised
in the
there is.
live stream,
Yeah.
well, hold on one second. Just to answer your previous question, I hate letting shit get the simulation. I
Yeah.
posted a link to a study that, like they say, it debunks the idea of assimilation. It's not that simple as a debunk, but
Okay.
the argument is basically is that any computer simulation has to run algorithmically, in that there's particular parts of physics and nature that do not run algorithmically and can't possibly be running within a computer program.
Well, that's just how physics and programming work in our world. What if the simulation is a reality we can't comprehend? I guess that's.
I mean, yeah.
That it's all
Well,
possible.
it can't be a
Right?
computer. What they say is it can't be a computer simulation in the way that we use
Oh
computers.
yeah, no. Well, I don't know about that, but like yeah, like simulation theory is just like this is a fictitious creation of some being we can't possibly comprehend. But yeah, well, at the same time, people can think it's just like humans made this simulation, blah blah blah. But yeah, no, I hear you. I don't know if that's debunking it. It's debunking maybe one facet of the possibility. I'm not. I don't believe that this is a simulation. But I'm open. I'm open to all sorts of ideas, basically. So I think it's interesting anyway. And I think I asked
I
this
think it's an interesting
yesterday.
mental exercise. I mean,
When you say flat Earth, like you personally, do you believe like there's an ice wall and a firmament? Do you believe in infinite plane?
not me.
Do you believe what do you believe in that sense?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I don't think the universe is a bounded entity inside of something, meaning it's not an object inside of like some greater space, right? So just the way I said, hey, what's the universe inside of? That question would make no sense because the universe is supposed to be everything. It's not inside of anything because that thing would also be the universe.
So, but anyway, my question
But
sort
what
of
I'm
is
saying
like,
is,
is there a boundary?
No, it's impossible to tell.
Okay.
It's impossible to prove. It's impossible to tell. This was actually proven by Zeno with Zeno's paradox that this type of question can actually be answered logically, geometrically, or any other way.
Really? If the Earth is flat and you get in a long distance airplane and you just flew in a direction without turning, surely.
Yeah, and what Zeno would say is go halfway there each time, see how long it takes to get there. Go halfway to where you think the boundary is, do a halfway increment, then go half of that. And each time you get halfway closer, and do that as many times as you can, and you'll never get there. That means that things like discrete boundaries can't be logically, mathematically, or geometrically proven to even exist at all.
Okay, so
just because we, in our perception, right? If I pick up a ball and it seems like there's a boundary to the ball in my fingers, okay? There's no actual boundary. It's just how we express it mathematically. And mathematically, it's a known problem in mathematics. There's so-called boundary condition. Because you have mathematical infinities and shit and logical contradiction.
Okay, so do you think that like if you look at Google Maps, for instance, like everything you see there is everything
Google
you
Maps is a
discovered?
cylinder. Yeah, Google Maps is a cylinder.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, are there other continents? Can you, if you keep going in one direction, will you loop around, even though it's not?
You can't. Yeah. The problem is going in one direction.
Oh, okay. So it's like, yeah,
Because
it's like that.
you need a reference, right? You need some spatial reference that you can reference from all points in your journey, and we don't have that, right? Eventually, whatever you started with as your spatial reference when you travel 2,000 miles, you're not going to be able to see or detect it anymore. So your orientation relative to that reference, you're not going to know.
So you think
You're
like
not going
you
to
would
even be able to
always
tell.
wind up coming back the way that you came if you just kept
Well,
going?
we know from what people do when they're lost, like in the desert, in the ice, in the snow, in the woods. They typically think they're walking in a straight line and walk in a circle,
Yeah. But like,
and no one knows
assuming,
exactly why this happens. But it's just like a human
well,
issue. Like, hey,
would
I'm
you
gonna
have
walk in a
like,
straight line to that town, and I just went in a fucking circle.
I mean, like, how do airplanes get from point A to point B without getting lost?
They
What do
have
you think?
waypoints, they have transponders, they have international flight corridors, domestically and internationally.
So if you were to put all of that infrastructure in a straight line towards one direction, surely eventually you'd come across something other than the continents we're aware of. You know,
So, so it's going to be the same problem. So east and west on the globe is a circle, right? Not the
yeah.
compass rose; it's actually a circle. So you're going in the circle. North and south is also a circle. Though no one's ever taken that circle. They have taken the east-west circle.
So what do you
So
think
when
of
you say go in a
Hyperborea?
straight line relative to what? That's what I mean. A spatial reference point. So you need an origin of coordinates, right? Some point, and then a straight line relative to that. So what point are we using, or 2 points, or 10 points, or whatever, to go in a straight line and know we're going in a straight line? So what we typically do when we navigate, right? We use either one of three methods. We use the celestial sphere, we use the magnetic compass, or we use the sun. Now, these three methods don't match each other. Their cardinal directions don't match. Contrary to popular belief, these cardinal directions don't match each other. They match each other in certain locations. Typically, what you would call the northern hemisphere, that's where they match the most. But in other places, they're way off. So magnetic compasses experience something called magnetic declination, in which the compass needle appears to be pointing north, but it's actually, appears to be pointing north toward the magnetic
you're getting a
pole.
little bit too technical for me. I'm just trying to ask you, like,
Okay.
are you aware of the Hyperborea
hold
argument and like theory that there are many
Yeah, I'm aware of the
continents?
Hyperborea. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. So just listen.
Are you saying that it's infeasible without going into the technical jargon? I don't need to like I'm just like trusting.
Well, I mean, it's not technical jargon. It's like when you say straight, it seems simple, but it's a geometric claim, right? You're saying some geometry. A straight line is geometry, right?
Okay, but you're kind of digressing from the point I'm trying to explore here. Like I hear what you're saying. I might not understand it, but I'm just trying
I think you do.
I'm trying
you
to like
understand it
just get the basis of what you think. Like, if there's a possibility for more continents and more exploration. Yeah.
I don't really know. I mean,
but
I don't
it
think
sounded like what you were arguing was saying that it's impossible.
It's impossible to go in a straight line. That's what I think.
So
we're very far.
Okay.
You can go for a period, but not for a long time.
Like if the map of Hyperborea was like semi-correct, it wouldn't be that far. It would just be like an 8-hour flight after Antarctica or whatever. You know, and then
Hyperborea, that was supposed to be in the north.
Sorry?
Hyperborea is supposed to be in the north.
Oh, okay. I don't know the word for the model that has lots of different continents outside of our observable.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the I mean the short term is pond theory, but a lot of this is based
Maybe.
upon well, let me tell you what it's based upon. It's based upon so there was a newspaper article published in Hawaii, like in the 40s, that was a map that was discovered in Japan by a Zen monk that was printed in something like that was made in like the 1500s. And this
Okay.
map showed the continents and outside the continents other land masses. This
Okay.
is typically called pond theory or outer freaking continent theory or some shit like that.
All right. Sorry for mixing it up with Hyperborea then.
No, it's fine. Yeah, Hyperborea is like because on old maps, like the old Mercator map, so would have at the North Pole were 4 islands, and in the center was supposed to be something called like Mount Meru, right? And there was like 4
Okay.
rivers that led into where the North Pole was, and this was on a lot of maps at his time period, but the first Mercator map featured that, but the ones afterwards it just disappeared.
Okay,
But
so
it
the
was in the North Pole.
Hyperborea, you've got that mountain. Is there anything like important about that mountain?
It's supposed to be a magnetic mountain. Also supposed to be like
Also,
a
I've heard a
connection
theory
between
where there's like a hole, a huge hole that just
yes,
goes.
that those 4 rivers flow into a hole. Yeah.
And
So
where
basically,
does that
bottomless
hole
void.
go? A bottomless
Fuck if I
void.
know.
Okay.
I guess I don't like it. It depends on what culture you're dealing with, because the Russians have a story of Hyperborea, the Irish have a story, the English have a story, the continental Europeans have a story. But there's a bunch of different mythos about it.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to verify which one is more likely, or if any of them make any sense.
Yeah, I think the Russian lore is kind of like this. Hyperborea is almost like this, like it's like almost like a Shangri-La type city, where everyone's living in harmony, holding hands, kind of like a weird Garden of Eden. But it can't be found because it's perpetually locked in
Like
fog.
Southern
But
God.
it does refer to the 4 rivers, that there's 4 rivers in the center. But I don't think they have a hole in that lore. I think the Irish Hyperborea lore is the one that has a hole in the center. If I remember right. I haven't read way into this. I'm just the shit I picked up over time.
All right. Well, thank you for your take on that. Is there
I
anyone
mean,
else
there's
who
other people with
wants to
well
talk?
more versed in this. I mean, if you type Hyperborea in the search, you might find more on it. Here, I'll do it as a matter of fact, because now I'm curious.
All right.
There's a lot of things with old maps that don't appear on modern maps, but they appear on, old maps that were like, yeah, I can't find anything in here. Oh, not for me. Hold on a second.
What search engine?
No, I'm just using our see if anybody talked about it in this Discord. I'm using our side chat, so see if there's anything. Seven cities of gold. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go to the spot where there's
Oh,
some
Helio.
kumbaya. Net would go there with me.
Helio Skeptic, who does the live stream here, he actually made a video about it. It's on his regular channel. So here's the Hyperborea map. So I'll post it real quick. This is what it looks like. We're almost in Speculation Sunday, I guess
I think every day should.
I mean,
be
I'd hear some
Speculation
weird
Sunday.
shit about. Yeah, we do Speculation Sunday where usually we don't deal with speculation, separate, but people want to speculate, so we made a day for it.
All right.
We usually just try to stick to what we can prove.
It's Sunday where Plex is.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it
So
is.
you're allowed to speculate. We're not.
Yeah, no, it is. It's
Just
Yeah,
the
you
fact.
speculate. Yep, we'll shoot it down. It'll be fun.
yeah, that sounds like my life. So I'm wondering, there's lots of people in this
I
chat
mean,
with
just to be
muted
fair, we
microphones.
try to just
Are
deal.
they
Flex,
active?
just to be fair. Yeah, they're just listening. Yeah. Do you want to chime in? You want 30
We're
people to
very
talk at once?
tired. We're tired in the USA. We're very tired. I know you just had your coffee, but we're very tired over here in the USA.
What time
You
is
want to
it
drink some
over
coffee?
there?
It's 10
Like approaching
Eastern
midnight.
time. It's 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, okay. At like exactly 12 hours.
So you're in the
That's
Indian
still
Ocean.
awake.
8 p.m. in the Rocky Mountains.
Nice. Rocky Mountain High.
Oh, where's the link to the live stream? Is it anywhere on this Discord?
Yeah, it's in. I'll post it, but it's in the social media links channel
Okay, I
that's
can
all the way
see.
up top.
Yeah,
all
I
the way
see
up
it.
top. Okay, cool.
Oh, it's at the top
We
of
also
that.
have it's the top of the channels.
The YouTube.
Yes, if you go on social media links, the YouTube is. There's two of them. We got a bunch of them. Dude, that was posted in the main text. It makes it just easier.
Wow, I'm surprised
It's already
YouTube
got it.
let you do a live stream.
We've been doing it for like 8 years now.
You gotta wake these people up.
So in 8 years, going 12 hours a day, how many people do you think we've talked to about this topic?
Maybe at least more than
100,000?
7.
Well,
7
I'll tell you
recurring
this:
people. No, I'm just
over
kidding.
200,000. I think last I looked, which is quite a while ago, 250,000 people have been in this server. Well, 250,000 accounts.
Most impressive.
Can
That's
you
just
see on
this version.
can you see on the YouTube statistics, like unique views?
Oh, well, Helio hasn't showed us in a long time, but I know it's millions of watch hours.
It's about 1,000 views a day.
I can't find the live stream.
I posted it in the live stream voice text channel.
All right, I'll have a look.
We have 2 live streams, so there's another channel too.
I can't
And it's
see
on
anything
Rumble.
in this. Oh wait, no, there in the voice text. Okay.
Yeah, we started doing this before they added a chat to the voice channels. So this is how we did it before they added that feature, and we just didn't change anything back. We're not changing just because they changed. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, but
Yep,
we do
yep.
have a
It's
teleport text.
tradition.
Well, hold on, let me explain real quick. So we have the VC, and they added that feature where there's a chat associated with the VC. Before they did that, we had the VC and a channel for it, text channel called Livestream Voice Text. We switched to the VC to use their built-in one, then we'd lose all the shit that we did before, and we'd have to like go back and forth to reference it. So this is just easier.
Okay. I think I'm gonna head off for now, but thanks for talking. It's been fun.
Yeah, so it's also on Rumble and X, so you can watch on there. Plus, we also have 2 podcasts. Well, 1 podcast. So we clip interactions or dialogues or debates we have, and we upload it to Spotify, and it's also on iTunes, right? So if you go on one of those, type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it'll come up. You'll actually, if you want to hear us talk to someone that's working for Amazon's Kuiper satellite division, it's like a 2.5 hour conversation. You can listen to that, or there's other ones. We talked to all sorts of people, PhDs, freaking pilots, pseudo intellectual nerds. You name it.
Okay. Well,
midwit.
Having me.
Danny Ryan's got the midwit.
Yes, less than a midwit. That you're being too generous, too generous. But even midwits deserve to have a conversation about the flat Earth. Yeah, Plex, we're so glad that you stopped by. Yeah, come by anytime. Good
All right.
talking to
Take
you.
care, everyone. Fun.
All right, peace. Now, if Hyperborea doesn't exist, the Earth is not flat.
Don't forget about the moon map.
So just a couple easy use updates. You can get the links to the respective live streams straight from the YouTube bots that are at the top of the chat. And if you do join the in chat text, you can hyperlink straight to our live stream one channel. So pretty simple. Especially if they can read, because if you go into the one text chat, it says, welcome, read the rules, join VC check-in to get voice verified. And then it says join hashtag live stream voice text to participate in the text chat. So once you press that with your finger, any one of those, it takes you right to where you need to go. Or click it with your mouse. You know what's weird though? I don't think people realize how problematic the boundary is for the heliocentric paradigm. The main understanding, cosmology, because they basically have they only have a sample size of the alleged visible universe, right? Because obviously everything beyond that can't be sensed, and so they have absolutely no idea what's out there whatsoever. So their reverse engineering of how things far away could be completely debunked by any new information that they get. So they're really making a bold claim that we know what the universe is now, when we have no idea where the boundary is and what's between us and the boundary whatsoever. It's a pretty bold claim. Not only that, but in their worldview, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. However, the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, which means that it's impossible to ever reach the extra luminal space, right? And not only that, you could never reach the boundary even if you entered that space, because the boundary would be accelerating away from you faster than you could ever possibly accelerate. So the question, where's the boundary of the universe, to them is not only unknowable now, it's unknowable ever, period. Yet they want to come in here and demand of us that, where's the boundary of our world? Because they've been pre-programmed to think that that's a limitation of flat Earth claims, but they don't realize that they have the same limitation in their worldview.
Well, they don't question their worldview. That's just a given. That's given all deference. It's given no skepticism. It's given no interrogation.
It also kind of has this vibe where it's so far off and so far out there and so far away that it doesn't matter. So I don't really have to think about it. I can just make claims within the world, that's local to me. And the local world to them is the observable universe. So it's like, oh, questions about the boundary, that doesn't matter. We could still make claims about what's within the boundary without knowing anything true about the boundary or the extent of the universe in which we live. Yet somehow, when they say that out loud, they're not willing to give that concession that they just gave themselves to a flat earther. All of a sudden, a flat earther is demanded to have all of these questions already answered. It's really not a fair standard.
I mean, I might start doing that survey. Just start asking every single glober I interact with. Start the conversation with, have you ever been skeptical of the globe, and if so, what exactly were you skeptical about? That would just be interesting, because I don't think the average person questions it at all, which is very weird. Honestly, because people typically they question a lot of things just automatically, at least a little bit.
Well,
Except for NPCs.
Part of the mainstream education and the way and the mainstream in general, the way in which they phrase the question is, here's some questions people already had, it's already been answered. And if you say that enough times, you get this illusion that all my questions have already been answered. Somebody knows, right? So I can just rest assured that no matter what skepticism I have, it's already been answered. I'm not original.
That was funny. You said it way more eloquently than I was going to say it, but that's where that phantom expert syndrome comes in. They just rely on feeling like there are people with the answers, so they don't have to question, like you said.
Yeah, because they walk around with all the answers in their pocket all day. We all do. Those are all the answers to the world are on your phone.
Yeah, instead, I have a red wagon with an encyclopedia set. I just carry that around everywhere. If anybody asks a question, I just get the appropriate volume.
That's funny. That's the funniest joke you've hit all day. Good job.
Thank you, Creation Code.
I can hear the wagon wheels squeaking right now.
Oh, Globe? Let me get out volume G. Just a minute.
Man, I can see the film now. So I've been watching this show, Law and Order, and there's been these commercials coming up where it's the lady in the yard, and it says, "When the wind is so still, she comes to you like a chill." And obviously, it's a Halloween theme type thing. And then there's like maybe noises approaching, and it's Mary Mom with her wagon, because she's coming after you slowly but surely.
That's right. It's the Flat Earth Encyclopedia. I got Josh in my sights. No, Josh, I'm sorry. You will never know the true nature of the sun in your lifetime. Volume S, Sun.
With Law and Order, Ice Tea? Black guy?
No, Law and Order has a bunch of different shows. I was talking about the OG original Law and Order.
Oh yeah, that's SVU. Never mind.
So
It's
Ice
still,
Cube. Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah, I was just gonna say about Josh. Like, I still can't believe how angry he got about me saying that we don't know what the sun actually its composition is. He got more mad about that than us saying that he drinks the Kool-Aid, which is crazy.
Oh, yeah, he was cheerful about the Kool-Aid, but yeah, don't you try to tell him he doesn't know what the sun's made of, Indio. It's a sacred cow. How dare you? No, he was like flustered, like, what? I don't understand. How can you not accept this? Yeah, he was mad. You're right.
You don't believe in fusion? Yeah, what's that tell us? Yeah, like I can believe in fusion. It doesn't tell us what the sun is.
Fusion. Ha.
Would he be interested in the guy that re-examined the spectra and said that the sun's actually liquid metal?
You know, I listen. I was actually going there, AI, but I couldn't get there because he was kind of like freaking having a mental breakdown, dude. It was really weird. He was kind of like glitching. He just like went straight into science communicator mode and just started babbling.
Like
Like I
instead.
couldn't. It was kind of weird, to be honest. As far as like all my interactions with him, he like went into some weird autonomic freaking response.
Yes, it was really weird. He was being incredibly obnoxious to both you and a Cyclone, and subsequently myself.
You didn't like his programming, did you?
Why are people so obsessed with knowing about these things out in space, but we don't even know what's in the middle of the Earth, or if it's round, or if it's flat, or what's in the oceans? I mean, they're so obsessed with what the sun's made out of. It's like, do you even know what's underneath your feet? Like, try to start there first. Then let's work outward, maybe.
Yes, I'm right there with you, Dib. I've said that to the Globe Zealots many times. Yeah, like, how about, yeah, if we just explore more of the oceans, which are largely unexplored, new organisms being discovered, and so on, or, yeah, just learn more about the amazing natural world around us, or just, save up your money and travel to places around the world. Like, why these people are obsessed with space when for sure they haven't been to all the continents or, all the places you could possibly go on Earth. I don't know why there's such a lack of interest. It's very odd.
You know, like, try to go break the record and drill farther than 8 miles into the Earth, and then see what you find. See if you find some magma, like they say.
Well, their 8 mile dig didn't match predictions. So then they want us to believe all the way to the center of the earth at thousands of miles. Guys are literally smoking drugs if they think we're that dumb, dude.
Well, they're trying to push the
It's like, I
drugs on
can't
us.
tell you what's
Make us
8 miles deep. Yeah, I can't tell you what's 8 miles deep, but I can tell you what's 3,000 miles deep. It's like, yeah, get real, bro.
They always come up with different answers. They're like, "Oh yeah, we can use a lidar or infrared." It's always a different answer to how they can figure out what's below.
Well, we shoot P waves and S waves. Okay. See, that's one of the things we should do on Flat Earth Opposite Day. Well, how do you know, like, the Flat Earth is? Well, we shot P waves and S waves. See if they accept that shit. For a fact they won't. Got some new people piling in. Welcome, Drilla. Welcome, Raiden. Welcome, Zarkos. Let me unmute Zarkos. Hit him with a listening pass. We still have Nut here.
No.
And go ahead, Inline.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, maybe Nut, went to sleep on his rowboat. Those rowboats can be real soothing when they rock back and forth.
I'm still here.
Oh, he's awake! Yay!
Yes, baby. Yes. Oh.
Dude, you thought you were a mermaid for a second.
He's gonna sing the row your boat multilingual round at our Hyperborea campfire right after the Kumbaya you told us about.
Is he gonna sing his part and finish?
Yeah, he already did. Did you miss that? I'm sorry, India. It was so great. I'm
Yeah.
sorry you missed it. You missed it.
You're pulling my leg. He
No,
never sung that. Did he really?
sing row your boat and finish. Come on. India doesn't believe me. You can do
Hold
it.
on. So the song. I don't remember how it goes.
All right, well, at least he started it. You heard it.
Can't remember a child's doing. Come on.
Stupid.
You had more of it before. Come on. Start again. At least get to the next
Hold on.
line.
I'm finding the lyrics.
Focus.
Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
You know my favorite child song or whatever, the kids song, is "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." You know why?
It's a good one.
Because it's like I feel like people forget that one. You know, they didn't say "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, we know exactly what you are." It goes, "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are." It doesn't say like a plasma in the sky. It says like a diamond. You know, so I don't know where these songs come from, but I think there's some truth to that one. And it's hard to make that as an argument when you're talking to Globers, like telling them you don't know what stars are. It's like, well, they have the kids song, bro. I mean, I have said it before, but I do think there's some truth in that one. Absolutely. Nobody knows what stars are. Nobody knows what the moon is. Nobody knows what the sun is. And I'll say it. I'll just stand on that one. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what any of these things are. And no, I also don't think the sun is a star. They don't even look alike. So, yeah, well, for that guy to freak out when you said, we don't know what the sun is, I would just simply turn to him and say, well, tell me what it is. What is it? And if you're just going to repeat the lore, well, that's not very helpful because we know the lore. So it's like, what can you tell me beyond that? What is your knowledge that you acquired? Oh, you don't have any? You just have the lore DLC? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, the question I
You know,
asked him was, within your own paradigm, let's assume everything you think is true. Are we ever going to know what the composition of a star is, since we'll never reach them? He was like, we know now. What do you mean? We know now. Like, how do we know? You don't believe in fusion? Like, dude, like, you literally, the dude, like, glitched, man. I never, like, Josh, he never did that with me, at least, dude. He totally started glitching, man. Like, his code started being rewritten in real time. It's really
you know what's
strange.
funny? When you say, what is the sun? They go, it's a star. It's like, okay, well, what's that?
We scooped
Here's my
some up.
favorite part.
We have satellites roaming around and roaming around the sun, scooping up material.
One more time. You need something the mass of a star to create the effect. I know this because I created the effect in my lab. Figure that one out.
Yeah, what he said was, he said a lot of things. He was kind of all over the place. Like, I've never heard him that jumbled up. It's very weird. Like, he's very on point. His rhetoric is like, he's very clear communicator. He got very. I mean, you'd have to go back and listen to it. It happened about this time last night. It was very jumbled and odd. He totally glitched, man. I mean, Dandy can vouch for my estimation. Me and Cyclone were talking to him, and he kind of went off the rails.
Yeah, he totally did. Yeah, his mask totally slipped. That's why he was mad at me when I pointed it out. Yeah. He was being downright rude to Cyclone.
Yeah, so just a PSA for the slow Glovers in the back. You can't create something with the mass of a star in your lab, for goodness sakes. So you can't use that in your argument. For God's sakes, man. Come on now.
Yeah, that's what he tried to say. Like, we created fusion on Earth. And I was like, yeah, with a magnetic field, not with gravity.
Shit, that's a bit of a problem, I think, because it would be impossible for a globe to measure flat.
So what would be correct? Saying it's a globe, or do you go with the measurements? I mean, how do you pick?
What about eclipses?
I can make eclipses with a ruler and an orange.
What about time zones?
China has one time zone. They're either super small or time zones are made up.
How can it be daytime in Japan if it's nighttime in America, though?
Whoa. So the sun moves across the sky. I know you guys don't know this stuff, but it actually moves if you pay attention to it. You can
So
actually.
why would they all be lying?
Who's lying? People don't lie that the sun's moving. They see the sun moving. They tell
What
you.
about black holes?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. That sounds made up.
Checkmate. Love.
Good one. Wait, so the sun is moving, but if the Earth is flat, the light spreads evenly across the flat Earth. Because
How far does light go? How far does light go? Forever?
No, it doesn't. But
oh, there you go then. So nope, it doesn't go forever. So it doesn't have to light up everything because it doesn't go forever. Okay, we got that solved.
no, look on the flat Earth. Where's USA and where's Japan? It's in a circle, right? It goes around.
Where's Japan? I have never been there, so I've never investigated.
So you're basically saying, like, so you gave me the argument that, like, that's true. Light falls off at some point. Yes, true.
Okay, so there we go.
Just like the sun.
The end.
No, it doesn't end because show me a map of your worldview.
Oh, I don't have a map. I use Google Maps when I drive.
Show me a map
or whatever's built into my iPhone. I either use the iPhone maps, the ones that are built into the iPhone, or I use Google Maps. It depends. Depends on what car I'm in.
So how does that work?
It would be great if you like if we could get $1 trillion in funding and a fleet of ships and planes, and then we could go and make you a map. Google Maps is just a projection of a spherical coordinate system stretched out into a Web Mercator projection with a whole bunch of incorrect sizes and distortions, and it's just a coordinate system.
True, but how does it find where you are?
Using the coordinate system.
A bunch of cars drove around. You probably never seen a Google car driving around with cameras all over it. But that drives around and gets its coordinates and takes pictures, so it can give you those. That's how it does it. Isn't that amazing?
How does it know where you are?
And then when the planes fly over, the next height up, when the planes fly over, they connect those GPS coordinates to those pictures. And then when they go a little bit higher from a higher plane, they connect those GPS coordinates. And then that's about all you get. Everything else turns into a cartoon.
So
Are you
how
talking
does your
about
phone
how does?
know that when you're driving from point A to B, where you
Yeah,
where
Okay,
you
because
are
you're getting
exactly?
signals. You're getting signals from towers.
From where?
It's going to triangulate your position.
Doesn't your car have Wi-Fi in it?
Doesn't use Wi-Fi, use GPS. And
Well, you guys are way in
the
back in
network.
the Stone Ages. Even my crappy car has Wi-Fi.
My car is old, man. I don't need a new car. Waste of money.
There you go.
Well, it's true. Cars are depreciating.
They just use the
outward,
Wi-Fi signal. They're allowed to use it for free. What do you think of that?
So you're just
Wi-Fi
getting a signal.
in the
You're just getting a
in the
signal
forest.
and Wi-Fi signal.
No, nothing works in
in
a
the-
pine forest. Where I live is Ohio, and we have pine trees all over the place. So once you're in pine forest, you got no signal.
Okay, in the middle of nowhere, away from a big city, there's Wi-Fi signal everywhere.
For
Where you
us,
live?
now
Okay.
there is. Never used to be, but now there is.
It's not Wi-Fi. It's 5G or 4G.
And
Wi-Fi is a
cell
network
towers.
between electrical devices.
And
Okay,
still has to
you
be
don't need a
converted
pole
to
for
an
that.
IP address. Still has to be converted to an IP, so we can call it Wi-Fi.
Is this the glow proof that we were looking for?
No, I was answering to something else that someone brought up.
Okay.
Well, there's no proof. There's nothing anyone can say to prove this to you because
So why do so
you
many
guys are
people
committed.
believe it if there is no proof?
No, but no. Why do you need to prove anything or disprove anything? You just live
Well,
your
because
life.
you're making a claim about the physical geometry of the surface of Earth, so why can't that be proven? Do you know what the claimed radius of the globe is?
Yes, I know what a radius is.
Of the globe?
I know about according to how they say the diameter of the
it's
Earth is.
3,959 miles in radius, yeah?
Well, there you go. You see, that shows me the commitment. You know more about these things because you learn these things by heart.
So has that ever been measured?
By someone with a ruler? No, because it's impossible.
Well, in any way?
I don't know how he came up with that number.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. See, if you want to know whether or not this is true, you need to figure that out. Because it's never been measured.
I live my life, man. I'm happy, man. I just.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad you're happy. No one's trying to make you unhappy, but you're kind of acting like the Earth is a globe, and we know it's not. So we're just pointing that out, and
You don't
if
know
you want to
because you can't
understand
prove
that,
it either. Just like how I can't prove.
Yeah, the laser test. Remember? That's why we sent it to you.
Yeah, I looked at it, but
Okay,
anything I say, you will have an answer.
So how does the
an answer
laser
already?
Okay, so how would you say the laser hits the target 30 miles away?
I don't have the time to prepare for this like you did.
You don't have to prepare for it. Just be honest and tell us your honest answer. The laser shoots a straight line, right? It shoots a straight line from the laser to the target. Yeah?
Yes, I can
Yes,
get that far,
okay.
yes.
But on a globe, that's not possible because there's supposed to be a hump of curvature in between it.
I can't explain that because I don't know anything.
I know, that's what we're saying. You can't explain it on a globe
No,
because
I'm
it doesn't
sure
work
it's
on a globe.
explainable.
It doesn't
you
work
would
on a
still
globe.
have an answer. I'm just saying, even if I spend time to come up
There's
with
no
an argument,
answer you can
already
give.
have
It
spent
doesn't
so
work
much time
on a
committed.
globe.
You already
It doesn't work on a
committed
globe.
so much time. You're just talking over me again. You already have an answer to everything I say anyway.
You haven't.
Well,
You're not giving us an answer. Well,
No.
you're not responding to it at all. So how can you
I
say
don't have
that?
an argument right now. Yeah, I can probably ask ChatGPT, and you probably have an answer to everything it said.
What do you think ChatGPT would say?
It doesn't agree with you.
Well, and how does it say that the laser hits the target if there's a curve in
And
the
how
way?
do you verify ChatGPT is right, dude?
Well, look, you see, but that's the thing, You say one thing, you have an answer for that, but then how
Well,
do I
our
know
answer's
what you
simple
say
though.
is correct?
Our answer's simple though, and it makes sense. Our answer makes sense because lasers just shoot a straight line, so the laser is shooting the target
that makes sense,
a straight line across the lake. That makes sense.
Honestly, what they do is look at reality. You don't gotta just listen to what we're saying. You just gotta look at reality, what it is. There's a claim of curvature, right? If you're living on a ball, the ball is going to curve. It's not going to be straight. That will be flat. So if you go horizontal, which is straight, they claim that if you keep going straight, you will be flying into free space. The light will shoot into free space, and it wouldn't wrap around. It wouldn't be parallel to any surface. So, which meaning that there will be no surface beneath it, right? So if you put something on the surface, right, and you shoot a laser going straight, the laser should shoot flying into free space 30 miles away because the target, wait a minute, hold on, because the target is on the surface that is supposed to be curving underneath it. And the laser should be shooting past it in free space. So
what is a laser? What is a laser?
Oh
laser
my
is
god.
The point is that the laser is a light shooting horizontally. If it's shooting horizontally, which is straight in any manner, on a ball, it should be shooting into free space. So it should not be hitting targets 30 miles away connected to a surface. Because that means that the
on
laser
this
is
flat Earth.
Right. Did that mean that
you guys have said there's air and you have an atmosphere on this flat Earth, yeah?
Uh-oh.
Shit, it's a bit of a problem, I think, because it would be impossible for a globe to measure flat.
So what would be correct? Saying it's a globe? Or do you go with the measurements? I mean, how do you pick?
What about eclipses?
I can make eclipses with a ruler and an orange.
What about time zones?
China has one time zone. They're either super small or time zones are made up.
How can it be daytime in Japan if it's nighttime in America, though?
Whoa. So the sun moves across the sky. I know you guys don't know this stuff, but it actually moves if you pay attention to it. You can actually.
So why would they all be lying?
Who's lying? People don't lie that the sun's moving. They see the sun moving. They tell
you. What about black holes?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. That sounds made up.
Checkmate. Love.
Good one. Wait, so the sun is moving, but if the Earth is flat, the light spreads evenly across the flat Earth. Because
how far does light go? How far does light go? Forever?
No, it doesn't. But
oh, there you go then. So nope, it doesn't go forever. So it doesn't have to light up everything because it doesn't go forever. Okay, we got that solved.
No, look on the flat Earth. Where's USA and where's Japan? It's in a circle, right? It goes around.
Where's Japan? I have never been there, so I've never investigated.
So you're basically saying so you gave me the argument that light that's true. Light falls off at some point. Yes, true.
Okay, so there we go.
Just like the sun.
The end.
No, it doesn't end because show me a map of your worldview.
Oh, I don't have a map. I use Google Maps when I drive.
Show me a map
or whatever's built into
according
my
to what
iPhone. I
you
either
think the
use the
world looks
iPhone
like.
maps, the ones that are built into the iPhone, or I use Google Maps. It depends. If I'm in, depends on what car I'm in.
So how does that work?
It would be great if you like if we
Self-powered.
could get $1 trillion in funding and a fleet of ships and planes,
but
and then
Google
we could
Maps.
go and make you a map. Google Maps is just a projection of a spherical coordinate system stretched out into a Web Mercator projection with a whole bunch of
Yeah.
incorrect sizes and distortions, and it's just a coordinate system.
True,
That's all
but
that
how
is.
does it find where you are?
Using the coordinate
A
system.
bunch of cars drove around. You didn't probably never seen a Google car driving around with cameras
I've
all
seen,
over
but
it. But
how
yeah,
does
but
it
that
know
drives
you
around and gets its coordinates and takes pictures, so it can give you those. That's how it does it. Isn't that amazing?
How does it know where you are
And then
exactly?
when the planes fly over, the next height up, when the planes fly over, they connect those GPS coordinates to those pictures. And then when they go a little bit higher from a higher plane, they connect those GPS coordinates. And then that's about all you get. Everything else turns into a cartoon.
Are you talking about how does
know that when you're driving from point A to B, where you
okay, because you're getting
exactly.
signals. You're getting signals from towers.
From where?
It's going to triangulate your position.
Doesn't your car have Wi-Fi in it?
Doesn't use Wi-Fi, use GPS. And
well, you guys
and
are
the,
way in
the
back in
network.
the Stone Ages. Even my crappy car has Wi-Fi.
My car is old, man. I don't need a new car. Waste of money.
There you go.
Well, it's true. Cars are depreciating.
They just use the Wi-Fi signal. They're allowed to use it for free. What do you think of that?
So you're just getting a signal. You're just getting a signal.
In the forest?
Wi-Fi signal.
No, nothing works in a pine forest. Where I live is Ohio, and we have pine trees all over the place. So once you're in pine forest, you got no signal.
Okay, in the middle of nowhere, away from a big city, there's Wi-Fi signal everywhere.
For us, now there is. Never used to be, but now there is.
It's not Wi-Fi. It's 5G or 4G.
And
Wi-Fi is a network between electrical devices.
And still has to be converted to an IP address. Still has to be converted to an IP, so we can call it Wi-Fi.
Is this the glow proof that we were looking for?
No, I was answering to something else that someone brought up.
Okay.
Well, there's no proof. There's nothing anyone can say to prove this to you because you.
So why do so many people believe
committed.
it if there is no proof?
No, but no. Why do you need to prove anything or disprove anything? You just live.
Well, because you're making a claim about the physical geometry of the surface of Earth, so why can't that be proven? Do you know what the claimed radius of the globe is?
Yes, I know what a radius is.
Of the globe?
I know about according to how they say the diameter of the Earth is.
3,959 miles in radius, yeah?
Well, there you go. You see, that shows me the commitment. You know more about these things because you learn these things by heart.
So has that ever been measured?
By someone with a ruler? No, because it's impossible.
Well, in any way?
I don't know how he came up with that number.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. See, if you want to know whether or not this is true, you need to figure that out. Because it's never been measured.
I live my life, man. I'm happy, man. I just.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad you're happy. No one's trying to make you unhappy, but you're kind of acting like the Earth is a globe, and we know it's not. So we're just pointing that out, and
you don't know because you can't prove it either. Just like how I can't prove.
Yeah, the laser test. Remember? That's why we sent it to you.
Yeah, I looked at it, but anything I say, you will have an answer.
So how does the laser?
An answer already.
Okay, so why would you? So how would you say the laser hits the target 30 miles away?
I don't have the time to prepare for this like you did.
You don't
What
have
do
to
you
prepare
mean?
for it. Just be honest and tell us your honest answer. The laser
I don't know
shoots a
because
straight
I
line,
don't
right?
know.
It shoots a straight line from the laser to the target. Yeah.
Yes, I can
Yes.
get that far.
Okay.
Yes.
But on a globe, that's not possible because there's supposed to be a hump of curvature in between it.
I can't explain that because I don't know anything.
I know, that's what we're saying. You can't explain it on a globe
No,
because
I'm
it doesn't
sure
work on
it's
a globe.
explainable. It's that
It doesn't
you
work
would
on a
still
globe.
have an answer. I'm just saying, even if I spend time to come up
There's
with an
no
argument,
answer you can
already
give.
have
It
spent
doesn't
so
work
much time
on a
committed.
globe.
You
It doesn't
already
work on a
committed
globe.
so much time. You're just talking over me again. You already have an answer to everything I say anyway.
You
because
haven't.
you already
Well,
spent.
You're not giving us an answer. Well,
No.
you're not responding to it at all. So how can you
I
say
don't have
that?
an argument right now. Yeah, I can probably ask ChatGPT, and you probably have an answer to everything it said.
What do you think ChatGPT would say?
It doesn't agree with you.
Well, and how does it say that the laser hits the target if there's a curve in
And
the
how
way?
do you verify ChatGPT is right, dude?
Well, well, look, you see, but that's the thing, you know. You say one thing, you have an answer for that, but then how do I know what you say is correct?
Our answer is simple though, and it makes sense. Our answer makes sense because lasers just shoot a straight line, so the laser is shooting the target
that makes sense.
a straight line across the lake. That makes sense.
Honestly, what they do is look at reality. You don't gotta just listen to what we're saying. You just gotta look at reality, what it is. There's a claim of curvature, right? If you're living on a ball, the ball is going to curve. It's not going to be straight. That will be flat. So if you go horizontal, which is straight, they claim that if you keep going straight, you will be flying into free space. The light will shoot into free space, and it wouldn't wrap around. It wouldn't be parallel to any surface. So, which meaning that there will be no surface beneath it, right? So, if you put something on the surface, right, and you shoot a laser going straight, the laser should shoot flying into free space 30 miles away because the target, wait a minute, hold on, because the target is on the surface that is supposed to be curving underneath it. And the laser should be shooting past it in free space. So
what is a laser? What is a laser?
Oh
laser
my
is
god.
The point is that the laser is a light shooting horizontally. If it's shooting horizontally, which is straight in any manner, on a ball, it should be shooting into free space. So it should not be hitting targets 30 miles away connected to a surface. Because that means that the laser
this
is
flat Earth.
Right. Did that mean that
you guys have said there's air and you have an atmosphere on this flat Earth, yeah?
He's ChatGPT'd it. What did ChatGPT tell you, Tron?
Let's see if I just want to test if you actually.
What did it tell you? Did it say the bendy laser is bending around the curve that you've got no evidence for?
Ooh. No, this is not about the curve. This is just say that this experiment doesn't disprove.
Oh, it doesn't disprove the curve that there's no evidence for. Well, yeah, it does, because according to the globe, there's curvature in between the laser and the target. You wouldn't be able to hit the target.
A laser is not a straight line, though.
Wait, no. But so why do builders and surveyors use lasers to level surfaces?
On short distances, not on 30 kilometers.
Okay, so well, yeah, but that's why you get a powerful laser. Like the military use lasers that can go like 100 kilometers.
They do.
They don't use it though to disprove the.
Yeah, they do line of sight targeting. They do line of sight targeting from ships.
And the Navy use harpoon missiles to shoot straight too, at least 100 kilometers.
Yes, but this is all over a flat surface, Tron. Just like in your PFP and in the Tron world, you know how it's all flat and everything's moving over a flat, like, surface? Just like Tron. You can understand it like that.
Just like that. Just like that grid.
Yeah, it's all a grid.
Wait a minute.
Well, it's funny because actually the globe is the science fiction.
He's gonna change his picture now with Cyclone.
Why isn't Tron on a ball?
Right. How can you have a laser on the ball? But can you have a laser on the ball pretty much shoot straight and still hits its target when the ball is supposed to be curving either underneath or it should be a physical hump at the horizon?
You guys spend so much time preparing
Yes,
answers.
we've
Yes.
spent a lot of time, so you should listen to us.
Have you done this experiment yourself, though?
Yeah, we synced it ourselves. Yes.
You have such a powerful laser?
Yes, we synced it ourselves. I actually looked at it with a baller. He called himself Jesse.
I know it's tough
Okay.
to come to grips with Tron when you've believed in the globe your whole life. I get it.
That's okay. After this, I'm gonna make myself some food and then go on with my life. So don't worry about that.
Until the next time you go to the beach and you look at that flat horizon and you go, damn, it is flat.
So you have
that's
a belief.
okay. I haven't seen the beach in
There's nothing
years.
wrong with having a religious belief, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, everybody has. They call it
I don't believe in God. I'm not a religious person now.
Well, you is a religious person. You believe in a ball.
You're a heliocentrist, right?
Heliocentrist? That the Earth is the center of the universe? No.
No, heliocentrist, that's like the sun. Helios.
Yeah.
He's the sun god, isn't he?
Yeah,
the sun is not the center of the universe either. No.
That's
Well, no,
not what
but-
you think,
but you
brother.
go- So you're not heliocentrist.
Oh, in the solar system, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
that's what
So
I was
Helios
taught.
is
I
the
haven't been
sun
in
god,
space.
right?
Yeah, Helios literally.
Yeah,
is
Apollo.
Yeah. So
Apollon as well, yeah.
that would be that would be like a religion.
Yeah, you don't have any evidence of what you're talking about, so it's a religion. You just have a belief.
It's
I
sun
don't even
worship.
know why
What did we talk? We talked about the sun.
You know what, Funnytron? Basically, what they've done is these are like old school sun worshippers who have updated their sun worship to some kind of modern, faux scientific cosmological philosophy.
But you have
and
a
they've
sun in your
convinced a
flat
whole
Earth.
load of people that it's science when actually it's just old-fashioned sun worship. You might as well be going to the top of the pyramid and pulling some guy's heart out of his chest.
I mean,
you have
it
a
was
sun
really
in your
what-
flat Earth.
You know
that
what's
gives you
you know
light
what's funny
and
about it?
heat.
It's really what science was actually created to debunk people that just believe things.
But you have a sun. You have a sun in your flat Earth that gives you heat and light, right?
It's not our flat Earth, Tron. It's the Earth that you live on. It's the one that you go outside and you
Answer
see
the
the
question.
sun. That's the flat Earth. Yeah.
In your worldview, there's a sun that gives you light and heat.
That's not a worldview. That's an observation of
Just
reality.
answer the question, yes or no.
It's not a worldview. It's reality. You go outside, you see the sun.
Okay, but
Yeah.
you have a sun that gives you light and heat.
Yeah.
And
But why does it go down?
Do you know where the
So
sun
the-
physically is?
Just
So the sun. So
It's
how
like-
does sunset and sunrise work?
It's like, you know, if you're at the end of a long road and it's got street lights on it, why do the street lights look like they get closer to the ground the further away they are?
Yeah, why is that?
You're using perspective, okay.
Well, I'm not using it. That's just what it is.
But why, if you stand at the same spot, the sun moves, you don't move?
Because the sun is moving.
Duh.
But
Did
why
you
does it move
realize
around?
that? Why does the sun move?
So
Is
the
that your
sun
question?
moves in a straight line for you.
Well, the sun moves east to west through the sky every day, doesn't it?
Yeah, the sun is moving away.
Why doesn't it move in a straight line then?
Why do it have
According to
to? Why do it have to?
No, but
It moves east to west. I'm not saying it's moving in a straight line. It's moving east to west.
but it should be in your. Otherwise, it would look.
There's no
like it does.
should. There's no should, Tron. There's
But
just what
you
does it?
see-
What
you
is
see
it
when you
observed?
stand outside?
It's not a
you stand
question of
this whole
should
day.
or could, Tron. Listen, it's not a question of should or could or would. It's a question of what is it observed to do.
Okay, you stand
Okay.
outside the whole day. You observe the sun.
And you see the sun moving, yeah,
It
Tron?
rises in one point
Do you or
and
do
goes
you not
down and
see the sun? Do you or do you not see the sun moving as in changing position?
yes, of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
Okay,
Tron, so the sun, so we're
but it
saying the sun
rises
is
and
moving
sets.
because we observe the sun moving. So do you agree the sun is moving?
No, it's not the sun that's moving.
Right. So you see the sun moving, and you say the sun is not moving.
No, it's us who are moving.
But you only observe the sun moving, Tron.
Well, I believe the sun that we move around the sun, so of course the sun
Yeah,
will
but
move
that's
for
just
us
your belief,
observably.
Tron. This is what we're saying. See, we're going with what's observable in reality, and you're going with what's not observable or experienced in reality.
But okay, let me go with you. Okay, let's say the sun is moving, not the earth. Okay.
That's what you experience.
Why does
Yeah,
it
so
look?
let's go with that.
Why does it still look if you stand in the same spot the whole day?
Yeah,
Why does it
why
still
is it
move?
still look? No,
Just
no, 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 no.
let me talk. Why does it still look?
The sun is
The sun
moving.
rises and sets though.
No, it just moves across the sky.
Right. So the sun is moving.
No,
That's like
it
the
rises and sets. It does. It's not moving from east to west. It goes up and down.
It don't
on the
go east to
horizon.
west. According to you guys, it actually do go move from east to west. Actually.
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
it
go
goes.
up and down on a globe, that's for sure.
Yeah, but explain why. How does that optically work then? If the Earth is flat.
How come a plane looks like it's going to
No,
crash when it's
answer that
flying?
question.
How come a plane looks
Answer
like it's
the
going to
question.
crash when it flies away from you? Yeah,
Answer
when it
the
flies
question.
away from you, how come a plane looks like it's going to crash? Can you answer that?
We literally just answered it though. Like you just said, oh,
But
perspective.
you're not. No, it's
Wait a minute, hold on. We answered it, and you just said, oh, perspective. And then when we explained it to you, you just rinse and repeat what we answered, and then you're going to ask the question all over again. We just answered it. You don't even have a response to it. What's the response?
A plane is moving from right to left into your view. The sun seems to be moving in a circular fashion, though.
Yes, east to west.
No, circular fashion. It's not entering your view field from left to right.
The sun, so-called, rises in the east and sets in the west. East to west. And we're not making claims, and flat earthers is not making claims about sun positions. That's what you guys do. We making claims about the Earth's surface, which requires measurements.
Yeah, Tron, I'm just saying we all observe and experience the sun to be moving, not the ground. So I'm not going to assume it's the ground just because a textbook said so.
Right, unless you got some proof of that.
Yeah, I mean, unless someone can measure the ground moving, causing the sun to move, which they can't.
Do you have any
location?
Okay. So when you stand on a mountain, what's that?
You on ChatGPT, are you?
No, right now I didn't. On this topic, I didn't ask ChatGPT. I'm just trying to visualize in my head how that's supposed to work. But okay.
Visualize what in your head? How what's supposed to work?
Your argument with the plane and the sun, how that, proves.
No, the plane, he was just talking about perspective. You know, in perspective, everything converges to the horizon, yeah?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so when something gets further away from you, it appears to converge to the horizon. When something comes towards you, it goes over your head. It appears to get higher in your field of view. It's just perspective.
That's like Brady's criteria. So it's like.
And light doesn't travel forever, so eventually when the sun gets far enough away from you, you'll no longer receive its light, and someone else on the earth is receiving its light, and it's daytime there, nighttime for you.
It's pretty obvious.
So how does that work, that day and night cycle on the flat
Just
Earth?
the sun's movement over the earth and its light relative to your position.
But how does the sun move over that flat Earth?
Well, good question. So how would you test the mechanism of the sun's motion? Could you test it?
Looking through the shadows.
In order for
Well,
you
that
to
would
test
be
it, you would
looking
have
at
to have
it.
a
That would just be looking at it. That wouldn't be testing its mechanisms.
No, you're measuring it. You measure it by the movement of the shadows.
You could measure its motion and its apparent position in the sky, but that wouldn't tell you its mechanisms that's causing it to move, would it?
This is an apparent position in the sky.
Fucking hell.
But still, using your airplane example, that would imply that the sun is moving in such big fashion that it moves far away from your vantage point, and then it does a circular movement to come around again to start at the same spot it started the day before.
Well, whether the movement is circular or not, I don't know, because I'm not in a position to track the sun in its full cycle. But yeah, it's in a cycle, so it comes back and it repeats the cycle annually, right? And has done for thousands of years. Same with all the stars. All the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars, they move in repeated cycles and have done for as far as has been recorded, which is, yes, thousands of years.
Well, you see, but
Am I wrong?
It's not a system, though. It
is a system. The entire Earth, including the luminaries, are a system.
So what are those then?
Well, again, how would you verify what they are?
Okay, but what is the concept? There's no system. There's no concept of a system.
What do you mean? We're not talking about a concept.
There's no model. What is the complete model then?
Model of what?
Of the flat Earth, apart from the Earth is flat.
You can't model. You can't scale model reality. How would you do that?
You know, conceptually, how does
yeah,
that
but if you like, let's say, right, you could scale model a car because you have full access to the entirety of the car. You couldn't scale model reality because you don't know the full size of reality. You don't know the full size of every aspect
of it. You see the moon, you see the stars and the sun.
You see
what
the moon,
are those?
You see the stars.
What are those?
What do you mean, what are they?
What are they for you?
Like, what are they made of?
Yeah, what are they? Are they just paintings on the firmament, or are they actual objects in the sky?
Well, how would you verify what they are?
No, I'm asking what you believe.
Well, I'm asking. Well, my question to you should be demonstrative of my understanding of it. You cannot verify what they are.
I don't want to verify. I just want to know what you believe.
Well, why would I believe something when I can't be verified?
So there's no complete model. You just believe the Earth is flat and everything else is not
I didn't claim a model. We're not talking about a model. We're talking about the physical, measurable Earth. That's the surface, the ground.
And everything else, there's nothing beyond that.
No. Well, what do you mean? There's nothing. There's the sun, the moon, the sky, and the stars.
And what are those?
We observe those. Well, how would you verify that?
No. So again,
yeah.
So there's nothing beyond that. You can only prove the Earth is flat, and then there's nothing.
Yes. We prove the Earth is flat, and then when you realize the Earth is flat, you realize that the story you were fed about the moon, for example, being a big spinning ball of rock, is also untrue. So then you're left with speculating on what the moon is. And how would you verify that speculation?
You fly to them.
Ah, okay. So how do you fly to the moon? Please tell me.
With a rocket.
With a rocket, okay. So when are you going to do that?
They've already done it.
They've already done it. That. Who's already done it?
Oh, you don't believe? Yeah, I know where you're going with that.
Okay, so it's just a story that we have to believe.
You see, but again.
Quick question.
So we're back to belief.
Quick question. Dude, have you heard Elon Musk talk about going to the moon? He said you have to have like 15 starships full of fuel, and you have to refuel it in orbit to get there. So how did they get there on only one tank of fuel?
I never heard him say that, because he wants to fly to Mars.
Yeah, we had NASA scientists saying they have to refill it 6 times. There are different stories here, so what's going on with that?
Show me those NASA scientists.
Yeah, I'll look it up for you.
But that should be a simple math equation, you know, knowing how much fuel is in one of those SLS rockets.
Yeah,
when they depart Earth.
did this. Yeah, they did this. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the convo. You go on again. I'm going to look
I'm
up
sure
the
that can be
sources for him.
disproved because I can't believe they used the right math then.
Yeah, I'll send you some links. But
well, listen, I'm not claiming what the sun, moon, and stars are made of. If you want to make a claim about that, then go ahead, but you would have to provide some evidence for that.
There's evidence, but you don't believe the evidence. But so, end of story there. But you don't
believe
have. So
what
there's no
evidence?
model.
Believe what evidence?
You don't believe NASA is
I don't believe
correct.
what?
You believe NASA is a conspiracy. You know, the
No,
government trying to hide the
NASA
truth.
is a propaganda agency. They're an intelligence agency.
So what is the point of telling people the Earth is a globe? What benefit is there from that?
To make you think that the Earth's a globe, and look how well it's worked.
What benefit is there? If there's no economical
Maybe they
benefit,
want to
why would
control
they do
what
it?
you. Maybe they want to control what you think about reality.
Well, just like what Trump does every day.
That's a fallacy.
Well, I guess so. Why does Trump want to do that?
Because of money. Why does he want to have green?
Oh, okay. So maybe they like money. Maybe they like power and control over
but
people's
what money
minds.
is there from pretending?
Well, let's see. How much money do NASA make? Was it $70 million a day?
How much spending is their military spending compared to NASA?
You say $70 million a day isn't much. You must be quite loaded.
Well, there are $870 billion on military. Why?
Okay.
Why
Does military have to do with NASA?
What is the point of not
if you were getting a chunk of $70 million a day, you'd say, well, that's not much because this other group are getting way more than that.
What is the point of that?
I would think a fraction of that.
Yeah, some people like money and controlling people's minds.
For what? To what end?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask them because we're not them.
That's a fallacy.
Then what? NASA, you know, the elite.
Yes, NASA are giving you bullshit stories about the globe and space. Yes, that's true. Why are they doing this? Could be a whole host of reasons. Are we them to be able to tell you exactly what it is? No. I could give you some pretty good speculation, but I don't think you deserve it.
I think you have any good speculation. But money would be a good argument. But yeah.
But it's not an argument. It's not an argument. See, the argument was that the laser hits the target 30 miles away, and you know that's a good argument because you couldn't come up with any even attempt at an explanation for how that would work on a globe.
Not myself, but ChatGPT.
Not yourself. Not anyone. Listen, we've been doing this for years.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
No one, and ChatGPT can't either.
It's the same reason
they
why
can't explain it either. They can't explain it either, Tron.
It's the same reason why Muslims know the Bible better than most Christians.
We've had PhDs. We've had all kinds of people through here. None of them can tell us where the curvature is either.
Yeah, that should be like that's the foundation of
where it is. It's like you have to find it, okay?
Yeah, you have to find it and measure it, but no one can, Tron. No one ever has. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that's the foundation of your entire claim.
It's not my claim. I never.
Good. I'm glad you don't believe in it, Tron. Good for you.
Tron,
I didn't come up with this claim.
I know you didn't. It was just a story told to you.
For you in the chat.
16, but you tell me a story as well.
No, I'm not telling you a story, Joe. Tron, I'm saying you can go outside and see this for yourself.
Exactly, and I see. I don't see what you see.
You see a flat horizon. You experience a motionless surface, same as all of us. You experience the sun moving, same as all of us.
You would feel like you moving?
But already there, I'm not on the same page as you with the sun moving.
Yeah, you do. You are. You experience it. You believe something else, but you directly experience what we experience, which is the sun moving.
Yeah, it doesn't prove
not the
Earth is flat.
I mean,
you experience it flat. It doesn't matter what you believe.
Yeah, we asked you earlier, do you see the sun moving? You said, yeah. Now you're saying that's different.
Yeah, but your argument for why it rises and sets with perspective doesn't really make sense.
Well, why doesn't it make sense?
because the scale, because a plane moves into your view field, and if a plane comes from left to right, it's the same effect. If it comes from right to left, it's the same effect.
You already agreed with this perspective. Things converge towards the horizon line.
Yes,
over
but
distance.
the sun doesn't work for me. There.
Same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Well, why would the sun be any different if the sun is in that location?
Why wouldn't it be the same thing?
So why is the sun a different size depending on where you stand?
You guys, astrophysicist, says that the sun is in the apparent location, that you actually not seeing the sun. You're looking at the sun dead light. So why wouldn't that work?
Seeing what?
You guys, astrophysicists, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and other astrophysicists that agrees with him, said that you're not actually looking at the sun when you look at the sun in the sky. The light that you are receiving from the sun, because it's so many miles away, if the sun was to disappear, you would still experience that light for some years, and then the sunlight will eventually go out because you are looking at the sun dead light. So the sun moving away, wait a minute, so the sun moving away, right, where you no longer being able to see that, why wouldn't perspective work for that?
Just to correct that up a little bit, it would be 8 minutes, not years. It would be 8 minutes after the sun disappears, you would stop seeing the light.
Yeah, 8 minutes, whatever he said. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said 8 years. He got a whole short about it.
Sophie, maybe you can help Tron out.
That's not even.
We're
that's
looking.
not true.
Tron wasn't able to provide, or Tron wasn't sure what the evidence was for Earth being a globe. Sophie, do you have any evidence?
Well, like, what do you want me to like try and touch up on for the Earth being a globe?
Okay, so what we're looking for specifically is empirical evidence. So things that we realistically, as members of the public, could go and verify, measure, observe ourselves. So we don't want just to rely on images or videos from unverifiable sources like NASA. We want empirical evidence. Anything like that?
Yeah. I know what you mean. You guys talked about the sun and the Earth moving east and west. So could you like explain that to me one more time so I can just like quickly touch up on that? Because I low-key like zone out a little bit and I'm not like fully thinking about
the sun stuff. I mean, you have no evidence on the ground that we're talking about. No direct evidence.
He just wants to know. All he wants to know is how the sun moves. It moves from east to west.
Not necessarily how the sun moves.
That's west. Rises in the east, that's in the west.
If I'm not mistaken, what I heard earlier was you guys don't think the Earth moves?
We don't know.
The sun moves.
Yeah,
May I say
don't.
something?
Could one person talk here? Like, I can't listen to 3 people at the same time. Thank you. Appreciate it. But I'm asking, so like, you guys don't think the Earth moves?
No, the Earth is stationary, bro.
Okay, wait. So hold on, real quick. If you take a ball that rotates, I'm trying to think on how to put this.
Regular question.
Because you can
have a ball to use for an example first. You need to measure the globe, measure the ground, and say, "Oh, it is a ball." Then you can use a ball as an example. But if you
you need a symmetrical ball.
Yeah, you need to measure something first to determine that you are actually standing on a ball, don't you? Don't you need to measure the ground first to determine that?
Yeah, this was the whole thing I've been asking.
Yeah, Sophie, this will help you out. This will help you out, Sophie. So, do you know what the claimed rate of curvature of the globe is over the surface?
I do not currently.
Okay, so they say it's about 8 inches per mile squared. This is based on a 3,959 mile radius ball. I'm sure someone in the chat can post the table, which gives us the geometry of the ball. So over 1 mile, it's 8 inches, 10 miles, it's 66 feet, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So there is a geometric curvature that is claimed of the surface. Now, what we're asking for is where has that ever been measured? Because when we go out and try to measure it, it's just measuring flat, no curve.
So if I'm not mistaken, the human eye does see to a degree 2 miles until it's not rendered. If I'm
Right.
not
Okay.
mistaken.
But now that we're in 2026 and there's all kinds of technologies, who in all human history has measured this 8 inches per mile squared of curvature drop?
I could not tell you that question.
Well, is it something that you could look up? I mean, you've got Google in that, no?
Yeah, but
may I just
that's where we need to start, right? Because any argument that you make about the globe, oh, there's gravity, there's satellites, NASA, all this, that's all going to assume that 8 inches per mile squared a drop. So we need to see that measured first. That's
May I
step
inject
one.
quickly?
That's step one of the globe. No, Tron, you were speaking for a little bit. Let's give Soapy a chance here. Unless, Tron, you found that measurement, because we asked you the same thing like an hour ago, and you didn't give it to
One
us.
last thing about the sun, Hugo.
No, we're not. We're onto the surface curvature right now.
But you were
can
wrong
ask
there.
your thing about the sun later on. We'll
But
come
you were
back
wrong
to
there.
it.
You all guys are wrong about that.
No, we're right. Remember, Tron, because there's no curvature.
A plane gets smaller.
Just like your
right?
Tron games. No curve.
The airplane example, though.
No, not the airplane example. Airplanes aren't measuring
just
curve.
Just
Airplane,
two quick
okay,
sentences,
we're going
man.
to talk about airplanes. Pilots treat the Earth as flat.
The
and
airplane
rotated
example. It
when they
gets smaller
fly,
the farther away it gets from you, right?
as does any object.
Not the sun.
Yes, also the sun.
The sun doesn't get smaller when it's sun.
Yes, it decreases in angular size. Yeah. So, Soapy,
Okay.
anything for that curve measurement?
I don't have anything on curve measurement. But what if you take the Earth rotating? It undergoes centripetal. I don't know how to say it. Centripetal acceleration, whose magnitude is calculated using a equal v to the second power / r.
Before you get into the details of the calculations, that rotation that you're claiming assumes that curvature. We're going to need the curvature first.
Again, I could not grab the.
Okay, well then we can't really just assume it and then talk about an assumed rotation on top of the assumed curvature that we can't prove. You see the problem?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know why I'm in this conversation. I just corrected that light moves. No, that the sun would just be gone after 8 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's
distance and light
story you've been told as well. That's just the story you've been told. So we don't have any curvature. We don't have any motion of the Earth. The sun is moving. The Earth is not. That's it. Okay, good chat. Glad we're all on the same page.
No, you're wrong. The sun doesn't change size, but if you believe that.
Oh, the sun doesn't change size.
It does change size. Yeah, it does. It changes.
You see it with your eyes. You can imagine that.
Let's see. Someone can post some examples in the chat.
Oh, you just got to put a solar filter on your camera, and you can do it with
all
the
right,
timeline.
yeah. Give me your examples. That should be fun.
Oh, all right. So, are you going to be a flat earther if I go get you an example?
No. But,
well, then why would I waste my time?
If you see the,
because I'm wasting your time here. Because here it's just fun. I just want to see how you prove that
so
the sun.
You're just here to waste our time.
You just but you said that the angular size changes with the sun, but that's not.
Okay, when
correct.
You see that, what are you going to say next?
I'm sure that can be disproved too. Let me just look at it.
You're already saying it doesn't happen, but if it does, I'll come up with an excuse.
My old dude posted it at 55 minutes after the hour.
What the fuck is this video?
He could see the future, guys. He already knows.
Oh yeah, so
but what is this video even?
Past the hour. That seems to be getting smaller, wouldn't you say?
They're zooming at the same time.
They're zooming at the same time. Doesn't look like it. The rest of the image is static.
Zooming.
There's no movement of the hills or the land.
Well, nobody's zooming.
Wait, there's no zoom in that. What are you talking about?
Bro, no,
Look at the
nobody's
beginning.
zooming.
You see the edge
The
of
sun's
the
zooming
ocean.
away. That's
Bro,
about
there's,
it.
there's
If it was
literally
zooming,
come
that
on,
hill
come
that
on,
you
get
see
it,
on the
get one
right,
out of your way.
Tron, if it was zooming, that hill that you see on the right wouldn't stay the same the whole frame.
I'm looking at the second video.
Oh no, you're ignoring the first one. I got it.
No, the one above it. It's the GIF that we're talking about, the sun changing size.
Now give me something in HD quality, not this pixel.
Okay,
Oh, he's got
DJ,
another
56
excuse, the
after the
HD
hour.
quality.
That's HD quality.
Okay. I do want to cut in, but I do
DJ
not want
posted
to
another
cut
one.
you guys off.
Okay, what about this one as well that I just posted?
Don't give me GIFs. Give me the original video.
Don't give me GIFs. Why not the GIFs? What's wrong with the GIFs? It's the GIF that keeps on GIFing.
The GIF still does work as a movement that the sun is moving, but yeah,
And
it's not going to be any different in an actual video.
Isn't it? The thing that Tron said definitely doesn't happen.
He wants the original film. He wants the original footage. Guys, give me the freaking
go wake
camera.
up the guy. The guy's sleeping. We gotta go wake him up. Get his actual his actual memory card, and give him the copy so he can look at it, because that's not good enough.
So there you go, Tron. You just got debunked again. Come on, dude.
Wait. So,
Just give me a second.
guys, can I cut into here real quick? You guys said there's no curvature, like at all. Like that's just what I'm understanding. That's what you guys said.
Correct.
Okay, so
no exponential curvature. Yeah, no exponential curvature that comports to the radius value. That's right.
All right. So, like, what if we take an example of you going to like sea level, like the exact point of sea level, and you no. Listen. You listen. You go to the exact point of sea level, okay? You watch the sun set, and then you go up to a higher point than sea level.
Okay,
and then you watch the sunset again.
Just quickly before we continue this, is the sea level level then?
Yes.
Okay, well level is flat, so there you go.
They just proved a flat Earth, bro.
No, that's not. No, you're just missing what I'm trying to ask. You're.
So it doesn't really matter what the sun does above the sea level.
Not you.
The sea level would be flat.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay, you're just like throwing into a point mid interruption.
You see the sun, then you go up a high building and you see the sun again over a flat sea level.
Yeah. Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. The water's all flat. It's level.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's not flat because
good stuff. Yeah, Tron, remember, because of the laser hitting the target 30 miles because it's flat.
No, I don't forget that.
No, forget that. Forget that. Tron, how can we forget that? The laser hits the target 30 miles away because it's flat.
But you can never forget that.
You want to do like a Men in Black mind eraser trick? Forget what you've seen.
Yeah, but lasers are light. It can be influenced by air, by the atmosphere.
Oh, but not by a curve, right?
Really?
What has that to do with curve? It just means the measurement in that video cannot be correct.
There's no curve, because according to the globe, there should be a curve blocking the laser from the target. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen because there's no curvature. Just like in your Tron game. I want you to remember, next time you're fantasizing about your Tron world, that's like the Earth.
That's inside a computer. That's not the world.
Oh. Yes. See, that's what we're looking for. Sometimes it's not even the people we're speaking to whose minds break. It's just like casual.
My mind doesn't break, man. His
it's
reaction
kind of already
is
broken.
what most people think about
it's like when you were like, the sun doesn't change size, the sun doesn't change size, and then we showed you one clip, and you're like, that doesn't. That's zooming in. That's not HD. I want the guy's memory card.
So much time
that one doesn't count. That one's not real. You guys made that in Paint. I mean, you're just making things up at this point.
I don't know. Because I on the spot, I don't have all the events because I don't spend time.
I know, Tron, but that's like me saying, that's like me coming up to you in a subject that you're an expert in. It's like me coming up to you, Tron. It's like you saying, hey, this is the case in Tron. The Tron world, this happens. This car can go this fast. And I'm saying, no, that's not true. And you're saying, well, I'm an expert in Tron. I've spent years researching Tron. And I'm like, well, I've never looked into Tron really, but you're wrong because I just believe the yellow car
car is faster than the red car. That's like what you're doing. You don't know anything about it. We do, so why are you arguing?
You know about the evidence that you bring up.
It is getting to that point, though.
We
Why
know
is
about
you
the evidence that all the Globers
It's
bring up.
like I said earlier, it's like Muslims know so much about the Bible.
No, it's nothing to do with Muslims. It's to do with geometry and science, Tron.
Yeah, it is getting to the point of why
Just give me a minute, okay? I'll find an answer. Why?
Dear ChatGPT, please help.
Yeah, but ChatGPT, let's see what you
save me, ChatGPT, save me.
Why is you even making an argument? You haven't even studied.
ChatGPT says that NASA says that Earth is a globe, therefore Earth is a globe. Come on, Tron.
Yeah, you got to do better than that, bro. Like if you don't know it for yourself.
ChatGPT says the sun isn't moving, therefore my eyes are wrong.
No, this is not about the Earth moving or the sun moving. This is about.
I know, but it's all the same, Tron, isn't it?
How the sun works on the horizon.
You've been convinced to ignore your
Because what you see there, I've never seen it with my own eyes.
You've been convinced to ignore what you experienced in reality in favor of a cartoon from
Have you
the
seen
US
this effect
government.
with your own eyes with the camera?
Yes.
What?
We all see the sun move.
Have you done?
We can post a ton of videos for you of people doing it.
No, have you done it yourself?
Yeah, I've watched thousands of sunsets.
No, have you done it yourself? With the
camera? Have you not seen the sunset?
Most flat earthers have done this. Yes.
Yeah, Tron, we've
Have you ever seen the globe with your own eyes, Tron? You ever done that?
We've seen sunsets.
No, have you taken a video like that with your camera?
We have videos of YouTube having not deleted most of them.
Have you done your own time lapses?
Hold on. It's 2014. Flat Earthers had videos tracking the sun. Many of them.
Have you made your own time lapse and experienced?
What are you saying that these videos are fake or something? They're fake videos.
No, I'm just asking. No, but have you done it yourself? This experiment, because this is a simple experiment. You can do it with a smartphone.
Why haven't you done it, Tron?
Yes,
No, I've never done it.
I have done it before. Yes, I have done it before. Yes.
Only you.
You asked if any of us done it. I answered.
Then show me your video. Does it show the exact same effect as those
like
gifts?
5 years ago, dude. I don't know where that shit's at. Which computer?
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see all sorts of crazy things happening on different days due to the weather conditions. When you watch the sunset, sometimes it looks like
what is the
sun sets above the horizon. Weather conditions can alter the way you view things when they get closer to the horizon. Like we have things like green flashes and all sorts of crazy things.
Why does that sun move like that? In those examples, then.
What are you talking about? Why does it move like what?
Like in those examples, because you
due to perspective, things converge.
No, you cherry pick those.
No,
why does in one of them it looks like the sun is moving away almost?
Yeah, Tron,
you would see.
Oh, it looks like it's moving away. That's weird.
Yeah, Tron, you would get the answer if you just be quiet. You got to let the person answer the question.
Yeah, you're
Why
not
even just that? Like it's moving away.
Yeah, well, not only that. I mean, do you even know what the sun is, Tron? Can you really speak any knowledge on what the sun is and what you're actually witnessing when you see it go overhead and when you see it set? I mean, what could you possibly figure out about it?
Not more than you, then. If you just look at the evidences from your eyes.
And what you could put your hands on and what you could test, right?
Would you prefer we used our imaginations, Tron?
What test? It gives it emits heat and light. Okay, we can agree on that.
Yeah, basically what we experience on here on Earth, right?
We keep trying to talk about the actual empirical evidence over the surface of the Earth. You guys keep bringing up the sun and things like that. We never brought up the sun as an argument.
Because there's no model. You just
you don't. Yeah, we just debunk your silly model that you think you have.
But
right?
you don't have a model.
Water.
Yeah, we don't need a model. You're right.
Yeah, if you have a Ferrari, you don't need a model Ferrari, right? If you have a horse, you don't need a model horse. You just have reality.
I'm just curious how the world works.
Tron, you're not curious. You're not curious. If you were curious, you would be acting curious and asking genuine questions. You're trying to argue for your
globally.
No, but you're asking it in
how
sense
does
of
the
you're
sky
trying to
work
argue
in a
for your
flat Earth?
globe belief. It's like you're upset that the Earth isn't a globe, so now you're trying to
How does the sky
say, well, it
work
can't
in a
be
flat
flat
Earth?
then, when in reality it obviously is.
Why would the sky need
check
to
it out.
work
We
right?
have to know how the sky works because we measured the Earth flat. Because the Earth is measured flat, people have to know how the sky works.
Yeah, we've done the Earth bit, right?
I have one
we
question.
figured out that the Earth is flat. Maybe you guys can figure out what's going on in the
How
sky.
does time
How
work
about you
then?
guys do some? Why don't you guys do
Can
some
I
work?
can I
We have to
ask
do
you guys
everything for you
one
guys.
question?
What's up,
I have
Sophie?
one. All right. So, do you know exactly how far away the sun is from the Earth?
How would you measure that?
How
So
would you
you
measure that?
don't know. Like,
No,
it's a
Do you
genuine
know,
question.
Sophie? Sophie? Sophie, do you know?
How fast
That's
does light
strong,
travel for you?
chill. Sophie?
That's no. I'm asking so I can do calculations on how fast that light moves versus how far the sun is away from the Earth.
No, you can't know then, because I tried to do
But you
that
can
about
measure how fast
40
light
years ago,
travels.
dude, and I didn't have the answers then, so you don't have them now.
But you can measure how fast light travels with a laser, for instance.
Only one way. It's two-way speed of light. You can only measure two ways, so we don't have a one-way speed of light.
How's that going to help you determine the distance to the sun anyway?
Anyway, Tron, what you're experiencing right now is cognitive dissonance, and my advice is to just sit back and listen for a while and take it all in before you continue arguing. You know,
You're throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. That's kind of what's happening here.
It's good content for
I
us.
know. That's why I came for a laugh, because I know that's how it
Yeah,
is.
you're constantly saying you don't know every time we push you to something. You constantly say, "Well,
You
I
don't
don't
know either. How many times you deflected with a question because you don't have an answer?
We haven't deflected at all. We only just answered yours and asked you one, and then you say you don't know, and then you tell us we don't know.
You only know what you want to know because you spend time. You're committed to this. That's cool.
Yeah, we committed to how the Earth is measured flat. Yes.
What's wrong with knowing the things that we're committed to knowing?
There's nothing wrong to be committed to anything. That's cool.
Yeah, we know the arguments and reasoning behind this argument, right? You're in the Flat Earth Discord channel, right?
I
and
know.
We're
That's why I'm here.
experts at this topic, which involves knowing a lot about the globe and knowing a lot about what the flat earthers are claiming as well. And then we're trying to show people empirical evidence and see what empirical evidence they have as a counter. And
But
then
you
we're trying
always
to come
show
to
the
a
same that.
No, I could sit here for the next 20 hours showing you observations that you've never seen once in your life that are impossible on a globe. But then if I ask you for one, you're not going to be able to show anything.
But why does it prove that your Earth
That's
is
a challenge.
Because there are certain characteristics that would have to be present for the Earth to be a globe, and they're not present, consistently not present, and there's no evidence that they exist in the first place outside of a theoretical mathematical construct, which is the globe.
Why then can't you travel to the end of this flat Earth?
We're not claiming to know the shape or size of the Earth. Flat's not a shape. You guys are claiming to know the shape and size of the Earth. When we test it, we can't find any curvature. So it cannot possibly be what you think it is.
Traveled then? Tried to
Nobody even from the globe side has continued going south and come back around the other side of the globe to where they started. So even the globe earthers haven't done what you're suggesting we should do. There's also the Antarctic Treaty, which makes it extremely difficult to travel past 60 degrees south, and it's also extremely hostile in the far south, obviously. So as far as we know so far, no one's kept going, and we're not even saying that that's where an edge is. We're not claiming that the Earth is a specific object or anything like that.
You can go around the South Pole.
You can go around the South Pole. Okay, who did that?
No, I'm just technically you can do that, right?
That wasn't. You didn't say it wasn't a question. Now it's a question. Oh, I don't know. No, I'll say no.
No question. I'm just questioning. So the South Pole on your model goes around.
I don't have a model.
So let me keep up. What do go around the South Pole mean? What do you mean by that?
No, I'm just trying to picture this model of yours.
No, it's just the Earth is measured flat. That's how it's measured. That's how you experience it.
So there's the continents, and then there's the South Pole, and then there's nothing, or what is there?
Audio chaos, bro. My microphone is messed up, so every time you talk over me, it's going to cause audio chaos. Listen to what I'm saying. When I'm done talking, then you can respond. Is that fair?
Yes, go on.
Okay, great. We're not claiming a model. We're not claiming a model in mathematics. We're claiming an observation that we all can experience. We're claiming observations that we see because we're talking about a concrete noun. Now, we do use mathematics in the sense of geometry, but the only thing that is required whenever we're talking about the Earth's surface is the Earth's surface. That is the direct reasoning that we're using, and that is the only direct reasoning that we actually need. Now, you guys claim a model because you guys have all of these so-called scientific claims and mathematical claims to them, which means that you have a mathematical model that requires a physical observation to back the mathematical model. You can't simply say the math works and the science makes sense, so therefore the model works. Therefore, the model is true. The model needs the physical observation that we all can experience and see in order for the model to be true. It's the physicality of the physical natural world which validates the model, not the math. So you saying that we don't have math or a mathematical model, or saying we don't have a motto, like you keep saying, but we have the physical proof and observations of what we're saying, which is called measurements of the surface, that don't mean anything. It's not a rebuttal because we're not claiming a mathematical model. We're claiming the physical aspect of a physical earth, and this is what we see, and this is how we can prove it with observations.
I was talking geographically. How does this world look for you? Where's
Flat.
Africa? Where's Japan? Where's the North Pole? Where's the South Pole?
Yeah, these locations are given by coordinates, right?
Yeah, but how would that look then? You can travel to the south of
it would look.
Argentina.
Yeah, it would look however you map those two set of coordinates.
Yeah, but why haven't you done all that yet?
But we have. We just happen to use a spherical coordinate system.
So how does this flat Earth map look like?
What do you mean?
Well, it depends. So listen, you're confusing coordinate references with reality, with terrain. What Regjo's been trying to tell you is that terrain measures differently than how the coordinate reference systems apply. That's all.
But you need a map though. You need to know if you want to look up where Tokyo is. How is that?
Yeah, we use a spherical coordinate reference system. Works just fine. There's no problem with that. Now, is it accurately representing reality? No. When we make the measurement, like Regjo was saying, we find a discrepancy.
And why is there no accurate flat Earth map then?
Well, that's wrong to say. There actually is. The entire British national grid system does not use spherical coordinates, uses flat coordinates. So you just don't know what you're talking about, okay? And you come in here all smug.
No, but what does that? Where's that map then? Show it to me then.
You want to see it? Okay, Google British National Grid System. It's part of the UK Ordnance Survey.
Ask him if he's going to be a flat earther if you show him the evidence, because I asked him that the last time. He said no. We showed him anyway, and he just said, "Nuh-uh, you guys made all those pictures up." So if you give him a map, he's going to say you made it up.
Yeah, he is.
The grid system, okay, yeah, but where's the complete map? That's on a UK.
Oh, you want to pay for a complete survey? You want to maybe pony up more riches and wealth than the King of England?
Yeah, because
so the shape of the countries, you agree with that then?
For a second, you will be asking us to do more than the King of England.
Well, then someone did a lot to
Okay, but the globe ain't do nothing but take flat Earth measurements, right, using elevation angles, and create and calculated their own radius value using the ellipsoid and the geoid. So you're actually asking us to do more than what the globe did. Because the globe ain't do nothing but put a mathematical model to physical measurements.
Now, I'm just asking how this flat Earth looks. If you would look at it from the top.
Just told
down.
you. What you mean? You looking at it up and down. You live in it. You don't have no choice but to see how flat Earth looks. What you mean? That's why we asked you the questions earlier. Do you feel yourself moving around?
So you basically say you take this globe and you spread it out on a flat table, and that's your map, basically. So you accept the shape of the oceans, the shape of the countries.
We're not claiming any shapes, and you seem to not be getting it.
I'm asking you, if you go to the coast of England, you walk around it, you see what the shape is of the coast.
Okay. You walk around on the flat, you walk around 2D on the map.
A map is 2D, yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So you're talking about so you were discussing flat already.
No, I'm just saying how it looks.
Let me ask you this, Tron. Tron, do you understand that when you go outside and you use your coordinate system, without the sky, you have no coordinate system? You understand that, right? Like you can't just look at the ground and say, hey, this is 35 degrees north latitude. You realize that, right?
On a smartphone, I don't know, man. I get it from satellites.
On a smartphone, how did they do it before that? How did they do it before that? All they did was transfer that map into the smartphone. Don't be stupid.
Yes, but your position doesn't come from that. It comes from
your position comes from your observation of the sky. It has to do with your perspective and what the stars look like to you in your location.
Right. Actually, that's where all the ground positions come from. Actually, it does.
Yeah, but a smartphone doesn't think like that. It uses triangulation of some signal.
Triangulation of the stars in the sky, celestial bodies. It's called celestial navigation. Bro.
What, the sun, the stars send a signal to my smartphone?
No, they all have recorded mathematical ground positions. They call them math points using the ellipsoid corrected.
But how can it live determine your position?
What do you mean? My position is that the Earth is measured flat, and that's what they do.
He's saying that satellites in the sky determine your position. He's being stupid.
No, but how does it work then? When you enter an address in Google Maps, it tells you.
Yeah, they took the same math from the same perspective, and each person has their own perspective.
But how
and
does
they
it know
use
how
that
fast
coordinate system on the satellite system. It's not that hard to figure out.
I don't know. Does it know how fast you go?
Hold on, Tron. Do you think they're using satellites to get the coordinate system?
I'm asking you how it works for you. How does it know how fast you go and how far you have gone already?
No, there's a way that it works. I'm asking you how you think it works. Do you think?
No, explain it to me then.
How do you think it works?
Network towers and satellite, and then triangulation of those signals.
So they're using the triangulation of the satellite itself, or they're using the triangulation of something else, like
network towers as well.
Listen to what I'm asking you again. Are they using triangulations connecting to the satellite itself as a celestial body, or are they using something else that they call it the celestial body, such as LAD?
What celestial body? Satellite is not a celestial body.
It's not exactly. So they are using latitude, longitude, right?
Yes.
Right.
But not for your live position, though.
They are using a DAX system, right?
Okay. He probably doesn't know that. You know what? GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, ECEF. Do you know what that is?
Right.
For GPS, ECEF is a coordinate reference system used by the receivers. This is a flat coordinate reference system. It's a flat square. Every GPS receiver using ECEF delivers their local coordinates as a flat square. And you think it's a globe.
GPS stand for?
What do you think it's connected to?
This is not an argument for it to be a globe.
Who cares what it stands for, okay? Global is also a word that could just mean universal or all-encompassing.
This is not an argument for being a globe.
What's not an argument is how GPS somehow proves that Earth is a globe. GPS will deliver you coordinates. Will deliver you coordinates and distances in accordance to any coordinate map system that you choose. Flat, bowl-shaped, dinosaur-shaped, moon-shaped, or globe Earth-shaped.
This was not even an argument for it to be globe or not. I just want to understand how this map
Why'd you bring it up?
for you? Because
yeah, well, some of us actually understands how it works. Do you know the GPS satellites also don't inherently know where they are, that they're told where they are by ground stations?
Yes, but I just wanted to understand how this map looks for you.
He just told you
it depends.
Listen,
it depends on the coordinate reference system you use. Like I've been saying, you can make the map look however you want. If you choose a different coordinate reference system, you'll have a different outcome. Have you seen all the different projections of a globe?
Yes, but if you go outside, England is where it's always going to be if you look at it, right? No matter what map coordination system you look.
Not really. It depends on what map you're looking at.
So like 500 years ago, when they didn't have all these technologies, they drew these maps by hand.
20 years ago, they said they had sea creatures in
by the observation.
Okay, we'll find out. By flat Earth is going to look a bit different than the globe. We can actually see that with the UK Ordnance Survey that was 15 minutes per hour.
I understand that.
The British National Grid System, when overlaid onto a globe, the lines, the meridians don't line up with latitude and longitude. The meridians and the latitude don't line up with globe latitude and longitude.
So
so if you're going to take positions on a coordinate system and fix them to those coordinates, regardless of their true distance and orientation, you're going to have a different outcome every single time. Everyone knows this.
Why not strap a camera to a weather balloon and then take a photo?
Yeah, why don't you just tell us what's really on your mind and say you want to see flat Earth from outer space. You want to see a space pizza, right?
Well, that's what you believe in, right?
No, we don't believe flat Earth is a space pizza, for fuck's sake.
Oh, you don't you believe the Earth is infinite?
No, we don't believe that. Jeez, dude, you have no fucking clue, do you? It's because you're not listening.
No, but you didn't tell me how it looks then for you. You don't know how it looks, and you don't care about how it looks.
Well, how do you know how the globe is supposed to look? When NASA shows you an image of the Earth from outer space and you see the globe, how do you know it's supposed to look like that?
Who said it?
Okay, guys.
No, why don't you answer the question? How do you know the globe is supposed to look like what NASA shows you?
Because I know how cameras work.
You know how cameras work.
I have the same camera they have on the ISS.
Yo,
you have the same, like what? Like Don Pettit's camera that he takes in the cupola?
No, a Nikon Z9.
Now, is that camera mounted to the outside of the ISS?
No, they take it both from the outside when they're in suits and from the inside as well. Yeah.
Tron, the ISS.
You're so full of shit.
Tron, the
ISS. But how does the flat Earth look?
No, you're so full of shit. You can't take that Nikon and put it in outer space.
Why not? Of course you can.
Yeah, because all the seals will off-gas in the vacuum, dumb shit.
You idiot, man, because of course it's modified. I'll show you a picture how it looks.
The lens will get distorted and warped due to the temperature. The thing will become effectively useless within seconds.
Of course it has a heat shield around it, man. Oh my
God. A heat shield? It's freezing cold, dumb shit.
What kind of heat shield? What's the name of the heat shield? What's the chemicals used in it?
All right, guys. I just wanted to retract something for Reg Joe, real quick.
Well, why don't you guys stop lying?
I'm not even with Tron, bro. I have nothing to do with Tron, Yoder.
Thank God for that, right?
So, Reg Joe, you said that this.
Tron, bro, you're kind of lying right now.
Reg Joe.
Earlier. Well, what is it, bro?
I was not supporting Tron at all. I just got brought into a conversation that had nothing to do with me. I want to do fact check. So you said these astrophysicists said it would take 8 years for light to.
It would take 8 minutes. I misspoke, bro. 8 minutes. I got you. You done?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm so yeah.
You done? I misspoke. No, it's 8.3 minutes. I got you.
Okay, but that's not what the point is I'm trying to get on either. I'm not saying it would be 8 minutes. So from what the position that Professor Triangle PhD gave me, light would reach the Earth from the sun in 0 seconds.
Perfect.
No, it won't. It will last for 8 minutes, like they said, bro.
Oh,
They
he asked me how far it is, and I gave him Matthew's measurement for the sun. So he calculated using Matthew Learns, the professor, the glober, his measurement to the sun.
I used your measurement. I'm so confused.
That's a glober's measurement.
That was a globe
I
map.
gave you back. If you read back and you see what I say about it, so try 3,400.
3,400, yeah.
Matthew got somewhere around there or something. I'm not on that computer, so I'm working.
My thing is, how would you verify that?
So what does that have to do with anything now that it takes 0 seconds?
Yeah, and how would you verify that?
What do you mean? How did I verify that?
How would you verify that?
So
hold on, Greg Joe. I want to know what the speed of light has to do with light arriving. What does it have to do with the Earth being flat or not?
I like have no idea, but you guys brought it up at some point, and I was just like curious on. So
wow.
No, he was talking about angular size and all this and that, and say perspective wouldn't work. But if you're trying to claim a position, a physical position to the sun, bro, how would you verify?
I just used what Professor gave me. I can't verify anything.
I mean, how did he verify it?
I got it from Matthew
professional
Learn.
gloves. He said this like 5 times.
So
yeah, one time Matthew Learns went out to a Flat Earth meetup with Flat Earth dude, and they sat down and they triangulated the distance to the sun based off of Flat Earth measurements and based off of globe Earth measurements. And those were the Flat Earth measurements that Matthew Learns came up with.
They use calculations. So I mean, what measurements?
It was just an angle to the sun, and then based off of like parallax.
What if they would have got 700,590 miles? What is the difference? Why we need to know about the speed of light reaching the Earth? Why do we care?
Brother, I do not know. You guys originally brought it up, and I just...
No, we don't bring that up. Somebody else brings that stuff up. Yeah, not flat earthers. We don't give a shit.
Well, John brought it up. He was saying
Someone
like
brought it.
Before.
So since you like doing math, maybe you should be able to calculate the distance of a person standing on a beach, should see where the curve starts, where that horizon starts, if that's the curve of the Earth. You should be able to tell us where that starts.
I'm a blind guy, so I would probably see less than what you would see standing on a beach.
No, it's just a measurement, like you said. You should be able to calculate that.
I like to do calculations. You take a ball, you take a radius that it's supposed to be, you put somebody standing on it, you draw a line from their eyes straight out till it touches tangent point on the ball. What's that distance?
I could not tell you off the top of my head.
Try. I mean, we did just go over the laser test, so Tron should know.
Hey, Tron, you want to see my flat Earth map?
See your what?
My flat Earth map.
Yeah, is there a map? Yeah, I'm curious.
Okay, hold on. There you go. There's my flat Earth map in the site.
What is that? That's the stars.
Yeah, it's a map of the sky. That's how we design our maps.
Okay. So how does that show me where the countries are?
That's how flat Earth is navigated.
Yeah. Go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, I mean, so the reason why people use the stars is because when you're out at sea, there's no other land-based reference points that you'd use. So use the stars. And typically what navigators do is they would whip out their astronomical maps, and ahead of time, they would plot waypoints. A waypoint being where a star is at a given point of time in the future. And they would basically assume that there's a position directly underneath that star at that particular point in time. So they take a map of the stars and they draw waypoints from star to star to star to star, and they note the time and direction and speed and everything that they need in order to get from waypoint to waypoint.
Yes, that's how they sailed 500 years ago.
Yeah, well, it's how they do it today. That's actually how GPS works.
Uh-huh.
Right, because you can't have latitude and longitude without stars in the first place to derive them from.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, of course, that's the foundation of everything. Yeah.
Right. So the foundation is actually the celestial sphere, which if you believe in a globe, you don't even believe that there is a celestial sphere. You know, it's a model, right? A conceptual model, because it's based on the assumption that the night sky functions like a ball and that starlight is effectively infinite.
And that functions on the assumption that you believe all the images are fake.
No. I'm just giving you the geometric assumption here. The geometric assumption is that the sky is a ball. And you can use the sky in other shapes than a ball.
The sky is a ball?
Effectively, what
the
they
celestial
did.
Sphere. Infinite volume.
Sorry, Yoder. I just wanted to say real quick. Effectively, what they did was they took the celestial sphere and they plastered where we live on the inside of that sphere. That's all they did.
Right. So one of the things they'd have to have true is that there is 69 miles per 1 degree of rotation, angular displacement around that celestial sphere. And nobody's ever been able to validate that that's true.
Yeah.
But and whenever it's wrong, they just make a correction for it.
That's right. They have. They actually first started getting it wrong in the 1730s. They had a big debate and a problem because they noticed that the angular rate of change in the distance traveled was not uniform, was not the same everywhere with every star all over the Earth. So the celestial sphere started to look lumpier and lumpier with higher precision. But they wanted to preserve the celestial sphere because they wanted to believe so badly that Earth was a sphere. But then that got fucked up too. So now we have a potato Earth. They call it a geoid.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's all to preserve the idea that Earth has to be a sphere because the way they conceived of the stars is being in a field that's a sphere.
Because you
there are other ways to conceive of the stars. There are modern star trackers that don't use a celestial sphere and work independent of what Earth's true topology is.
Or you believe all the images of the planets are fake.
I need evidence that these images are what they say they are. The provenance. I want to know how they were taken, who took them. I want to be able to validate their means of being taken.
What about telescopes?
You can't see Earth from outer space with a telescope on Earth.
The images they take.
Like I said, I want validation that the equipment they used was where they said it was used at the time it was used and operates in the manner of use. You have no way to validate any of this.
This Razer mouse.
You have no way of not validated, you know.
Why should I automatically accept everything that people say? Should I auto-believe everything?
You don't have to, but that's because that's not doesn't mean it's wrong.
I have an objective moral duty not to automatically
I'm just
Wait,
kidding.
so AI, the point of your example, just confirm if this is what I'm saying is wrong. It's to illustrate how absurd it would be.
I mean, dude, how absurd even is this entire dialogue anyway?
Well, you brought it up.
You already tried that gambit.
I mean, just
failed
zoom out.
miserably.
I mean,
You already tried the absurdity gambit. And it was you making the absurd claim.
the absurdity gambit. I mean, look, I'm
The
not.
absurdity gambit that seeing a drone is more absurd than seeing the ISS.
To me, yeah, I said to me, in my opinion.
That's crazy, dude. You did it
Drones
again.
are way easier to see than the ISS.
No, it's that it's that it just never lands. Then no one's ever seen it land. Like if it were a drone, it would have to get refueled, wouldn't it?
Do you see it go out of your field of view? Are you seeing it 24/7, or are you just seeing it and
My God,
seeing it disappear?
That's
what
what
do
I'm
you mean
saying.
see it land? See what land?
The drone, the supposed drone that is the ISS.
Drones and airplanes land all the time.
Exactly. So why would show me it landing? If it happens all the time.
Show me orbiting the Earth.
I mean, it is. It's in that video I linked to the
It is
chat.
because I said so.
No, it's in the video.
Oh, so the full orbit's in this video. You can see it go around the Earth.
No, you said orbiting. You didn't say completing a full orbit.
Okay. What can I see? What does the video show before I look at it? What does it show?
It shows a guy with a telescope looking at the ISS.
You can't see if it's fucking orbiting the Earth from a telescope.
Okay, dude. I mean, okay.
Just say what it is, Tourist. It's a light. It's a light moving across the sky.
I mean, it's more than a light. Like I said,
It's a guy. It's a, as you called it. It's a white rectangle moving across the sky.
The shape of the ISS.
You gave the game away, and Gemsy pointed it out. You already believed it, and you proved it yourself that you already believed it when you made a sociological argument that about the Soviets or the Russians in the United States, and that the Russians would have ratted out the United States, which is just your subjective opinion about it's your subjective opinion about social matters, about what this group of people would do to that group of people. It's just nonsense. You don't know what these people would do. You don't know any of them.
I grow bored of your just endless contrarianism. I would love to hear
It has nothing to do with contrarianism. It's pointing out you have no knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
Let's say that you characterize your lack of knowledge as my contrarianism.
You know, I just find I get it, radical contrarianism, but
there's nothing. That's a shtick, dude. Your little narrative shtick isn't going to work.
That's your shtick. What do you mean? I'm not a contrarian. I actually believe certain things.
Yeah, you believe things that there's no basis for, other than your feelings.
At least I believe certain things. Like, there's no basis for God. I believe in God. There's no basis for Jesus's divinity.
There's a basis for believing in God. There's plenty of basis for that.
Fine, but I believe in these things anyway, right? You don't believe in fuck all. You're just contrarian.
You're talking about. You're saying that you can predict the behavior of what people would and wouldn't do of complete fucking strangers. Yeah, they would do this.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, it's okay. Like, my brother's
is that an educated guess?
Contrarianizing,
what is your opinion based upon about what they would or wouldn't do?
I feel like I could say,
what is their opinion based on about what they would or wouldn't do? You have a real hard time answering questions, don't you?
Who? Someone possessed by now? Who?
Well, let me ask you, are you here to figure out what the truth is, or are you here to just try and win an argument?
No, I would love to hear your own thoughts and opinions on the flat Earth. Genuinely.
The Earth is measures flat, and it's not moving.
Me. That's what I find more like mentally gripping from the flat Earth.
How is that mentally gripping? The Earth looks
because
flat
I
because it is flat.
understand.
It's
No,
tough. I know.
look, hold on. Sorry for over talking you there, but like I understand the kind of essential argument that pretty much most things that you do in life are a leap of faith, and like you assume based on structures of authority, right? Like people will assume a scientist is right without really reading the paper they wrote. And we do this like every single day. Like if you sit down in a chair, you're assuming based on your own senses that it's not made of like cake, right? And that it's actually made of what it looks like.
It's
so like
way
I
worse than
understand
that.
this sort of like the radical skepticism. I do understand.
It's way worse than that. Most people believe in some scientific crap, right, that they heard, which isn't based upon A, anything a scientist ever said, B, not based upon any actual science, scientific experiments, scientific observations, or anything. It's just a narrative. They think that there's my magic science guy out there that proved all the things that some newspaper claimed the scientists proved. But when you look deeper into it, no scientist ever said that. No scientist ever did anything. It's your credulity that's the problem.
There
Why
are
are you interrupting, dude?
The ISS is real. Like, let's be real. There's scientists who have thought the Earth was round, right? Yeah. I mean, dude, like Newton, Einstein, like any scientist on the ISS, they're all PhD.
Newton wrote more about alchemy than any other subject. Newton died from drinking mercury. He also played with dolls.
Okay.
And died of virgin.
Look, the Roman Empire was constantly lead poisoning themselves. Does that mean that like everything they did can just be completely written off?
No, it doesn't. But you're like making these appeals as if somehow these people have some special knowledge. Newton didn't know if the Earth was a ball. He had no way to know that.
You just said like there's no scientist who said that. I'm just saying, what about this one?
He said Einstein. Can you post us Einstein doing like a scientific? My bad. Einstein was Einstein a scientist?
You missed the key part. The evidence part. The evidence. Newton had no evidence the Earth was a ball. He can believe whatever he wants. What was his evidence that the Earth was a ball?
I mean, he wrote a few papers on the subject. I don't think he just like based it on vibe.
Great, he wrote papers. Who cares? What was his evidence?
I mean, dude.
See, this is exactly what I just illustrated.
Determine, like,
is that
light refraction and gravity? You literally like designed different methods to, conduct light refraction tests. Like he wasn't just out there like vibe checking.
Like,
how is that evidence the Earth is a ball? Taurus, you just literally proved my point.
This is just the endless contrarianism. Like, I get it.
There's nothing I'm saying that's contrarian at all.
I understand it doesn't. Like
that is just spin. You're just trying to salvage. You're getting cooked.
You can say that, right? Like, I'm not even really trying to argue with you. Like, I see the argument. That's hyper-skepticism.
Nothing I said is skeptical. I asked you a question. You have no answer.
Sure, it doesn't, bro. It doesn't. There is no, like, you can't independently verify it. There's your answer. What do you say to that?
No, you don't even know what that... Taurus, what I say. I said the problem isn't that...
You said,
the problem is that people don't know anything about science. They don't know anything that any scientist did. They don't know anything about the evidence that was gathered for the scientists to reach the conclusion they did. I asked you, what's the evidence that Newton had? Because you brought him up as an example of that the Earth was a ball. And you are proving my point by not providing the evidence that he used. You just believe a narrative, have no idea what the information is that supports that narrative. Not whether you looked and found it yourself, even what it is at all.
All right, dude. All right. Like, I know if I do go out of my way to go find some Newton shit, you're not going to believe it anyway, so...
Oh, shut the fuck up, bro.
Hilarious. He's saying Newton.
It's genuinely true.
India points out you don't even know what you mean when you say Newton did this or did that. You don't even know what he did, and you're just saying Newton did something.
Yeah,
you don't even know what it is.
I can find.
You don't even know what I referenced, bro. Like, you think Newton didn't come up with an equation that scientists to this day
equation. Science is empirical. It's based upon evidence in the natural world, not equations.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Is science not based on experiments? Torts?
Teresa, did you just learn that?
Or do they just write down an equation and just go, hey, we have an equation?
What do
We
you
don't
think
need to do anything else.
squared is, bro? Like, that's a fucking equation. You know that, right?
Does that equation, whether it's true or false, or whether it models reality, does it have to be validated by experiment or observation?
Yeah. Do you think he just vibe checked the second law of motion, or do you think he actually like had some basis?
Oh my god! How does the second law of motion prove the Earth is a globe?
No, you just said, like, you know.
I just said
we're
what?
not trying to prove the Earth is a globe. We're trying to prove that Isaac Newton employed the scientific method. That's what we're currently arguing.
He didn't employ the scientific method, and he admitted it.
Let's get to the proof the Earth is a globe. Then let's move on. So go do. Let's get to that.
Well, that's what I say, dude. You keep trying to bring it back. Like, forget that. Like, I would love to hear an actual.
What's the proof the Earth is a globe? What's the proof the Earth is a globe?
Zodiac, forget it. Let's say I acknowledge the skepticist argument, and I take in radical.
It's not skeptical. There's no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, but like, honestly, in good faith,
there's
say,
no evidence to be skeptical of. You're trying to get a free one that there's evidence that's being denied. There's no evidence.
Okay,
you deny. No, because this is just narrative bullshit. Sitting there listening to you say you're skeptical of the evidence. There is no evidence to be skeptical of.
I'm
you haven't presented any evidence. You present the narrative. Claims are not evidence.
I'm not trying to make
evidence. I'll be skeptical of that.
Oh, I'm agnostic right now. Like, I'm fully agnostic.
Do you have any evidence to be skeptical of that you can present?
Yeah, you yapping about what you believe is not evidence for what you believe.
Yeah, you're right. Let's say I'm completely agnostic and I'm aware of that.
It's evidence about your mental state. That's all it is.
You're agnostic, so you're not a globe earther?
And believe me, I am not skeptical about your mental state.
That's what I'm saying, Zodiac. That's what I'm saying.
So you're not a globe earther?
Yes, that's what I mean when I say, let's say I'm being agnostic and I voice the skepticist like argument.
So can you say out loud that you do not believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think it's a globe, bro. I think it's flat as a disc, right? Like, let's move on. What do you think about that?
A disc? Nobody said it was.
Oh my god, dude! I'm trying to agree with you. Like, I'm trying to get like what your own belief on the subject.
So you do not believe the Earth is a sphere?
Nope.
Based. Honestly, based.
Yeah, the Earth's flat, Jack.
I mean, just look outside your window. Do you see a globe?
Flatter than a flapjack. I'm about to flat smack Globers. Get your bags packed.
Finally, bro.
Yeah.
What took you so long?
Yeah, lesson one. Bro. No curvature to be found. How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round? Lesson two. Have the Earth covered in flat water.
Why are we just letting this guy go on like this? Like, really?
Yeah, what happened, dude?
Oh, he's finally telling the truth.
Lesson three. Take a look at the stars you see.
I don't think I've heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth in the entire time I've been listening. I haven't heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth the entire time I was listening.
Wow, that's a freaking harsh indictment, dude, because Mick is very diplomatic and forgiving.
Wow. I've gained the ire of Mick.
No, he's not the ire, the evaluation that you're dishonest, dude. he of all people is very he gives the benefit of the doubt to people saying things and just presuming they're fucking honest.
And they do. Indio, you know the worst part? I was asleep half the time.
You're wrong every time?
No. I was asleep half the time, but I could still suss it out. Alright?
You are asleep.
I'm a psychic. It's like I'm a psychic or some shit. Like, dude, you're full of shit, bro. Quit with this fucking rambling nonsense, man.
Look in a mirror, genuinely.
Look in the mirror.
I mean, yeah, genuinely.
What am I going to see? What am I going to see?
Say those words to your fucking self.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to look at myself in the mirror, dude. My fucking beard's all messy and shit.
I didn't need to know that.
Is there a silver lining?
Like, if they had any value to what I'm saying.
I can ask.
Right?
Like, genuinely.
What I've heard come from your fucking pie hole, okay, this entire time is nothing but weaselly nonsense.
Okay. Weaseling out of things is what separates us from the animals, except maybe the weasels.
You see what I mean, right?
Okay, we can't access the ISS, so give us something that we can actually test that prove the Earth is a sphere.
No, I'm agnostic, bro. I think it's flat as a disc. Like
No, even better, tourists. Can you just come to your senses? Be honest and admit that you don't
no,
know what you're
I
talking about. Can
understand
you just
the
can you just
skeptic
admit that
argument.
you don't know what you're talking about, tourist?
Sure, dude. I
And
don't
he
know what I'm talking
contradicted himself.
There you go.
Lindsay,
So
did you hear him
there you go, a
contradict himself?
concession. He doesn't.
Sure. So
All
can
this
I
time, he
hear
doesn't know what
now?
he's been talking about.
Sure, dude. I'll concede immediately. But like, what's your opinion? Like, any opinion, any real belief at all? I'm excited to hear it.
Okay, when you go outside, go ahead, sorry, go ahead, whoever talking.
I was saying, I mean, like, what's the point, man? Like, not 10 seconds ago, he contradicts himself, and now he concedes. Like, where's he going?
I've been
Is it
saying
over yet?
I understand the skeptic argument. I do get it.
Why do you keep calling it a skeptical argument, man?
It's a type of
Not a skeptical argument. You have no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, I mean your argument. Hold on. I mean your argument that the Earth is flat. I understand the skepticism of that argument, which is like the hyper skeptic. You can't trust any source of authority. You can only independently verify.
Straw man. Keep piling it up. No one said that. No one said any of those things.
Okay, well, let's hear anything you believe then, if that's the case.
I don't believe things.
Exactly. So you're a contrarian, like I said, like a hyper skeptic.
No, I'm a direct realist. Meaning,
a direct realist.
Yeah, that means I go out, I make observations, and that's how the world is.
So hold on,
when I go out and I see the Earth is flat, and I detect that it's motionless, I just assume that's what it is.
Okay, so you do believe
it looks flat because it is flat, and it's motionless, feels motionless because it's not moving.
Okay, great. So you believe it's motionless. You believe it's flat.
Believe? That's what I experienced.
Free outside your house. Yeah.
That's what I experienced.
That's what we experienced. Yeah.
What do you believe? I know it's that way.
Well, no, you believe it to be that way.
I feel it.
Yeah.
Taurus, when do you experience the globe in real life?
When do you experience anything, dude? You're locked inside your brain.
When do you experience everything? Your brain in the jar, Zodiac. In 10, 9, 8.
What?
Taurus, when you look outside your window, can you describe the shape of the floor without, obviously be generic, don't dox yourself. But when you look outside, can you describe the shape of the Earth that you see?
I mean, dude, I'm in London. Like, I'll just say that. But like, so I can't see shit because it's like a metropolis. So I don't see a horizon line or anything.
You can't see the floor, the streets or anything. You can't see the ground at all?
He can see all the buildings that are parallel to each other, level, flat, horizontal, according to water levels and the orientation of the whole city is evidence that it's not a sphere because there's no curvature between the buildings. It's all parallel.
Let's put this dude on ice and deal with Eskimo Greg because he's talking nonsense in the chat. Eskimo Greg.
What up?
Okay, you said, how do you think GPS works? How do you think it works?
Positioning. Satellites rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how it works, dude. How does it work?
As they ping your location.
Nope.
Like tower.
That was a rage quit.
You have no idea how it works. You've made up something in your head about how it works.
All right, I'll go.
So that's very funny.
I'll figure
you're sitting here calling us science deniers when you don't know the first fucking thing about what you're talking about. GPS uses a technology called trilateration. It's not two-way communication. Your GPS receiver doesn't talk to satellites. It gets there's a Rhinex message that has a timestamp in it, and it takes that timestamp and gives you the time of flight and tells you the distance to wherever the transmitter is. And if you have four of these, you have overlapping circles, then you have overlapping circles, and that will give you a position. The grid, which that puts you on, is something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate reference system, which puts you on a tangent
know nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm describing GPS in detail of how it works. Technologically.
He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't know how it works, but he doesn't want to hear how it works.
The thing is that you believe that there's a tree outside your house. You believe there's a tree outside your house.
We move on from you. Tourist, just mute yourself, Tourist, for now. Thank you.
Shut up, dude. Eskimo. What is differential GPS, and where are those beacons located? You have no idea how any of this shit works. Like I said, you made up in your head how you think it works. But it's literally just made up.
You're just making up shit in your head.
You
because you
can
don't
fact check
understand
everything I
science.
just said. You can fact check everything I just said. While you Google it and try to figure out what you believe, why you believe it, ex post facto. You know what Earth Center Earth Fixed is? It's how your GPS receiver, that's your coordinates. Earth Center Earth Fixed. You know what that's not on a globe? You know that's on a plane? Because the coordinate is up, down, east. When you see it, after coordinate conversion, it'll display it in latitude and longitude. Oh, he bolted.
He's gone with the wind.
Tell us, Eskimo. Tell us, Eskimo Greg. Tell us more. But I want to hear more about how we don't understand science and how all the scientists agree and how this and that and the other thing.
Sounds like
here goes. Brown Recluse is going to be a fucking retard too.
A short version of
let's not get insulting, Indio. Let's be nice.
Yeah, well, stop being a dummy, dude.
I'm just trying to talk with that guys about the scientist claim that the other guy was talking about, man.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth scientist or a flat Earth scientist. That qualifier is just arbitrary nonsense, dude.
What would you call a scientist that believes in the flat Earth and a scientist that believes in the globe Earth?
Their beliefs are irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about in chat. How is it irrelevant if that's what we're talking about?
It's irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about.
To what they believe.
How are their beliefs irrelevant to what they believe?
Dude.
No, the Earth being flat is not determined by beliefs.
There's no such thing as a flat Earth scientist.
A scientist who believes in the flat Earth would then be a flat Earth scientist.
There's scientists that are flat Earthers. Yes.
I disagree with that claim. If you can provide evidence, I will.
Dr. John D.
Who are you talking about?
Dr. John D. He's a freaking professor that teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Dr. John D. What's his last name?
Okay, and now that I've provided somebody, now what? Does that prove that the Earth is flat?
No, and that was never.
Does that prove the Earth is flat?
No, that was never my claim, dude.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Because that's what was being discussed in chat. I joined into a conversation.
Why is it? Why does it? What's the point?
What do you want me to get into?
Brown, you don't get it. There's
point
also
of the
mechanics.
existence or non-existence of so-called flat Earth scientists?
Again, regardless,
what does that tell us about the world?
That the scientist beliefs does not dictate the shape of the Earth, right? I agree with that. That was never my claim. I was only engaging with what was happening in chat. I didn't create the topic. I was simply engaging.
If 99% of the scientists in the world thought the Earth was flat, would you become a flat Earther?
No.
Okay, then it's irrelevant.
So I'm just engaging with what's happening in chat. I didn't make the topic, guys.
Okay.
Any other Glovers want to step up? Who's ready? Who's ready to defend this?
You said it more than once. The guy said you have no science. And then you went to scientists. Scientist isn't science. Scientist is a human practice. It's a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Just because someone's a scientist doesn't mean they are doing science. So think about a geneticist. He's doing science in a particular field. But if he says the Earth is a globe, that isn't a scientific claim. And even if it was, but that being said, the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim in the first instance. Because it's a claim about the shape of something. That is geometry. So when you claim the Earth is a globe and that's based upon science, that's a category error and it's nonsense. The reason you guys do this, see what I'm doing right now is exposing propaganda. The reason you do this is because science in the modern day has taken down this whole other meaning where it doesn't mean the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. It means truth. It means we can't debate this. It means this is an unquestionable truth. That's why you guys use that word when you say Earth is a globe is proven by science. You don't want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. You just want to say the magic word science. And then all else falls to the wayside.
Exiting through the back door. 1, 2, 3.
India, what science do you use to measure a 2x4?
You don't. I use a tape measure.
Why are they so hung up on science if it's a question of measure?
Exactly.
All right. Is there anyone else here that?
Like I said, the reason they use that terminology is the propaganda. That's all it is. It's just a rhetorical technique.
What was the quote from, what was it, Tesla? Somebody said that basically science has become mathematicians just figuring out equation after equation.
Or something.
Yeah. Can't remember the quote directly.
Go ahead, Zodiac. You go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, is there anyone here that is believes in the globe? Okay, never mind. Carry on, guys. Go ahead.
I believe it was something like modern scientists have foregone the scientific method and built mathematical equation on top of equation and are left with no relation to reality. Something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that why there's a word called pseudoscientists? Like, there's a confusion. I mean, not a confusion, but
I don't know. I was listening to that guy earlier, but I couldn't come off mute. It was kind of funny. It made me think about how easily millions of people were convinced by the broadcast on radio of War of the Worlds that we're being attacked by aliens when he was talking about the ISS. I'm like, people can be shown the propaganda and the pomp and circumstance from a source in which they believe is an authority and can believe something that's complete fiction. I was just thinking about that when the guy was talking about the ISS and all of his claims.
You know, that's funny. It's like stuff like that got memory hold. All that stuff is just it's like it's lost. So like people in their 20s and in their 30s, they don't know anything about that, and it's not taught to them. They don't even know it even that those events ever happened in the first place. It's like it's like modern society is more like, oh, just pay attention to what's happening right now. Don't think about the past, right? So, you know, the particulars of how we got to where we are, they just like pretend that they never happened in the first place. But I want to read something from Al-Arabi's Electromagnetic Theory, which I think is quite funny. It's a quote from there. It says, "It was once told as a..." Now, this is a person who invented calculus, vector calculus. So he knew a lot about mathematics. "It was once told as a good joke upon a mathematician that the poor man went mad, and he mistook the symbols for realities as M for the moon and S for the sun." And that's how these guys are. They think the variables in the equations are actual physical things that exist in reality.
way to put it, and pretty simplified. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, the Globers often conflate math and science. I mean, those are two completely different categories, especially even in education, right? They don't conflate the two. It's math and science. It's not one in and of the same. But going back to the War of the Worlds broadcast, I feel like that was one of the first litmus tests for once they started to get into space exploration, right? Like, what would people believe? Would people believe that this is even possible? Have we convinced them enough that it's a globe that we can move forward with the next step in the operation? I feel like there's a lot of litmus tests that they do. The pandemic being one of them.
Oh my God, that was a crazy one.
Yeah.
Look, if the Russians invaded the United States and were like, and took over our airwaves and were like, we're invading, we're declaring martial law, everybody stay in their houses and don't go to work, nobody would have listened, right? Fuck you, I'm grabbing my gun, I'm going to work. Like, who the hell are you? I don't care if you're invading army, I don't give a shit about martial law. You can't tell me what to do, I'm free. But Donald Trump gets on TV and says, don't go to work, stay in your house. Flatten the curve. Everybody's like, okay.
Yep, it's a great way to usher in the new economy, right? Shift everybody to working from home, right? The new normal. Everybody's in the new normal. We're all stuck in our little boxes that we live in, and we're working from home. And now they're trying to push everybody back to office. So when people become complacent in the 6 years that they've spent in their home, in their workplace, that they had to uproot themselves and change their whole routine because they were told that the pandemic was happening. Now they're being told to shift back to the office. And if you don't comply, then guess what? Don't worry. We've already replaced you with AI. You don't want to play the game? That's cool. You don't want to come back into the office 5 days a week? Guess what? You could just see yourself out the door. It's an easy way to get people out of the workforce. Contemplate whether or not AI can actually replace them, and the people that remain are just stuck there building the AI that's going to eventually replace their jobs.
It also injected billions of dollars into the industries of biometrics and all that stuff, and really, it took off running. It was a good reason to really develop those systems further.
Contact tracing. Snitch on your neighbor. Take this test to prove that you can function in this society. A lot of things implemented for sure.
All I know is our ancestors are rolling in their fucking graves calling us pussies.
I remember when it first happened, and there was like the great toilet paper shortage, and I thought to myself, I was like, so this is when the 3 seashells get invented.
That's funny. Huh? I didn't listen to any of that crap. Now, I would put on a mask if I had to go in the store because they wouldn't let you in otherwise, and I didn't feel like starving to death. So just out of necessity, I did that. But I didn't do any. I've never been tested for COVID or any of that crap. Didn't play that game.
You have to put the mask. You don't want to be arguing. You don't want to be arguing with every Karen, every corner.
Yeah, the toilet paper thing's hilarious,
especially in Boston.
Well, if you were in I was in small town, America, and if you didn't have your TV or your internet on, like you wouldn't even known anything was different.
I know that
because all the toilet paper was gone. Of all the necessities in life, people go for the toilet paper. You can literally just spray your ass and wipe it off with the washable washcloth.
It's funny though, to a degree. It's like, out of all the things I really need to think about, because I'm never working again and never leaving the house again because some idiot on the TV said not to, and I just decided I'm going to do what they say and ruin my own life because of a talking stranger. But I can go out for a little while. What should I get? Toilet paper. It's crazy, dude. Like, out of all the things, that's what you grab?
Yeah, no. India, not
There's probably still people right now with like a warehouse of toilet paper going, I'll use it eventually.
Yeah, India, not the food that would then lead you to eventually need the toilet paper. No, not that.
Come on, they think about food.
You can replace the toilet paper shortage with a bidet and a washcloth. Problem solved.
You could do what they do in like Somalia and just drag your ass on the ground.
Yeah, that's what dogs do.
That's what dogs do.
Somalia do. I'm not making that up. My friend was stationed there in the army, And he said, "Oh, they just drag their ass on the ground and throw sand up there." Like, okay.
I was recently in the Philippines, and they have little sprayers by every single toilet, everywhere that you go. Little bidet sprayer things. Little handheld ones like you used to have on the sink back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. That's convenient. No, I mean the whole thing with the pandemic thing is like how little they had to do. I think of it like this, right? You have a horse, and you couldn't control a horse with just your arms, no matter how strong you are. But if you have reins, right? Little bit of pressure on the reins, you can make it go in any direction. You can make it pull thousands of pounds or climb a steep hill. And that's how they were, a little teeny tug. And they made the whole society make a radical change that was against its own, which should have been against their own survival instinct.
But that's a domesticated horse, because if you get the wild one, that stuff is not gonna work until you break his soul.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, that was probably the same thing with the pandemic.
It's wild how this relates, you know. It wasn't just strangers saying this thing. It was a man with the label of scientist in a lab coat. It's this belief, this unquestionable belief in things given that label that allows these sorts of things to happen.
Yeah, but I don't think it was like Fauci or any of those guys that the public was like, "Oh, Fauci said it, I better do it." I think it was like the government, when the government said it. I think it was when the public officials were like, "You really got to do this." I think that was kind of like, it was like what actually motivated them to listen. And I don't think it was like a thing where like, I'll get in trouble if I don't. I don't think that was like the motivation, the penalty. I think the motivation was just conformity. I have to do what everybody else is doing. I don't want to be the odd man out.
Yeah, the suggestion that they will say, if you don't do this, you are like a grandma killer, you know, like an old people killer. They say that they use that wording, and the people are like, if I don't do that, then I'm gonna affect my loved ones or whatever, right? So people convince themselves, basically.
Well, I remember people.
That type of argument.
I remember people not even doing it to kneel down to the government, but to do it to obey the WHO. They said the World Health Organization said so. I must do this. It's like, hey, we're in the United States. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, Brown Recluse, you got any evidence of lasers magically bending around a sphere, or just bending down at all over a large distance?
Lasers going straight over large distances without begging the question?
Yeah, we've got footage of it.
Right, so
plenty of footage of lasers going straight.
The footage is what we're talking about, so that's begging the question. You're providing the evidence. The evidence the evidence in question is the laser test videos. So you can't use the laser test videos as evidence for the laser test videos being valid. So what's your evidence that lasers do not bend over large distances?
Wait, what? Okay, the footage of the lasers going straight over large distances is not.
How did? That's the whole thing that's happening.
Really?
How are you verifying that it's straight?
Because we can see it going straight. We can take side views of the. Yeah, we can. We have side views of some of the laser tests, right, using rectilinear lenses.
The longest side view you have is 6 miles, exactly. But the laser test we're talking about is 20-something miles, right? So you don't have a side view from 20-something miles. We're talking about large distances.
Why didn't? Okay, so yeah,
it's ostensibly straight at the horizontal or the what is it?
There's no evidence that exists of a laser.
It's over.
Yeah, so this is the thing. The lasers hit the target, and you don't have any. So if it's hitting the target, shut up, shush. Yes, it hits the target, right? The beam goes directly into the sensor of the camera, or it hits the target if there's a physical target set up, right? Like an actual
physical target. You said it goes to the center.
There is in some. Yeah, so you can't see it at all. You can't see it at all until the center of the beam hits the sensor of the camera.
That's not true.
Until then, you can't see it at all.
If you go to the videos, I can show you. They point the laser's pointing upwards in one shot, and then they adjust it so that it points downward more closely to the camera, right? So then we can.
How would that go through the Earth curvature?
We can both hopefully agree that you can see the laser without it pointing directly into the camera. Can we both agree to that?
No, you can't see. Okay, so it shouldn't hit the target because there's a giant hump. There's hundreds of feet of Earth curvature that should be blocking it.
Right. But I just explained that you can see the laser without it going directly into the camera, correct?
You would see it 100 meters up in the air.
Let's address my question. Can you see the laser without it going directly into the camera?
No, because it would have to be 100 meters up in the air, and there's you don't see a laser 100 meters up in the air. The only way you could see it, right, is if it's going over the horizon, which should be at less than 3 miles, right, and then the hidden height would be over 100 meters.
All right, listen. If you saw the laser going above your head, could you see it without it going directly into the camera?
Probably not, unless you did long exposure or over a shorter distance.
So if the claim is that if the Earth is a globe, you should see the laser going above your head, how are you going to see the laser if the camera can't see the laser?
It's a direct hit. It's a direct hit. It hits the target. We also have side views where we did long exposure and we can see the entire transit of the beam from 3 foot to 3 foot.
That if the Earth was curved, the laser would go several hundred feet above your head, correct?
Yeah, but
would
that's
the
not
camera
what's
be
observed.
able? Oh, sure, but would the camera be able to see that laser?
It wouldn't be a direct hit. And
okay, so answer my question: could the camera see that laser going above your hypothetical head?
Yeah, it should be able to.
Okay, wonderful. So we agree that the camera could see the laser, and it's not a direct hit, correct?
That's seeing the laser is different to it being a direct hit directly into the sensor of the camera.
I agree. I agree that those are two separate things, right? But do we agree that the camera could see the laser while not being a direct hit?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. How are we verifying that it's a direct hit?
Because the only way you can get that level of brightness is you can't see it until it hits that sensor of the camera. Till it goes right into the lens. If you what you should do is you should watch Dr. John Dee's videos on how lasers work. Okay, learn how lasers work.
Post them, please. I'll take a look
at them. Just go to YouTube, type in Dr. John Dee.
I type in Dr. John Dee. What I get is Bob the Science Guy, Dr. John Dee, and the fallacy of flat derp, right? That's what comes up when I look up Dr. John Dee on YouTube, right? So if you would like to provide what you want me to look at, otherwise I'm just going to watch this guy.
Just go to his channel. It comes up if you type in Dr. John Dee.
Dr. John Dee. All right. Is it, does he have 55,000 subscribers?
No, he has 5.41 thousand.
It's 5,000. Okay, wonderful. All right. Is there anything specifically you want me to look at?
Yes. Go to the search, type in laser.
All right. Laser divergence, laser observation, lowest laser point, error lies and deceptions in the West.
Yeah, that's a good one. Right. So he goes over
I said like 6 of them. Which one? I said like 6 of them.
All right. So the ones that says errors, lies, and deceptions of McWest, I think he goes over.
So none of the things that say laser. Okay.
What comes up when you type in laser, right? So I typed in laser and it came up.
All right. It's a 22-minute video, so it's going to take me a while to go through.
Why are you being such a bitch, dude?
Why are you throwing insults around?
Well, it's the way you're talking. It's basically like an insult. It's like this weird little like passive aggressive behavior. You can't just have a normal conversation.
I'm frustrated with you specifically because you were a bitch when we were chatting in the other server, right? So I'm frustrated with you specifically and your ignorance.
That's only because you were being the same as what you're being now, right?
I was in chat. I was typing in text. How are my text messages sassy? And just to clarify, your claim in chat when you texted me was saying you said I was clogging up the feed. So are you changing the reason that you banned me 2 days ago?
No, I never said
I was clogging up the feed.
That's not what I said.
Absolutely. Let's go to our texts. Let's see. You're wasting time. Go whine. You're wasting time. Stop muddying up the main text with cope. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
Okay, wonderful. So are you claiming that I was being sassy, or was I muddying up the main text?
Yeah, you were being pathetic, from what I remember.
You're just saying shit, dude. I think you're pathetic. So we both think each other are pathetic. So where do we go from here?
Where's your globe evidence?
Where's your fucking globe evidence, bro?
That's what we want to hear, guys.
Show us it. This is what you need to do. Find us a laser bending downward, right? So that's what you would need for the laser to hit the target in all of these laser tests that hit the target.
They don't hit the target. They just are seen by a camera. I made this point earlier.
None of them hit the target?
They're seen by a camera. If you could show me one that hits a target where a target is not a camera, right? Then I would love to see it. But I have not seen any evidence of that claim specifically. So if you want to say that it hits a camera,
the target was the camera.
that's what I'm saying. Again, if you want to say the target is something other than the camera, feel free to. But if we could just say camera instead of target.
Yeah, so you can't see the laser at all until it's aligned in such a way that it actually hits directly into the. You would, if what you were saying was correct, you would be able to see the laser the entire time.
Where's one point you can't see the laser?
In every single laser test video, you don't see the laser until you get the direct hit into the target.
No, again, I just addressed how I can show you one where the laser points upwards and then you can see the laser, but we agreed that if the laser was going above your head, you could still see the laser without it making a direct hit. We already went over this point.
Brown, hang on a second, dude. To be clear, I mean, DJ, is it not the case what you mean by when you're saying see the laser? You're talking about the source of the laser, right? Not like a little like lightsaber like thing. Like the beam of it. We're not looking at fucking Star Wars and shit, right? Talking about the source of the laser.
Again, that's what's in contention.
Okay,
I'll show him the difference.
Yeah.
You're just gonna show me light and then brighter light.
Term, Brian, it sounds like you're talking about seeing the beam, like zip up in the air or not.
But what's the laser if not the beam?
The source of it. That's why I specified the source.
Right. So, but again, how are we?
I'm going to show you the difference.
The source.
Yeah. This is the difference. Okay. So this is being able. Look in the side chat. Okay. This is being able to see the beam of the laser. Now that's not hitting the camera. Obviously, you can see the laser beam, right? But that's not a direct hit into the camera.
I agree. So we're seeing the laser. We both agree that we're seeing the laser, correct?
Right. So that's not what any of the tests are saying as a direct hit, right? So it's not just seeing the laser is different to actually going into the camera sensor, right? I can show you what it looks like when it goes into the camera sensor. When it actually hits the target, it's completely different. It doesn't look like this.
Goes into the camera. We both completely agree that is what happens. That the light from the laser goes into the camera. But you're claiming that the laser does not bend or diffract or diffuse at all, right? In that 20-something mile distance, correct?
I'm saying that there's no evidence that a laser bends downward over a large distance observation
towards denser mediums. Does light bend towards denser mediums?
Yeah, it does.
Is laser light?
It's interesting. Yes.
There we go.
How come with all of the laser tests that have been done, we've never seen any footage of a laser bending down? Even Dr. John D said after 350 plus hours of laser tests, right, using different spectrums of laser, different weather conditions throughout different times of the year of it, all sorts of different places and distances, he's seen lasers bending upwards, right? He's seen lasers going straight. He's never once seen a laser bending downward. No globe earther has been able to provide us a laser bending downward over a long distance observation, over a body of water or land.
Right.
That's
so
kind of crazy.
You're claiming that the light doesn't bend, right? And therefore the laser isn't bending.
I didn't say light doesn't bend.
No, you say the laser isn't bending.
No, I said what Dr. John D said, that it goes in a straight line.
Right, so that's straight line is not.
No one's ever provided footage of a laser bending downward.
Got me.
Right, so, again,
Brown, calm down, bro.
The claim, again, I keep saying the same. The claim is that the laser is going straight, right?
No, the claim is that the laser is hitting the target, and there's no evidence of Earth curvature.
You said direct hit. What does that imply?
See the laser beam directly hitting the sensor of the camera. right? It means you're not seeing a beam of light up in the air like I showed you in the previous pictures from Dr. John D. You don't see that. Okay, you see the laser actually hitting the sensor of the camera. You don't see the beam. You just see the direct hit.
Right. So again, you see the light from the laser. Like I said, we both agree to that. The claim, right, is that it's straight line. It's a direct hit from the source of the laser to the camera, right? And the claim is that it hasn't been shown to bend downward because this is a straight view.
Yeah, there's no evidence of it bending downward.
Right, so
we
then why
see evidence of it going
straight. What do you mean? It's clearly supposed to be a straight line. Why are you fighting that?
This is what I'm saying. The camera is getting a direct hit from the laser. In order for that to happen, it would have to bend downward over hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature to hit the target. You don't have any evidence of that curvature in the first place. What we're seeing is just direct hit after direct hit. Obviously. Dozens and dozens of different tests. Right. You don't have any evidence of a globe.
Again, we both agree that there's plenty of given evidence for the globe that you would contest as real. Obviously, there's alleged pictures from space, so you can't say there's no evidence for the globe, right? We're
referring to this specific evidence. CGI. You can't tell the difference between CGI and the real thing when it comes to your space pictures. I could prove that right now if you want.
Again, I am not an expert on CGI, right? Again, I agree to that, but to claim that you're claiming that all of them are CGI. Again, I'm not claiming to be an expert.
I didn't claim that.
The claim.
I didn't claim it's all CGI.
Then
lie.
Okay.
Why you gotta lie?
1 second. I'm talking about space pictures provided, right? What is your refutation to those?
My refutation is that you can't validate them, and you just have to have faith in those. Right. That's my refutation.
Again, they are validated by other space agencies, right? So, but why are those not real?
Oh,
how do you verify the other space agencies?
Again, they corroborate each other, obviously. Again,
how do you test them? How do you test the other space agencies? What have you done to test them in real life?
Again, I haven't proven any scientific method, right? But I have observed the ISS, right? Like, again, I've seen the light from the ISS travel across the sky.
So you've seen it a bunch. So you saw something in the sky with the telescope.
You're asking what test I did, right? I'm simply talking about that clearly evidence for the globe has been provided, right? That is in contention. His claim is that no evidence has been provided for the globe because us globe.
Hold on a second. When you saw something in the sky through your telescope, which you claim is the ISS,
I didn't see it through my telescope. I saw it.
Okay, with your own eyes, when you saw that thing in the sky, how do you know it was the ISS?
Because it's in the exact spot purported that the ISS is purported to be in, right? And then I would look up other evidences of
wait.
Please let me finish. Other evidences of other people looking at the same object, zooming in, seeing the exact shape that the ISS is purported to be, right? And then traveling to other locations where it can also be seen from other perspectives with the exact same shape and relative distance from the Earth.
What spot was it in?
What spot was it in? It's in the sky. What do you mean?
You said that there was a purported spot that it was supposed to be in. What was the spot?
Okay, I can give you the live tracking for the ISS.
But you do see how like other people seeing that, even if they're in a different position, doesn't verify what it is.
Again, I agree that doesn't necessarily guarantee what it is, right? But I'm saying that the purported position, the given position of the ISS at any given moment, right, can be verified from the ground.
Give me
it can't be. It's a leap of faith.
Give us the position. Stop. Everyone stop talking. Give us the position.
Again, it's a ridiculous thing, but I will look up the ISS tracker for you.
Yes. Give us an exact position. Exactly.
Well, Zodiac, this guy, what he's done, dude, he's just managed to take the conversation away from the Earth back into sky magic that we can't validate.
Yeah,
I'm just answering your guys' questions. I didn't take it to the space, dude.
All right, fine. Let's get back to the lasers.
Test I did was. Let me just show you this. Let me give you the current position of the ISS. Here we go. 1 second.
Okay.
This is the reported current position of the ISS. It's above it's ground point 27.79 north and 123 east, right? It's ridiculous to claim that people don't claim.
How did you measure that?
I didn't measure this. I corroborated it. I corroborated it with my actual location. It's purported to be above, near where I was at the time. I looked where it was purported to be and saw a light. Right. That's what I'm claiming happened.
So above any of those points? So above anywhere in the sky. That's what it said. Like above where you're supposed to be, but it didn't give you like a distance or anything.
It gives you an altitude. What do you mean? It doesn't give you a distance. It gives you a ground point coordinate plus an altitude. That gives you an exact location relative to Earth.
How do you know the altitude?
It provides the altitude. I didn't say I knew the altitude. I said given the purported position, I saw a light in the sky where the purported position was supposed to be.
So you never verified the altitude. You don't know.
How am I to verify that? How am I to verify that from the ground?
That's my question to you.
Right. So again, I never claimed I did.
Okay, then you just have faith. Let's go back to the laser test. Go back. You have faith.
You have faith that the lasers are straight because there's no evidence to claim that lasers don't bend.
We have faith that the lasers are hitting the target, dude. We don't need to have faith.
We can show you the
but we can confirm that the lasers.
The question is
the laser. Okay, how does the laser hit the target?
The laser diffuses, diffracts, and refracts.
Okay, so you're claiming, diffuses. What the hell?
Did you really say that?
Do lasers diffuse? Do lasers diffuse?
Do you know what light diffusion is?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, tell me.
I'll give you an exact definition.
You guys, man.
The scattering of light rays as they pass through translucent mediums.
Yeah.
Or bounce off uneven surfaces.
Yeah.
There we go. So do you think that lasers
going through a diffuser?
Do lasers diffuse in the atmosphere?
No.
They don't.
No, the air is not translucent.
They're absolutely translucent, but okay.
It's not translucent, it's transparent. Clown.
I can give you the AI overview, but yes, lasers do diffuse in the atmosphere, or more accurately, spread out and scatter as they travel through the atmosphere. But again,
scattering is not diffusion.
Well, then what is diffusion?
Dude,
I just gave you the definition. One second, dude. I gave you the definition.
Dude. Stop.
I defined it.
Dude. Just stop, dude, with your fucking Texas sharpshooter bullshit.
I defined it as a scattering of light rays, and you did not contest that. Why did you not contest that?
Look.
Do you contest that definition?
Look. So.
Okay.
If you wanna, so they make things called light diffusers. You put them in front of a light.
Yeah.
So that the light becomes smooth and doesn't have a hot spot. Okay? The air is not doing that.
What happens when a light ray hits an air molecule?
Why are you asking me a question, dude? The light does not do that.
You're claiming that the light doesn't diffuse in the atmosphere. That's the claim. I'm saying that's
under
wrong.
Certain conditions like fog or something like that, yeah, it can.
What is fog? It's just
water vapor.
Atmosphere. Right. Is there water vapor always present in the atmosphere?
Not to the point that makes the air translucent. That's why we have a separate. That's why we have a separate word to describe when it's translucent. It's called fog.
No, again, it just increases in opacity.
You're the most dishonest motherfucker that comes in this chat. You know that?
No.
No, you are.
All right, man. We agree to disagree. I think that you guys are all pretty.
This isn't an agree or disagree thing.
Okay, well, it's your opinion that I'm the most. So again, if other people could disagree.
Yes, that is my opinion. I think born out.
Then how is it not an agree or disagree if that's your opinion,
dude?
What?
You're going down a dead end right now.
Okay, I agree. The whole flat Earth channel is a dead end. I agree, but again, you're just saying things to try and put me down.
Seems to have controlled your life.
It does. I love it here. I'm addicted to you guys, and I hate it.
Yeah, here you are.
I'm addicted to you guys. I admit it. I love you guys more than I love a lot of my real friends.
Yeah, well, watch how you act, dude, because you're close to getting banned. I'm going to tell you that now.
You banned me yesterday, BJ, or 2 days ago. Again, I get it. You guys don't like it. But ban me if you'd like.
We like honest people. You're not one of them.
I would say the same thing about you, Indio.
Yeah, but you'd have no basis for what you said, whereas I do.
Okay, well, I defined diffusion as light scattering, and then you said and then you didn't contend it, and then immediately after you said scattering is not diffusion, or diffusion rather.
All scattering is not caused by the same thing.
I agree.
All scattering is not the same.
I agree.
So you're just using you're just using a word context fallacy.
Both you niggas are retarded. The Earth doesn't even exist. You're fucking stupid, nigga. My God.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Am I still the most dishonest?
Hold on, you're gonna get kicked out of the server now. All right, okay. I want you to know that for saying the N-word. So I'm gonna report you right now, and you're gonna get kicked out of the server. So congratulations. I hope it was
still
worth
your opinion that I'm the most dishonest, given that All Right Son is in here?
Yeah, that guy's just a tard, right? Like you're actually
ridiculous.
Yeah, you're still more ridiculous than him, just with the way that you're acting and your dishonest.
The question was,
passive aggressiveness and that kind of thing. Hey, just quickly, dude. I just looked up a video for you. I'm gonna put it in the side chat, and I want to show you what the difference is when the laser directly hits into the lens, right? So this laser test was actually done during the daytime. You can't see the beam, right? And you can see a bit of a light in the distance where the laser is, but it's not until it directly hits right into the sensor of the camera and you'll see it lights up. All of a sudden, it lights up like crazy. So it's at 6 minutes 53 in the video. I'll just grab the video. And this is what I'm talking about a direct hit of the laser into the camera.
For sure. I agree. The light gets brighter, but that's not
only when it goes. Yeah, when this okay, so laser beams are much brighter right in the centroid or center of the beam, whatever it's called, right? It's not until that part hits into the camera lens that it illuminates it. You see like a big bright green light all of a sudden just appear instantly into the camera. It's not like you can see it the whole time. It's only when it hits right into the directly into the sensor of the camera that you can see it.
Laser beams are collimated light that follow a Gaussian profile that extends radially from the center. There's a centroid of the beam where the beam is most intense. It exponentially, so from the edges, the external edges to the center, the brightness increases exponentially.
I agree. The center of a laser is brighter than the outer bits of a laser. I agree.
It's exponentially greater.
Okay, it's not an infinite amount of brightness, right? So
okay, who said the word infinite?
I agree.
Who said the word infinite?
I misspoke.
Nigger.
Ugh, these fucking people. I agree. I misspoke.
Well, in your case, he was right.
What? You're saying that I'm
moving on? Moving on, dude.
Moving on. I don't want to move on from that.
Well, you're the one. You're the one that's like these people. Crazy. Now you want to? Yeah, just these people are idiots.
You saying these people is equivalent to what idiot you said. That's what you're saying. You're making that claim. Those are equivalent.
These people.
What was my reference? What did I say?
Come on.
Was it a hateful slur?
Are you? Can I ask? Wait. Let me just ask them this question. Have you ever questioned if the Earth was actually a sphere?
Yeah. When I first came in here, you guys almost got me for sure.
Have you ever had doubts? No, before that. Yeah. I mean, before you knew about us. Have you had doubts about
before that? No, once I came in here, you guys introduced doubts, like you tend to, and then I doubted, and then I realized you're wrong, and then I came back to.
So before that, you were 100% convinced.
I had no reason to doubt it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You realize we're wrong by being willfully ignorant about the subject you're talking about. So your ignorance is what propels. No, bro.
Okay.
I actually went to university.
I would say no to you.
I actually went to university and took physics and passed the courses.
For sure.
You didn't even take it in high school. Okay. You have no idea what you're talking about.
How is gravity?
Come in here and sit there, talk out your ass, and just randomly pick sentences out of ChatGPT, trying to pretend you know what you're talking about. You don't have a fucking clue, even a little bit, of what you're talking about. You don't.
Those claim.
You're not even at the level of pretender clown.
So what am I then?
Trash.
All right. If that makes you feel better, call me trash all you want, I suppose.
It's not about whether I feel better.
Okay.
Clearly, what is it about then? What is calling me trash?
Yeah, your little fucking psychological analysis don't mean anything to me. This is
then
very
your
simple.
Insults mean nothing to me either. So
you don't know what you're talking about.
No.
This subject. You know nothing about the behavior of light at all.
I think you know nothing.
Hey,
that's because you're ignorant.
I think you're ignorant.
Everything I say you can fact check. Everything you say is just going to end up being wrong.
Okay, I disagree. What is one thing I said?
I disagree. Doesn't mean anything.
What was one thing I said?
I'm saying it's objectively true. You're just saying
what is one thing I said that was wrong?
Everything.
What is one thing? Name one thing. If everything was wrong, you can name one thing. What's one thing I said?
Please.
That diffusion is scattering.
What is diffusion then?
Oh my God.
Is diffusion scattering? What's the definition of diffusion? Then what's the definition of diffusion? Enlighten me, please.
If you had a laser and a laser was being diffused, the beam would have no centroid. It would be smoothed out so that the intensity would be uniform radially across the center to the edges. It would be the same. It would be diffused.
So
That
what's
means
the
that
definition
it's
of diffusion?
spreading. It's spreading it out and smearing it so that the energy is uniform per unit area. Okay. Lasers. If you see the beam centroid and it's more intense in the center, then it's not being diffused.
I don't think you have any evidence of that claim, but if you have it, I'm happy to look at it.
What do you mean evidence of that claim? All you have to do is go on to Google, type in laser beam profile, okay, and it will show you, and click Google Images, and there'll be lots of diagrams of Gaussian profiles of laser beams with an equation.
I'll look up that. You look up, do lasers diffuse? You look up that, and I'll look up yours.
Lasers can be diffused. Okay,
wonderful, wonderful. So then what is diffusion?
Dude, you're looping, dude.
No.
Okay, you're going to ask, ignore, repeat. You will be banned for that, dude. I will not play with that. Ask, ignore, repeat is not going to work, Brown Recluse.
Then why does it work for you?
Ask, ignore. Bye.
Okay. You can ask the same question over and over again, but I can't. Again, diffusion, as far as I'm concerned, is scattering.
Ask, ignore, repeat. So now you're going to straw man what I said. Bye.
All right. I miss you. Goodbye, guys.
Catch you on the flat side.
Love you guys.
It's flat, by the way. You should.
I believe you.
Loser. Piss off. Shut your hole. He should not even be entertained.
Any other Glovers ready?
That dude is here is only to obfuscate the conversation, the truth, trying to make sure that no information is passed, that everything is a fucking shit show, that nothing makes sense. His whole purpose is to just muddy water. Which, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but this is how I feel about it. That is contrary, I guess, to our purpose. It's contrary to my purpose. I want people to understand more when they come in here, not understand less.
Yeah, he's a waste of time.
People will, like, say you don't know anything about this topic, and you come in here and you listen to us and him, because he's all over the place, gish galloping, contradicting himself, saying random crap that's unrelated, and then when you say, hey, that's wrong, him just saying, no, I think you're wrong, you don't understand it. As if that's some sort of valid refutation, and then you ask him again, and then you ask him to substantiate what he says, and then he just does the exact same thing again. Random crap, gish gallop, throwing it all together, and then you saying, no, that is wrong too. That doesn't substantiate what I said. Yeah, it does. You don't know what you're talking about. And just doing that over and over and over and over and looping. Anybody that doesn't know about this topic or the issues of this topic or the particulars of what we talk about is going to leave here more confused and more ignorant than when they came in. Now, you guys can do what you want. I think that's contrary to our purpose. I don't think we're trying to have conversations in here that confuse people. Because what's going to happen? They go, oh man, this is just fucking confusing. I don't know what the truth is. I'll just believe the earth is a globe. It's just fucking simpler.
Probably his whole purpose.
Exactly. Exactly. That is the purpose. It's called obscurantism.
That alone says so much about the subject. They got to come here and do that.
It's crazy they even cared to fight that hard. Yeah.
He's been doing it a long time. And there's 2 others that are part of his little clique, obscurantism clique, that all associate together. JJ Fish, whatever his fucking name is. And there's another one. What the hell's his name? I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's probably about 10 at least of these characters.
Yeah, that's the same shtick, the same song and dance, the gimmicks.
When you guys used to believe in the globe, did you ever dude, I've never done anything like that. You know?
Of course not. Why would anybody do that for any reason on any topic?
Yeah.
Unless you have something to hide. You know, if my girlfriend, if I've been cheating on my girlfriend and she asks me, hey, dude, what'd you do last night? Yeah, I'm going to obscure the truth. I'm going to try and make everything, my rendition of events so confusing that she can't figure out what really happened. Yeah. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that's a legitimate use of obscurantism, of why you would do that. Why you would do it in relation to this, to like an informational topic. There is no reason for that, other than
It's the difference of trying to affirm your bias or actually searching for the truth. That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, but no, he's not. He's also trying to hide it from others, not just him. It's not. This isn't even just about him. It's that he's trying so that people that are listening, either in this chat or on YouTube, also are become more confused.
Yeah, I actually remember he did say that he agreed there was a 6-mile laser that went straight, and he actually said, "Oh yeah," and he just kind of skipped past that.
He doesn't believe what he's saying.
Yeah,
he doesn't actually believe that lasers don't go straight. He don't believe that.
Yeah.
They don't care to know. That's the thing. There's a whole group of young people who fancy themselves intellectuals because they can quickly GPT a topic and regurgitate it back and then not answer questions, completely divert, and play a whole nuh-uh game, right? They tend to have this argumentation almost in the fashion of my dad can beat up your dad. It's very childish. And it's back and forth, rapid fire, quick talking, fast with the tongue, but never actually answering anything and only Googling through a GPT or Claude or whatever spits them back their answers. And they'll repeat that, regurgitate it, not actually learning what they're talking about because they don't care to know the truth. They're just here to act as though they're an intellectual, even though I wouldn't even call them pseudo-intellectuals that think that they're winning some sort of debate online.
Yeah, that's why I said he doesn't even rise to the level of pretender clown.
And then you called him a piece of garbage.
He is garbage, dude. Awesome. That's garbage, dude. I don't like this. I mean, if nobody figured out my I mean, you can call it personality flaw. I don't like dishonesty. There's no point in talking about this topic and being dishonest about it. I don't understand the point of lying, making stuff up, just filling in the blanks, and hey, I don't know the answer to that, so just make something up and say it.
Well, I feel like nowadays the internet is ripe with these kind of individuals. They are children, in my opinion, and they've grown up behind headphones on video games, talking smack to their friends. Now they've got AI to help assist them in what they're doing online, and they care not about the truth. They want to fancy themselves intellectuals, act as though they're some sort of influencer, they're some sort of huge debater when they don't actually understand what they're talking about. If you took away their computer and you sat them in front of somebody face to face, first of all, most people would have to restrain themselves from socking these kids in the face because I don't think they've actually been on the playground and had conversations enough to feel what it's like to get 5 fingers to the face.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
so lucky you can't stab people over the internet, dude.
Yeah, he's just not taking it seriously. That's it. That's honestly the only. That's the.
I think he does take it seriously.
He does.
Dude, he's been doing this for like a year and a half of this identical, like rhetorical gimmick, and has put in a lot of effort into it, to the fact where he's actually researched this topic, and just to have little blurbs, right? Oh, I'll pull one sentence out of this fucking paper and mischaracterize it and just say it, and then people will think because I said this sentence that I have knowledge about this topic. So I'll say the sentence and then claim the other person is wrong as a refutation of what they said, where they don't actually refute. He doesn't refute it with anything of substance. Hey, what you said is incorrect because X, Y, and Z. You just say some random red herring thing that has nothing to do with it and then say, I don't think you understand it. Right? To give the illusion that somehow they know what they're talking about, that somehow you're on equal footing about the subject, that, you know, in this particular place, the behavior of light, that like he knows as much as we know, and that this is just a disagreement about what the consequences are. No, he knows nothing. Literally nothing.
Oh, okay. So
he knows what to type into Google to have some output from which he's going to read one sentence, and he's going to pick what's the biggest fucking 50-cent word in this paragraph. I'll say that one, and then it'll give people the idea that I know what I'm talking about, because I'm going to say a word, I'm going to say a sentence they don't understand. So I think, oh my God, he's freaking must know what he's talking about. He said diffusion. Because they don't know what diffusion means. They think because he used it, he must know what it means, but he used it in the wrong context, in the wrong application, and has nothing to do with, like I said, if it was diffused, then the intensity of the fucking light would be spread out. That's the point of diffusion. It diffuses it. That's what diffusion is.
Yeah, to be fair, diffusion is a subcategory of scattering, but it's not the same thing. It's not like atmospheric scattering of light.
Yeah,
right?
It's not Rayleigh scattering or Compton scattering or any of that type of scattering.
Exactly.
It's not that.
It's like light being
That's why you
shown
brought up
through
fog, though,
like a
and then
slightly
he had
opaque.
to. You brought up fog, and he had to go back to the same thing, even though you'd already brought up. That's why you almost agreed with the scattering thing, because air can, when there is fog, cause that, right?
Yeah, there's types of scattering, and fog, right, turns the air translucent. But it's not just the air; it's the water vapor that's translucent. But that's a very specific, particular circumstance, right? So we have fog lights, right, in your car or in a truck, fog lights. And even though, like, if there wasn't fog, the beam would be very bright, blinding in your face. But when there is a fog, it diffuses, right? So you see the bright lights, but it's spread out, smeared out.
But I think all of that was just his ultra defensive, like being shown that he's wrong, basically, in that sense. Which was, for me, what was more telling was him thinking that he can corroborate where the light in the sky is, right? And him thinking that was somehow verification, like.
Yeah, well, he's like a usual suspect. I mean, garbage human.
What do you guys think about the north, the Arctic area where all the polarity is like has like a vortex of some kind up in the sky, and it like towers over it?
I never heard
the
about
polarity
any of
of
that.
what?
It's like a magnetic shield of some sort that like kind of this is the flat Earth theory, is that there's like the polarity shift has made the top
You're
area of
about
the dome.
firmament.
Yeah, the dome area, like the top of it has the what do you
like
call
a giant
the
glass, basically.
electromagnetic whatever.
Yeah, like a giant glass blocking you from going out of space.
Yeah, possibly.
It's better not to make claims that you can't verify. So
no.
whenever you, because then you're believing in a religion. That's why.
It's just a theory. Started after the moon landing.
Oh, you said flat Earth. You said theory. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it's a
I
theory.
thought you said it was fact. Continue.
No, not a fact.
It could be that it's just a shift. I think when the moon phase comes in, that there's an actual shift that happens where uh, the black hole like immerses into it and it comes on the outside. So it's like an inside outside, like a funnel.
You mean eclipse?
No, it's like a funnel. It comes out of one side and it shows up in the other side in the daytime. This is essentially like Helheim or the Hell realm.
Too crazy.
In Norse mythology.
Brother, what?
Is explaining.
So Helheim is the place of the dead. I think it exists before like time starts or whatever, or it's like part of eternity or one of the realms or something. I don't know.
Helheim.
But, yeah.
Okay, it's the afterlife.
Wait, this is what you believe?
Yeah.
There's a black hole passing through the moon?
No, I don't believe in it. It's just that so in Christian terms, I'm Catholic, so in Christian terms, it's just what do you call like Abraham's bosom in as part of hell. Like that's where it's at. Which is like
what's the best evidence for it?
What's the best evidence for it? Yeah,
for what you just said, yeah.
Probably no one except that one guy, that black metal artist Carl, who like talks about like Norse stuff and talks about like Odin and shit, and no one understands what he's saying on YouTube. That guy will probably have some answers, but GAAHL, two A's and HL.
Okay.
So he's a black metal vocalist, and so this is very similar to the Christian idea of eternity. So it's eternity sourced in being becomes like this amalgamation of realms or whatever.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what you just said. I'm not fully comprehending anything you just said.
What is the point? Basically, you cannot get out of the Earth. What is the point of this theory?
No, it's once you get into Helheim realm, like your if you see it, then you know, like you probably died, like you're in an undead state or whatever, and like the aspect or like the outside world, like whatever it is, the dream aspect that holds you just like dissipates into the outside.
Let me get this straight. You can only prove this if you're dead.
Yeah, you can if you're dead.
So you can't talk to dead people, right?
No, but I went through it, so like I'm pretty sure like
you went through this thing.
Yeah, I did. And
you went.
You're here talking to us. You're not dead.
Did you die and they brought you back up? Like your heart stopped for a few minutes?
Something like that. Yeah, it was a weird experience. It was sort of like like those movies where you have that like one teenager just like stuck in like a room, and like everything's like black outside. Sort of like that.
Wait, so you went to hell? is what you're saying.
Well, it's not hell exactly. So I think there's parts of it. So there's one that's hellfire, and there's one place that is like Abraham's bosom or the netherworld. And there's one place that is like regular hell, which is like lost souls kind of thing. So yeah, it's.
So you didn't go to heaven, no.
It's not. It's like a purgatory realm basically, and you just land up here at like when you die or whatever. I don't know where it's placed in like the spectrum of time, but I'd say it's probably like part of eternity, right? So yeah, eternity itself it collides with whatever else.
All right,
so in this realm, you're all connected to the realm anyway at some point.
Wait, so what does this have to do with the ground, the earth?
Yeah, the flat Earth. How is it relevant to flat Earth?
How is it relevant to flat Earth? Because it's sort of like the part of you that is the part of you attribute to yourself. Like you when you grow up, you're kind of like, I am what I am, and then you have that moment or premonition where you have to like decrease yourself or whatever stage you go through, like when you're dying, like you have that kind of feeling, that premonition that you're sort of like
Wait, bro,
you're living a life. You're living a life, and you're sort of like not.
Sounds like bullshit, dude. He's asked you what it's got to do with flat Earth and stuff.
Yeah, hold on. So it's just your own suspension of disbelief of yourself. That's basically what creates doesn't create it, but you get tossed into it. So some of us get tossed in earlier. I think I was like the first person or whatever.
It's believing. But if you just go outside, you don't have to believe anything to notice that the Earth is not a sphere. There's no globe. Like if you go outside and you see the Earth, there's no evidence of a globe.
Yeah.
This phenomena you're talking about could happen on either flat or globe. So why don't you talk about something that proves one or the other?
Well, it definitely happens on a kind of flat Earth, I guess, because the only explanation would be.
You guess.
No,
you can't
the
link
only
it to the flat Earth. Wait, stop talking.
No, it's only
you
the
can't
realm
link it to the flat Earth. Again, it's going to talk. You can't link it to the flat Earth. You just said you guess. It's not relevant to the flat Earth. Just admit it, dude, and let's try and talk about the flat Earth. Don't try and cobble your idea into the flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with it.
All right, cool. So that's about it. Like, I'm happy you questioned me on that.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm not like involved. I live in Mumbai. Like this stuff is all foreign to most people here, so I don't bother like thinking about it or anything.
Are you okay? But you don't believe the Earth is a globe, right?
You probably believe it.
I have reason to believe that it's like a disc that changes that breaks at a certain point.
Someone's talking.
And what about?
Why do you think it's a disc? Hold on, now I'm intrigued. Why do you think it's a disc?
Because it breaks at a certain point, and then you get the opposite of the realm. Like it's sort of like a mirror reflection realm. It's the same realm, but
we got a disc earther.
Wait, how do you know it breaks? How do you know it breaks?
It breaks because it goes from sun to moon.
That's not the Earth. That's the sky. You mean daylight breaks? You mean what do you mean by what is breaking physically? Like what is breaking?
It's like moving. It's like moving 180 degrees the other side, and then just like or whatever 360 degrees, and then it.
Wait,
just,
how do you know the Earth is
appears.
moving? How do you know the Earth is moving?
It's not the Earth. It's not a sphere. It's like a disc that it just changes. It breaks. Then
it's like a disc that changes and breaks. That doesn't make any sense to me, sir.
Yeah, that doesn't
make sense. It goes through the damn fucking black hole or whatever, and then it comes out the other side.
Oh my god,
this is silly.
This sounds like bullshit to me.
Why are you trolling? That's weird.
I'm actually not ruling. It's
Did you see it? Do you have evidence of a black hole?
I have evidence that there's nothing like the sun's not like if the sun projects itself on like a circumference.
No, I'm asking, do you have evidence of the black hole? Yes or no? Just answer yes or no.
I have evidence of the black hole. Yes.
Okay, post it. Let's see it. Demonstrate it.
I don't have it right now, but I have evidence from what I've learned. That's about it
right now. If I told you Santa Claus was real and you asked me for evidence and I told you I didn't have it right now, would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
But that's a different story, I guess, out of context.
Bro, you're just telling us a story right now.
You're telling us a story, yeah.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later. If you meet not Foxy, I'm part of this cult, Christian cult.
Catch you on the flat side.
Yeah, catch you on the flip side or whatever.
The flat side, flat earth. Get it?
The flip side, get it?
No, not the flip side, the flat side.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah, get it?
I get it, yeah.
Alright.
You know your joke's not that good when you have to hold somebody down and make you get it? Do you get it? Do you?
But otherwise, nobody ever. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that believes the spinning ball space monkey religion globe? Anybody else? Moment of silence. All right. Moment of silence for the globe, guys. Moment of silence.
What was that?
Hello. Do you believe you are on a sphere?
I don't believe. I know.
Okay. What's the best evidence you got that you're on a sphere?
Sorry, you know first-hand personal knowledge. What's that?
Multi-location consistency.
What is that?
Multiple location consistency. Sorry, you said you know. Can you explain how you know?
Okay, so basically, you can have an observation from 1 point or 2 points, and sure, that can work on a flat or a globe Earth. But if you have observations with 3 or more points, and I'm going to go even up to 1,000 points, 1,000 different cities, and let's say far enough apart, like kind of spread apart. So 1,000 different cities at the same time, and matching one observation with all 1,000 observations is only working with the globe model.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Indio. I thought he said he knew. You know the Earth is flat.
Yes.
He said he knows the Earth is a globe.
The globe.
Sorry, my apologies. I've only been up half hour. He knows the Earth is a globe. I do apologise. It's 1,000 measurements from different cities to what?
So 1,000 different cities. Let's say the sun and moon positions at the same time for all 1,000 cities.
But that's the sky.
So?
But we're asking you how you know the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. How
you understand what knowledge is, don't you?
All 1,000.
No, don't ask me to imagine, sir. You said you had first-hand knowledge.
You're not going to let me answer or explain. So, how is it, that you can match 1,000 observations with one single observation on a model, but you can't with any
on a model?
Yeah. This isn't knowledge, dude. You just asked us a question. We're asking you how you know because you claimed you know, the Earth is a sphere.
How we know is because that we have 1,000 different observations at the same time, which show us that we are on a sphere.
How?
Okay,
because for the positions to be consistent with all 1,000 observations, the sun and moon has to be in a specific position to which that only works if you are on a sphere. If you change that in any shape, way, or form, you will not have the same observations for all 1,000 cities.
And if it's observer dependent.
An absolutely basis claim.
Sure, buddy.
The sky does not determine the floor.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
See, that's a straw man.
Just finding 1,000 people. It's not a straw man. Learn what that word means.
Yes, it's a misrepresentation of the arguments of the person. So saying the sky
It is your
has nothing to
argument.
do with the ground, that doesn't address the argument.
You can't prove the shape of the ground by looking at the sky.
That
it's
is
a logical impossibility.
That is false.
Okay, so tell me how you can make an inductive inference and reach a deductive conclusion.
What kind of question is that?
Because you know that proof has to be deduced logically, deductively. Now, when you look at the thing that's not the thing, look, ask me a question. I'm going to answer. So when you look at the thing that's not the thing, namely the sky, to reach conclusions about the ground, you're making an inference from looking at something that is not the thing you're concerned about. Okay.
So you're trying to smuggle in that we're making an inference.
Yes, it's an inference. It's not smuggling it in. That's what it is.
Based on what? So what if it's not?
Because you're not looking at the thing in question. You're looking at something that's not the thing.
Okay. So you're telling me that if I'm inside a car, I can't know that I'm inside a car by looking at what's going on outside the windows?
No. Could be in a plane.
It's not. Yeah, that's an assumption.
Could be in a truck. Could be riding the back of a bird.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only looking out the windows and you're not doing anything else, you don't know if you're in a train. You don't know it. Yeah, that's true. You could be.
Oh, we don't look at anything on the ground either, huh? We don't compare with the ground. We don't have the observation of like where in perspective and in relation to the ground these things are, and etc.
Well, then present that. Well, then present that.
Okay. For instance, in Sydney, Australia, you will have a sunrise at the same time. In California, you're going to have a sunset.
Okay, and
that's just two locations. But at the same time, between that, you're going to be at high noon, and people in Argentina will see the sun and moon positions according to this as well. But if you make the Earth flat, then the people in Argentina would have to look in a different direction to see the sun and moon, where they actually see it, for it to be sun rising and sunsetting for the two other locations. And the more locations you add, the more complications like that are added as well.
First of all, you went back to that. You went back to not looking at the Earth.
Why are you interrupting me? I'm not done speaking.
Because you went back to the first thing, dude. You went back to looking at not the Earth.
No, you're just interrupting me because you don't like the argument I'm making.
Because your argument is the same as your first argument. It's an inductive inference about the sky.
Now
you're reaching a conclusion about the ground by looking at the sky. Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky?
The positions in relation to the ground.
How do you know that?
You look at them.
Oh, okay. You're looking at the positions on the ground.
Yeah, you're on the ground. They're okay. And you see, is the sun at the west or at the east?
You stopped looking at the ground.
First question.
Now look back at the ground again.
To the west from where I am.
Now look back at the ground again.
I am on the ground. I'm looking at my ground here, and now I'm looking. Okay, the moon is at the east.
Back to the sky.
At the west. All right.
Back to the sky.
Now apply that on 1,000 different cities at the same time.
Okay, you're still making an inductive inference because you're not looking at the ground.
Did you
You're looking at the sun and assuming there's some geometric relationship between the observers.
I am looking at my ground position. I am looking at the ground now. I'm looking at the ground.
How did you find your ground position?
I am on it. I'm here.
Okay, how did you determine what the relative positions of the observers are?
So I determine with the compass where north is. Okay, and I'm looking.
Okay, that won't work.
And I'm looking at the ground.
Okay, that won't work.
Oh, really?
That won't work. Compasses are aligned with the magnetic field.
It won't tell me if where east and west is at the same time.
No, it will not.
Okay, so compasses don't work anymore. Okay.
They work in something I'm going to rest my case on that one. Compasses doesn't work.
Google magnetic declination. On every military navigation map, it'll have a magnetic declination, which shows you the magnetic north versus the geographic north. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're just making red herrings and like.
It's not a red herring.
You're not even addressing anything I'm saying. You're not addressing anything I'm saying.
Directly what you're saying. You said use a compass. I said the compass won't work. You tried to scoff at that, and then I demonstrated that why it won't work.
The compass won't work. Oh, this tool won't work. Oh, your lighter doesn't work
because
your computer doesn't work. Your processor doesn't work. Your brain doesn't work.
Yeah, straw man. So now there's the straw man. This is actual straw man.
Injo, maybe ask him what magnetic declination is.
Yeah, what is magnetic declination? Well, I just explained it to him.
Yeah, I know. I know he didn't listen, but let's see if he knows or it rings a bell in his head. Do you know what magnetic declination is, sir? Huh. I assume not. Probably.
Chat.
I mean, it's an angle, but why are you asking me petty semantic questions that have nothing to do with my argument?
They do, because you said find where you are by using the compass.
Mm-hmm. Compasses work. I'm sorry.
They follow, sir. Compasses follow magnetic field lines, don't they?
Sure.
Okay. Magnetic field lines don't go from straight north to straight south in 180-degree line. Have you ever studied a magnetic field line map? Do you understand that sometimes magnetic field lines can be 90 degrees off of north and south? This is why Injo brought up the correction, the calculation, the declination that you would use on a map, for example, because your compass won't always be pointing the true way that you think it is. You'd have to do a correction. Only by doing the correction will you actually be able to ascertain true north. You understand this, right?
Well, I mean, if my declination is at, let's say, 15 degrees west, my compass...
Okay, so you understand that we are now going to use declination.
If the declination is at my location.
Okay, but as long as we understand that declination is a thing.
Can I speak a sentence, please?
No, because you're not going to turn around to me and start using declination when I'm just trying to get you to agree that it exists.
I never denied that it exists.
Okay, good. So it exists. So we can pass it back to Indio. Stop talking.
Magically not work,
dude.
Because
excuse me. No, you don't need to explain. Okay, so we brought this, or Injo brought this information to you.
Ask me a question when you want the answer.
Don't need an answer. I just need you to understand that declination exists and not turn around to me like you already knew it.
Okay, and declination exists, but compasses still work.
If you use them correctly.
Duh. The compass is already wired to, if the declination at my location is 15 degrees west, my compass will point at 15 degrees west of true north. Duh!
You won't know that, though, unless you know what the declination correction is for your location. Duh. Please don't turn around and start educating us about declination, sir.
Petty semantics that have nothing to do with the argument.
Dude, stop that. Okay,
I have to look at
your little rhetorical gimmick of claiming things are semantics is not going to work.
Well, I mean,
it's not going to last long. It's not semantics. It's being particular and exact in our language and being rigorous. I know you want to be sloppy, okay, but we're not sloppy thinkers here.
You are, because it is a red herring to shift the topic of conversation away from the original argument and into the semantics of getting your city location, the latitude, the longitude to get the declination.
What does semantics mean?
To make sure that the compass works. How about we say this? If I have a compass and I accounted for declination and I have all the information necessary and my compass is pointing to the right north direction, Therefore, I can have actual sun and moon positions in west, east, south, and north accurately from my ground position. But no, you don't want me to. You don't want to ground position. You don't want to let me say this.
You don't know your ground position. No, you don't know your ground position. That's what you're trying to figure out. And you said use the compass. But if you knew the declination at that place, you would already know your position. So then what do you need the compass for? So you're a fucking idiot.
We do have the ground position. So we do have the ground. So we are using the ground.
Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get it from?
There you go. There you go. That's what I was trying to argue.
Where'd you get it from?
We are using our ground
position. Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from?
Okay, you get it from by let's say I have my city name, and then I can get my latitude and longitude.
Okay, how do you find that?
I have my declination, and with that, etc.
How do you find that?
Semantics. Again, it has nothing to do with the argument.
Not semantics. You're talking about coordinates. And those coordinates, there's a whole system of coordinates called an arbitrary coordinate reference system. You say latitude and longitude, they mean specific things. They're not ready. You're getting banned, okay? Not dealing with this shit, dude. You're a child.
Your whole argument is a red herring.
He doesn't have an argument. He has a bunch of fucking spurging and fucking gimmicks.
We're trying to argue that the sun and the moon is telling them that the earth is curved.
Yeah, that sky does not determine the floor. It's over. GG.
Yeah, but if you take 1,000 measurements...
If I look at my ceiling 1,000 times in a different place and I record my
He said, the funny thing is he started, just take 1,000 observations. Of what? He didn't even say observations of what you're even looking at.
Yeah, that was my first question.
Dude, man, politics is slipping, dude. The people in here, the last 2 days I've been in here, they're really, like TikTok is looking good, dude. Like the people on TikTok are looking like freaking rocket scientists compared to the people that have been in this chat from this server. It's like they can't even follow what you're saying. Now, you can chalk that up to maybe they're not listening. That's a possibility. But I think that you start saying words and they just don't understand them and they just go blank and go right into narrative mode. And that I don't know how many times today, just today, that it's like, oh, I don't understand what's being said. I'll just say whatever they're saying is a logical fallacy. There's even nothing to do. I'll just say it's semantics. If you know your latitude and longitude, well, how'd you find that? That's semantics. What you're finding the position. What do you just want it for free?
Like the Indian kids with the broken English on the English server, like do better than this, you know?
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I was saying that this morning. Like English Hub is making these guys look bad. And that's like high school kids in foreign countries. They can't even speak English. They comprehend more of what you're saying and are more coherent in their responses.
These cats only wish they had the excuse of language barrier.
Look, we're trying to demonstrate the relationship, saying, hey, look at the sky. Okay. How do we know the relationship of positions on the ground in the sky? Look at the compass. Okay, that isn't going to tell you where you are relative to some other person when they look at their compass. Even know the declination, that means you already know their position. And you wouldn't need to look at the compass. How'd you find position in the first place? Oh, use latitude and longitude. Oh, how do you find that? That's semantics. No, that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out the Earth, its relationship of these 1,000 observers to each other, so that when they look in the sky, we can draw a conclusion about the direction they're looking, where they're looking at it from, the distance apart from each other, the geometric relationship between them, their lines of sight, and the fucking things in the sky. Now, would that take me? A minute and a half to explain that? It's not complicated. It's very simple.
I'm looking for it, but essentially, like I said, it's a correction. So they're both measuring it and they're calculating it out again. But that's
and
my
what
point.
are they comparing this correction to in order to know that it's right and or wrong?
You can say that they're just wrapping it around a ball or something, but
Yeah, that's not what I said. Start listening. What are they comparing it to in order to understand they are right or wrong? They need to compare it to something. We've gone out, we've taken our measurement. You've got your 5-degree angle. Now, what are you going to compare it to know that you're either right or that you're wrong? Exactly.
It's completely a pedagogical mental exercise that has nothing to do with any actual surveying. Nothing to do with it.
He asked me to look up something, so I'm trying to get an actual surveying site.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Just send me the DM after.
Yeah, retroactively find your evidence after you already believe it. You know, if you read any of the surveys that have been done, like the North American Datum or any of them, in the beginning, they tell the procedure for what they do. You could just read that.
Right. So this is the National Geodetic Survey NOAA manual for geodetic leveling. I think this is going to be a good enough resource.
DM it to me. Yeah, DM it to me.
I like how he says he thinks. That's the problem why you're here, boy, because it don't.
2.0, dude. We already dealt with Brown Recluse and this fucking random nonsense obscurantism bullshit. You're literally on here to make people more confused. You're here to prevent information from being transferred.
Should we move on? Just really quick before we move, before we continue with Dylan, is there any other Globers in here? Any new people that believe in the
You got that geodetic? I bet you it's a fucking website too.
Oh yeah, he just okay. Let me paste it.
So this is the NOAA manual NOS NGS3 geodetic leveling, supersedes Coast and Geodetic Survey Special Publication 239, Manual of Geodetic Leveling, published revised in 2020.
Okay, let me.
This manual furnishes instructions and background information suitable for establishing and maintaining vertical control. It presents general specification, detailed instructions for reconnaissance and benchmark setting, geodetic leveling, water and valley crossing, blah, blah, blah. So this should be totally legitimate.
Could be or is be.
Geodetic leveling, chapter 3.
The only question now, does it have anything to do with what you posted?
Well, that's sort of beside the point. The point is...
How is that beside the point? That's the whole point.
What do you think the point is of our conversation right now? I'm saying geodetic
they do this.
Measures the curvature.
Gemini Flash when they do surveying.
I'm just gonna search Earth's curvature, see if it comes up.
So if they're doing this, and then the surveying manual says they're doing something else, then they're not doing what you said.
I'm not saying I can't be wrong or wasn't wrong. My main point is that they measure curvature, and that they
don't.
They correct for it with a calculation.
They do not measure curvature, dude.
Well,
they measured curvature,
with their
Dylan,
angle.
if they measured curvature, there'd be no point of needing an oblate ellipsoid. There'd be no point of having the WGS84 datum.
Okay, so you understand that they don't want the curvature in their elevation maps.
Okay.
Is this kid stupid or what?
Look, dude.
Because this is this
for
this
elevation. For elevation, what you find
understanding.
is for elevation, what you find is the orthometric height, which is a combination of the geoid and the WGS84 reference ellipsoid. You don't know anything about any of this, dude.
You obviously don't understand it. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Remember what I was saying earlier about brown recluses, their stick? You literally just did it, dude. As soon as you point out in actual detail that you don't know, you say, I don't understand it.
What do you think I'm saying?
What is the what is the WGS84?
It sounds like it's a reference ellipsoid. It's a shape of the Earth.
And no, it's not the shape of the Earth.
It's a model of the shape of the Earth, right?
It's a reference ellipsoid, and it's an imaginary mathematical surface that measurements are projected onto. Okay, but it's not done just that way. Because of deflection of the vertical, they use something called the EGM 2003 Earth Gravitational Model, which is called the geoid, which would be the equipotential surface of gravity if you measure 9.8 meters per second squared. Basically, imaginary mean sea level, even if the water went under mountains and shit. They use a combination of this to get something called the orthometric height, which is the subtraction of one from the other, or the addition, depending on whether the geoid extends above or below the reference ellipsoid. But the reference ellipsoid is used because they don't measure curvature. Because when they do their measurement, they take an actual surveying instrument. The first thing you do is level the instrument. Okay? And because in geodetic surveying, the plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth because of lumpy gravity, right? And the fact that to map it, to project it, you need the plumb to intersect the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees, but you have tilted plumb lines. That shit don't work. You don't know what you're talking about. You've imagined geodetic surveying to work one way. It's purely your imagination.
What do you think I'm saying?
I don't think you know what you're saying. That's the problem.
You said that they measure Earth's curvature. They do not.
Well, then why would they consider the reference ellipsoid in order to correct for their measurements?
The reference ellipsoid, for the purpose of that, is to preserve the celestial spherical coordinate system.
If they're just creating elevation maps and there is no curvature, then it wouldn't be
elevation relative to what?
If they're just measuring elevation with planar
relative
survey,
to what?
What do you mean relative to what? Like
relative
sea level?
To what? Sea
elevation
level.
Relative
That's
to
the
sea
geoid.
Level?
That's the geoid. That's the imaginary equipotential surface of gravity.
So you may disagree with what I'm saying.
You don't have any clue what you're talking about. In arguing about it.
I feel the
You're
same
doing
way
the
about
same shit. You, Brown Recluse, JJ Fish, you come in here and you try to fucking bamboozle people. and I'm fucking sick of it.
It's just my perspective, for sure.
My perspective. Okay, let's use Dylan's personal opinion of how he thinks the world works and not how it actually works. Let's go with that. How do you feel, Dylan? How does Dylan feel the Earth is? Let's ask Dylan. How do you feel the Earth is? Let's just go with that. Let's follow your feelings around.
It's considered a correction if you don't understand that they're measuring they're measuring the curvature and then removing it. Then I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Because they're not doing that.
What do you think they're doing with it?
Assume.
Oh my God, I told you what.
Dylan, why'd you say they assume curvature if they're measuring it? Why'd you earlier you said they were assuming it?
They're doing both, right? They're assuming, just like I said with the refraction, right? You can take an elevation measurement with and if you don't assume refraction, you're going to get an error caused by the refraction.
So they need to assume curvature to measure it? Is that what you're saying?
No, they assume the curvature to cancel the curvature out.
What?
Of they call it spherical exceedance or spherical excess.
Spherical excess.
That's the actual measurement, quote unquote, of the curvature.
Okay, you don't understand what spherical excess is.
Calculation of the curvature of the Earth.
You don't understand what spherical excess is. Spherical excess would be if you had 3 lines of sight and made a triangle. That triangle would internal angles would sum to greater than 180 degrees. This is not a measurement. You couldn't even measure this because lines of sight are straight. And 3 straight lines connected by 3 vertexes make a triangle that's 180 degrees. Spherical excess is not measured. It is made up by projecting a fucking regular planar triangle onto a reference ellipsoid. You ask what it's for, that's what it's for. So they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take their measurements and they reduce them to quote unquote mean sea level. But when they do that reduction, it has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at some angle. And because they think they have tilted verticals and deflection of the vertical and lumpy gravity, for that to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, okay, that means that plumb lines have to be curved. It's way more convoluted than what you're imagining it to be.
The plumb lines intersect.
The plumb lines curve?
At the center. Plumb lines do not curve.
If it's an oblate ellipsoid, that's not true, dude.
A plumb line just points down, correct?
Is it perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? Is it a straight line?
It's a straight line.
Not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down. It is
not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down and it's perpendicular to the.
Yeah, not in geodetic surveying.
I don't know what you're on about.
Plumb lines in geodetic surveying are curved and they don't go straight down. It's called deflection. It's called deflection of the vertical.
Okay. What are we talking about? Deflection of the vertical. What the hell is that?
It's curved plumb lines because of lumpy gravity.
You say because of what? Because of gravity? What?
Lumpy gravity.
Lumpy gravity. Oh my gosh. Indio,
I don't believe this shit. This is your idea.
No, it's the way that you try to interpret it is so.
It's not an interpretation.
Yeah, it is.
It's not an interpretation.
You're looking. Whatever.
Okay, I'll read from curvature of the plumb line.
Like your pear-shaped Earth.
Deflection of the vertical changes with position along the curved plumb line. Therefore, the deflection of the vertical at the geoid does not necessarily equal that of the Earth's surface, and vice versa. In order to equate these two quantities, the curvature of the plumb line between the geoid and the Earth's surface, WGS 84, is required. This quantity cannot be observed directly because of the presence of topography, so must be estimated using a model of Earth's gravity field within the topographical masses.
Yeah, how much of a deviation
is that? What did I interpret out of that?
You interpreted an extreme level of deviation that makes you think that proves that the Earth is flat when it doesn't.
Dude, what did I interpret out of what I just said?
You interpret that the deviation is so extreme that it somehow proves that the Earth is flat.
Who said extreme? Who said anything about the extremity of it?
What is the deviation on
Goodbye?
What is the scale of the deviation? 1/8 of an inch.
You will answer questions or you will leave.
There you go.
That is your only choice.
I don't care, dude.
Bye.
I'll see you in 2 days. Fuck you.
No, you won't. Obscurantism. Will not tolerate it anymore. I've had enough. I'm here to fucking hide the truth.
Yeah. Just before we.
Well, hold on. One more thing. I just want to make one last post to just substantiate what I said. This is from Featherstone WE 6 Southeast Asian Survey Congress. The use and abuse of vertical deflections. Proceedings of the 6 South Asian Surveyors Congress. Fremantle, November 1999. I'm gonna post the diagram from there.
Okay, I can read this part here from the NOAA manual. It says the sources of error in leveling can be classified into 3 groups: those affecting the line of sight, those affecting the heights observed, and blunders. The line of sight cannot be exactly level because of the effects of the imperfections in the instrument and variations in the human eye, refraction, curvature, and tidal accelerations. The heights observed are not exact because of imperfections, blah, blah, blah. So curvature is considered an error that has to be accounted for when they measure it.
Look, dude, they're not measuring curvature. It's not even possible with the fucking instrument. They measure angles, but those angles have a starting reference position. Okay? And if that vertical line from which they're measuring a dip, because the curvature would be measured as a dip angle, okay? If you're not plumb, if that plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth in the first place, you're not measuring curvature. It's like you don't understand what they're doing. It's like I can't. Do you not understand? They take an instrument and level it. That level is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Do you understand what that means? It's not straight up and down, dude.
Level is tangent to the surface of the Earth, right?
Level is not tangent to the surface of the Earth. Horizontal level in geodetic surveying is 90 degrees from the plumb line at the point of the instrument. You guys just make up your own shit. And try to say you're using surveying. You're not.
This is just language that I'm using. Maybe you don't understand what a tangent is. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's my lack of understanding. Yeah, that's what it is.
I just read from you from the manual that curvature is considered an error, is considered something that needs to be corrected.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then. I consider it an error.
If it's an error, then it's something that they're measuring, and it needs to be corrected for.
They're correcting it out?
That's what they use the calculation for. That's
okay, what units of measure are they measuring curvature in? That they're getting this erroneous reading?
Whatever height measurement that they're making.
What do you mean whatever? So feet, inches?
Yes.
So they're measuring a height?
Yes.
Okay. And they're like say they go to like 6 feet. And they level the instrument, and when they look through the telescope, their crosshair is looking at 5 feet 11 inches. Is that curvature, or is that refraction, or is that the tilted fucking plumb line?
That's the refraction and curvature are both part of the measurement that they make, and that's why they have to correct for those.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
That's not the accurate height.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
Well, the plumb lines at point A and point B are going to have a slight angle difference because they're at different positions. But I don't know what you mean by a curved plumb line.
Plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. The first thing you do when you set up a theodolite is level it. 90 degrees is the horizontal line from that plumb, even if that plumb is fucking tilted. You just don't get it, dude. You've imagined something and you're so stuck in your imagination, you can't even conceive of the way it actually works. It's crazy, dude. It's like you're in a fucking weird cult, dude.
Ditto.
Okay, you see that diagram I posted? The curvature of a plumb line diagram?
Let me take a look.
That's the first time you looked at it. Unbelievable.
The 1208?
Yeah, that. See that diagram?
I see the diagram.
See all the little squares? So you got dashed lines, and then you got the plumb line, and you got all these little squares. Those integrate 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Now, if I draw a horizontal line off of those plumb lines are not parallel. They're all over the place. So I'm going to draw it out. But you're not getting, dude.
This doesn't seem to be relevant to the.
Oh, yeah. Now it's not relevant.
It doesn't seem to be relevant. Tell me how
it is relevant.
Well, I gave you the document. The curvature is considered an error. They use the reference geometry of the Earth in order to cancel out
the geometry of the Earth. It's an imaginary fucking mathematical surface.
That's
imaginary.
But that's what they're doing.
Who cares? It's not the Earth. They can do all the mental exercises they want. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you want supposedly evidence of people measuring the curvature of the Earth, but when
you haven't given any yet. All you've given evidence of is you have no idea what you're talking about. You see all these red lines in the diagram I just posted? All of these are horizontal lines. All of these red lines are horizontal lines, dude.
You keep repeating yourself. What is your point?
So, if I take a theodolite and I measure the vertical, say I'm at the top there, I'm at that top line, and my theodolite's 6 feet off the ground, and I sight in, and like you said, if I sight in at 5 feet 11, that's the curvature of the Earth. No, that's not the curvature of the Earth, because this horizontal line is pointed fucking up. You don't have a vertical that's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth from which to draw the conclusion that dips are curvature or refraction or any other thing.
So you're saying that that surveyors can't.
They're saying it.
Elevation?
They're saying it.
That it's impossible to measure accurate heights. This is the technique that people are using to produce elevation maps.
Oh my God.
Are they not producing?
Oh, you're going to straw man. You're going to straw man what I said.
Well, you're talking about your diagram.
Who said anything about measuring accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights?
That's what we're talking about. That's why I'm saying you're derailing the conversation.
No, it's not what we're talking about, liar.
What do surveyors do?
We're talking about measuring the curve of the earth. Remember? You tried to straw man me saying that measuring a dip off that horizontal is not the curvature of the earth. You have a tilted plumb line because your horizontal line is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. And you tried to say, I'm saying they can't measure accurate heights. You are a fucking weasel. Fuck, dude. How many is it going to be today? Lying fucking snakes. Now, despite your best effort, Dylan, people that are listening, they did learn something. I did educate them on how this shit works. I did not let you fucking confuse them with your bullshit. With your fucking fantasy of how geodetic surveying works and how they measure curvature and how they correct for curvature. They don't do any of that shit in reality. Oh, Eskimo. Aren't you the one that posted that 3 picture thing earlier? Something dipped over the horizon? Eskimo Greg?
Yeah, I have nothing to say to you, man.
Yeah, that's from a video game. That was from a video game.
You're retarded.
That was from a video game, Eskimo Greg. Why did you post? Yeah, you better leave. Posted something from a fucking Steam video game
just got
and
bad
said that it
energy,
was the
bro.
curve of
Just
the earth.
Take it easy. Take it easy for a little bit.
I don't need your help, dude. I'm sick of liars, dude. It's just like a parade of liars, one after the other.
Just balance.
Who cares, dude?
A little bit.
So, no. Stop defending liars.
Oh, they left. Man, there's like there's like 3 trolls, one after the other, right there. You know what's crazy? I heard Dylan say they have to assume it and measure it at the same time. He said we assume Earth curvature and we measure it. Like, what the heck?
They fucking admit in surveying they don't measure Earth curve. They admit it. Only retard anti-flat earthers on the internet say they measure Earth curve.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I've seen surveying where they said the only thing we actually measure in surveying is the gravitational potential. And that is really all they measure because that's what their instrument measures. They level the instrument. That is the spatial reference. What the Earth, look, the Earth could be gone, right? Or fucking transparent or unseen. And you could take the instrument, right, and set it up. And you could level it. The instrument itself is oriented not relative to the Earth, but it's oriented relative to the gravity vector. Okay? That gravitational vector is what you're measuring. You're not measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, in geodetic surveying, all they do is map the topography relative to the gravitational vector within a celestial sphere coordinate system, namely latitude and longitude. It's 3 mappings. Well, it's 2 mappings and kind of like a filter with the WGS, or with the with the gravitational model being the filter. The point is, doesn't work. You guys imagine it works a certain way because it's like, well, I want to measure a fucking ball, and really, this is what I would do. But the Earth's a ball, so this is what they're doing in real life. They're not doing it that way. They're not doing anything whatever you imagine they're doing, they're not doing.
I actually had another question. When Dylan was saying like they needed a 90 degrees for the sextant, I was thinking they used the Earth, because in order to get 90 degrees, they need two straight lines, right? But the Earth in their worldview is curved. So is it true, Indio, that the tangent or whatever they're using for the 90 degrees, that bottom line, is that a straight line? Because it's on a curved Earth. So how can it be straight?
What do you mean? The only time they're finding 90 degrees is if they use a bubble sextant.
Oh, okay. So are they using the Earth in that case? In that 90-degree
They're
thing?
using there's a level inside the sextant. It's called a bubble sextant.
Okay. They're not using the surface of the Earth as one of the lines as 90 degrees. Is what I meant.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that sounds better actually.
And then you run into the same issue as you do with because that's what the theodolite uses. A bubble level. I mean, some use prisms now, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It just finds the fucking gravity vector, and and the surveying part just tells you the relationship of the topography to the gravity vector in the celestial sphere. And they take that and they map that to a reference ellipsoid. But they don't map it like a projection. They map it point-wise using curved plumb lines. So it's a mapping function. It's really kind of like a filter. That's the way I think of it. It's almost like a where they take, imagine like you're ray tracing and you were projecting your ray tracing through a filter that curved the ray trace lines to have certain relationships. That's what they're doing. They're running it through this like filter before they project it onto this reference ellipsoid.
Got it.
You gotta think there's like layers. There's the sky, and then there's the reference ellipsoid, but then there's also the measurements, right? So that's like there's the sky, there's the actual measurements, there's the reference ellipsoid, and then there's the geoid, right? The geoid is finding, hey, what's the relationship of gravity to the surface of the Earth? It can't straight just use the sky. It doesn't. I mean, I know it's hard for these guys to believe, but it doesn't match up, and that's why they're doing all this. The reason it's this complicated is because it's hard to get a ball from flat measurements.
I have a question for the flat Earth believers.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So and this is just me genuinely curious. So, assuming the Earth is flat, like does everybody like in this model like live on one side of Earth, or are there people like living on like?
Not a disc. It's not a disc.
Oh, okay. So what is?
There's no outside the Earth, dude. There's no underneath.
Okay. So everybody.
There's no edge. There's no outside. There's no underneath. There's none of those things.
Okay, so could you explain the model then? Because I don't.
Model of what?
Of like a flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, dude.
So like
the shape is the overall shape. The overall shape is unknown. The size is unknown. But flat is not a shape. So we're not claiming a shape. We're just claiming that it's not curving, and the size is unknown. And we're not floating in space or anything crazy like that. Especially without we're not in a vacuum without a container.
Okay, so we're all, regardless of the size, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to get an understanding. We're all like on a plane.
It's topographical plane. It's mostly water, right? So
right. So there is a lot of water. So we're all on a plane, and so when we look up, we're all looking at the same sky.
Depending on where you are, if you're close to somebody, you're looking at the same sky.
Well, I mean, if it's like,
look, bro, like if you were in Walmart and you looked up,
Would you be looking at the same ceiling as somebody on the other side of Walmart?
Well, it depends where I'm looking.
Well, you're not gonna. If Walmart's big enough, you're not gonna see what's over their head.
I mean, let's just say. I mean, that's a great example. Let's say if the Walmart had 500 feet ceilings that it was just empty, and if anybody looked up at any point, you would wager, unless there were like other things in the way, that you could see like the four corners. Let's assume it's a square Walmart. You would likely be able to see all, regardless of where you're standing within Walmart, you'd be able to see all four corners, right?
No.
Why?
Because of perspective.
I mean, again,
You ever draw this before? You know what the horizon is and the vanishing point and all those things?
If there's no obstruction, you would be able to.
Perspective, I said. You know what perspective is?
Yeah, I understand what
You know how you look down a long hallway and they converge to a point?
Right, but we're talking about like a ceiling.
Yeah, the ceiling appears to come down, the floor appears to come up, and the walls appear to close in.
I don't know if maybe you understand what I'm talking about.
Does the floor on a long hall, does the ceiling on a long hallway appear to come down towards the floor?
No, we're talking about like a big warehouse. I mean, it doesn't appear to. I mean, I've been in like giant warehouse buildings.
Okay, but yes, even in a warehouse, the ceiling of the warehouse will appear to come down.
I've never seen that.
It'll converge to a vanishing point. It's perspective. It's how just when you have a 3D world projected onto a 2D surface, that's how it works. That's how images are formed.
You ever seen a deck of clouds in the distance and how a deck of clouds?
Right, but I'm talking about. I mean, in extreme distances, sure, but I'm talking like specifically about like the scenario in which you're like in a Costco. Like, imagine you're in a Costco, right? And there's nothing inside of the building. At any point, wherever you're standing, you'd be able to see all four corners of it. At any point.
No, like he just told you, because of perspective. I mean, depends on how big it is.
The size of the Costco, dude.
Okay, let's say a reasonable Costco within the visible milestone of what humans can see.
Okay, how far do you think humans can see just because of the air? Not curvature.
Well, let's just make it. I mean, we don't have to get ridiculous with it because I don't know the scientific definition of how far humans can see. Again, let's say 500 feet in the air.
I already know where you're going with this.
Let's say 500. No, okay, but I mean, you asked me the question, so.
Why can't I see the end of the Earth? Why can't I see the Mount Everest from China?
That's not what I was gonna get to. That's not what I was gonna get to, at all. So.
How far do you think you should be able to see, dude?
That I would like to discuss what I was talking about.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, we can. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, listen, most Costco's they're not 100 fucking million square meters.
I know, but it was a thought experiment. It was a thought experiment.
See the corners of a normal Costco.
It was a thought experiment. I'm just simply asking you to rationalize and think about a Costco that is, let's say, 1,600 square feet, okay? And it is completely empty inside of it. At any point in which you stand in this Costco, if you look up, you would be able to see each of the corners, assuming there is no blockage within, like, there's nothing blinding you, like there's no light obscuring your vision, and there is no, like, tall aisles. Let's assume that it is completely empty. You'd be able to see all four corners, regardless of where you're standing in the Costco. Yes?
Okay, I already told you. It depends on how large the Costco is.
I just gave you I told you 1,500 square feet.
Dude. That's like 20 by 20 or something, dude.
So yes?
Tiny.
So yes?
Yeah, in a 1,600 foot Costco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the size of your house.
Okay. So distance and scale matters.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. We have a baseline. I like that. So.
But you have distance, but what it matters. But as far as Costco goes, things like Costco, you have things called distance cues. You have an idea of the size of objects, and because the floor isn't some uniform thing, so you typically made it with tiles. You can see from the orientation of the tiles and how they're getting smaller, how far away things are. So there's other cues we use to judge distance. None of that works for the sky because all the stars look the same distance. So all the distance cues that you would use to look at a 4, you can't use for the sky.
You can, because why do we see different stars in different hemispheres? Why does the northern hemisphere see different
You don't
stars
have a
than the
hemisphere.
southern hemisphere?
You don't have a hemisphere.
I understand. I understand that you don't believe that we do, but
I know we don't.
You could literally go to. I mean, have you ever been to Australia and taken a picture of the night sky and then compared that
Didn't
to?
we just do this yesterday?
I've never spoken to you in my life.
Okay, I just did this with somebody else yesterday.
I mean, that's just the biggest, like, that's just like the biggest example of how you can nakedly see with your own eyes that, I mean, if it's not a globe, like your, and I'm not going to say your model because you haven't given me a model, which is fair. There are different variations of what different flat earthers believe, and that's completely fair. But within the sphere, right, within the globe model, it is explained every single time how that could work, and the flat Earth model does not have an answer for it.
Okay, you're full of shit. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a sphere from which there could be a hemisphere.
Okay.
Just don't say magic buzzwords, dude.
That
shit don't work in here. We deal with evidence. Okay. So really simple. Okay. For the same reason, how far is Australia away from, say, Canada?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know that.
Like 15,000 miles or something.
Yeah, I'm assuming you would have to look that up too, right?
Okay. Well, I know UK to Australia is something like 10,000 miles. Okay. So I'm assuming Canada's 5,000 miles further because it's across the Atlantic. So
I don't know. Yeah.
15,000 miles, let's say. Okay. The sky is going to appear to come down and converge into the horizon. In the ground, it is going to appear to ramp up and converge into the horizon. Now, you're not going to see all the stars. The only stars you're going to see over your head are the stars over your head. Stars that are 1,000 miles away, they're not going to look like they're over your head. Why would they look like they're over your head?
If the Earth was somewhat flat, you would. If the Earth was somewhat flat,
that is nonsense. It's nonsense. So if I walk around on a flat Earth, the stars that are over my head in Australia follow me around.
They wouldn't follow you around, but they would look. You would be able to see the same stars. You would be able to see them. They might look skewed. They might look different. But what I'm saying,
why would I see the same stars?
That's what I'm asking you. You wouldn't.
No, I'm asking you. You're making the prediction that on a flat Earth you would see the same stars. Why is that?
You'd be able to. Well, because ultimately you're looking up.
Okay.
And you're presenting the idea or making the notion.
Are all the stars in the sky at zenith?
Are they what? Sorry?
At zenith. Zenith is directly over your head.
Well, I believe in a globe Earth, so
okay.
No.
Zenith exists on a globe Earth too. Are all the stars
but the Earth is rotating
directly over your head?
Some stars are, but at different times during the day.
I can walk out from underneath that star, right?
I mean, you can like walk away and still see the same star.
Yeah, but I can walk out from underneath it so that the star is no longer directly over my head.
Well, I think that's more so the rotation of the Earth that's doing that. But yeah, I mean, like you moving would absolutely add to it.
Oh yes, the star wouldn't be able. That's not exclusive to a fucking globe, dude.
You mean to like a flat?
Yeah, to move around and to have different stars over my head because I moved around.
Right, but
that's not exclusive to a globe.
Maybe I could like explain it a little bit more on a smaller scale. Like if I look up at my
you came with a gotcha and it's fucking dumb, dude.
That's not an I gotcha, bro. I literally was just asking questions. You're just being so like really like I get it. You're very
steel man what I said. Steel man my argument.
I'm not trying to steal you.
Steel man my argument.
Questions. I'm just asking questions.
Steel man my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
Is anybody actually enjoying?
I want to make sure you're listening. Steel man my argument.
And what argument? You've made no argument.
Yes, I have.
What?
Steel man my argument.
Your argument was that we can move under stars.
That's
literally the only
thing. Stars over my head. That if stars are in one place over one spot, and I said this way back when we were talking about Walmart, that the lights over my head on one side of Walmart are not the same lights that are going to be over my head if I'm on the other side of Walmart.
They're not the same
And if
lights,
I
but you can
walk
still
across,
see the same
and
lights.
if I
That's what
can
I said.
walk across, depends on the size of the Walmart, because eventually, because of perspective, they are going to merge into the vanishing point, and they're going to be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
All right, I got a great answer for you. So throughout times of the day, if you walked through that Walmart and literally took pictures in I don't know, let's say a 10 square foot square, and
Trust
you literally took
anything I
a
just
picture.
said.
You
You're
took a
going to just
picture.
pretend I didn't say it.
I'm literally answering you.
You're answering how the stars don't follow me around over my head. That's what you're answering right
to
now.
be fair, you didn't answer what I said. I literally asked you a question that you never answered from the beginning, and I've just been entertaining this.
What was the question?
Why do we see different stars in the northern and southern hemisphere that you
I
can't
did
see
answer
otherwise?
perspective.
No, you
don't
didn't.
have
You didn't.
hemispheres.
You didn't answer that. You didn't answer.
I said perspective. The sky comes down, the ground ramps up, and they vanish into the horizon, which is the vanishing point.
Okay.
Called the vanishing point. Take an art class, dude.
Okay, that's great. That's great. But there
is basic
there are literally no astronomers that would agree with you.
Who cares?
Oh,
That's how weak your argument is. Now it's an appeal to credentials.
An appeal to authority. Yes. Yeah, that's a great fallacy. I also don't go to doctors when I need a medical treatment. I go to somebody that works at Pizza Hut.
And that's a false equivalence.
That I don't think so.
I do.
I think it's close, but not quite. Because if you're going to discount every single astronomer, is there any astronomer that you
the all or nothing
find any
fallacy.
credence into?
So, any more logical fallacies you want to stack on? Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
Would you like to answer my question?
Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
No. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Go try somewhere else with your bullshit, bro. One after the other, fucking dude. It's like literally a fucking parade of fucking speds.
Yeah. All right, next.
And what the most aggravating fucking thing is, like I said before, they are not trying to figure out what the truth is. They are just trying to hide it.
Yeah.
In the case of this guy, he's just trying to quote unquote win the debate.
Another lights in the sky type argument.
Dude, I answered it right off the bat. I walked to the other side of Walmart. There's different lights over there. It's real simple. Walmart's real small. That ain't true. But we're comparing it to the Earth. You ask me, why does it happen on Earth? Earth isn't the size of Walmart.
It's there, and they're always looking. Yeah, this one. You know what's crazy? I actually prefer Dylan's argument to this argument because at least Dylan is looking at the Earth, or at least kind of looking at the Earth. You know what I mean? This one, he's just looking up at the sky. So
I don't like Dylan's motives. That's my problem with him.
Yeah. Hello, Nick James and Talent X. Are you guys globe earthers?
I'm a glober.
You believe the Earth is a globe?
I know the Earth is a globe. Knowledge.
Okay. Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't believe it. I know that the Earth is a globe. It's knowledge.
Oh. Okay. How do you know?
Because there's facts and evidence.
Okay. Name one fact.
It's measured, and there's a picture of it.
Can you post the measurements? Let's see.
I could.
Let's see.
You want to see the?
Let's see the measurement. Yeah, post the measurement in the chat. Let's see it.
Okay. Oh, I don't have permission, but I can send it to you.
DM it to me, yeah.
Called the Great Trigonometrical Survey. The direct physical measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, let me see.
You're welcome to post it in the chat.
Got it. Okay.
It's very
All right,
famous.
let me read this 1 sec.
There's a lot of coping and seething that goes on behind due to the Great Trigonometrical Survey.
Let me post a picture.
So I have read the survey.
Yeah, I'm just
you guys misunderstand what corrections are, what calculations are, what measurements are, especially clipcord. But they're not even in the voice chat. It's so weird how many people you have it.
Did they hang on 1 second. Oh, they use theodolites, right? They use a theodolite?
Yep.
Okay, wait, let me see here.
Towers and survey towers.
Literally went over all this.
Custom instruments.
Wait. Is this the same? Okay, sorry. Theodolite. For the theodolite, are you using? You need 90 degrees, right? Like a 90-degree angle.
Well, they got over 180 degrees. It was a 300. It's about
Sorry.
4,000 mile radius, give or take. A little bit less.
Okay, so when they're using the theodolite, they're measuring an angle, so they need 2 straight lines. So can you describe what the 2 straight lines are?
Well, you can see they're triangles. It's thousands of straight lines. Do you see the picture, the blue lines on the map? If you look at the blue lines on the map of India.
Let me check. Oh yeah. Let me post that. Yeah.
Right. They use triangulation.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me see.
Yeah, see, I have a little diagram of how triangulation reveals the curve.
Straight lines. Okay.
When the angle is greater than 180, angle sum.
Is there a physical? Hold on. Let me see the Wikipedia again. I'm trying to look for like a real life physical theodolite demonstration where they.
Hi, YouTube.
Where they did it.
How does that work? That is how they did triangulation.
What do they aim the theodolite at?
A mirror. A point of reference.
They're aiming the theodolite at a mirror?
Yeah. And there's 2 at the other side.
Okay.
On the other side of the line.
I don't see a mirror in here.
They're shining a mirror. That's separate. They just take a mirror. It's just like a 8x10 size mirror. They shine the sunlight at the.
Wait, in your Wikipedia, I don't see any mention of a mirror. Where's the citation for the mirror? Or is that just like a default theodolite thing?
Yeah, that's the default.
So there's a mirror like inside the theodolite? Is that what you're saying?
No. The theodolite's aimed at the other side, the other point, which has a mirror.
Oh, okay. So they're aiming it somewhere in the distance, and then there's a mirror at
like when you see how triangulations reveal curvature. So they go from like point tower to tower. So you have to go theodolite on one side and the mirror on the other, and then you get the measurement.
Is there like a physical demonstration where they're aiming it at a? Is there like a one instance that shows a real life demonstration where someone has a theodolite, they're pointing it at a mirror in the distance? I just want to see it.
I mean, I don't think that's how theodolites work. You know the guy how like there's like usually one guy on one end. There's always like two people, one on one side and with the theodolite. The other side's got the little stick, little mirror on it.
Okay, wait, let me see if I can find one.
And that's like really elementary use of surveys. You do not know how surveys work? There's two people involved, two teams.
Look, wait here. How to find the distance. Yeah, I don't remember any mirrors. I mean,
That's
okay, here, you see this? You see this? Here, wait, look. You see this in the chat? Is this accurate?
Huh?
I just posted a
Sure. That's similar. Sure, that's a similar triangulating. That's a triangulation of a height. That's triangulating height from the horizon or something. I don't know what that is.
Wait, so are they measuring Earth curvature using a mirror? Or how does it?
Theodolite.
The theodolite is aimed at a mirror,
right?
And they're measuring. Okay, let me be more specific. How many inches of drop was there in one of the measurements that they took?
What? 8 inches of drop.
Over what distance?
Over thousands of miles. Or over per mile or something? I don't know. The average was 8 inches.
Like, just give me one instance of their measurement and then tell me how much drop was there.
I mean, just the measurements themselves were just angular measurements measuring over 180 degrees.
Okay, can you give me that in inches and feet of drop over distance?
No.
No? What do you mean?
No. Why? Why do I need to do that?
You know, it's notorious for bullshit.
Okay.
Well, again, that's a bullshit question. That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean,
if you can't explain why you're asking a question, then
because
you
what you
have
said
no
isn't
fucking
true.
idea what you're talking about.
What you said isn't true.
Bro, what in the world is this thing showing here that Joe put in the chat?
I'll leave you guys to it. Indy is too bad faith for me, so
yeah. So tell me,
Indy can just go and run his mouth.
How you have 3 lines of sight with 3 Yeah, you better run away.
Instantly.
He's another one, dude. He's another one.
Yeah. India, is it true? Do they use mirrors? You can use a mirror, right? In a theodolite measurement? That's true, right?
They used to. So Lewis and Clark. The only time I've
never heard of it before.
Maybe a retroreflector.
Oh, you mean off the moon? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, they make for the automated theodolites, the ones that do automated measurements. They use retroreflectors to do some of the measurements.
Okay, and they aim the theodolite. They physically put a mirror out in the distance somewhere on the Earth.
Well, it's like the retroreflector that's at the end of a pole. They stick it's like a tripod, right? They just stick it on the ground, and they know the height of the retroreflector, and it'll make lots of measurements, right? It'll do something like 100,000 measurements in a few hours.
Cool.
They do this in like building surveying. I've watched them do it outside my house and shit. And they put up like a 20-story building, and they would come out like pretty much every day. And there was retroreflectors on the building, like on the corners of the building, because they want to know if it's sinking or you know what I mean. And they would come out, and they had a geodetic control point. They take their little automated fucking theodolite,
push their buttons, set it up, and then it would just make, bunch of automated measurements, and the dude would just sit there and pick his ass until it was done.
Okay, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the Great Trigonometrical Survey? This
Oh,
is
the
link
India
that
one?
they- Yeah.
Oh my God, that thing's a mess. They don't even have a uniform methodology.
Damn.
Yeah, like depending on which group of surveyors, they kind of each did their own thing.
I was trying to like ask
And
for
they
a
assumed that the Earth was a perfect sphere.
Oh.
So the datum they use is the bezel spheroid.
I was gonna ask him for like a specific instance, like just 1 point, like a one physical demonstration of one of the measurements that was taken during this. But it's just a Wikipedia thing.
So what they don't understand is that, or haven't heard, even though I've told these guys a bunch of times, they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, so they take measurements. So you have 2 points. Now, is your theodolite tilted away from the other theodolite? Is your theodolite at the same level as that theodolite? Because that matters, right? You have one theodolite set at freaking 1,000 feet, and the other one's at sea level. Now, your calculation of that triangle will be different than if it was at the same level. So what they do is called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take all the measurements before they're entered into anything, and they reduce them so that all the measurements are at on the same datum. So they reduce it to sea level. So now you have a bunch of triangles. Well, what happens when you do this, when you change the elevation of the triangle, the angles relative, if the Earth is a ball, right? Now you have tilted verticals. The verticals are not in the same plane. The plumb lines, they're not in the same plane, right?
Okay, Globy.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth, whoever that.
So so when they reduce the horizontal direction, they have to rotate the azimuth. So instead of like say pointing at 85 from true north, they have to adjust. It gets adjusted by calculation to say 86. This extra bit, is the spherical excess, right? The greater than 180-degree triangle is the result of this calculation from measuring a planar triangle and projecting it onto a curved surface. Understand? You have a triangle, and if I take the triangle and put it on a ball, project that planar triangle onto a ball, now that triangle becomes distorted, right? Because it's a curved surface. And the directions, right, relative to north, south, east, west, are slightly altered from that distortion. So the reduction of the horizontal direction changes that direction. So let's say I have a planar triangle. One line is going north south. One line is going, let's say, freaking 85. And from the end of the 85 line, that's going, say, 230 or something. Now that makes a triangle, but when I project that onto a spherical surface, I can't maintain that planar relationship if it's projected on a spherical surface. So those directions, that 85 and 237 and north-south, right, they're all going to slightly have to be adjusted to have it on a spherical surface. Now, that's why I said they're not measuring greater than 180-degree triangles. It's the result of them reducing the horizontal direction and changing the azimuth. Because if you just think about it for a second,
I have 3 because they're not measuring the sphere. They're not on the sphere. They're off the sphere. The theodolite is above the sphere, the lens, right? I have 3 points. They're all not on the sphere. They're above the sphere. Now, if I make lines of sight that connect those into a triangle, that's a planar triangle. They don't become a spherical triangle until they get projected onto a sphere. The sphere wasn't measured. It was
Wait,
assumed.
did you just say spherical triangle? Is that what you said?
Yeah, a so-called spherical triangle, yes. I mean, it's called a rouleau triangle, technically.
Got it.
So, I mean, someone posted a diagram of it a little while ago when I was talking about it. Well, let me scroll up, see if it's still there. Yeah. Yaga Bruno posted it. This. Here, I'll post it again. This.
Oh, there, I gotcha.
Yeah, so this planar triangle, this would be the point where the theodolites are, off the surface of the sphere, above it. But when you take this triangle and you push it down to the surface, those the directions of these of the sides is going to slightly change because of the curved surface. That's the azimuth direction, so that's like the compass, north, south, east, west. Those are your azimuths. So it's going to change. It's going to slightly change when they do the reduction of the horizontal direction. They take this planar triangle, project down a spherical surface, and what they're trying to do is just change the azimuth. And they say this azimuth and so this azimuth change. So you've changed the angle between the lines by changing by doing a calculation and changing the azimuth direction. And if you measure that angle, it'll end up being greater than 180 degrees if the triangle is big enough. But that's not what they're measuring. They're measuring the blue triangle, not the right triangle. The blue triangle is the measurement. The red triangle is the calculation based upon assuming the Earth is a globe.
Bro, it's the same thing that Dylan was doing, I think.
No, he said that they measure greater spherical excess. They don't measure it. They're just parroting stupid people like McToon when they say this. McToon is like the first person that really pushed this forward, and they've been freaking carrying that water of that dude just being wrong for quite a while.
Is McToon still? Is he still around? Like, is he still going?
I mean, he's taken a beating a couple times. I think he's like in stealth mode right now.
Healing.
DJ fucked him up. Have you ever heard the DJ DJing him?
I did not see DJ.
DJ went into a server and debated McToon. It's one of the worst destructions I've ever heard. It's really good. I'll post in the chat.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I just been watching too many QE videos.
Oh
That's
god.
all yeah, I've been just watching QE.
McToon was literally like begging DJ to leave. It was on a different server. I think the server's name was QOps or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's where we had the Tourette's episode and called him an asshole 80 times in a row.
Yeah.
How do you manage to sit through a QE episode? It's fucking. Can't even imagine hours of it.
Yeah. Yeah, a long time ago when he was on the other FAD server, it was actually really not the videos, but like a random Glover would join, and then it was just so funny. It was like, "Are you a fan of the spinning ball space monkey religion? Okay, what is the scientific evidence of the globe?" And then they couldn't even comprehend that it's like every question was a death sentence essentially because they didn't realize that there's no science for a shape, and then oh man. But anyways. Really quick, is there any Globers in here? Dylan was before we before we go back to Dylan, let me just see if there's any other ones in here because I know he's here, but I want to see if there's any other Globers.
Indio, what's up, babe?
Huh? Oh, what's up, dude?
Hey, man, long time.
Yeah, man.
My fucking Discord's all screwed up, man.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I heard you say that in the
So, I'm getting a new computer here this weekend, so I'll be back soon.
What's going on, dude?
Sweet, bro.
What's up, Timbo? Timbo Matrix and yeah, you guys all sound the same to me. Damn it.
What's going on, man?
I heard you jump in, man. You took a break. That's good, man.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah.
Again.
I'll be back soon. I've just been doing my own little thing, man. Doing some live streams and shit. But hey, Indio, that kid, man, with 182 IQ today, man, got so wrecked. That kid was pissing me off, man.
Oh my god.
I was screaming at my phone, man. I was driving, but I was like, oh my goodness.
It's not like that all day, man. Zodiac's been here all day watching me just like take scalps, dude. It's just like I have a pile of bodies that's so high right now.
That's awesome, man. I do a lot of listening, guys. You guys been killing it. It's been fun to listen to, man. I wish I could jump on more often.
By the way, what was he saying to get you to scream at your phone? What was he saying?
Fucking, he's just would not answer the most simplest questions. And he just kept, calling us stupid, and he's smarter, and he was just getting racked. And I'm like, you fucking Mongo, come on.
Was it another
and
one?
He's
the
20. He, was
guy?
like, he goes, oh, you guys are old, and I'm smarter than you old guys. That was pissing me off right there, man. He doesn't understand what experience is, man. He might be 22 or 7, whatever he said he was. But
was he one of those lights in the sky people, or was he like at the
He was doing lots of lights in the sky, the moon thing. You guys were talking about the moon, but he wanted to take it up there, but India wouldn't let him, man. Tried to keep it down here on Earth. And
did he have any ground thing, like any non-lights in the sky stuff, like any ground things?
No, he just had his religion, and
okay, just lights in the sky.
He was NASA. I've been to NASA. He goes, I've been to NASA.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was like, what? Yeah, I've been there too, man. Ding dong.
I said, where's the proof of that globe? And is it in the coffee cups or the frickin' t-shirt?
Wait, he said he'd been to NASA?
Yeah, he went to NASA. Yeah, over there.
Like, what do you mean been? Like, what did he say? Like
Cape,
Ben?
I don't know. He went to whatever, Cape Canaveral or whatever. I don't know. One of those.
Like an office?
No, where they got the rockets, the tour.
The rockets. So he might as well just say he was an astronaut.
Right. Anyway. Poor kid. I felt bad for him, man.
It's been a parade of rhetorical gimmicks, one after the other. One will come in, they try to pretend that oh, I'm just a reasonable person asking questions. Then their mask falls off and the rhetorical gimmicks come out. And then, and then it results in, well, you're just a flat earther anyway, so nobody takes you seriously. And, then there's the coping, and it's like a stupid cycle, dude. And it's like, they all think they're so original. And it's like, man, 10 of you just did the same thing in a row. And you thought your stuff that you came in with was clever.
and you're just an NPC, man. Like,
wow.
all
Hey,
of them, man.
that old physicist was on there yesterday. Did you, I don't know if it was AI
I think
or
I
he
missed
was,
him.
it was AI was talking with him. Well, he was kind of cool, man. He kept saying when he was done talking, he'd say over. It was very polite. He was a nice guy, man.
Damn, Matt, I missed it, man.
Yeah.
I've been
Hopefully
looking for a normal person, man. Hard.
Hopefully he'll come back. But
I haven't been trying to be confrontational either. I'm really not trying to
that's
do
not
that. They just draw it out for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys put up with a lot, man. I do appreciate you guys, and I don't know if I could ever buy you guys dinner or something, but man, you guys have just been putting up with it lately, man. It's been pretty fun to listen to, anyway. I'm learning, still learning, man.
I'd say the theodolite conversation, if you're not familiar with theodolites, it's actually kind of interesting to listen to. But then, like the next day, it gets old really fast because then you realize it's all nonsense. But like the first time you hear it, it's like, oh wow, this is interesting.
Right.
And like you realize it's all nonsense.
And then the Sticks and Shadow guy was in there today, I think.
Yeah, that also, like, for a person who's not familiar with it, that also might sound interesting. But then, like 10 seconds later, you realize it's nonsense again.
Total. That was that guy. It was the cop. You were talking to the cop this morning, right?
The cop.
Yeah. Maybe not you, but India. Were you talking to the cop this morning? Maybe that was a different channel. I don't know. I was flipping around. It could have been.
What were they talking about? Was it like?
Oh, he's like, he does studies on people and studies on. He's a gang enforcement officer, and they have to profile people. And he came in to profile us.
Like a detective. That would be nice.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. He's pretty smart. He knew a lot of stuff, but he was like, you can do this in your backyard. You get 2 sticks, or maybe,
Oh, he was defending Aristotle's.
I was like, oh, dude. And he's like, yeah, most of you flat earthers are low IQ. And I was like, oh, man, poor guy.
Could he actually recite Aristophanes pretty accurately, or was he just like winging it?
No, it was just rough around the edges. He'd be like, the 2 shadows, you measure the length, and then he didn't know how to actually do it. So yeah, just part of his religion.
Did you guys mention that light source was like the location of the light source that determines the shadow angle is unknown? Did you ever mention that?
No, I don't know if they got that far. I don't know. I wasn't on the call, but I was just listening while I was packing up my car for the day or whatever.
That would be kind of interesting, like a professional. Like imagine there's like a professional forensic or homicide detective, and they try to look at the evidence of the globe and see if it matches the.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think he would be willing to do it. I don't know. He seemed a little arrogant. I don't know. We could just knock him down a couple pegs, but maybe he'll come
They have
around.
a stressful job, man. I would not want to be a cop.
Oh goodness, it's got to be tough, man.
That's a real match. That's like a alpha male type of job right there.
Oh yeah, man. Lots of testosterone.
Confronting criminals, like that's some crazy shit.
A friend of mine's an FBI agent. He's he's on a task force. He's on a task force for bad guys, gangsters mostly, and criminals. But he doesn't do like white collar criminal. It's like the guys, with guns and shit. And they took down like 38 guys in one day, like a month ago. I was like,
arrested or like?
I'm like, yeah, they got all of them, 38 of them. I go, that was a busy day, huh? He's like, yeah, fucking A, man. Because I was in the band. I was like, well, that's a good place to be. Yeah.
That's some warrior shit right there, man.
Yeah, suiting up and going and getting bad guys. It's kind of like
Okay,
going to war.
To be fair though, I feel like doing that would probably make the average guy feel a lot more important and fulfilled than just sitting at a desk.
Oh, absolutely, right.
But at the same time, it's like terrifying, But on the flip side, you feel like you really like are actually doing something and not just sitting behind a computer. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, you get to see, you're getting the bad guys off the street, man. I mean, there's a lot of them out there, but there's a bunch of freaking whacks out there right now, man. I've seen so many like people acting so weird lately, man. I don't know what the heck's going on. I guess
that's what the globe does to the mind.
Just whack, man. People are like hitting their heads against a wall, and it's crazy, man. People driving, trying to get away from the cops. It's like, you got to be kidding me, man. Yeah.
It's harder to outrun the cops if you have to accidentally trip on a spinning object that's going 1,000 miles per hour.
Right. There you go.
It's easier to catch someone on a flat Earth because there's no, you don't have to trip on Earth curvature, or you don't have to fall because it's spinning.
Man, what a world, man!
I think DB Cooper, he landed in China because of the Coriolis effect. The rotation of the Earth. While he's falling out of the plane, the Earth spun, and he just landed in China, and they never found him.
Wait! I got a question. Your cop friend, you should ask your cop friend, when you do target practice for the police with your firearm, do you take into account the Coriolis spin?
No, he's not gonna. He's not gonna take that in.
That's what you should ask him. Next time he comes in here, cop. Yeah,
that was another gambit today.
That was another gambit today, man.
The artillery gambit.
Yeah. You explained some artillery, how they would pinpoint how, raise or lower the barrel, basically, right?
Yeah.
And have spotters out there going, oh, no, man, you missed that to the left of,
Yeah, they have
about 100 yards.
Man. They don't just fire blindly into a city.
Mm-hmm.
They have people that can see where the fucking shells land.
Right.
And they go, okay, that one was too far. That one was too short, right?
Too left,
it's called bracketing. There's a name for it. It's called bracketing. So they bracket the target, and then they walk artillery into it, either forward or back. Because there's an uncertainty to every round.
Yeah, when you said that they did this in World War II, I was like, I remember saying to myself, I'm like, dude, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's how they did it. I wasn't sure. I mean, that makes total sense. It's totally logical. How else you get a target?
Well, let me guys ask you this question: when Tom Brady makes a throw to one of the other football players who's running to the end zone,
right?
Does he take into account the Earth curvature before he throws the ball?
No.
or the Earth spin?
It depends on whether the player's a flat earther or not.
Apparently, Neil deGrasse Tyson used that analogy for a field goal, extra point or field goal or kick or something. I don't know. And he was like, the reason he missed that field goal is because of the Earth spin. I did some quick calculations, and I was like,
No, that was the reason he
what?
got it in. It bounced off the upright and in because of the Earth's rotation under the ball.
Oh, it was in.
And that's
I
how they
thought-
won the Super Bowl.
That's right. That the Super Bowl that he was at. He was at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. When you throw a Hail Mary in a football game, you have to take account in the Coriolis spin whenever you throw a Hail Mary.
I love it. That's hilarious. That's why my golf game's all fucked up, man. I mean, I have not.
Yeah,
next
the
time
golf.
Next time I go
Tiger
golfing,
Woods. Yeah, Tiger Woods takes the Coriolis.
I gotta bring a compass. Make sure okay, if they're spinning this way or that way, I gotta.
Yeah.
I got to adjust. Yeah, I got to bring a compass with me.
Yeah, he tried to say that guy. He was like, "It goes one way if you're in the southern hemisphere, and the other way if you're in the northern hemisphere."
Yeah, he was pulling something up on Google when he was doing that too. I could tell.
Well, I mean, he ended up posting something in the chat, which is just like the typical. It isn't even like the official artillery manual, which is like FM 107 or something.
Right.
Field Manual 107. Now, all these artillery manuals don't all say some shit about Coriolis effect. But then when you actually look at it, they don't actually calculate it at all. It's just like, because they're not writing it, right? They've contracted somebody out. Hey, write, a manual for firing artillery. And they're like, okay. I'm a scientist. We got to put in Coriolis effect.
Right. We'll pay you $20,000. Write the manual. Oh, okay. We'll put in Coriolis and wind and direction and humidity. I'll bring in anything they whatever. And at the end of the day, man, you shoot the shit, it gets there. That's good, man.
Well, there's an uncertainty. Just like with a bullet, right? You have a pattern, right? You have a cluster.
Right.
Even if you had the gun fixed, right? Say you had a pod and that was in you had it you had a
cement.
Yeah, you could cement it exactly. You could cement it into place.
Right.
And have identical bullets that you all made, loaded into the gun and fire each round. They're not going to go through the same fucking hole. Okay?
No, they're not.
There's going to be a spread. There's going to be a random spread.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a globe earther, Yakko 1X. Yakko 1X, are you there?
Yakko.
Yakko,
check.
come on.
Yakko, check 1 2. Open your mic. Open your mic.
He's in the chat. He's talking smack in the chat.
Chat skanker.
He's also new to the server, so.
All right. We'll give him some slack.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, continue with what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, Indio, is that you cement the goddamn gun into, there's no way it can move. It's totally aimed. You set up your target and you fire 10 bullets in there. You're lucky to get 2 that go through the same hole. You would be lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that cluster, right? It's gonna have a size, right? So let's say it's freaking 3 inches. Right. It's like a 3-inch radius circle.
Okay.
You can't say for certain where the bullet's gonna go. You know it's gonna go somewhere in that circle, but you don't know exactly where.
Right.
Okay, that's the precision of the instrument, or the uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean,
okay? But hold on. The corrections that they're doing are like 1/10 of the size of that circle. There's no point in doing the correction. It doesn't improve anything.
Yeah.
So you moved it around in the circle 1/10 of the circle size.
Right. Which is negligible, huh? So it might as well be zero.
Well, it doesn't improve it. It doesn't improve it. You still have the large uncertainty, right?
Yep. Yeah,
But
every
think about you don't know where it's going to land within a foot, and your correction will adjust it a quarter inch. Fucking, you don't know where it's going to land within a foot. What the hell's your quarter inch going to do?
Right? Nothing. Not going to do anything.
Because that uncertainty isn't like, oh, now you know where it's going to go within 1 3/4 inches. No, it's still, you don't know within a foot. All you're doing is adjusting it within the uncertainty. That's it.
The fact that these Mongos still bring up Coriolis, man, just defies my brain. I'm like, dude, we were crushing that stuff back in 2015. I was talking to artillery guys, airline pilots. There's no Coriolis, bro. It's just not there. None of these guys use it. Not one of them.
You know, it does drive me up the wall a little bit that we've been researching this, right, this topic, for going on a decade now.
Yep.
And they think somehow they're going to go on Google or ChatGPT and somehow find information that we missed after 10 years. And they're going to find it. And then somehow they're going to show us like something we didn't know, and that they're going to prove us wrong in their 15-minute search. Like, it's crazy what they think sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know if
I searched for 15 minutes. Dude, I searched for 15 days. What are you talking about?
Fucking search for 10 years, man.
I'm just talking about one particular subject. Like Coriolis, I probably looked at time in hours, at least fucking 20 hours just on that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Exactly. But yeah, there's nobody accounts for that. It doesn't happen in reality. In the physical real world, no. Man. Well, keep going, guys. I appreciate you guys so much listening and learning. I'll be back. I'll participate more this summer.
Thanks, dude. I'm glad we're entertaining you. It's our goal, dude.
Oh, dude, it's so good, man. Every day I wake up smiling, going, "All right, what Mongo is going to bring up, Coriolis today, or the moon or something?" I'm like, okay, yeah. You guys went into the moon today quite a bit. You were talking about
looked at the sun and proved that the Earth is not flat.
Right.
Well, how'd you do that? Well, I looked at the sun again. Like, shut. Like, ugh.
You should go stare at the sun some more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go for it.
Right at noon, lie on your back, stare right at it.
Hey, I just had a quick question, AI Overlord. Just
no, let me ask you a question first. Let me ask you a question first.
Sure.
When are any of these guys going to talk about the actual Earth?
I don't know when they are.
Yeah, me neither. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so mine is a question about something I went out and did. I took photographs, so it's like an observational thing. And just wondering if you'd be interested for me to show you it and then ask you your opinion on it, or anyone in here to weigh in on it.
Oh, definitely. If you have real observations, they
Yeah.
trump all these
Yeah, yeah.
speculative nonsenses immediately, of course.
Yeah? Cool. All right. Is it cool if I share my screen, that kind of deal? Because it's like photos and things.
See, I think you can, but some people aren't going to be able to watch it. So if you post still shots of like the key points, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Yep.
And especially if they're photos. If they're photos, please just share them.
100%. I've got raw DSLR Canon camera photos that I can share in the side chat there. Like once I've finished like talking about it. It shouldn't take, this will literally be like 5 minutes, not even. All right, I'll put my screen up. So this is basically I'm from Brisbane in Australia, and I travelled down to the Gold Coast, and there is this headland called basically the tip of it is called Snapper Rocks, and I took photos from 3 separate vantage points at Snapper Rocks and Rainbow Bay across this like bay. This see how the coastline scoops out here. All these photos were taken across that body of water over to a place called Broadwater Towers, which is right here. These towers right here. So basically what I was trying to do is see if with these different vantage points, if I could get different results, and see and compare the results between the 3 photos. So I'll show you those photos right now and like where they were taken. So I'll open up this folder. This will help. Can you see the folder, by the way? Just checking. Yep. So the first photo is the first vantage point, which I call the beach vantage point. The camera is sitting basically 4 meters roughly above sea level. I got these measurements of elevation through Google Earth. I don't know if you're familiar with, if you hover your mouse over a part of Google Earth, down in the bottom right, it'll tell you the elevation of that point. So if you see, I'm holding my mouse here, it says 7 foot at the bottom right corner. So that's roughly, it's just an estimation of like where I took the photo. So that's 8 feet above sea level. All right, so that's the first vantage point on the beach. This is the second vantage point. See how it's elevated above where the beach would be. This is up under at the rocks. And then this is the third vantage point. This was a lookout. This is about 25 meters above sea level. So just to give you an idea, it's just here, like right there. There's like this little lookout. You can take photos, beautiful photos of the landscape. Anyway, the results of those photos are these shots right here. So now this was, I believe, this was down on the beach. So on the sand, the 4 meter elevation shot. This is Broadwater Towers, which are seemingly obscured by the horizon. Now this is a higher elevation shot. This is up on the rocks.
Well, hold on, brother. Got to stop you right there.
Sure.
So the word seemingly obscured by the horizon.
Yeah. Okay. Let's. I'll take a step back. I won't say that. I'll just show you the shots, and you can tell me what's going on. But
well, that's fair.
The first shot. Yeah.
The reason why I put contention on that is because there's a little bit of loaded language in there, and sometimes when people are looking at an observation, whether it be something like this or even a person in the way they're sitting, they'll use language that describes what they know about or assume about the geometrical relationship, but it's not actually accurate to what they're seeing. And so, for example, in the arts, we do this exercise called "Tell me what you see, not what you know." Draw what you see, not what you know. And so people actually have to deconvert themselves from this charged language and the reason why we have to do this in the arts, especially with young children, is that they'll draw things based on things they know. So, for example, I know my arms are the same length. So when they start drawing a picture, they try to draw the arms the same length. And you have to tell them, no. Your arms are the same length physically, but they don't appear the same length depending on how you're looking at yourself. And that's called foreshortening or perspective effects that you have to add in. So there's a difference between how we see and what's actually going on.
That's a fair point. I totally agree. So I won't say that. I won't use any kind of like assumptive language about where I'm coming from or what I'm expecting where you guys are coming from. I'll just show it. I'll just show you what I got, the photos. So that's
fair. That's fair. But let's agree you could use some factual things about in this thing. So, for example, I'm going to assume, because I haven't zoomed in on the image, I'm just have it in small.
Sure. Yep.
For example, I might be able to tell that I can see the buildings, but I can't see the shore. So I could say to myself, for a fact, I can't see the shore in this image, and that would be an absolute truism, right?
Right. Yeah. No, that's fair. So basically, this is the photo, and I can give you the raw one. So this has been edited only by color, not by anything else, other than just for clarity's sake of where the buildings are. Here's the second photo, and then here's the third photo. So same set of buildings, 3 different vantage points, as I showed you on the map here. Like, that's
Go back
basically
to that photo you just
directions.
had, please. Go back to that one photo you just
Sure.
had.
Yep, this one. Yep.
Yeah. All right,
So,
good.
so these have been stacked and arranged so that basically the target of the photographs is somewhat equal in each photo. See how the target is the buildings? I've arranged them as such so that they are comparatively in the same spot in the photo, if that makes sense. You can see them stacked here on the left. You can see that they're all like they've been stacked, these photos. I'll put the these are the raw images if I go back. These are more, this is the raw ones. See how they're all, the buildings are changing location on the photos? But I can put them in the side chat for people to check out as well. Yeah.
Now we actually teach this too. So for example, if you're going to frame an image and you want the image to appear as if you're looking down, you put the horizon high in the image. You want to appear like you're looking up, you put the horizon low in the image.
Right. So so that's the first one. That's the sea level. This is the 8-meter elevation, the second one, and then the 27-meter elevation is the third one. And they should be uploading into the chat there. All right. So
before you go any further,
Yeah,
did you already
sure.
say how far away the target building is?
Yes, it's roughly 18.5 miles, according to Google Earth. Yeah. So I was doing like a calculation because there's that, is it 8 inches per mile squared or per mile basically? So if I've got 18.64 miles, 18.64 miles times 8 inches, is that the calculation?
No, it's per mile squared. So you have to square the miles. So it'd be, if it's 18 miles, it'd be 18 times 18.
18 times 18. Oh, okay. So 18.
Or maybe I'm wrong, but it's 8 inches per mile squared. So however you have to do the square of the mile when you do it out.
Right. Okay. I think when you're talking about a vector, like just a line, you can disregard the squared part. Because if you're talking area of curvature, yes, but if you're talking about a line of curvature,
not square miles, miles squared. The first mile would be 8 inches. The second mile would be 64 inches.
Oh, right.
Because it's a curve away, a drop down.
Right. So I'm not great at the maths on that, but I understand that there is like this. There is a supposed or an apparent equation that's put forward by people that are explaining curvature, right? Of that 18 or 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah. Anyway, I was just going to ask you guys what your opinion is of why, in this comparison, I'll do it here like this, like why the buildings seem like you see more stuff when you get elevated above, like, you're 27 meters higher up. Whereas here you're 4 meters down on the surface, like on the beach, and everything seems obstructed. Or, pardon me, like putting the word obstruction in there, but it just seems as though you see more stuff when you're 27 meters elevated. Is there something going on there, or?
Well, that would also be true on a flat surface now.
Right. Like, so.
The more you get, the more you can see.
Right. Like, I mean, so you're saying if it is flat between the vantage point and the target being the buildings, I should see the same result or different results. Of by
No,
how
you are
much I
seeing the
can see.
results. You are seeing the results, and it's flat between the coordinates.
Yeah. So,
However, the question you
yeah.
would then have is, well, how do you know that based on the image? And I'm not saying it based on the image. I'm saying it based on that you can actually just measure the water and find out the water's flat. And then you end up with the fact that this must be happening because the Earth is flat. Now, to be fair, if the Earth was a globe, right, which of course this is what this conversation is about. You're not just asking this in a vacuum, right? This is between flat Earth, globe Earth. So if the Earth was a globe, there'd be a hump of water in between you and that location. And you'd, you know, you could do a curvature calculation, or you could do the circle segment formula, and then you could find out how high that arc is in between point A and point B. You can then get your observer height and the line of sight to see how much would be over the other side of the curve, so to speak. Now, the problem with that, those equations that I just mentioned, that's a geometric reality. So the size and hump of the curve is in a specific location relative to your position. So obviously it changes as you increase your altitude. Now, here's the problem. From the same altitude, you can observe variable effects in the location of the horizon and in the objects you can see. So, for example, this is 18 miles away. Now, we have observations of boats 30 miles away. Now, at 30 miles away, that boat would be down below 400 feet of off angle that it should not be able to be seen. There is no boat that's 400 feet tall. So if I can see a boat 400 feet away, 30 miles away, that should be below 400 feet, then that tells me that there's something optical going on and not something geometric. Because if it was geometry causing this, then it'd be happening at the exact same point every time, consistently. Now, not only that, not only can I see things beyond the alleged horizon would block, I can also see alleged quote unquote blockage before a horizon should even exist. For example, at my lake where I live, I take observations throughout the year. I've shared them here before, where it is only 1,014 feet wide where I take my observations. And I can observe the boat that's moored on the other side of the dock, on the other side of the lake. I can witness that disappear from the bottom up. I can witness that go into miraging effects, much like people show me with certain things depending on the day. And it has the exact same observations that happen at miles. And so if I know this observation can happen at short ranges at 1,014 feet when the horizon is not even supposed to be till like 3,000 feet, so obviously it's not the horizon causing it, and I know that I can see things beyond the alleged hump of blocking, then this puts this phenomenon in the optical category, not the geometric category. So my answer to why this is happening is because of optical reasons. And that might be multitude of factors. One is you have an angular field of view. You have an angular resolution limit to your angular field of view. And if the propagation angles of the light are lesser than the reception angles of your ability to resolve them, you're not going to see anything. Now, interestingly enough, if you're looking out across the horizon, the incoming light from that object is going to be below your angular resolution limit. And on top of that, you have perspective, which is causing things to decrease, and that's also a function of an angular field of view. Then you have atmospheric conditions added to that, right? Of which I think there's like 40 factors that have a confluence to result in what you finally see. Now, on the globe Earth side, the ubiquitous factor is that the Earth is curved. And as we already said, the Earth would have to be curved a different amount every day. Now, there is an excuse for this that globers will employ, and I have to be honest and tell you what it is, and that is that it doesn't matter how many close observations you have, how many supersedery long-distance observations you have that are beyond globe geometry, because even the globers appeal that it's not about geometry. It's actually about optics. So in other words, no matter what happens, the light travels to the observer in a manner in which it goes over the hump that's allegedly blocking the object. So even the globers have to appeal to the optical category to save their world. But we already all know this is optical. So then that begs the question. That begs the question: if the globers are claiming there's an underlying geometry necessarily proven by these photos, they have to prove that underlying geometry separately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to push like my opinion on what I think's happening. It's just like, oh, I just want to see who can unpack what they think's going on with these photos. That's all it was.
Yeah, no worries. I hope that
Yeah.
answered your question at least somewhat.
Yeah, I just found it's pretty fascinating that. So see that little bit there? That is the top of a roller coaster at SeaWorld on the Gold Coast. Let me just go back here. I'll zoom in on it. It's basically this roller coaster right here. The 3D model of it looks a bit funky, but yeah, it's a roller coaster.
It looked like a sandcastle when you were first zooming in.
Right, yeah. This one looks a bit more like a roller coaster. Maybe it's that one. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's definitely a bunch of.
Well, hey,
like,
real quick, look, was that first roller coaster made of wood?
Good question. I'm gonna see if this will show up on like the street view. Of the it's like that. It's got a lot of like scaffolding, for lack of a better description. It looks like support structure to it. But yeah, I'm not sure which one of the two is showing up in my photos, but it's either this one in the distance here or it's this one in this photo.
Well, that
I think
definitely.
it could be both. It could be
No,
both.
see the one on the left, bro. The one on the left that looks like a dark silhouette. That's the dense roller coaster, and the one on the right is the
one.
Yep,
Is
and the one on the right is the other roller coaster.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's starkingly different. You can see, you can see the trees, you can see almost the shoreline, you can see the roller coasters, and then and this is the elevated photo. And then if you get down to down to the sand on the beach, I can't see the roller coaster. I can only see like the top half of these buildings. So that kind of it impressed me. I was like, wow, that's something, I have had someone look at this and someone tried to suggest tides or swell, and I was like, nah, that can't be right, because a swell would have to go pretty high to obstruct that much, of the picture. But anyway,
You know what's crazy, brother?
Effect. Look at that.
You know what's crazy?
Shoaling. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's called shoaling. And when you have a bay, when the tide comes in, it piles the water up in the bay. So it wouldn't have to be elevated very much because it's so much closer to you. So like 1 kilometer, like something that's 1 meter, that's 1 kilometer away, will block 10 meters, 10 kilometers away. So it's really close. It doesn't really have to be that much higher.
What was the word? Shoaling?
Shoaling, yeah. Shoaling.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to look that up. Appreciate
now,
it.
depending on where it is, it's worse in some places than others. So some places where it's really bad, like Corpus Christi, Texas is one place I know about.
Yeah, especially if there's a shelf. So there's like a slow gradation from the shore, like hundreds of meters out, and then all of a sudden it steep shelves. So you have the bay, and then you also have the water forcing up when it hits the shelf, then going into the gradient of the slope of the bay. So that's even worse. And you can really see it if you maintain your altitude and do like a time lapse for an entire day. You'll witness the horizon between you and the other side like change throughout the day.
Right. Well, hey, thanks for letting me take the time to show all that. Appreciate it.
Let me bring something up.
Hey, brother.
Really, did he leave?
No, I'm here. I just put
Let me bring up something that's really
earlier.
important about that image. Is the horizon itself. The horizon's not the edge of the earth. It's not where the curve starts. It's not the edge of a ball. It's none of those things. And we know this because you can go out and you can watch the horizon for, say, 6 hours and watch it move up and down, move further and away and closer, independent of the tides, just based upon the weather and the way things look. So we got observations of horizons that are, 10 times too far. Right? So if you went out like 3 days later, you might see the horizon in a completely different place.
I did
Now, if
see.
the horizon's
This
the
is a-
edge of the Earth,
yeah.
then the Earth would have to be changing size, right? So you don't think that's happening, do you?
Oh no, well I don't know really what's happened, but
Well, I mean, the Earth would have to change
yeah.
size, like physically.
Yeah, oh no, well I don't think
Well,
that's
that's
happening.
where
No.
the curve of the Earth starts. I mean,
Not to, I mean, this will change the topic a little bit, but is it Italy or it was somewhere in the Alps or something? This lady took a photo, or just some photographer took a photo of apparently the longest distance between like their vantage point and
in France.
a mountain way distant. Is it France? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Thought
in
it was
it's
France,
from
yeah.
the French Pyrenees to the French Alps.
Oh, okay.
So it's across the it's from Canigou, and there's another one, Peak Fenestrel. It's a little further away than the Canigou Mountain, looking toward Marseille, toward the French Alps, across the I think it's called the Gulf of Lyon or whatever. And there's a lot of photos of that area.
Yeah.
I think the first one that I've seen is from the 1800s. They have a
Okay.
really, really old one looking across. The one from the
And I would
1800s is looking
imagine-
the other way. It's like 127 miles or something.
Yeah. And I'd imagine
One you're talking
varying
about is
results.
443 kilometers.
Right. Yeah, that's a hell of a way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like from where I live in Boston. That's like from here to Toronto or something, which is
Wow.
Canada.
Yeah.
It's a long walk.
Oh yeah.
If you look up the driving distance, it's a 10-hour drive. I mean, obviously because you're driving through mountains, but it's still a 10-hour drive. It's far away. Now the people that do those, it's the same. It's like a group of people. They had a website. It's switched a couple times. It's called Beyond Horizons. They're not flat earthers, but they go out to this area and take long distance photography. In this area, right? Sometimes like from Marseille the other way. Sometimes like there's also they do take pictures in Italy. So like the island of Corsica. What's the other one? What the hell's the other island out there? Starts with an M. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Oh, Mellorca or something like that. Mallorca is the name of it.
Oh, Majorca. I think I've heard that name before. Yeah.
It's like out where Ibiza and all that stuff is. It's like the same area. That must be like the flattest part on Earth because there's a lot of like long distance imagery from that area of the world. Now, supposedly, it's debatable because it's so far away. There's a 308-mile picture. There's a lighthouse on Corsica called La Garglia, and someone thinks they caught that from I think it's what's the name of the town? There's a city out there. I have to look it up. Yeah, but there's some long ones. Yeah. You're gonna need some coffee. You're gonna need to make 2 pots of coffee for that drive. I think it's Barcelona. 308. I have to find it. But tests like that, like why they're important, I don't think they're like completely dispositive as to the issue, you know. Yes, they shouldn't happen on the flat Earth, but like I said, there's some the weather conditions can do weird things. Now, I don't think that they curve right around the ball. I don't think that. I don't think there's any justification for that. Real. 325. Is the picture still around? Come on, man. So are you new to this topic, buddy?
Me, Rick? Not really. I sort of came in around 2 years ago, and then I haven't really revisited it since then. But yeah, popped back in just today to listen. But yeah, I try to keep an open mind. I don't really have any. I definitely believe what I see with my own eyes, and then obviously I followed a traditional education from the education system, so all of my views are like mostly what do you call it, like the mainstream opinion is kind of where more toward what I lean, but I like hearing out alternative points of view, you know what I mean?
Yeah. When I first looked at flat Earth, I looked at it initially for like a week, and then I just like stopped looking at it for probably like, I don't know, it had to be 6-8 months or something. But it was like just like eating away at my mind. It was just so weird.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I asked earlier whether the movement had been like growing bigger than each year, like as each year goes by, is the growth path like maintaining, or has it been slowing down, or has it been plateauing, or yeah?
It's this is like horizontal growth, not vertical growth.
Right. Yeah.
It's more like
Slow and steady.
permeating people's idea of what's possible or not.
Right.
Like in the beginning, so I've been doing this since like 2017. So in the beginning, people's reaction was one thing. Then after a few years, they would react a different way. Then a few years, like I'm just talking about normal people, right? That like people's reaction has changed over time. There was points in time where it was like people would get violently angry, and like, you know, telling them the Earth was flat was like saying you kicked their dog. But like, you know, before that, it was like the people that were really, really, most people just dismissed it without a thought and wouldn't even like consider it even for a second.
Right.
But the people that did engage with us were like violently opposed to it. But typically because they were like activist atheists. And they thought flat Earth was religious based. So they opposed it really for that reason. And then you have another group like, you know, they're like pseudo science nerds. I'm not saying they're science nerds of they're like I'm not saying they're nerds of pseudoscience. I'm saying they pretend to be science nerds, but they don't actually know any science, right? They're kind of like you know, the fake smart kids that'll talk about, the sun's 93 million miles away, and black holes
Right.
and blah blah blah, right? But
They
like
know
if
how
you
to
drill on them,
sound smart.
yeah,
Right.
but if you drill down on them, they don't actually know anything,
Right.
So they would
They're
try to,
just rehearsed, essentially.
yeah, they
They're
know
just
it at a very
well-rehearsed.
surface level, kind of like almost in the
Yeah.
Discovery Channel. I watched on the Discovery Channel about black holes from Neil deGrasse Tyson, so I know all
Here's an
about them.
opinion. Kind of like Greta Thunberg. She's a lot of people would say that she's just very well rehearsed with whatever she says.
Yeah.
That's if you're a critic of her. But yeah, wasn't there a point where I'm not saying this is all of the flat earthers out there, but there's been different concepts and theories put on it. But there was one point where they were denying that Australia existed or the flat path.
That's
was
a
that
joke.
ever a thing? That was
No.
never a thing. Okay.
No, it was a Reddit post.
Right.
It's like a Reddit
So it was
post
like
in
satire,
2015.
basically.
Yeah, it was someone just taking the piss in 2015. Being the ass.
Yeah.
And there's other things, right? Like flat earther tried to prove the Earth was flat and blew up in a rocket, right? Ever heard that one? Steam powered rocket guy.
I haven't
Guy's
heard
name
that
was
one.
Mad Mike. So there's a flat Earth conference. He wasn't even a flat earther; he was a globe earther. But because he, flew up in a rocket, he tried to get flat earthers to fund his rockets because he was like a amateur rocket maker. So he would go to the flat Earth conference and try to, I'll prove the Earth is flat, pay for my rocket. But he wasn't a flat earther; he was trying to use flat earthers to get money.
His project, right?
Yeah. Because he was trying to make a steam-powered rocket, which is as stupid as it sounds. Needless to say, he flew up in a steam-powered rocket and didn't stick the landing. And now he's pushing up daisies with his dick, as they say. But for a while, I mean, we've had to deal with like so much like stupid stuff like that over and over and over and over again. Different gimmicks and LARPs and distractions and just beyond the curve and Jeranism paid $20,000 for a laser and like all sorts of shit.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that.
And all that.
The point that I sort of bowed out and got, just busy with other things in my life, was the point where they went to Antarctica, that group. And I think, I saw that like Dave McKeegan was part of it. He's like a, he comes from the whole globe Earth guy. Yeah. And there's a few others that went on that trip.
Yeah, it's funny because when they came back, like the very first day, I put a thing on Twitter. It was like, okay, now that you went, you saw 24-hour sun. How does this prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? That post is still sitting there. No one can say how it proves a globe or a flat Earth.
Right.
And even it's funny because Duffy, because they were told all this before they ever went. It's like you can't look at the sun and prove whether the Earth is a globe or flat. It's just not even possible as a matter of logic. I can't look at like your house and prove what my house is. I have to look at my house. Right? You can't. You can have inferences and say, well, I think if the Earth was a globe, the sun would do X, Y, Z, and it does X, Y, Z, so it's consistent with my idea. That's all you can say. You can't say it proves it. That's a whole nother
Do
thing.
all humans have spleens?
Who cares, dude?
Well, I mean, wait, if I look at one person's body,
we don't
and I
do
see a
medical
spleen.
advice. Just go on mute. Anyway, so it's very funny that in a debate, Will Duffy, the guy that ran the whole thing, someone brought up the sun, and he goes, "This is a debate about flat Earth, not the sun." So even he admitted that the fucking sun can't prove the Earth is a globe. and he's the one who went there and hosted the whole thing, which is quite hilarious. He has all sorts of problems I'm not going to get into. But if you dig down into, like, you know, all they could ever disprove with that is some claim about the sun. You know, if you think the sun is supposed to do X, and then you go see it do not X, then whatever reason you thought it did X is wrong, right? So. I mean, it was a waste of time because they could have just measured the curve, and that would have been that. Instead, they want to spend, like, I don't know what it was. To be honest, I'll tell you what the deal is, and I think he's still working on it. He was going to try to make a documentary out of it, and he had a plan on selling it, and nobody wants to buy it because it's boring. And Whitsitt said he wasn't going to go unless he had that nobody could film him, no one could quote his words, no one could do anything, and that he had complete control over any uses of his image or anything. So Whitsitt hasn't played ball with them. So there's it's like even if they accidentally catch him in footage, he has to pay like some freaking penalty for using him. So I think
yeah.
I'm just saying is like I think Duffy's plan was, this is an investment. I'm gonna go do this, and then I'm gonna sell a documentary to Netflix. Whatever. The final experiment, how I proved the Earth is a globe. He's still trying. He actually reared his ugly head. I don't know, was it a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, he was on. Melissa Daugherty is a not super famous but prolific Christian apologist to talk about flat Earth, and he actually made this claim that because of him, flat Earth has all but stopped debating the topic. Like, the dude is literally delusional. Debates about flat Earth went up after what he did, not down.
Yeah, and then after that, he did some podcast where someone like presented him about evolution. So now he went. Not only did he like, I'm a gold believer. I also support evolution because he's a. Did you know this dude's a minister? So he's a minister. He's a preacher. Who actually said the Bible doesn't prohibit lobbying, which is crazy, but you can make of that what you want. I'm just saying this guy doesn't matter. He had an ulterior motive, and whatever that is, who cares? He made the observation. Doesn't matter. We told him it wouldn't matter anyway, and before he ever did it, it was a waste of time. I asked him, and he answered. I said, "How does this prove the Earth's a globe or the Earth isn't flat?" He said, "Okay, because the Earth has to be symmetric." Says who? And then he just ghosted.
Well, to be fair to him, he didn't say the Earth was simply. He said whatever's going on in the south. And so, for example, like trees, animals, which isn't the same in the north and the south. The south is different than the north. Kind of weird.
Yeah. But the symmetry that he's talking about is symmetric is the celestial sphere. Why does the Earth have to be symmetric? Why does it have to even be symmetric under the celestial sphere? Don't. And here's where it gets even more humorous. If you ask these guys, how is the 24-hour sun predicted in the first place? Oh, they use a globe to do that. That's what they'll tell you. They use a globe. But then when you look at the formulas, there ain't no globe in those formulas. There's the celestial sphere. There's that, but you're not on a globe. The entire model is you at the center of the coordinates, right? It's an observer-centric model. So the map itself doesn't even have a globe in it. Yeah, it gets it's silly. It's a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. We're still wasting our time about it, talking about it. 'Cause it doesn't prove anything. It can't prove anything other than things about the sun. You go to a place in Antarctica, stand at this place at this date. You'll see a 24-hour sun.
Hey, I just want to butt in and say it was nice to talk to y'all and meet y'all and everything.
All right. Yeah.
I'm brand new here, so I'm a bounce, and I just wanted to say bye and good to meet y'all.
Yeah, we're here all the time.
Thanks for coming by.
Yep. Bye.
So, India, the 24-hour sun thing isn't. It's not just that. It's that it goes different directions at the North Pole versus the South Pole. So, it's a little bit more the way you claim.
Different directions relative to what?
Like at the South Pole, the sun makes a big circle around you, going from right to left, and then 6 months later at the North Pole, it makes a big circle around you, going from left to right.
Okay, dude, how do you know you're at the South Pole or North Pole?
Well, how about in the South and in the far south and in the far north?
You see how that's circular?
And well, I mean, you can tell where you're at, right?
Yeah,
well,
because you look at the sun and then you designate a spot. When I go to this spot and I see the sun do this, I'm at the South Pole. Yeah, if you didn't do that, if you didn't see the sun do that, you wouldn't be at the South Pole, right?
Yeah, you could just say
you couldn't tell from geography.
Yeah, that's true. Looks all snowy both places. How about this? And there's a place on Earth where the sun is up 24 hours going from left to right, and then 6 months later there's another place on Earth, a different place on Earth, where the sun is up 24 hours and goes the opposite direction.
Oh, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was the exact. I don't think that was the exact claim from the final experiment. They were all basing this off an AE map that flat earthers were claiming and stating that there couldn't be a 24-hour sun because of the AE map and that the Antarctica was the ice that held that in. Yeah, so I don't believe they should have been claiming an AE map to start with, but yeah.
Well, I find that is intriguing that the sun would go, and they do show it, so it's going what, left to right. So is it still going east to west?
Pretty much saying, staying the same direction. If you're at the exact North Pole, everything is south, right? But so it's going left to right. The South Pole would be going from right to left.
Yes, it's going east to west, right? It doesn't stop going east to west. I don't think.
Well, yeah, right. But I mean, it's so close to the horizon, it's just more sort of staying in the same, going, east to west.
Hey, hey Matthew.
Hey, yeah, hold on, AI. I just thought of something I've been wanting to tell you.
Day. All right.
Have you heard of AI? Have you heard of Schrodinger's horizon?
I think so.
Yeah, it's like there's a geometric horizon until you go to look at it.
Oh, dang.
It's in a superposition of states.
I don't know, dude.
Depends on the argument you're making.
Yeah, true story. some Glovers have basically went into that. If the Earth is flat, then reality is just one big giant. Who knows what the heck? Throw reality under the bus. Globe or die. Matthew, I want you to read the screenshot I just posted. You don't have to read it out loud, but just read it, and I just want you to tell me if you agree with it. And if you don't agree, are you willing to go on to Melissa Daughtry's channel and tell him that he's actually false result of his alleged nonsense?
Just to make sure I'm looking at the right thing, the thing you posted at 36 past the hour has like 2 people. It's like tiny.
Yeah, that's Melissa Daughtry and Will Duffy. Obviously, you know Will. Oh, well, he's looking at that, Indio. I think, man, I might not be able to remember this. We're having this conversation with somebody today in regards to their salvation. And I think I told them, okay, you guys think the Earth is a globe, and you need it, and things are supposed to not be seen, right? But then you need an excuse. Well, what if the Earth's just flat, and when you see things, when things aren't seen, that's what's the excuse?
A layer of air that is probably like ideal conditions to cause reflection. Like it almost makes me wonder if like the experiment was explicitly designed to refract so that the laser would be visible from low altitude across the lake.
You're saying it was designed in a way to appear flat with by knowing certain atmospheric conditions.
With well, I mean, using a cold lake seems like actually the ideal way to like apply Snell's law if you wanted to make the laser refract and literally curve, like track the ground essentially at that height. As they actually show it with a laser at the beginning of the video, like how a laser can curve.
Well, that's a nifty thought and all, but there's several of these laser transit tests, and they all appear flat. Now, you want to talk about using Snell's law? That's for light traveling from two different indices. We're talking about a laser that is traveling in the same layer of air. Of course, there can be temperature changes throughout the track that can cause refraction. But it's not as if the laser is going through two different density mediums.
Right. No, I think actually more accurately, it would need to be calculated in an integral, like over time, like over the distance, continuously, as opposed to simply once. I'm not sure why it was done that way.
Well, what model would you apply it to?
I mean, I think like using Snell's law probably makes sense, but
no,
just,
Snell's law. Snell's law.
An integral.
Snell's law is a discrete condition, right? It applies to a discrete condition, which is a boundary between two isotropic media of different refractive indices, right? So how could you possibly apply that to a condition which would be variable?
Right. So you'd have to actually measure at points along the way. Like they'd have to like it makes it really hard to do, I think, over water. Period.
Really? So let's say that's true. Well, how would they quote unquote calculate it?
Well, as close to an integral continuously as you can. So measure it, as many times as you can, and then essentially, as you said, apply it.
Well, no. Well, why do you need an integral
in each interval? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, I asked the wrong question. Go ahead.
Like apply it as if each measurement was a different slab of air, and do that as many times over a smallest interval possible over the distance, so that you could get like the closest to a continuous integral essentially across the whole distance.
Okay, that's interesting. How come they've never done that in the history of measurements using optics?
You're breaking up again, but I think you asked why it's never been done. It seems very hard to do. I don't know.
No. Hold on, friend. Not why it's never been done. Why has it never been done with the application of alleged globe measurements with optical methods?
I don't know. I think
I know why.
I think y'all's community is probably the only people trying to do these experiments.
Yeah, you're correct, brother. You are correct. The Globers already assume the Earth is, and so they don't actually measure anything. They apply it to a model, which assumes curvilinear gradients in a curved atmosphere above a curved. So they're already begging the question from the get. And then after they apply their math, right, it accentuates the amount of alleged curvature that the path variability would be taking. Because here's how it works. They say, I already know the globe Earth geometry. I know that this observation can't be possible if the globe Earth geometry is constant. I can't change the geometry because, a geometric object is what it is. The only thing I can change and maintain the Earth being is the path of the light. And so I therefore, ex post hoc, change the path of the light in math or on a piece of paper. That's how it actually works.
Yeah, there's probably another, like a whole lot of ways you could go about experimenting, and I'm sure these experiments are not common in the scientific community, but you guys kind of engender that sort of exploration, which is interesting. But yeah, I'm not sure the FT core experiment is like a good example to point to. I think actually, like, if they were trying to create ideal conditions to refract and essentially curve the light so that it appeared at the same height over that distance, that's probably like where you would
what
go.
Conditions?
What you would
okay,
go.
let's say that's true. What conditions would be necessary to allegedly around a radius of 3,000 expressed in an arc segment of 25 miles in length?
Yeah, so it seems to me that actually, like, laser experiments like that. From the research I did, it seems like anything over like 6 miles, it probably isn't a good medium to do your tests in, just because of the atmosphere. Like lasers in a vacuum.
Yeah, but keep in mind, right, true story. But you know what? You know what's common is lasers curving, not downwards. There's plenty of evidence of lasers curving. There's very specious evidence of lasers curving.
Yeah.
And not only that, what would be necessary for trajectory curved, quote unquote, redirected in the downwards direction in regards to the air that it's encountering?
I'm sorry, man. It's just hard to hear you because you're breaking up like in the middle of your
mic
sentences.
is shit, bro.
Dang it! I'm sorry. I'll listen. I'll self-flagellate as remuneration and penance. Okay.
Okay. Very Leviathanian of you.
I'm glad you noticed.
Yeah. I was looking into like real world easy things to observe that would be kind of a good test, like mental test for this sort of stuff. And like I think the easiest one I can think of is like star trail photography. Like when you put like a time lapse photo of stars, like on your phone or whatever, you don't even need like a telescope. If you're in the northern hemisphere, there's a circle around Polaris, and there's no visible center of the circle in the south sky. And if you're in the southern hemisphere, there's a visible circle around essentially the South Pole, and you can't see Polaris in the north sky. And I'm not sure how flat earthers would argue that works if we're not on a globe.
Well, I just got through this with the other guy. There's a lot of loaded assumptions, mixing worldviews. So you're basically asking, how does the globe work if the Earth is flat? Which is incoherent.
I know. I'm saying, how does star trail photography only show one circle, like one center of a circle in the sky, if we are not on a globe?
What?
He's saying we'd see the same stars on the northern and southern hemisphere if we were on a flat plane.
Why? Why would
we wouldn't see.
No.
We wouldn't see only one circle of star trails and then the other circle without
It wouldn't
a center.
change. There wouldn't be
Why not?
Because when you breach past the equator, you're no longer able to see Polaris. And that's not a vanishing point. Like if you draw, it's not like a vanishing point thing. Like you guys have posted the street light thing for me before. But essentially, like there's a circle with a center in the sky with Polaris in the center of that circle. If you do
there what appears to be a center of rotation. Got it.
Yeah. And then when you look at the south sky in the north hemisphere, you cannot see the center of a circle. But when you are as you go from the north hemisphere to the south hemisphere, like you can just see this. Like people all over just do star photography. They do time lapses and showed star trails.
Yep.
There's no center of the circle in the north sky when you're in the southern hemisphere. There's only a center of the circle in the south sky in the southern hemisphere.
Yep, and I'm still waiting for the part where.
Well, I mean, I already asked the question: how would flat earthers explain that works if we're not on a globe?
So you're asking basically, how can a flat Earth have 2 points of rotation? Am I correct?
2 points of rotation.
Well, yeah, you're sort of saying, well, when we're in the south, we see this point of rotation, and when we're in the north, we see this point of rotation, but you can't see either.
I would say we only observe one. I would say we only kind of observe one axis of rotation either way, and that one end of that axis is not visible when you're on either end of the when you're on either hemisphere and not like directly on the equator. Like when you're directly on the equator, essentially you can see it almost looks like the stars go like east to west almost perfectly. You see like a half circle on the north sky and a half circle on the south sky.
Which is natural when you're standing on opposite sides or almost opposite sides of a rotating sphere, not a rotating disc.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm so glad that you put vision sphere. So we.
I mean, I feel like nobody else
Did you,
understood
hold
that.
on,
I mean,
did
he
you
said it
just,
like
did
3
you,
times.
hold on, dude,
He said it
did
like
you
3
just,
times.
yeah, did you just use circular reasoning thinking that you dunked?
No, I'm just trying to
Yeah, pretty
explain.
much.
It seems like nobody can understand it.
We understand
you
it.
did.
Dude.
You don't even
we
understand what you
understand
did.
it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
We've seen this dunk contest
go ahead.
before.
It's not a
It's not a
dunk
dunk contest. I'm actually just trying to like ask how flat
No,
earthers
the
would
other guy,
explain this
the other
phenomenon.
guy.
And there's no explanation from the other side. What's the mechanism?
Prove to me the Earth is flat.
Let's not
Who
devolve,
wants
okay?
to prove it? Because
Let's
I
not
used to
devolve,
believe,
okay?
I used to believe the firmament cosmology.
Anyway, who was actually asking the question legitimately?
You muted the wrong guy, you dumbass.
You're right. I should have
No,
muted
it
you.
was the correct guy. It was the guy with wings.
Idiot.
It was the guy with the
bro.
wings.
Why would I mute?
Oh, he's gonna melt down. This is great.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Circular
Yeah,
reasoning
whatever.
guy.
Hey, hold on, old hot. I'm just here to help clarify because it didn't seem you guys understood what we meant. Oh, flat earthers are the biggest losers on the face of the planet. Oh yeah, your true colors came out real quick.
Yeah, that mask fell off quick. So let's back to Muffuggin. You seem to be able to keep it together. Your buddy really flamed out there, huh?
Oh, who muted my fucking man? It was legit. Hey, who muted him after he got unmuted? Hey.
What is happening?
Listen, dude, my mute shotgun like shoots out 70,000. No, I can't help who gets hit.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, what assumptions are necessary that the star trails can only happen if this is global?
So we see the star trails, and I mean, what assumption?
Stars making circles?
Yeah, stars making circles.
No, they're not.
Well, I mean, it's something you can do with like a time lapse photograph in your backyard.
Okay,
and
yeah.
anybody can do this, and people.
Yeah,
do this all
that's
the time.
awesome. That's awesome. But they're not making circles. You see the trails from some stars going to the trails of other stars, and that makes them look like circles. But the stars
Right.
themselves ain't making circles, and they
Right.
couldn't in the heliocentric
Sure, I mean,
model
they
because of the
appear.
shut up, because of the orbit.
Oh my god.
Processes the seasons, so they would make spirals.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So the
so
Big
let's-
Dipper, its
let's talk
handle
about-
points from a different direction as the year goes on around to Polaris.
I'm just talking
How
about
does
one
that
night.
change position if they go in circles?
I'm just talking about one night.
What, even in one night, you're going to miss a circle by 1/365th of a circle.
Okay. So star trails appear circular when you do a photograph during one night, right?
No.
Well, I mean, there's plenty
doesn't
of imagery.
realize
out
No,
You
there
told him-
isn't.
you
Don't
told
make
him he
shit
was
up.
connecting
The longest time lapse that exists of star trails is 14 hours. You need a 24-hour one. Okay? And you
24
would
hour
miss
star trail would
and
only be
it would
possible
miss
in a place like where
and
there's
I
no
told you
sun during the daytime, right?
and I told you it would miss by 365th of a circle. It wouldn't line up. It wouldn't form a circle.
I see what you're saying. And I'm not saying that they're perfectly circular. I hope I didn't give that impression. I was just saying that they appear circular.
Yeah, because they go into other star trails.
They go into the trails of other stars.
Exactly. I know what you're saying. I'm not trying to disagree with you. But when you're in the northern hemisphere, you only see the center of one such circle. You don't see the center of the other circle. You know what I mean?
You don't see the circle of any circle. There's no circle. You don't have a circle.
It's not a
You have
perfect
the
circle.
stars taking a bunch of arcs.
But we agree
those
they're
arcs
circular.
overlap, and because you're looking at a shortened view of what they're doing, to you in your temporary slice of time, they're going to look like circles. But they're not actually making circles. You're just perceiving them that way. If you watched longer, they wouldn't be circles.
I agree. But they appear to be circular in fashion, right?
Yep, they're not circling anything. Meaning they're not equidistant from a single point, dude.
Sure. They're not perfect circles. There's no like direct point that you could point to that is like the center point of the circle. Like this image really as an example that I just posted inside chat. They're not perfectly circular. They're obviously a little they're ovular, and but there is like a point that you could say that is less spinning than the rest of the image in the center of that kind of circular
Nothing
pattern.
is spinning,
right?
bro. Nothing is spinning.
Can I?
You break it up hard, AJ.
No. No. Okay.
It's a little tough.
So this is the issue. You're trying to use your explanation as a description. You don't see circles, okay? You don't see rotation. Nothing's rotating. If you drew an arc on a sheet of paper, even if you drew a circle on a sheet of paper, you wouldn't call that a rotation. You're trying to insert your explanation as the description of what you see.
I mean, if I had a compass and I rotate a pencil on one end of the compass, it creates an arc, which is very similar to what you see in this image.
That's what you're asserting. You're asserting that's how it's done.
Well, I mean, this is just a time-lapse photograph that anybody can do in their backyard right now with their cell phone.
That's fine, but you're asserting you know what causes it. Do you understand? Just like you just used the compass example to say, hey, I can cause an arc to happen if I rotate a compass. Okay, how do you know that's what's causing this?
What's causing what? The image?
Yeah, the image, dude. The circles.
So the stars do move in the sky over time.
That's right. That's right.
And this is simply like a long exposure shot.
What's the cause?
What's the cause of the stars
What's
moving
the cause
in
of
the
the
sky?
stars tracing arcs in the sky?
I don't know, and actually, I'm not sure that's a. Or,
well, you gave us what
I
you
might
think the
know.
cause is.
Even
you
if I know
rotation.
exactly, or if I think I know exactly, I'm not sure that's important to the argument.
You gave us what you thought.
It's
you
not
gave
important.
us what you thought.
I think it's
gave
not
us what
important
you thought.
to the argument.
You gave us what you thought.
Well, why'd you bring
rotation.
it up then?
You gave us what you thought it is. You said, we see the stars rotate. That is your explanation. That is your cause.
Oh, no, that's not a cause. That's an effect.
Oh, yeah. So you see the stars rotate.
Right. We see the stars appear to rotate and create a circular pattern.
They're not rotating, dude. In no definition of the word rotating or rotate are they rotating. Even in your picture, you take the star in the center, right? You can see this time lapse isn't even 12 hours. You can see it's like a 10-hour arc.
Right.
And they look like circles because they're going into the arcs of other stars.
So how do you define arc?
A curved line, an arc.
Right. Well, I mean, it's also a segment of a circle, right?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
Yeah. So these are segments of circles we're seeing.
Look, they're not circles. They're pure
well,
circles
you called them
they're
arcs.
overlapping.
Yeah, I said to you because you have a temporary viewpoint. That's a segment in time, right? So it's a brief segment of time, and the star trails are overlapping into other star trails. They appear as circles. But if you look at any individual star, they're taking an arc. That star itself isn't going in a circle. And any individual star would never go in a circle in your worldview. They would spiral across the sky.
Over a long
because of the
period
orbit.
time, yes.
Okay. So when you say rotate, what's rotating?
In this example, I'm treating the sky as a 2D image.
Okay, what's rotating?
He won't answer. Because
what's rotating is the image of the star, the light of the star.
He's rotating the camera?
No, is rotating around Polaris if you're in the northern hemisphere.
They're rotating around Polaris.
Yeah, the image of the star. Not the star itself.
Look,
just
at
the
best
image
you
of it
say
as
they're
we see
circling
it
Polaris.
in the sky.
That's not the definition of rotation.
I am
if you walk
being
around your
a
house,
little bit.
if you walk around your house in a
listen,
circle,
I feel like
you
we're
wouldn't say
having
you
like this
rotated your
really
house.
deep, like epistemic, like discussion about
It's
what
not
rotation
epistemic, dude.
means. But like,
no,
I'm just trying to
it is
like
important.
have you look at this image.
Yeah, and I'm not going to have you insert your
understand.
fucking explanation as the description.
Motherfucking, why are you afraid to say that you believe this is caused by the Earth spinning? Why are you so afraid to say that?
Or the sky spinning?
Well,
yeah, because
I'm not afraid to say that. I'm not afraid to say that that's what I think is happening, but I don't think it's important to the question I'm asking.
No, I feel like the question is a little bit lost now. We've sort of lost track, but that's what I was going to try and simplify it maybe earlier because I was a bit lost as well. But okay, I know that the conversations that's occurred, your point was that you believe that these stars are rotating around in the north around Polaris. Your question basically was, why don't we see Polaris from the south? Because you were saying, why don't we see that central point in the north from the south? And then you're saying, why don't we see a central point from the south to the north? Yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And the vanishing point argument doesn't really apply because it's further down, as you guys would say. It's further down than the vanishing point where Polaris should be if you're in the southern hemisphere, especially if you're in the deep southern hemisphere.
You know that.
So the question is, why can't we see
ahead,
Polaris from the south?
Sorry, what was that? I think you guys talked at the same time.
Let AJ go.
Oh, I was saying, so basically your question is, why don't we see Polaris from the south and why don't we see Sigma Octavis from the north? And I think you actually answered your own question when you said that another flat earther had given you an image of perspective and angular resolution to a streetlight.
Yeah, the vanishing point argument. And I was just saying I don't think that applies because the center of the circle, the Polaris kind of point, would be far below what you guys consider to be any vanishing point if you're in the deep southern hemisphere.
You mean below? Below what?
Well, you guys say that things get smaller and go down, right? That's how you describe
they
the
appear to
vanishing
go down.
point thing, right?
Appear to go down, but the vanishing point, you don't go under the vanishing point.
Right, so Polaris, in my example, Polaris goes far beyond the vanishing point.
Says who?
It's simply observable, and all the star photography, star trail photography that's out there on the internet.
So it's simply observable that Polaris goes far beyond the vanishing point.
Yes.
Okay. Describe exactly what you observed to see that. Exactly.
The arcs.
No, the vanishing point. Polaris. You said it would be far under.
Yes.
Okay, we need you to substantiate that.
The arcs are a part of a circle, right? An arc is a part of a circle. That means that the circle is has a center, right? So what I'm saying is, to point to the vanishing point in your model would mean to point towards the horizon in my model. But to point to Polaris when you're in the southern hemisphere, the deep southern hemisphere, would require you pointing to the center of a circle that makes these arcs that's far below the vanishing point.
Says who?
Listen, real quick, bro. You're mixing the world models, okay? You're literally committing a
I'm using one to talk about the other because, yeah. I mean, the argument applies, like the vanishing point argument only really applies, I think, to the flat Earth model. I'm trying to talk in y'all's language.
Listen, if the Earth, doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is, you still don't have an infinite resolving field. Okay, that's just a fact. Doesn't matter.
You have an infinite what?
Resolving power.
Oh,
okay.
you mean like
so the
resolution of a
whole
camera?
reason. No, not even. Resolution of a camera is in the.
I just don't know what you mean by resolving
saturation.
power. Sorry.
Right. So you have an angular
Rayleigh criterion.
I'm sorry. What criterion? Hit me with the
Rayleigh
layman's term.
criterion.
Hit me with the layman's term. I'll be honest.
The inability to distinguish 2 points of light. You know how a car is like very far away. It's got 2 headlights, but they look like 1 headlight.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, so that.
Yeah. I think
you have to be able to distinguish You have to be able to distinguish the stars from the horizon, and actually be able to distinguish as unique objects or unique visual features. When the angle between them is too small, it's impossible.
I think I chose a good argument then, because I think this kind of avoids that problem.
The problem's unavoidable. It's a physical limitation of the wavelength of light. I don't know what you're talking about.
None of the question I'm posing, though. We really have to distinguish individual points to be able to see that the center of the circle that makes an arc is below the vanishing point.
Yeah, but that's fair. But you're only really
point.
Yeah, below. Hey, let me ask you this, friend. Do you think the streetlights go below the street?
No, which is precisely why I think this is an important question I'm asking.
Right. So a literal light, right, affixed to a pole. When you look down the street, poles get shorter and the light approaches the ground. Now, if you had an infinite street that you look at, eventually the lights themselves wouldn't, and eventually you wouldn't even be able to see that.
Which is why I'm not talking about the Polaris itself. I'm talking about kind of its position based on the arc. I'm not saying you can see or can't see, like Polaris.
Right.
Itself,
Yeah. Right. So you're creating a geometric relationship in 3D space for this alleged arcs relative to Polaris, dude. When all you have is apparent locations in your field of view. So you're mixing categories. You're mixing visual spatial field with the 3-dimensional geometry. You're making a category error.
I am simplifying from 3D to 2D, I know.
No.
It is a simple fact. It is a simple fact that you can't see
it's a straw
the
man,
center.
dude. Straw man. You don't understand. You don't understand what you don't understand. You're mixing Euclidean geometry with projective geometry. That's your problem.
Wish I was better versed in geometry.
Then why are you making a geometric argument?
I'm just saying I observe this phenomenon.
But real quick.
And this phenomenon is easily observable, and it doesn't seem to match a flat Earth model.
What phenomenon?
The Polaris, star trails made by the Polaris end of the sky are not visible in the southern hemisphere.
How far? There is no southern hemisphere. You need a sphere for that.
In my model, right? So this is tough because I want to talk about particular latitudes. But how do I say that to you
don't
guys?
really know anything, do you? Okay.
I really don't. I'm just talking about a phenomenon that
Okay. So this is the first problem you're making. You're positioning yourself on Earth using latitude, longitude, North Pole, South Pole, things like that. Those are the celestial sphere. They are not the Earth.
So like,
they are not the Earth. You understand what that means?
I do understand you guys don't
You
agree
can't
with
be
that, but
on
how
the
do we
equator.
talk
You're
about
under the equator.
locations? How do we talk about locations
You
with each
said
other?
latitude. Did you not just say latitude?
Yes, I did.
Did you not say North Pole? Where's the North Pole? Listen, let me ask you this. How do I know when I'm at the North Pole? What do I look for?
Well, I'd venture to guess Polaris would be directly
Oh,
above.
I look at the stars, not the Earth?
Kind of hard to look
So
at the
you
Earth
can't
and
find the
determine
North
your
Pole using-
location.
so you
Kind
can't
of
find
hard.
the
I
North
mean,
Pole using the Earth.
that's why like sailors use sextants.
Yeah, so I can't find the North Pole using the Earth.
Maybe there's a way to do it magnetically. I'm not sure actually.
No, you can't, because the whole coordinate system is based upon the sky. So
So
when you say
here's my
no,
question.
listen, dude,
How do we
listen.
discuss locations on this Earth together?
Because you
if we
said when I
can't
go to the
talk
south,
about
because what you said when I go to the southern hemisphere, I can't see Polaris. But if
So
you
then I can just say-
define southern hemisphere as when I don't see Polaris, what does that mean?
I see what you're saying. So maybe I just say Australia then.
Okay. And what does Polaris look like from Australia? Can't see it. What do the stars look like? Do they appear to be circling Polaris? No. They look like they're, if you look south from Australia, you're just going like basically almost left to right across the sky.
Well, no. If you're an Australian and look in the southern sky, you do see a circle in your star trails.
If you look south. I'm
Yeah,
talking about if you look north.
And if you
Yeah,
look north, you see star trails, and they appear to center on a point that is below the vanishing point.
No, they don't. You can't see it from that point of view.
But you can
can't
see
see
the
it from that
arcs.
location. No, you don't. You're just making shit up. Bro, there's plenty of images on the internet of star trails from the equator, star trails from the so-called northern hemisphere, star trails from the southern hemisphere, and the arcs they take across the sky. Okay? The arcs they take in the south don't arc around Polaris.
What do they arc around?
Behind you. South.
Nice job, burning away old.
You're saying they all arc, but you're saying in the northern hemisphere they arc around Polaris?
Yeah.
So
and at the equator, it appears to go straight left to right.
You're saying then that somebody on the equator, or can I say that? Can I say equator?
Under the
In
equator.
Central
Oh, yeah.
Africa, could be looking at a star that both someone in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere could also be looking at.
You don't
And
have a
that star-
hemisphere, dude.
Oh, okay, sorry. That someone in North America and Australia could also be looking at the same time, and it would arc around what? It would arc around Polaris for
Yeah.
the person in North America and the person in
They would
South
look in the
America,
sky,
and the
and that's what
person
they would see.
in Australia would see it arcing around the opposite.
Yeah, they would
point.
look in the sky, and that's what they would see. So what?
Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying.
Now, you're taking a leap of logic and saying, hey, because I see the stars do these things, that means the Earth is the sphere. You understand? That there's not a celestial sphere.
I'm actually not saying that at all. I'm just asking how flat earthers explain the phenomenon.
There's nothing to explain. Well, I mean, you can't even state what you see accurately without trying to insert your explanation as a description.
I feel like I've explained it very plainly.
Well, no, you tried to skip over the part where you actually have to explain it and just insert your explanation into the description and say, yeah, this is what we observe. as if your explanation is the evidence for the explanation. No, you have a hypothesis on what creates these arcs. Okay, these arcs are caused because I'm on a big ball. That ball's spinning, and when I look up, I see the stars. It stars do this, that, and the other.
And what is your explanation for these arcs?
I don't have an explanation because I don't care.
Well, if you don't care,
because they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and nothing about them can prove the shape of the Earth.
I would say that they get closer to proving the shape of the Earth than having no bearing on it.
It's literally impossible to prove the shape of the Earth looking at the stars. It's not just. It's logically impossible.
Really?
Yes. Oh yeah, it is. Sure is. Matter of logic, it's impossible.
And why is that?
Because it's it would be an inductive. Because it would be an inductive inference.
I had a gentleman in here earlier.
In which, listen, all inductive inferences contain the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay? If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. That doesn't exclude all other explanations. There's an infinite number of possible mathematical models for any arbitrary data set. And in fact, that model, the actual mathematical model used to predict star trails, sunrise, sunset, all these things, doesn't even use a globe in the first place. See, you have an explanation. See, you have an explanation, but the description doesn't match the explanation.
This isn't a room where you guys say that we can't make a determination. This is a room where you guys say
by measuring the Earth.
Curvature.
That's right. You measure the Earth, there's no curvature.
So then, using your model, explain the arcs and how they're observed.
I'm not using a model. I'm using measurements.
Well,
I'm not going into. I'm not going into.
I can explain it. I can explain it. So simple. It's so obvious, dude. So, what do you want me to explain again, real quick, just so?
Oh shit, that was
funny. I want
funny.
you to explain why the stars look like they do X, Y, and Z if the Earth is flat.
Okay. So let me explain it. The Earth is flat. The stars appear to do something because the stars are moving. There you go.
Oh man.
Wow, that was so hard. Wow, that was easy, bro.
Look, listen, brother.
So
we could make up
unserious.
We can make up any explanation, and we'd have the same evidence you have for your explanation. Not a fucking thing.
Let me go again. Let me take another try. Hold on. 3 strikes, you're out. Okay, come on. All right. The stars. Hold on, brother. The stars are an 11-dimensional manifold of ascension agent singing into the ether. There you go.
Did you hear his explanation?
No, sorry. Go for that again.
The stars are on an 11-dimensional manifold.
Oh boy.
Well, it's an explanation.
Yeah, if they were on an 11-dimensional manifold, look like they make circles in the sky, 2 different points of rotation depending on the observer-dependent location relative to the axis. I know that's true because they look different depending on where you go on the Earth. Therefore, the stars are an 11th-dimensional manifold. See?
Who's like the Jesus of flat Earth? Who's like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of flat Earth? I want to talk to them.
Repeat back just what AI just said. Because AI just illustrated why your whole nonsense is just bunk. He used the same method to prove that the stars are in an 11-dimensional manifold. He used the same logic you do.
What is an 11-dimensional manifold?
It's one more than a 10-dimensional manifold. Duh. Holy crap.
This is so deeply unserious. I really will like.
No, it is
Neil
serious.
deGrasse Tyson
It
of
is
flat
serious.
Earth?
No,
who is
the
he?
funny thing is,
who is she? Who are they?
Listen, the thing that I know what's funny is that you think using sound logic is unserious.
You think that my question earlier is on the equal footing of saying, okay, stars 11th dimension manifold. What is 11th
No,
dimension
your rationale.
It's one more than
No. Your rationale for reaching the conclusion that the Earth is rotating or the stars look a certain way
because the Earth is a globe, is the same logical structure as the one he just used. It's affirming the consequence.
I haven't affirmed. I'm just asking a question, like how you guys explain this given your model. That's literally it.
He just did explain it.
Okay. Let me try and make it even
You
simpler
don't get
for
it,
you.
dude.
Explanations
Explanations are useless. I could come up with any fucking explanation. It doesn't matter. I could make up anything.
I'm not sure that that's the own that you think it is. I think it's more of a cell phone.
No, it is the own because it's showing you the flaw in your logic for reaching the conclusion that the Earth is a spinning ball.
You're basically doing.
You're
like
using the same
You're
logic.
basically saying like, hey, guess what? No argument's ever going to be good enough.
No, I agree with you. Listen, I agree with you
that
that
methodology, inductive, that inductive methodology can't prove anything. And it's well known, it's been known for 1,000 years.
True story. And now, listen, I'll critique Indio that he did do a cell phone, but he was doing a cell phone to show you that that applies to you as well. So that all of the selves get owned, they use that type of reasoning. That includes yourself, sir.
So to summarize the conversation, I said, hey,
this
doesn't make sense to me given your model. And
it
then you
doesn't
guys
make
said,
sense to me. That's
no explanation can ever be an explanation.
Hold on,
Hang on.
brother. Hold on.
Who
Go ahead,
presented a
AJ.
model? Who here has presented a flat Earth model? I believe
you don't even have a model.
The model you're
Yeah,
referring
you guys
to
say no
is
curvature.
the model. Hang on. The model
It's not
you're
a model.
referring to is the model in your own head, yeah?
You guys say vanishing point. You guys say
it's
no
not a model.
curvature.
Those aren't models. The
So-
vanishing point exists because the 3D world is projected onto the 2D surface.
To what model do you guys believe in?
None. We believe in reality. We haven't abstracted reality away.
If you've abstracted reality away, then how can
We
you
have not.
say
You have.
I have?
With Guffin,
Dude,
if you want to empty your mind,
what you saw, dude.
True story. You'd fail my art test, which is draw what you see, not what you know. Then you'd have to get remediated art classes. But anyway,
I would simply take a picture of star trails with a lapse of photography.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah, we
call them
know.
circles.
Yep.
And you would call them rotating circles like a retard.
So I want you to pause for a second. I'll tell you the closest thing to a flat Earth you're ever gonna get.
I really thought we were going to have like a good conversation here.
No, I'll tell you, brother. I'm trying to tell you the flat Earth model, but you for some reason everybody.
Okay. What?
Especially
you have a
you
blind
guys
spot
believe
for your
in?
own behavior, McFuggin. You have a huge
I know.
blind spot.
We all have blind spots. That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
ask.
well, I pointed out your blind spot, and you're being willfully ignorant. Okay, I pointed out like a dozen times. You're using faulty logic to reach conclusions. You are so in the abstract and in fantasy world, you think explanations
I haven't
are
reached any
descriptions.
conclusions. I came here with a question, not a conclusion.
Then why did you say you see stars rotating in circles around the central point when that's not what you see? That's not an accurate description of what you see. And you still think that. You still think you see that. Not realizing that you inserted your
not see that?
causal mechanism. No, in your mind, in your imagination, that's why you think it happens. But that's not what you see with your fucking eyes. You understand? There's a difference in what you see. So I'll give you an example. This is a perfect illustration. Have you seen a solar eclipse?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. You can't see the moon during a solar eclipse. It's a new moon. So there you go. You just inserted your explanation as a description of what you saw with your eyes. You didn't see a moon. The moon is the explanation on why you saw what you saw. You guys are so far gone, you don't even realize that you're doing this.
I know.
You know what's funny, Indio? If I asked him, if I asked him to draw,
the moon.
I want this guy. Did you see the moon during the solar eclipse? Did you see a moon during the solar eclipse? Yes or no?
Yes.
I saw a new moon. I saw a black dot.
You saw a new moon.
I saw a black dot.
You saw a new moon.
All I saw was a black dot.
Did you see a new moon? Yes or no?
I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot, and then it got dark around me. That's what I saw.
Okay, but you didn't see the moon.
No, I don't know what I saw. I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot. It got dark around me.
Yeah, that's not what happened. You made all that up. But you're gonna double down and say you saw the moon.
No, I'm going to say that I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot, and then it got dark around me. I have a video of it. I have a video of me. I went to Tennessee, like, it was like fucking 7 or 8 years ago.
You can have a video or whatever. You didn't see the moon.
I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot, and then it got dark around me.
That's great, but you didn't see the moon.
Okay. What did I see?
You saw the moon.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You didn't see the moon.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you didn't see the moon.
What if I did?
Well, that means you'd be seeing in fucking ultraviolet.
Let me ask you a question. You're standing in front of a really, really bright, blinding light, and I see your silhouette. Does that mean I didn't see you?
Well, it depends on if you saw me before the silhouette happened.
He opened his eyes while you were in front of the bright light.
It's a new moon. Do you know what that is?
It's a black dot?
No, dude. A new moon, the moon's not fucking visible. Are you guys stupid or something?
Yeah. No, I would like to be able to debate though without yelling.
No, seriously, you stupid.
Well, there is, and you say, oh, yeah, you're comparing someone standing in front of a lamp and asking for a silhouette. Well, at the beginning of a solar eclipse, there is no silhouette of the moon. There's like a black thumbnail that enters into the sun. There is no object creating a silhouette. If the sun's shining behind it, right, you say?
And the months leading up to a solar eclipse, you can see the positioning of the moon in the sky, working its way closer and closer to the sun.
Yeah, that's horseshit. You're making that up. You're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are making it up because I'll show a video. I'll
Why you gotta yell
right
at
now. Look, because you're making shit up, and I hate that shit.
No.
People have actually done this.
You don't think anybody can track the moon's movement? Like the astrology?
Yeah, people can do it, and people have done. People have done the thing you said was done, and what you just said happened doesn't happen. You made that shit up.
Galileo did that shit.
That's not how eclipses are predicted. They don't use a globe. They don't use the heliocentric model. You're making shit up because you're dumb. You're making shit up because you're dumb, dude.
What's crazy? He's gonna nah even before you allow you to post what you were gonna.
He's not letting me speak.
Look, because you don't know your own model. I'm not gonna.
I don't have a model. I'm not talking about models, man.
Galileo did not predict eclipses. Look, Galileo did not predict eclipses.
I'm not. It rises here. Now it rises here. Now it rises
here.
Yeah,
so what, dude? You can do that with a stick.
Yeah.
They still don't even get the reason why you even said it.
The reason is because you can track the moon's movements, and you know that it's like the moon that's going to go in front of the sun.
That's not even the point he was making, dude.
No, look.
I just don't know why everyone's got to yell, man. I just came here to be like, chill. I want to. You heard me
earlier. You're not actually listening. Like coming in here and talking.
Okay, let me ask you.
Just
this is why I'm yelling. I'm going to ask you. Tell me, Steelman, one thing I've said to you. Repeat back to me one thing I've said.
One thing you've said is that you didn't see the moon.
Okay, there we go.
In a solar eclipse.
And then when I said, "Did you see the moon?" and you said, "Yep."
And you guys were also talking about an 11.
Did you see the moon or not?
Manifold, which is used in string theory and M theory.
Yes, ChatGPT tell you that.
Yeah, I actually had to look it up because I don't know that level of but like I still don't see how having 11 points to describe a location.
You don't understand the argument. Okay, you
I
don't
would agree with what Dylan just said in the side chat. We have to be able to agree on observations here.
Yeah, and that means accurately describing them in the first instance.
Yeah, like the star trails.
Right.
Yeah, which you can't
And
seem
like
to accurately describe.
11-dimensional manifold.
It's so ironic that you said like the star trails when you still can't accurately describe them. This guy can't accurately describe eclipses.
Just
He
like
still
send a
thinks he
picture.
sees the moon.
Like send another picture.
That's just rage baiting, man. That's like seriously gaslighting on a whole
Yeah,
other
you
level.
can see. Like, look, where's the rotation?
But that's
Let's
a static
talk about
image.
your picture.
That's a static image, my friend.
Yeah. So, are they rotating in a circle?
No, it's a static image.
That's
yeah,
a
would they?
time-lapse image.
Okay, you're just going on fucking mute, dude. I'm not playing games with you. Gonna be a pedantic douche. Now, you didn't understand the argument. That you don't. You know what affirming the consequent is?
I'll be honest with you. I came in halfway through this argument, so maybe
Do you know what affirming the consequent is?
No.
Okay. Okay. It's a logical fallacy to the form if P then Q, Q therefore P. If I eat pizza, I'll be full. I am full, therefore I ate pizza. Right? That's illogical because I could be full because I ate French fries or chicken noodle soup. Okay. Now, when you say stars will make circles around the center point if the Earth is a globe, or if Earth is a globe, stars will make circles around the center point. Stars make circles around the center point. Therefore, Earth is a globe. That's affirming the consequent. And AI did the same thing, but with 11 dimensions. If the Earth is flat, Earth is stars in an 11-dimensional manifold. We see if they make it circles around the central point. We see them make circles around the central point. Therefore, the Earth is flat, and the stars are in a 11-dimensional manifold.
If the central point means that the stars are in an 11-dimensional manifold, then what are the 11 locations that the 11 numbers that pinpoint
You're missing
the location of any star?
Dude, you're missing the point. The form of the logic is flawed.
Okay, let's forget about the stars. Let's forget about the moon.
You have to make a logically sound argument. Do you understand that? Are we using logic and reason here? Or are we just fucking winging it?
Yes, if you stop interrupting me, you can hear my logic and reason.
You're trying to defend affirming the consequent.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about something totally different. I said forget about the
I should have used.
Forget about the 11th
Nice lesson, friend.
Yeah, you're talking about the substance
Google.
of the matter, dude. Instead of dealing with the problem with the soundness of the argument.